Lin Yu, a quintessential homebody of the 21st century, found himself ensnared in the clutches of fate during a seemingly mundane excursion to purchase instant noodles. In a cruel twist of destiny, an out-of-control vehicle careened directly towards him, resulting in his untimely demise on the spot. He had believed that he would be reborn, yet unexpectedly, his soul traversed to a blue planet strikingly similar to Earth. Here, fierce and terrifying beasts roamed, alongside awakened individuals possessing extraordinary powers capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Just as he contemplated a life of indolence, he awakened an extraordinarily rare spatial ability. Thus, the wheels of fate began to turn. Following in his footsteps, step by step, the concealed truths hidden behind this world are unveiled. Chapter 1. Entering the police station. Officer, I am truly wronged. Xiaoxin said, listen to my explanation. Name. My name is Lin Yu. Gender. Do you believe me when I say I am a girl? What do you think? Quickly, tell me. I am male. I am a boy. Age. Xiaoxin inquired, do you understand why you have been apprehended? Not at all, came the reply. You are suspected of violating Article 108 of the Public Security Administration, Xiaoxin stated. Setting up a stall without a permit. Do you comprehend now? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately felt a sense of grievance wash over him. No, I have stated it numerous times. That stall truly does not belong to me, officer. You must believe me. Just not long ago, Lin Yu saw stinky tofu being sold by the roadside. Driven by temptation, he stepped forward to purchase a serving. Coincidentally, the vendor suddenly experienced a stomach upset and requested Lin Yu to keep an eye on things for a moment. Feeling a sense of duty as a model youth under the red banner, he readily agreed. However, the vendor had scarcely been gone for 3 minutes. The urban management officials have arrived. The remaining vendors either fled or produced their business licenses. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat nonchalantly at his stall, engrossed in his phone. Xiao Xian remarked on the situation, and the outcome was predictable. The urban management officers immediately regarded him as a street vendor. Upon discovering his inability to produce a business license, they had no choice but to detain both him and his vehicle at the police station. The police officer, upon noticing his refusal to confess, suddenly became stern and severe in demeanor. Xiaoxin remarked on the appearance of a certain individual, suggesting they were still a student. Is that how your teacher instructed you? To act boldly yet shy away from taking responsibility? Despite the presence of the police officer, the individual remained unconvinced. Lin Yu felt as though he might implode from frustration. Just as he contemplated further evasion, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a dashing young officer who stepped inside. Comrade Lin Yu, he announced, you are free to leave. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu and the police officer were momentarily taken aback. Xiaoxin spoke up, and then Lin Yu, with a playful grin, rose to his feet and strode out of the interrogation room. As he exited, he fortuitously encountered the same vendor from earlier, and in that instant, he comprehended everything. You have truly deceived me, Lin Yu approached the vendor and patted him on the shoulder. Upon noticing this, the vendor instinctively turned around and was met with Lin Yu's presence. Oh dear, he exclaimed, I sincerely apologize, young man. You have unjustly suffered from this calamity, and I truly feel a sense of remorse. How about this, the next time you visit, I shall treat you to a complimentary serving of stinky tofu. Very well then, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly before turning and departing from the police station. Xiao Xian spoke in a straightforward manner, heading directly towards home. However, he was not truly a denizen of this world. Merely 3 days prior, Xiao Xian unexpectedly traversed into this realm. This world bore little resemblance to the one he had previously inhabited. A stark discrepancy. Xiaoxin remarked. Even history bears a striking resemblance. Yet, nearly 2 decades ago, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded across the globe. The spiritual energy of the entire blue planet abruptly rejuvenated. And soon, it became apparent that certain individuals began to awaken extraordinary abilities. Accompanying this phenomenon, the global animal kingdom has undergone remarkable transformations. A tiger, once measuring approximately 2 to 3 meters in length, has now, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, grown to an astonishing 10 meters. Concurrently, its intellect has ascended to the level of human consciousness. In the company of ferocious beasts, you led an unprecedented tide of animals, resulting in the utter destruction of numerous cities. Humanity suffered grievous losses in this catastrophic onslaught. Fortunately, the Awakeners have willingly undertaken the noble mission of safeguarding humanity, bravely vanquishing the leading beast king, which ultimately brought the protracted conflict to a close. Thus commenced an era of cultivation for humankind. Concurrently, the Dragon Kingdom, in alliance with the Eagle Nation and the Bear Country, among others, established a federal government to oversee the Awakeners. After becoming acquainted with this perilous world, Lin Yu was immediately filled with regret. The dangers here were overwhelming. Not only were there Awakeners, but as Xiao Xian had mentioned, there were also monstrous beasts lurking about, ready to claim lives at the slightest misstep. He felt a strong urge to voice his frustrations to the individual who had transported him here, expressing sentiments that were far from polite. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the original owner's residence, extracting a key to insert into the lock. At that very moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and a petite figure suddenly leaped into his embrace. It was none other than the original owner's sister, named Tang Xinyan. However, she was not a biological sister, rather, she was the daughter of his father's comrade in arms. Both of the original owner's parents were soldiers and also Awakeners. A decade prior, signs of a resurgence in the beast tide had begun to emerge. Thus, the original protagonist's parents resolutely entered the battlefield and never returned. Consequently, Tang Xinyan's mother, Xiao Xian, willingly took in the original protagonist, as she had no son of her own, and raised the protagonist as her own child. This nurturing continued for some time. It has been a decade. The original owner had long regarded her as a mother. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, the original owner met with an untimely demise. It was at this moment that Lin Yu traversed through time, gazing at the delicate and petite figure in his embrace. Lin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. Xiao Xian remarked. Though Tang Xinyan was 2 years his junior, her striking figure undeniably stirred one's imagination. Xinyan, do hurry and step aside. What are you doing? Lin Yu snapped back to reality. Ha, what a ridiculous notion. Hee, I certainly won't allow you to bully me just because you might have eaten stinky tofu. Tang Xinyan replied with a playful grin, refusing to relent. Indeed, Xiao Xian commented. One could end up in a predicament after indulging in such foul fare. He stepped inside. Lin Yu awkwardly scratched his nose. Tang Xinyan was momentarily bewildered. Then, she burst into laughter. Ah, brother, you are truly impressive. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoxin spoke with a hint of disdain. Lin Yu was instantly struck with a sense of exasperation. Had he known, he would have refrained from confiding in her. He had initially sought her comfort for his fragile spirit. Yet unexpectedly, he was met with ridicule. Truly, the world has declined, and human hearts have become unrecognizable. Lin Yu longed to unveil her heart, to ascertain whether it harbored darkness within. Enough already, cease your laughter. Has Aunt Lin not yet returned? Mother has yet to come back. It seems she will be delayed for a while longer. Xiao Xian said. Tang Xinyan pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. I shall take a shower first. Xiao Xian continued. I'll wait for Aunt Lin to return and call for me. Lin Yu replied. Of course. Tang Xinyan gestured an OK sign. Subsequently, I recalled Lin Yu's recent words, which prompted another bout of laughter. Xiaoxin remarked playfully, while Lin Yu, noticing this, turned on his heel and retreated to his room, leaving Tang Xinyan, still giggling foolishly, in the living room. As night descended, Lin Yushan hurriedly made her way home. On her journey, she encountered an acquaintance and exchanged a brief greeting. In no time, she arrived at her doorstep, promptly retrieving her keys to unlock the door. Upon entering, she discovered Tang Xinyan seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program, yet Lin Yu was conspicuously absent. She inquired, Where is Xiao Yu? Has he not returned? He is in his room, Tang Xinyan replied. Mom, I must tell you, today, brother, she hesitated but then unreservedly divulged the news of Lin Yu's entanglement with the authorities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan furrowed her brow but quickly found solace in the thought that as long as Lin Yu had not committed a serious offense, all would be well. Understood. You call Xiao Yu, and I shall prepare dinner. Lin Yushan gave a brief instruction and then entered the kitchen. Moments later, delectable dishes were served on the table. 3 individuals were devouring their meals heartily. Xiao remarked, and suddenly, Xiao Xian mentioned that when Shan was emerging.
Lin Yu cast a glance at Lin Yu. Tomorrow marks the day of awakening, does it not? Lin Yu softly responded with an affirmative hum. Do not be anxious, simply adhere to the instructor's guidance. Even if we are unable to awaken, we can still serve in logistics. Although we may not tread upon the battlefield, we can still achieve distinction. Xiao Xian stated.
Lin Yushan understood that deep down, he had always yearned to be on the front lines. After all, his parents had perished during the Beast Tide years ago. Amidst it all, he is acutely aware of his desire to venture to the battlefield to avenge his parents. Yet, this awakening is solely subject to the whims of fate. Although the resurgence of spiritual energy has persisted for 2 decades, everyone's physical constitution has undergone significant enhancement.
Xiao Xian.
However, the number of those who can awaken remains painfully scarce. It is already quite remarkable for a university to produce 100 or 200 individuals. As for those with exceptional talents, they are indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns.
Lin Yushan expressed this sentiment primarily to alleviate any pressure on Lin Yu.
Nevertheless, she firmly believes that Lin Yu will awaken, especially considering that both of his parents are awakened beings. Logically, he should possess a considerable chance.
Xiao Xian replied, understood, Aunt Lin. Rest assured, regardless of whether I can awaken or not. Xiao Xian spoke with eloquence. I am entirely amenable.
You need not fret about my state of mind.
Lin Yu remarked. It is sufficient that you are aware. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Let us dine.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yushan felt an immediate sense of relief. She had genuinely worried that Lin Yu might despair if he failed to awaken. However, witnessing the resolute glimmer in his eyes, her concerns began to dissipate. Before long, the trio had consumed all their meals. Lin Yu voluntarily offered to wash the dishes. And Lin Yushan, observing this, did not interject. After the event, Lin Yu bid farewell to the 2 flames and entered the room.
Chapter 2. The Awakening Ceremony.
While still enveloped in dreams, Lin Yu suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and couldn't help but scratch it. Xin Yue, feeling an insatiable itch, in a fit of frustration, resolved to open her eyes. To her surprise, she discovered Tang Xinyan had entered the room at some unknown moment, wielding a feather duster and playfully teasing her.
Hey! Exclaimed Xin Yue. What are you up to? Do you harbor any ill intentions towards me? I must warn you, we are siblings, and you must not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Tang Xinyan was startled and fled at his words.
She shot him a glare, filled with irritation.
Who has any ulterior motives towards you? Get up, you lazybones. Xiaoxin remarked. Today marks the day of awakening. Why are you still lying in bed?
Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu finally picked up his phone to check the time.
It has come to my attention that it is already 7:30. Xiaoxin remarked casually. There are only 30 minutes left until class begins. I exclaimed in surprise, why didn't you wake me up earlier? Lin Yu, while dressing, expressed his grievances. As a result, he received a significant eye roll from Tang Xinyan. I've been at this for quite some time, he lamented. At last, you have responded. What can I do? Those unaware might think you were unresponsive. Tang Xinyan shrugged, a mischievous grin adorning her face.
However, Lin Yu was oblivious to this scene, otherwise, he would have surely given her a lesson she would not forget. Xiaoxin spoke eloquently. In no time, Lin Yu hastily completed his morning routine and departed, leaving Tang Xinyan alone in the house, enveloped in silence. In truth, she had originally attended the same school as Lin Yu, but her somewhat reclusive nature set her apart. Ultimately, she dropped out and stayed at home. Xiao expressed her thoughts. The original owner had attempted to persuade her numerous times.
Xiao Xian articulated her feelings, yet all efforts culminated in failure.
Although she ceased attending school, she diligently pursued self-study, mastering the entirety of high school knowledge from the confines of her home. Now, one need only wait until the age of 18 to awaken. Upon successful awakening, she will be directly admitted to the Academy of Awakeners.
Meanwhile, Lin Yu was hastening towards Zhengnan High School.
As he was about to enter the school gates, a voice suddenly called out to him.
Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned around and discovered that the speaker was none other than the original owner's close friend.
Xiao Xin remarked that one is a good friend. Although everyone prefers to call Zhou Pengzi, he often arrives later than expected. Isn't he usually fond of arriving early to the classroom to admire the girls? Why have I chosen not to watch today? Lin Yu said. Don't mention it. Just the thought of awakening today keeps me up all night. Xiao Xin remarked. This is quite late indeed. Zhou Peng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head.
However, this is quite normal, as he is not the only one who had a restless night.
Lin Yu experienced the same predicament last night. By the way, brother Yu, what type of supernatural ability do you think you will awaken today? The two continued their conversation as they walked. Suddenly, Zhou Peng inquired about Lin Yu. Upon hearing Zhou Peng's question, Xin responded.
Lin Yu pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. I wish to awaken my pyromantic abilities, for then I could incinerate those vile creatures. Although Lin Yu had only recently traversed into this world, after assimilating the memories of his predecessor, he found himself burdened by a profound obsession. He realized that he had no choice but to assist his predecessor in fulfilling this deep-seated desire.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Peng was not taken aback.
After all, he was aware that Lin Yu's parents had both perished in the beast tide.
He merely hoped to awaken an ice-type ability. Why?
Lin Yu felt somewhat perplexed. What do you desire? If I were to awaken an ice power, Xiaoxin mused, then surely summer would no longer be sweltering for me. Lin Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by his peculiar notion.
What nonsense is this? Using supernatural abilities as a substitute for air conditioning?
Just as the two were engrossed in their discussion about future awakenings and the nature of such powers, a voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly emerged from behind them.
You two useless fools dare to dream of awakening? What a laugh!
Zhou Peng, upon hearing the derisive remarks aimed at him, felt a surge of indignation. Turning around, they discovered that the newcomer was none other than Li Feiyu from their class.
Li Feiyu, what did your dog just say? Xiaoxin interjected, when IIL. Did you provoke Fat Master? Are you looking for a fight? If it weren't for the teacher's timely arrival last time. Fat Lord has long since expelled your waste. Zhou Peng expressed his anger without reservation. Li Feiyu immediately gritted his teeth. Zhou Peng, I cannot be bothered with you. Once I awaken my extraordinary abilities,
I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson, as Xiaoxin suggested. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhou Peng swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap, causing Li Feiyu to see stars. You wretched creature, I've shown you leniency, and yet you still await your awakening? I shall teach you a lesson this very moment. Zhou Peng spat disdainfully. Zhou Peng took a deep breath. Xiao Xin spoke words of wisdom, contemplating the continuation of her assault on Li Feiyu. Suddenly, Lin Yu intervened, stating firmly, enough. Xiao Xin, if you strike again, there will be consequences. Heeding his counsel, she decided to spare the girl. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's intervention, Zhou Pengzi wisely refrained from further confrontation. Subsequently, the two of them dusted themselves off and entered the school, leaving behind the anguished and lamenting Li Feiyu, who writhed on the ground before finally making his way into the classroom. A pair of eyes turned towards him. Xiao Xin spoke. Lin Yu suddenly felt as though he had stepped into a den of wolves. The original body had a somewhat unfavorable reputation within the class, spending each day either in brawls or dozing off during lessons. The entire class was rendered devoid of motivation to study. However, Lin Yu paid little heed to this, for he was not the original self. It seems that everyone harbors a certain hostility towards you. What have you done? Zhou Peng prodded Lin Yu's back. With a sense of helplessness, Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders. I am uncertain, perhaps they are simply envious of my good looks. This, indeed, is the truth. The original self was quite the handsome figure. Not only is he handsome, Xiao Xin remarked, but he also stands tall, measuring a remarkable 180 centimeters. He is undoubtedly tall and attractive, yet lacks financial means. Merely an ordinary citizen. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Peng could not help but scoff. Brother Yu, Xiao Xin's words are ill-founded. Do you not have any sense of shame? Although your appearance is passable, it pales in comparison to mine. Rotund individual, I have observed that your demeanor has grown increasingly audacious of late by a full 10 centimeters, I dare say. I suspect even armor-piercing rounds would struggle to penetrate the fortitude of your countenance. Thus spoke Lin Yu. As the two individuals were engaged in playful banter, the loudspeaker suddenly crackled to life. Attention, esteemed students of Dao Zhen. Please gather promptly on the playground, as the awakening is about to commence. Once more, the announcement echoed through the air. Upon hearing these words, the senior students, Lin Yu and Zhou Pang, exchanged glances and promptly exited the classroom, making their way towards the playground. Simultaneously, all students and teachers who heard the announcement hurried towards the field. A throng of individuals surged towards the playground, their anticipation palpable. Xiaoxin remarked, "One might mistakenly believe we are heading into battle." In no time, Lin Yu located the designated area for his class. At this moment, a few students had already gathered at the location of Class 15. Sitting there engaged in conversation, Lin Yu immediately pulled Zhou Pang to find a place to sit down. "Fatty, how many do you think will awaken this time?" Xiao Xin asked. Zhou Pang scratched his head. "It is estimated to be just over 100 individuals. This has been the trend in previous years as well. By the way, Fatty, are you aware of anyone who has awakened prematurely?" Lin Yu appeared contemplative upon hearing this, while Zhou Pang fell into a deep thought. Xiao Xin mused. Suddenly, a person came to mind. "You wouldn't believe it. I previously heard that Li Hanshuang from Class 1 seemed to have tested an S-level ice-type ability. However, whether it's true or not, I cannot ascertain. Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" Upon hearing Zhou Pang's puzzled tone, I hastily fabricated a lie. "Well, I was merely curious." "Oh, I see now," Zhou Pangzi replied nonchalantly. Just as Lin Yu was about to inquire further from Zhou Pang, the voice of Principal Wang Fujuan suddenly resonated. "Dear students, the awakening ceremony is about to commence. Please maintain silence whenever I call out a student's name." As the awakening commenced, those who had not been called were encouraged to remain seated. At this moment, let us invite classmate Zhang San to step forward for his awakening. With those words, a boy with a fierce countenance strode confidently to the forefront. Student Zhang San was asked to place his hand on the device. Xiao Xin spoke, and the principal said, as Zhang San complied, he placed his hand upon the instrument. Soon, the device activated, and a surge of energy coursed through his arm and into his body. As the energy coursed through his body once more, it flowed from his arm. In the next instant, a line of text appeared on the instrument's display, Grade B Earth Elemental Ability. Congratulations to student Zhang San for awakening the Earth Elemental Ability. As the subtitles appeared, the voice of Principal Wang Fujuan resonated throughout the entire playground. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement, engaging in animated discussions. The scene momentarily descended into a cacophony, before settling into silence. As the voice of the instructor faded, the next student, Li Si, stepped forward. One by one, the minutes slipped away, and Xiao Xin remarked, "When Bill." Gradually, more students ascended to awaken, and the number of those awakened had reached 90. However, more than half of the students have already participated in the awakening. "When do you think it will be our turn?" Zhou Pangzi expressed some anxiety. After all, there are nearly 700 students in the entire senior year. Currently, the number of participants in the awakening has exceeded 400. Xiaoxin remarked. Lin Yu remained indifferent, believing that his turn would eventually come. "All right," he said. "What's the rush, Fatty? Our class, Class 15, is at the very end. We will surely be in the final round." "Very well," he concluded. Zhou Pangzi felt a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 3. Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities. Astonishing the entire audience. The next student. Li Hanshuang. Wang Fujuan's voice resonated once more, prompting an immediate resurgence of excitement throughout the crowd. Xiaoxin remarked. "Many have heard of Li Hanshuang. After all, she is widely recognized as the campus belle." Xiaoxin then continued. "Have you all heard the news? It is said that Li Hanshuang, the flower of our school, has been identified with an S-level ice affinity ability. Is that true?"
It seems improbable. There can't be many S-level individuals in our entire dragon nation, can there? Certainly, it is true.
I have heard that the upper echelons of the dragon nation were utterly astonished at the time.
Goodness! Did the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom take notice? Brother, you jest, do you not?
It is said that at that time, a senior official of the Dragon Kingdom wished to take Li Xiaohua as his disciple, but she declined. The crowd below buzzed with discussions, sharing rumors from unknown sources,
creating a lively atmosphere.
Meanwhile, the subject of the rumors, Li Hanswang, remained unfazed, approaching the awakening device with determination. She extended her hand, and soon an energy surge enveloped her being.
The display screen then illuminated with the words, SS-level ice elemental ability.
Upon seeing this, Wang Fujuan gasped in astonishment,
his skepticism evaporating. Li Hanswang. SS-level ice elemental ability.
The final words escaped Wang Fujuan's lips with all his might.
Instantly,
the crowd erupted in commotion.
Look, I told you my goddess is SS level. Ah, goddess, let me cling to your leg. Step aside. Goddess Li is mine. Wife.
You scoundrels, do not fight, Li Xiaohua is my girlfriend. A throng of infatuated male students clamored, disregarding their decorum.
Enraged, Wang Fujuan fumed. What kind of nonsense is this, shouting recklessly in such a setting?
Amidst the crowd, Lin Yu and his companion observed the scene quietly.
Brother Yu.
It seems my sources were accurate, Zhou Pangzi remarked with satisfaction. In response, Lin Yu remained silent, his mind preoccupied with his own fate, pondering whether he would awaken. After all, the outcome was uncertain.
Although every transmigrator was destined for greatness, what if he were to be the exception? As of now,
he had yet to sense any sign of his extraordinary abilities. He had attempted to summon the system but to no avail.
Brother Yu, what troubles you? Why the silence? Are you smitten with Li Xiaohua? Zhou Pingzi joked.
Be realistic, there is no way Li Xiaohua would take a liking to someone like us.
Seeing Lin Yu's silence, Zhou Pingzi assumed he was enchanted by Li Hanswang.
Lin Yu retorted, Fatty, have you ever heard the saying, the bolder the person, the greater the reward?
What if Li Hanswang actually prefers someone like me?
Zhou Pingzi's jaw dropped in disbelief, as if he could fit an egg into his mouth.
Wait, brother Yu. Have you taken your medication today? Go away. What medication? With my looks, how could I not win over a mere Li Hanswang? Honestly. Zhou Pingzi scoffed,
secretly raising a middle finger in disdain. The awakening continued, and soon it reached class 15. During this time, no extraordinary talent appeared, with the exception of 3 A levels. The rest were predominantly B level or below, with C level being the most common, followed by D level, while E and F levels were relatively scarce.
Class 15. Zhou Pingzi, please step forward for awakening. Just as Zhou Pingzi was still bickering with Lin Yu, Wang Fujuan's voice rang out.
Brother Yu, I shall go first.
With that,
Zhou Pingzi strode confidently towards the awakening platform. Before long, he stood before the device. Simply place your hand on it, Wang Fujuan advised from the side. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Pingzi did not hesitate to place his hand upon the device, and in the next moment, he felt a warm current surge within him. Soon, the monitor displayed a shocking revelation for Wang Fujuan, S-Class Earth Elemental Ability. Congratulations to student Zhou Pingzi for awakening an S-Class Earth Elemental Ability. Instantly, the previously silent playground erupted with gasps of astonishment.
Who is this guy? He actually awakened an S-Class Earth Elemental Ability. Isn't he that Zhou from Class 15? What? The one who peeks at girls in the restroom?
The crowd, initially perplexed, exploded with excitement upon hearing this, particularly the students from Class 15, who were utterly stunned.
The student who had consistently placed second to last, Zhou Pingzi, had awakened an S-Class Earth Elemental Ability. How could they possibly come to terms with this? Especially Li Feiyu,
who had mocked Zhou Pingzi that morning, now felt the sting of his own words.
He wished to find a place to hide,
fearing that if Zhou Pingzi came looking for him, it would be the end. As Zhou Pingzi descended amid envious gazes, he returned to Lin Yu's side with a nonchalant stride.
Ah, what a pity, you go. Why can't I awaken an ice elemental ability? I desire one so much. Zhou Pengzi lamented in front of Lin Yu.
Lin Yu shot him an exasperated eye roll, thinking to himself how infuriating this was.
I'll awaken an ice elemental ability soon.
Just to spite him. Just as Lin Yu was lost in his thoughts, Principal Wang Fujuan's voice resounded once more.
The last student, Lin Yu from class 15. Please step forward to awaken.
Lin Yu's spirits lifted, it was finally his turn.
Hey, fatty, have you heard the saying? The protagonist always makes their entrance last. Just wait and see as I awaken an SS-class fire elemental ability.
Without waiting for Zhou Pengzi's retort, Lin Yu strode confidently toward the awakening platform, praying fervently that, given the extraordinary nature of his situation, he would be granted a formidable ability. As he approached the awakening platform, he placed his hand upon it, mimicking the others. A warm current flowed into his body, and just as he prepared to embrace the sensation, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed.
Ding!
Energy fluctuations detected, system initializing.
Initialization successful. Ding, system binding to host. Ding. Currently loading 10. Loading 30. 60. 100. System binding successful. The system is named the Invincible Emotion Collection System. Ding.
System detects host is in the process of awakening. Specially providing a beginner's gift package. A series of sounds erupted in Lin Yu's mind, momentarily leaving him dazed. Observing his daze, Wang Fujuan kindly reminded him.
Student Lin Yu, you are currently awakening. Please focus and try to sense the energy within you, attempting to transmit it back to the device. Oh, right. I'll do that immediately, Principal.
Lin Yu disregarded the system in his mind and directly channeled the energy within him back into the instrument.
In a short while, the device displayed 2 lines of text, instantly leaving Wang Fujuan on the verge of disbelief. SS's spatial ability, SS fire ability, at once.
Wang Fujuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to fathom the spectacle before him.
Lin Yu, could you please place your hand back on it? Upon hearing this,
Lin Yu glanced at the content displayed on the monitor and was equally astounded. Dual abilities, both rated above S level. However, he soon came to terms with it. The spatial ability must have been a reward from the system, while the fire ability was inherent to his original self.
Lin Yu?
Seeing him lost in thought while gazing at the display, Wang Fujuan urged him on. Observing this, Lin Yu placed his hand back on the instrument. The result remained unchanged.
Wang Fujuan was now thoroughly convinced that this was indeed Lin Yu's awakened ability's dual powers.
Just as Wang Fujuan marveled at this astonishing revelation, the system's voice echoed once more in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding. Wang Fujuan's emotional value 999. Ding. Zhang San's emotional value 10.
Lin Yu listened to the system's reports, utterly bewildered. The sudden surge in emotional value was inexplicable. He could understand Wang Fujuan's reaction,
as it was undeniably impressive. However, who were Zhang San and Li Si, and why were they contributing to his emotional value? Chapter 4, The System Arrives. Everyone stand aside. Just as Lin Yu was still in a state of perplexity, Wang Fujuan's voice resonated across the entire playground.
Let us congratulate Lin Yu on awakening his SSS-grade spatial ability and SS-grade fire ability, a dual talent. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Disbelief painted their faces as they processed Wang Fujuan's announcement. Up to this moment, only 5 individuals worldwide had ever awakened a spatial ability, and only one from Long Kingdom. The emergence of another with an SSS-grade talent was utterly unfathomable, especially since Lin Yu had also awakened an SS-grade fire ability. How could they reconcile this? Especially those who had not awakened at all? After a 10-second hush, a resounding exclamation erupted from the crowd. Instantly, chaos ensued, particularly among the students of Class 15, who were left utterly dumbfounded, reflecting on how they had often ostracized Lin Yu. Regret washed over them as they pondered why they had alienated him and denied him assistance with his homework. The weight of their remorse was palpable. The one among them remained unaffected, Zhou Pengzi. Upon hearing of Lin Yu's dual abilities, he was initially taken aback but soon found solace in the knowledge that Lin Yu was his good friend. With such a formidable ally, why should he exert himself further? Simultaneously, a series of icy system notifications echoed relentlessly in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding. Li Hanchuan's emotional value 999. Ding. Zhou Punzi's emotional value 999.
Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, although he remained uncertain of the significance of these emotional values.
Having read numerous system novels before his transmigration,
he speculated that they must hold considerable importance. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in Lin Yu's mind.
Principal, may I borrow your microphone for a moment? Wang Fujuan,
initially taken aback, promptly handed over the microphone without hesitation.
The crowd watched with bated breath, curiosity piqued. Oh, is he planning to say something?
It must be something noteworthy,
considering he is an unprecedented genius.
The anticipation was palpable, and they resolved to cheer loudly when the time came. As murmurs rippled through the audience, Lin Yu cleared his throat and addressed the microphone.
Ahem, fellow classmates, may I have your attention, please? The moment his words fell, silence blanketed the arena as everyone awaited his next statement. The next second. Li Hanchuan, may I pursue you?
At this declaration, pandemonium erupted. Those who harbored secret affections for Li Hanchuan rolled up their sleeves and advanced towards Lin Yu, only to be halted by those in front of them.
Meanwhile, Wang Fujuan's expression darkened. He had never anticipated Lin Yu would make such a bold confession in front of everyone.
What he thought would be words of encouragement turned into a public declaration of affection. As Lin Yu swiftly seized the microphone from the previous speaker, he attempted to pacify the restless students below, yet his efforts elicited no response, and the crowd remained in turmoil.
Ding. Zhang San's emotional value 999. Ding. Li Hanchuan's emotional value 999.
The system's incessant notifications resonated in Lin Yu's mind, sparking a surge of joy within him.
He promptly leapt down from the awakening platform and dashed in another direction.
Meanwhile, Li Hanchuan stood there, momentarily lost in thought. She had always believed she belonged to the most gifted echelon, considering that there were fewer than 10 individuals of SSS rank in the entirety of Huadhua. The emergence of another SSS rank prodigy, particularly one with spatial and fire abilities, profoundly unsettled her previously tranquil heart.
Yet, Lin Yu, the unexpected sixth,
remained oblivious to these developments. His recent confession to Li Hanchuan had merely been a whimsical impulse. Before long, Lin Yu found refuge in a secluded grove. And upon confirming the absence of onlookers, he summoned the system.
System, are you there? Ding. What can the host inquire about? Ah.
It appears you possess quite a human touch, my dear system. Pray tell, what are your capabilities?
Ding.
This system is known as the emotion collection system. By eliciting emotions from others, the host can accumulate emotional value.
And what purpose does this emotional value serve? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. Ding.
Emotional value can be utilized for lottery draws or to purchase items in the system's marketplace.
Ah, I see.
It seems akin to the systems I encountered in my previous life.
By the way, was it you who transported me to this world? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu grasped the situation, yet lingering questions remained. Ding.
The host has perished in the original world. This system expended all its energy to transport the host's soul to this realm.
Very well.
By the way, does this so-called emotion encompass the likes of joy, anger, sorrow,
and happiness? Ding.
Indeed, as long as the host can evoke these emotions in others, emotional value can be accrued.
Lin Yu's eyes brightened at this revelation.
This system was far superior to the inferior ones he had previously encountered.
System, display the panel. With that command, a blue interface materialized before Lin Yu. System. This interface is visible only to me, correct? Ding.
Affirmative, this system resides within the host's mind. To summon it, merely contemplate quietly.
With the system's confirmation,
Lin Yu comprehended fully and turned his gaze to the system interface.
Curiously, he clicked on the personal information button. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, realm, bronze 1 star, personal items, none, superpowers, SSS level spatial ability. SS level fire ability, skills, none, cultivation methods, none, weapons, none, emotional value, 222,222. Gazing at the displayed information, Lin Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. It seemed rather scant. System, surely the beginner's gift isn't limited to just a spatial ability? Ding. Due to the urgency of the situation, the beginner's gift has not been fully activated. Does the host wish to fully unlock it? Nonsense, of course. Hurry up, don't try to hoard my treasures. Upon hearing that his grand gift package had yet to be fully unveiled, Lin Yu was filled with immense joy. For everyone knew that the rewards from the system's gift packages were exceptionally bountiful. Soon, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. The novice gift package has been entirely opened. Congratulations, host, you have received Golden Chest 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Cleansing Pill 1. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained SpongeBob Underwear 1. As Lin Yu gazed at the ever-changing personal information panel, he was elated, but when he laid eyes on the SpongeBob underwear, he was utterly bewildered. Was this system truly legitimate? How could a novice gift package yield underwear? Moreover, he had no affinity for SpongeBob at all. What about Patrick? Wasn't he adorable? Exiting the personal information interface, Lin Yu then navigated to the lottery section. Before him appeared a large spinning wheel adorned with an array of items, including pills and eggs, though not chicken eggs, but rather beastly eggs. System, how much emotional value does it cost to draw? Ding. Each lottery draw currently costs 10,000 emotional points. Observing his steadily increasing emotional value, Lin Yu promptly addressed the system. System. I demand 10 consecutive draws to test my luck. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Patrick Underwear 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SpongeBob Underwear 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Thank You for Your Patronage 5. Lin Yu stared in disbelief at the 5 pairs of underwear he had drawn from his 10 consecutive attempts. He was astounded. He had encountered scams before, but this was an unprecedented level of deceit. System, explain to me why I drew nothing substantial in my 10 consecutive attempts. Ding. All of this is due to the host's luck. This system does not engage in underhanded dealings. Ha! Do you think I will believe you? Lin Yu showed no mercy. After all, having read countless system novels in his past life, he was well aware of their propensity for trickery. What a joke. System. I'll spare you some dignity, I shall draw once more. If you can provide, then do so, if not, then so be it. With that, Lin Yu pressed the lottery button, and the wheel began to spin wildly before eventually coming to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Patrick Underwear 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Cleansing Pill 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Ordinary Dagger 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received SpongeBob Socks 3. Chapter 5, Betrayed. Lin Yu gazed upon the objects before him, feeling as if he might spew forth an entire mouthful of blood. To think that amidst a barrage of 10 consecutive draws, he had only procured 2 essence cleansing pills, was this truly the extent of his misfortune? System, grant me another draw. I refuse to believe that fortune will not favor me today. With this declaration, he pressed the button once more, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene as the wheel came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Essence Cleansing Pill 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Magical Potion 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Patrick Starr's Underwear 3. What on earth is this magical potion? Lin Yu pondered, his curiosity piqued by the newly acquired item. Ding. The magical potion, as its name suggests, is indeed a wondrous concoction. Once consumed, it bestows extraordinary abilities for a duration of half an hour. System, do you care to reflect on what you just stated? Furthermore, what precisely are these extraordinary abilities? Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Ding. The extraordinary abilities include invisibility, earth burrowing, flight, and water avoidance. Upon consumption, the host will randomly acquire one of these abilities. So, this means it is entirely based on chance? The ability I receive is governed solely by luck? Lin Yu deduced after hearing the system's explanation. Ding.
Indeed, and only one bottle may be consumed at a time, drinking more will yield no additional effect.
Initially,
Lin Yu had contemplated exploiting a bug, but the system's words left him somewhat speechless.
Damn, this thing is utterly useless. Nevertheless, it is better than having nothing at all. Who knows when it might come in handy?
By the way, system, please assist me in opening that golden treasure chest.
Ding. Detecting host's request. Opening golden treasure chest now.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the S-rank Long Yuan sword. This sword slices through iron like mud,
Proving exceptionally sharp for chopping wood or slaying monsters.
It is an indispensable artifact for home and travel.
As the system's voice resonated, Lin Yu felt a mounting headache. The system seemed rather frivolous in its demeanor.
Well, having something is better than nothing, I will have to make do. System. Can these essence cleansing pills truly refine one's essence and marrow? Ding. Yes, the primary function of the essence cleansing pill is to temper the physical body.
This system recommends that the host wait until returning home to consume it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. Although he found himself in a small grove, there were still a few classmates wandering about, leading him to abandon the idea of consuming the pill here.
Sigh.
I suppose returning to the classroom is out of the question now.
Ah yes, I should check in with Fatty. After a moment of contemplation,
Lin Yu decided to send a text to Zhou Pingzi.
Fatty, are you there? Brother you finally contacted me. You 1T believe it.
That Li Hanswang just came to our class looking for you, and her gaze was positively ravenous.
You didn't betray me, did you? How could I? I don't even know where you are, how could I possibly sell you out? By the way, brother you, where are you right now? I'll come find you. You're not trying to set me up, are you? Tell me, is Li Hanswang beside you? This prompted Lin Yu to be on high alert. He certainly did not wish to encounter that icy Li Hanswang. If she happened to be near Zhou Pingzi, then as soon as he spoke,
he was sure that Zhou Pingzi wouldn't be the one to respond next.
Soon, Zhou Pingzi sent a text message. Brother you are my dearest friend. How could I ever betray you?
Even if you offered me 1,000 lives, I would never dare to sell you out. Lin Yu stared at the message, uncertain whether to believe his words. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send his address to Zhou Pingzi.
I am by the small grove, hurry over. But remember to be discreet.
Understood, Zhou Pingzi replied, glancing at the text from Lin Yu and then at Li Hanswang, who stood nearby.
Ahem, that esteemed beauty. Li, you saw that, right? Surely, you can let me off the hook now. With a cold snort, Li Hanswang turned and exited the classroom of Class 15, striding directly towards the small grove.
As Zhou Pingzi watched her leave, he exhaled deeply and murmured, Brother you, this isn't a matter of loyalty. That girl is simply too formidable, and I am compelled to submit to her overwhelming presence.
Besides, you brought this upon yourself, don't blame me.
At that moment, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware that Zhou Pingzi had already betrayed him.
Just then, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Zhou Pingzi's emotional value 666. Ding. Li Hanswang's emotional value 999. Damn it, Zhou Pingzi must have sold me out. I need to leave school at once.
Realizing the implication of the system prompt, Lin Yu quickly surveyed his surroundings and, seizing the opportunity when the crowd thinned, hastily exited the school.
Meanwhile, the internet was ablaze with excitement as some thrill-seeking classmates posted about Lin Yu's awakening of dual powers.
A random passerby, intrigued by a post titled "Shocking.
My classmate is actually a dual ability awakened," clicked into the thread on a forum. The next moment, he exclaimed, "Is this real? A dual system ability has awakened in Dragon Country."
Consequently, the post rapidly spread across the internet, leaving all who encountered it utterly astonished. Particularly upon learning that the individual had awakened a spatial ability, a revelation as shocking as a sow climbing a tree.
After leaving the school, Lin Yu made his way home, eager to surprise Tang Xinyan and also to test the efficacy of the cleansing elixir. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at his doorstep, suppressing his excitement as he opened the door.
There, he found Tang Xinyan sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a television show.
Upon seeing Lin Yu return,
She sprang to her feet in excitement.
"Brother, why are you back? Wasn't today the day of awakening?"
The awakening ceremony concluded, and I hurried back.
Lin Yu replied, flashing a bright smile.
Curiosity sparkled in Tang Xinyan's eyes as she wondered if her brother had indeed awakened.
"Brother? Did you fail to awaken and come back disheartened? How absurd! Who do you think I am? There is no way I could fail to awaken. I assure you. Do not be overly excited when I tell you what happened." "Humph, what is there to be excited about? Could it be that you awakened dual abilities?" Tang Xinyan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yu, showing no concern for his recent remarks.
However, she soon found herself frozen in place.
Brother.
I have awakened dual abilities, one of which is spatial."
Lin Yu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "What? You can't be the dual ability awakener mentioned online, can you? What online?"
"Here, take a look for yourself."
With that, Tang Xinyan handed Lin Yu the post she had just seen online. After reading it,
Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his name was not mentioned, otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. He promptly returned the phone to Tang Xinyan and added sternly, "Make sure not to spread my information online, alright?"
Ding!
Tang Xinyan's emotional value 999. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yu's mind.
"Humph, what's there to boast about? It's just dual abilities. I can do that too. Once I turn 18, I will awaken,"
Tang Xinyan declared with a proud demeanor, appearing quite adorable, though Lin Yu paid her little mind.
"Alright then, enjoy your frustration. I'm heading back to my room."
With that, before Tang Xinyan could respond, Lin Yu swiftly retreated into his room.
Shortly after,
her voice erupted in anger.
"Lin Yu, you jerk. It's just dual abilities, what's the big deal?" Lin Yu retorted. "System, give me my cleansing elixir." Ding!
"Cleansing elixir has been issued, please check, host." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden, round elixir plummeted from above, landing squarely on Lin Yu's head.
"Ouch! What the hell, system, are you doing this on purpose?"
Lin Yu exclaimed, exasperated, but there was nothing he could do but swallow his indignation.
Chapter 6, Has this elixir expired?
However, in the next moment, Lin Yu's attention was captivated by the elixir before him.
Without a moment's hesitation,
he swallowed the cleansing pill whole.
A twinge of disappointment crossed his mind as he pondered, is this elixir perhaps expired?
System, come forth and speak.
Is this elixir outdated? Why do I feel absolutely nothing? Ding! The system's products are honest and reliable.
Please wait patiently, host."
Upon hearing this,
Lin Yu set aside his doubts and quietly sat on the ground, awaiting the effects of the elixir. After a while, he vaguely sensed a warmth spreading in his abdomen, followed by a profound weakness in his limbs.
Goodness, system! Why does it hurt so much?
Lin Yu felt as though he had been struck by a massive truck. His entire body racked with pain.
1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. Damn it, system! Are you deceiving me? Why does it hurt so much?
At this moment, Lin Yu could not help but curse aloud.
Ding!
I forgot to mention, for the first-time user,
only half a cleansing pill is required.
The system's voice echoed. Lin Yu felt as if he might explode with frustration. This wretched system had kept such vital information from him.
I want to uninstall this, I don't need it anymore.
Ugh,
system, you've led me astray.
He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
It hurts so much.
Suddenly, the effects of the cleansing pill surged within him, causing Lin Yu to curl into a ball, gripping his fists tightly. Outside the room, Tang Xinyan heard Lin Yu's anguished cries and rushed to the door, knocking anxiously.
Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Brother, what's wrong? What happened? Tang Xinyan appeared exceedingly worried.
I'm fine, just experimenting with spatial power and accidentally bumped into something.
I'm alright now. Oh, as long as you're okay.
Just take care of yourself and don't injure yourself, Tang Xinyan sighed in relief, having feared that intruders had entered their home and were assaulting Lin Yu. Inside the room, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware of Tang Xinyan's inner thoughts.
Ding! Tang Xinyan's emotional value 555. The system opened the personal information panel. Ding! Opening personal information panel. Soon.
A panel detailing his personal information appeared before him. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, level, bronze 3 stars, personal items, S-class Long Yuan sword, magical potion, cleansing pill, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear.
Patrick Star underwear.
Abilities, SSS class spatial ability, SS class fire ability, skills, none, weapons, none, beast companions, none, emotional value, 333222, system. Why is there a question mark next to my level? What does that signify? Lin Yu gazed at his personal information panel, elated to discover that he had advanced 2 stars merely by consuming a cleansing pill. Suddenly, he noticed the question mark that had appeared next to his level, which had not been there before. Ding! The host may click to inquire further. As the system's voice resonated, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Fine. System, you have my attention. With a determined resolve, he pressed the question mark without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a pop-up appeared. Strength, 80, average person, 50, stamina, 88, average person, 50, wisdom, 53, average person, 50, mental strength, 98, average person, 50, speed, 56, average person, 50, what is this? These are my attributes? Why is my wisdom only 3 points above that of an average person? Is it truly so difficult? System. Can these attribute points be enhanced? Ding. Yes, they can be enhanced. The host may consume a cleansing pill to improve their attributes or engage in exercise to elevate them. Satisfied with the answer, Lin Yu nodded appreciatively. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted into his nostrils. What the heck, has someone's toilet clogged up, and the stench has reached my home? No, wait. That wretched smell is emanating from me. Ugh, how horrid. Realizing the source of the stench was himself, he hastily grabbed a few articles of clothing from the wardrobe and rushed towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the living room, Tang Xinyan, who was watching television, noticed Lin Yu's emergence and was about to call out to him when an overpowering stench assaulted her senses. Ugh. Lin Yu, have you fallen into a cesspool? Ugh. Tang Xinyan nearly retched, almost losing her dinner from the previous night. Ignoring her, Lin Yu continued his path toward the bathroom. Under the cleansing flow of water, the repugnant odor was finally washed away. Gazing into the mirror at his well-defined physique, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of elation. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time possessing such a flawless body. Goodness, who would have thought that a single cleansing pill could yield such remarkable results? The system does not deceive me, ha ha ha. Alas, it is a pity that such a perfect physique can only be admired by me alone. He sighed as he continued to enjoy his reflection. Before long, Lin Yu prepared to dress and head out, only to realize he had forgotten to put on underwear. It would be rather awkward to ask that girl, Tang Xinyan, for assistance. Suddenly, he recalled that he had won a few pairs of underwear in a lottery. System. Please dispense the Patrick Star underwear to me. Ding. Patrick Star underwear is being dispensed. Please check your receipt. As the words faded, a pair of underwear adorned with a Patrick Star design fell onto Lin Yu's head. System, could you not have placed it directly in my hands? Ding. The host did not specify where to dispense it, so the system could only deliver it atop the host's head. Lin Yu pointed at the system, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say that earlier? How infuriating." Yet, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him no choice but to let it go. At that moment, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding. Li Hanxiang's emotional value 999, ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 999, Lin Yu stared at the inexplicable emotional values, momentarily taken aback. Is Li Hanxiang venting her frustrations on Fatty because she couldn't find me? On the other side, Li Hanxiang arrived at the grove following the address provided by Lin Yu. After searching for quite some time, she was unable to find any trace of him. Upon inquiring further, she learned that Lin Yu had secretly left the school long ago. This revelation filled her with a furious ire, and she suspected that Zhou Pengzi had been the one to report him behind her back. With her heart ablaze with indignation, Li Shuang returned to class 15.
Meanwhile, Zhou Pangji, who was boasting to his classmates, was taken aback upon seeing Li Shuang return alone. "Oh, Li Xiaohua, did you not find Yu Gu?
He has left the school," he exclaimed. Li Shuang replied in a chilling tone, her gaze fixed intently upon Zhou Pangji, who felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling, he stuttered.
"Li Xiaohua, why are you looking at me like that? Is it me? Is it you?" Li Shuang pressed. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Did you, after I left, secretly inform Lin Yu and cause him to leave the school?" Li Shuang's unblinking stare bore into Zhou Pangji. He felt more wrong than Dou Yi himself at that moment. "Li Xiaohua, you cannot falsely accuse the innocent."
"Although I, Zhou Pangji, have a penchant for peeking at girls, I have a taste for the unconventional, rest assured. I would never betray a brother for a beauty. I swear, I did not disclose this matter to Lin Yu."
"If you do not believe me, feel free to check my chat records."
He handed his phone to Li Shuang, who took it without hesitation and began to examine it. When the messages still lingered on the one from Lin Yu, Li Shuang found herself convinced by Zhou Pangji's words and departed without a backward glance.
"Phew. That was close. I wonder why Yu Gu provoked Li Xiaohua. Well, it's their affair now.
I suppose I shall refrain from getting involved." Chapter 7. I would never drink it in the evening. Lin Yu rushed home from work, eager to discover whether Lin Yu had awakened.
Upon entering the door,
she found Lin Yu playfully tussling with Tang Xinyan, the scene exuding warmth and affection.
Overwhelmed by the sight, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. "Oh, Aunt Lin, you're back!" Lin Yu exclaimed upon noticing Lin Yushan standing at the entrance.
Tang Xinyan, turning to see Lin Yushan's beaming smile, shyly called out, "Mom, why are you home so early?
Have I interrupted your little rendezvous with you?"
Lin Yushan teased the pair with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Xinyan's face flushed, and she quickly fled to her room,
bare feet pattering against the floor.
Lin Yushan was not surprised by her reaction and turned to Lin Yu, her tone softening as she inquired, "So, have you awakened?"
"Yes, I have awakened an SSS-level spatial ability and an SS-level fire ability," Lin Yu replied calmly, recounting the day's events. However, Lin Yushan was anything but calm. "What? You must be joking with Aunt Lin." Seeing her disbelief, Lin Yu decided to demonstrate, stating, "Aunt Lin, how could I deceive you? Look." With that,
a flame the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his palm. Lin Yushan gazed at the flame, momentarily lost in thought.
It recalled memories of Lin Yu's father, who had also been a fire ability user. It seemed Lin Yu had inherited his father's fiery prowess. "Now do you believe me, Aunt Lin?"
Lin Yu probably manipulated the flame before her.
Curious, Lin Yushan asked, "What about your spatial ability? Can you show Aunt Lin?" This one."
"I cannot currently activate my spatial abilities," Lin Yu admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Lin Yushan, noticing his inability to wield the spatial power, felt no significant disappointment.
After all,
the spatial ability was universally acknowledged as the most formidable, save for time manipulation, which to date had never been reported as awakened by anyone.
"All right, Aunt Lin understands. You must be hungry now, I will go prepare dinner," she reassured Lin Yu, heading toward the kitchen. "Aunt Lin, please make plenty," Lin Yu called after her. Lin Yushan responded joyfully, "I know."
She was aware that those who had awakened typically required more nourishment than ordinary individuals, so Lin Yu's request was not unexpected.
At that moment, a notification chime resounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Lin Yushan's emotional value 666, ding. Lin Yushan's emotional value 999. System, lottery. Ding. Detecting host's request, initiating the wheel. Ding. Lottery concluded. Congratulations, host. On receiving the thank you for participating prize.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 strength elixirs. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 2 magical potions.
Congratulations, host,
on receiving a pair of SpongeBob socks. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 power elixirs. Lin Yu, upon discovering new items, curiously opened the details of the power elixir.
Immediately, he inquired, "System, what is the purpose of this power elixir?" Ding. The power elixir, as its name suggests, grants immense strength for 1 hour, after which the user will experience a state of weakness. Wait, it has side effects? Lin Yu exclaimed. System. Does the magical potion also come with side effects?
Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu could no longer remain composed. If this item had repercussions, then surely the magical potion did as well.
Ding. Yes, using the magical potion will result in corresponding side effects based on the acquired abilities. For instance,
gaining invisibility may lead to hair loss, while acquiring luck could result in a period of bad fortune, and so forth.
At this,
Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine and abruptly interrupted the system. Alright, that's enough.
In any case, I would never drink that.
He spat in disdain towards the system. What a useless system, what a deceptive contraption, producing nothing but trash. He had foolishly believed that possessing a system would allow him to thrive effortlessly, only to find himself at a disadvantage.
Just as Lin Yu was fuming over the system,
he heard Lin Yushan's voice call out.
Xiao Yu, it's time for dinner. Go and fetch Xinyan.
Okay, Aunt Lin, he replied, rising to knock on Tang Xinyan's door.
Inside, he heard Tang Xinyan's melodious voice. Who is it? What do you want?
It's your brother. Hurry out for dinner, or I'll finish all the food, he teased. As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing Tang Xinyan with her lips pursed in a pout.
Humph. Why the attitude? What did I do to provoke you?
Lin Yu stared at Tang Xinyan, puzzled by her hostility.
Is she going through puberty?
It doesn't seem likely.
Could it be a crush? Surely not. This isn't good, she is coming at me. I'd better make a swift exit. Without a backward glance,
Lin Yu hurried away, leaving a bewildered Tang Xinyan standing in place. Initially, she had intended to confront Lin Yu about his public confession to Li Shuang.
Indeed, she had just seen the news regarding the events that transpired today at Zhongnan High School,
which included Lin Yu's awakening of dual abilities and his public declaration of love for Li Shuang.
However, unbeknownst to Tang Xinyan,
all of this was intentionally orchestrated by Lin Yu, his aim being, quite transparently, to boost his emotional value.
After standing there in a daze for a moment, Tang Xinyan,
visibly displeased, made her way to the living room. There, she found Lin Yu engrossed in his meal.
Upon noticing Tang Xinyan's arrival, Lin Yushan promptly urged, Xinyan, come quickly to eat. Got it, Mom. Tang Xinyan replied, taking a seat. Yet, her gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Yu, as if sensing something amiss. Lin Yu turned to Tang Xinyan and inquired, Xinyan, what is the matter? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Nothing at all. Can't I just look at you?
The way you put it leaves me at a loss for words.
For a moment, Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Tang Xinyan began to question him. Brother, did you do something at school today? Why are so many people criticizing you? Ha? What nonsense is this? Who dares to criticize me? This is outrageous.
Lin Yu furrowed his brow in indignation upon hearing Tang Xinyan's words.
At that moment,
Lin Yushan was about to speak up to comfort Lin Yu when Tang Xinyan interjected again. Brother, I heard that you confessed your feelings to Li Shuang in front of all the teachers and students at school today?
Upon hearing this,
Lin Yu felt an awkwardness wash over him, leaving him at a loss for an explanation, especially since it involved the system. Just as he was trying to find a way to clarify, Lin Yushan chimed in, Oh, how wonderful.
I never imagined our little Yu would have found someone special.
I was worried you might struggle to find a girlfriend. Go ahead and pursue her, Auntie 1T stand in your way. I'm sure your parents would be delighted to see you married and starting a family.
Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately cleared his throat. Ahem.
That is not quite how it is, Aunt Lin.
Oh, is it not as I imagined?
Well, at that time, I made a bet with Zhou Pengzi that whoever awakened a higher talent would confess to Li Shuang. Unfortunately, he was lackluster, only awakening an S-grade Earth ability, while I,
as you may know.
Thus, he reluctantly had to step onto the stage and confess to Li Shuang in front of the entire school.
Lin Yu promptly threw Zhou Pangzi under the bus, as it was his betrayal that led to this predicament. After hearing Lin Yu's explanation,
Lin Yushan and her daughter displayed varied expressions.
Of course, Tang Xinyan's demeanor was the most unpredictable. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, her displeasure transformed into unrestrained joy.
Chapter 8. It's incredibly dark after dinner. Lin Yu returned directly to his room. Initially, he had intended to offer his assistance to Lin Yushan by washing the dishes. But she declined his offer.
System, display the system panel. Ding. Loading system panel. Loading successful.
Lin Yu gazed at the system panel before shifting his attention to the system marketplace module.
Curiously, he clicked on it. In the next moment,
a brand new interface appeared before him, showcasing a plethora of goods.
System, do you have any abilities for sale? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Ding. Yes.
This system offers not only abilities but also weapons, elixirs, and skills, among other items. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a rather mischievous expression.
By the way, system, do you have anything else? Ding. The host's thoughts are deemed impure. This system refuses to respond. Oh, the system is quite intelligent.
Lin Yu remarked, taken aback by the system's ability to intrude upon his thoughts.
Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation for your intrusion?
Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yu was surprised by its intelligence, realizing it could read his mind.
Ding. The system refuses to answer.
The cold voice of the system echoed once more, leaving Lin Yu deep in contemplation.
Could this system possibly be impersonated by someone?
That seemed implausible. If it were truly a person, it would be an unfathomable existence to waste time on him, a mere corporate drone. Unable to fathom it further, Lin Yu decided to abandon the thought.
System, please find me some products related to abilities. Ding.
Detecting the host's needs, the system marketplace is querying all abilities.
Query successful, please check the results.
As the words faded, the previously chaotic product interface transformed into a singular display of abilities. It showcased a myriad of abilities, including ice, earth, space, fire, summoning,
beast transformation, and nearly 100 other varieties. Goodness, is the system attempting to rob me? The prices are exorbitantly high. One ability costs a staggering 999, 999, 999. 999 emotional points. When will I ever afford such a thing? Lin Yu stared at the abilities in the marketplace, utterly shocked by the overwhelming prices.
Given his daily earnings of 500,000 emotional points, it would take him years to accumulate enough to make a purchase.
Ding. Detecting the host's despondency,
the system rewards the host with a discount coupon for the marketplace, allowing an 80% discount on any purchase.
Please note that this coupon is a one-time item, so use it wisely.
With this announcement, Lin Yu felt a slight sense of relief, although it was merely an 80% discount.
It still saved him a considerable amount of emotional points. Now that's more acceptable.
I suppose I'll temporarily abandon the idea of abilities.
By the way, system, can the lottery pool yield abilities? Lin Yu asked. Ding.
The lottery pool can yield anything, but it requires the host's luck.
Upon receiving the system's affirmation, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope.
The system, I wish to participate in the lottery.
Ding.
The request from the host has been detected.
And the grand wheel begins to spin. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 3 pairs of Zero Ultraman underwear.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 pairs of Diga Ultraman underwear. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 2 potions of miraculous elixir.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the beginner chef skill book, which has been automatically learned.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for mastering the beginner driving skill, which has been automatically learned.
Soon, the system's notification sound echoed again.
Lin Yu gazed at the skills section of his personal information, where 2 new skills had appeared, and he was instantly filled with excitement. At last, something new has emerged.
Although they are not extraordinary powers, acquiring a few skills is still commendable.
Observing that his emotional value still stood at over 200,000, Lin Yu made a decisive choice and proceeded to draw again.
System, draw all of my remaining 200,000. Ding. The host's request has been detected.
And the lottery is in progress, please wait.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a token of appreciation.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning one complete SpongeBob SquarePants costume. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning one complete Patrick Star costume.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 3 cleansing elixirs.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 4 strength elixirs.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 4 speed elixirs.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the beginner massage skill book, which has been automatically learned. Lin Yu, upon discovering yet more valuable items, hurriedly began to inspect them.
System, what is the purpose of this speed elixir? Ding.
The speed elixir, as the name implies, will grant the host remarkable speed upon consumption, however. Be warned that it will induce a temporary state of numbness in the thighs afterward.
Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the system's explanation. Indeed.
The items from the system often come with side effects. This one is hardly worth a dog's attention. Nevertheless, it might be amusing to let Zhou Pangzi try it. Especially since he had betrayed Lin Yu, it was time to exact some form of retribution.
Subsequently,
Lin Yu began to tally his gains from the day: 1 SSS-level spatial ability, 1 S-level Long Yuan sword, along with various scattered elixirs and some inexplicable underwear.
Overall, today's harvest was quite bountiful.
Soon, Lin Yu drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in a vast and boundless mountain range, an elderly man with a rosy complexion and white hair was intently observing the messages on his phone, his brow furrowing deeply.
Interesting.
I did not expect that Long Kingdom has produced another spatial awakener, and a dual ability one at that.
This young man shall be mine, no one can interfere. That is my decree. With that, the elderly man vanished in the blink of an eye. This individual is none other than Lu Hongbo, the sole spatial awakener of Long Kingdom. Well, perhaps not solely now, for Lin Yu has emerged as the second. Lin Yu possesses an extraordinary talent classified as SSS level, surpassing Lu Hongbo by an entire grade. However, one should not underestimate this single distinction, for the disparity is substantial. The contrasting attitudes towards Zhou Pangzi and Li Hanshuang illustrate this well, one being an S-level Earth element user, while the other ascends to SS level in Ice. It is evident that the populace holds a greater esteem for Li Hanshuang, a sentiment undoubtedly influenced by her breathtaking beauty, yet her remarkable aptitude remains the paramount factor. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, nations commenced their research, and after several years of exploration, a classification system was established, comprising bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, monarch, extraordinary realm, and destiny realm. Each major realm is further divided into 9 stars, with awakeners required to absorb a beast core at the 3rd, 6th, and 9th stars to grasp new abilities. Those endowed with superior talent often find it easier to transcend limitations, encountering fewer obstacles along their journey. Chapter 9. Confronting the portly Zhou. The following day, Lin Yu tidied himself up briefly before heading towards the school. He pondered whether he would encounter Li Hanshuang that day. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of guilt towards her. In his pursuit of emotional value, he had publicly proclaimed his feelings for her, inadvertently subjecting her to the scorn of others. Sighing, he resolved to find an opportunity to apologize to her later, or at the very least, offer her a cleansing elixir to improve her health. Lost in thought, he unconsciously arrived at the school gates when Zhou Pangzi's voice called out from behind him. "Brother Yu, wait for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu instinctively halted and turned to face Zhou Pangzi, his irritation flaring. "You have the audacity to show your face before me? I once regarded you as a brother, and yet you betrayed me behind my back." Zhou Pangzi's heart sank upon hearing Lin Yu's words. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu was aware of the situation. Quickly donning a cheerful facade, he replied, "Brother Yu, please let me explain." "Very well, explain. But know this, if I am dissatisfied, we shall sever our ties," Lin Yu declared, adopting a lofty demeanor as he regarded Zhou Pangzi. Though the threat of ending their friendship was merely a ruse, he felt it necessary to reprimand the rotund fellow, lest he be betrayed again in the future. Zhou Pangzi, alarmed at the notion of losing the favor of a future powerhouse, rushed to Lin Yu's side and whispered an explanation. Brother Yu. I truly did not intend to betray you. It was Li, the campus beauty, who threatened me. I had no choice but to comply. Besides, didn't you bring this upon yourself? How can you blame me?
As Zhou Pengzi finished speaking, the sound of a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding!
Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 999. Upon hearing the chime, Lin Yu's gaze towards Zhou Pengzi transformed. The portly fellow was a veritable fountain of emotional value.
With just a little provocation, substantial emotional value could be garnered. With a smile, Lin Yu patted Zhou Pengzi reassuringly. All right, I understand now. Rest assured. We are still good brothers.
Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 666, listening to the notification.
Lin Yu felt his spirits lift significantly. It seemed imperative to keep this fellow's emotions fluctuating.
Let us head back to the classroom. By the way, my friend, what do we, as awakened ones, need to do now?
Well, based on previous years, the school will gather all the awakened ones together and commence teaching us about various supernatural abilities, Zhou Pengzi replied after a moment of contemplation. Lin Yu had inquired of Zhou Pengzi primarily because his memories regarding this matter were rather hazy, leaving him somewhat disoriented about the forthcoming steps.
In truth,
this world bore a striking resemblance to Earth, where Lin Yu had previously resided. There too existed a national college entrance examination. However, 20 years prior, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the government had revised its policies, mandating that all awakened individuals at the age of 18 enter one of the 9 prestigious academies for their studies.
Subsequently,
those who wished to enlist in the military or pursue a career in law enforcement found it remarkably convenient, facing almost no obstacles. However, should any harbor treasonous thoughts, they would undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of the nation's awakened. Over the years, many have lamented the allure of foreign lands, only to find themselves in dire straits, with their graves overgrown with grass exceeding 3 meters in height. As Lin Yu entered the classroom, all eyes immediately turned towards him. Unlike the scorn and disdain of the previous day, the expressions now brimmed with envy and excitement, as if they were beholding a stunningly beautiful maiden.
Ding! Wang Wu's emotional value 666, ding.
Zhao Xi's emotional value 666, hearing the system's notification. Lin Yu felt his lips stretch into a grin that nearly reached his ears. It was indeed the fastest way to accumulate emotional value at school.
Good morning, everyone.
He greeted cheerfully, causing Zhou Pengzi beside him to widen his eyes in disbelief. The other students were equally astonished, as Lin Yu had never before acknowledged them.
Was the sun rising in the west? Or was he up to some mischief? Ding!
Wang Wu's emotional value 999, ding. Wang Suiwa's emotional value 999, ding.
Litinia's emotional value 999, once more, the system's notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind.
He marveled at how effortlessly the emotional value flowed in, making a mental note to stir up some trouble later. With this thought, he settled into his seat, while Zhou Pengzi looked at him, seemingly at a loss for words.
What's wrong, fatty?
You seem a bit off, Lin Yu inquired curiously. Zhou Pengzi gazed at him in confusion, saying, you've changed. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this chubby fellow had noticed something?
That seemed improbable given his intellect. Was he trying to deceive him? As Lin Yu's mind raced with thoughts, Zhou Pengzi spoke again, You usually don't pay them any mind. Why greet them today?
Hearing this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Zhou Pengzi hadn't discerned any significant differences.
Enough of your worrying, fatty.
I've awakened my abilities. Naturally, I must put on a display before them.
Truly, you think of everything.
I should have showcased something too, Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, his face lighting up with a sly grin. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, the stunning class teacher,
Ouyang Qian, entered the classroom.
As she stepped through the door, the students promptly sat up straight, silencing their chatter. The reason for their sudden decorum was clear. Ouyang Qian was also an awakened individual, and her prowess was formidable.
Is Lin Yu present? Ouyang Qian called out loudly.
Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback but quickly raised his hand, signaling, I am here.
Upon seeing his gesture, Ouyang Qian acknowledged him. Lin Yu, please step outside with me. The rest of you remain in the classroom to study. Those who are awakening their abilities, prepare yourselves, for we shall depart shortly." With that, Ouyang Qian left the classroom without a glance back, leaving Lin Yu, bewildered, to follow her. Once the two had exited, the classroom erupted into discussion. "Hey! Do you know why the teacher called Lin Yu?" "I have no idea, but I suspect it has something to do with his awakening abilities." "Have you heard? The entire internet is abuzz about a prodigy emerging from Jiangnan High School." "I've heard. Apparently, even the esteemed Mr. Lu Hongba of our Dragon Nation is aware of it." "Is that true?" "He is a being of extraordinary 9 stars. Just a step away from entering the realm of destiny." The atmosphere was quite lively, yet in the back row, Zhou Pengji wore a disdainful expression. "A bunch of insignificant characters, do they think they can discuss my brother Yu? I wonder who it was that isolated him back then. Well, now look at this. Your previous indifference towards me has now become something you can never attain." Zhou Pengji's thoughts were filled with scorn, his gaze rife with derision. Chapter 10, The Inappropriate Lin Classmate. Meanwhile, Lin Yu followed Ouyang Qian to a corner of the corridor and came to a halt. She surveyed Lin Yu with a keen gaze before slowly speaking. "Lin Yu, congratulations on awakening both spatial and fire abilities." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, it's merely a stroke of luck." As soon as he spoke, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotional value 666 ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value 888. Listening to the system notifications, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. To succeed, one must first dare to take risks, charging forward without hesitation, striving to compete with the affluent third generation, for only through relentless effort can one avoid failure. Realizing he had taken enough advantage, Lin Yu quickly forced a sheepish smile. "Ha, just kidding." Ouyang Qian shot him a glare, then with a serious expression, inquired. "Lin Yu, may I ask which institution you are considering attending?" Well, I haven't decided yet. Perhaps you could recommend one for me?" Lin Yu replied, his large eyes sparkling with a smile directed at Ouyang Qian. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian felt a surge of happiness. She had merely posed a tentative question but did not expect Lin Yu to ask for her assistance. Naturally, she intended to promote her alma mater, after all. She was also a graduate of one of the prestigious 9 academies. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Qian began, "Let me introduce you to these 9 esteemed academies. First, there is the Capital Academy, which accepts all types of ability users. However, most of its students are children of officials, making them rather formidable. Next is the Demise Academy, which also admits all types of ability users, predominantly consisting of exceptionally talented students." At this point, Lin Yu suddenly interrupted, "Sister Qian, which academy did you attend?" "I graduated from the Demise Academy." "Oh, I see. Please continue." "Next is the Beast Tamer Academy, which primarily recruits summoners and beast transformation ability users. Other types are accepted as well, but they do not enjoy the same advantages." Lin Yu fell into deep thought for a moment, while Ouyang Qian observed him in silence, choosing not to continue speaking. After a while, Lin Yu finally broke the silence. "Sister Qian, I apologize for zoning out." "No worries, shall I continue?" "Please do." "Alright, the remaining academies are the Tsangyan Academy, Tianlang Academy, Jinzhi Academy, Zhenshan Academy, and Qingling Academy. They belong to the elemental system, as their names suggest, primarily admitting ability users of the 5 elemental attributes, though students from other systems are also welcomed." Having counted 8, Lin Yu realized he was missing one. "What about the last academy?" he asked, counting on his fingers. "The final one is the Spirit Mechanism Academy, which accepts everyone, including ordinary students." Upon hearing Ouyang Qian mention that the Spirit Mechanism Academy admits ordinary individuals, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. "Sister Qian, did you say they accept ordinary people?" "I am aware of your thoughts, however. It is not a simple endeavor for an ordinary student to gain admission to the Academy of Spirit Machinery. One must possess extraordinary talents to be considered. Furthermore, the Academy does not primarily focus on cultivation, rather, its main emphasis lies in the research and development of weaponry.
After listening to Ouyang Qian's introduction of the 9 major academies, Lin Yu immediately gained a clearer understanding and subsequently inquired, Sister Qian,
which academy do you believe would be best for me? Without hesitation, Lin Yushan expressed her thoughts. I suggest you attend the Academy of Demise. Oh, why is that?
Firstly, the Academy of Demise ranks second in the Dragon Kingdom, offering relatively abundant resources, which would facilitate your development.
Secondly, within the academy, there is Elder Lu,
who would greatly assist you in unlocking your spatial abilities.
Elder Lu? Oh, I forgot to mention, Elder Lu is none other than the venerable Lu Hongba,
the first awakened individual of spatial abilities in the Dragon Kingdom, possessing an SS-grade talent.
Currently, he has reached the extraordinary 9th star, just a step away from entering the fated realm. Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's words, an image of an elderly man flashed through Lin Yu's mind.
One he had come across during his online research the previous night.
Lin Yu quickly formed a decision and addressed Ouyang Qian. Sister Qian, I understand now. I intend to choose the Academy of Demon Sea. Would you be able to introduce me to Elder Lu? Rest assured, even if you do not seek him out, Elder Lu will come looking for you. All right. Satisfied with Ouyang Qian's response, Lin Yu felt a sense of contentment. Although he possessed a system, having guidance in the realm of cultivation would undoubtedly help him avoid numerous detours. Observing his silence,
Ouyang Qian recognized that her objective had been achieved and led Lin Yu towards Class 15.
Upon reaching the entrance, a cacophony of discussions erupted from within, all centered around Lin Yu. When Ouyang Qian reappeared at the classroom door, the students immediately fell silent. What are you all discussing? Day in and day out,
you neglect your studies and engage in baseless chatter.
If you all exerted a little more effort, perhaps you could also gain admission to the Academy of Spirit Machinery. That is all I have to say. All awakened students, follow me.
With that, Ouyang Qian strode out of the classroom, and several awakened students promptly followed her. Approximately 7 or 8 in total, including Zhou Pangji.
Although Zhou Pangji had awakened an S-grade Earth ability, he received little attention from the others. After all,
with a prodigy like Lin Yu in their midst, the talents of others inevitably faded into obscurity. Even the SS-grade Li Hanshuang had recently attracted less attention. Had it not been for her beauty, she might have suffered the same fate as Zhou Pangji. Soon, students from other classes began to appear, some awakening their powers.
And discussions commenced among groups. Hey, classmate, are you from Class 15? Is that Lin Yu there? Hello, classmate, I am Li Si from Class 7. May we become friends?
A throng of awakened students made their way towards the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Lin Yu quietly followed beside Ouyang Qian, continuously inquiring about matters pertaining to cultivation.
Ouyang Qian,
naturally eager to provide answers, possessed a wealth of knowledge despite being a water element awakened one.
At that moment,
the students behind them observed Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian engaged in cheerful conversation, which inevitably stirred feelings of restlessness within them. However, they were powerless to act. For Lin Yu was a dual-element awakened individual, having also awakened the spatial element.
Ding.
Zheng San's emotional value 555 ding. Li Si's emotional value 555 ding.
Wang Wu's emotional value 555.
A multitude of system notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered.
What was happening?
Why did this group of fools harbor such a surge of emotional value towards me?
Could it be that witnessing my conversation with Sister Qian had incited their jealousy?
This is indeed a rare opportunity, I must seize it.
With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Yu suddenly draped his arm over Ouyang Qian's shoulder. What are you doing? Ouyang Qian nearly gasped at his audacity,
but fortunately managed to suppress her reaction swiftly.
It's nothing, Sister Qian.
I truly appreciate your explanations today.
How about I treat you to a meal another day? Lin Yu,
noticing her response, quickly shifted the topic.
Chapter 11, A Brother's 2 Stabs for a Woman. Release my hand, what are you doing? Ouyang Qian urged him when Lin Yu did not relent.
However, in his quest to earn his classmates' emotional favor, Lin Yu was willing to cast aside his dignity.
What's the harm? As teacher and student, doesn't this make us seem closer? Closer, my foot. Hurry up and take it away. or I will be forced to act. Fine, I initially wanted to visit your alma mater, but now, sigh. You, whatever. Do as you please, but you must not lay hands on your teacher, or I shall break your hand. Threatened by Lin Yu. Ouyang Qian had no choice but to concede.
Lin Yu, seeing her compliance, patted her shoulder with great satisfaction.
At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding.
Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 666, ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value 999, ding.
Li Hanchuang's emotional value 999. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu was taken aback. What on earth? Li Hanchuang, that ice-cold figure, is also here? And how could she have such a significant emotional shift?
This is surely a harbinger of doom.
No. I cannot provoke that ice queen.
He promptly withdrew his hand from Ouyang Qian's shoulder and turned his gaze slowly toward the rear. Only to find a crowd of over 100 people staring at him. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment, confusion, and jealousy. An array of emotions that left him unnerved. Frightened, Lin Yu quickly turned back, unwilling to meet their gaze.
Ouyang Qian, observing his flustered demeanor, nearly burst into laughter.
Before long, they arrived at the gymnasium, where Principal Wang Fujuan greeted them with a broad smile. Upon noticing Lin Yu at the forefront, his eyes lit up. He had intended to speak with Lin Yu privately yesterday, but the lad had left the school in haste. Wang Fujuan had nearly gone to his home in search of him.
Ding.
Wang Fujuan's emotional value 999, a sudden system notification rang in Lin Yu's mind, leaving him bewildered. He looked towards Wang Fujuan, who was chuckling at him. But the expression on his face appeared somewhat lecherous. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Daring not to look further, he directed his attention to the beautiful class teacher, Ouyang Qian. She, noticing his gaze, was momentarily perplexed. Soon, they reached the entrance of the gymnasium.
Wang Fujuan,
donning a self-satisfied expression, proclaimed, "Welcome, dear students. You are the hope and future of Jiangnan Middle School. I believe you are all somewhat aware of the situation. So I shall refrain from lengthy explanations. When I call your name, step forward as we prepare for class division. This year, the number of awakened students has increased,
totaling 225. I have decided to form 5 classes for the awakened. I will now begin roll call. Lin Yu. Li Hanchuang.
Lin Yu was momentarily stunned when his name was called first, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing it was likely based on aptitude. Awakening the SSS level spatial ability and SSS level fire ability, Lin Yu naturally found himself in the foremost position, while Li Hanchuang, having awakened the SS level ice ability, occupied a place further back. Realizing this, Lin Yu ceased his hesitation and stepped forward decisively, at which point Zhou Pengzi approached his side. Suddenly, he leaned in conspiratorially and whispered in Lin Yu's ear, "Brother Yu, what do you plan to do about Li, the school beauty?" "What do you mean, what?" "Just let it be," Lin Yu replied dismissively, rolling his eyes. Ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 666, at that moment, Li Hanchuang seemed to sense something. Turning her gaze toward the two of them. Observing their secretive discussion, she felt they were undoubtedly speaking about her, igniting an unnameable fury within her. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value 999, ding.
Li Hanchuang's emotional value 1000. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's notification.
It was his first time receiving an emotional value exceeding 1000. His gaze instinctively shifted to Li Hanchuang, who was staring at him with an intense, murderous glare.
Zhou Pengzi, noticing Lin Yu's prolonged silence, followed his line of sight and nearly gasped in shock. "Brother Yu, should we escape?"
The look in Li's eyes clearly indicates she intends to flay us alive.
"Cough, cough, you coward. How could she dare to harm us?"
"Rest assured." Lin Yu reassured him, though internally he felt no confidence at all. He regretted provoking this icy figure. Realizing that the two were avoiding her gaze, Li Hanchuang understood they were guilty, confirming her suspicions that they were indeed discussing her. Meanwhile, the system's notifications continued to echo in Lin Yu's mind. Ding. Li Hanchuang's emotional value 555, ding.
Li Hanchuang's emotional value 666, ding.
Li Hanchuan's emotional value 777. Listening to the relentless barrage of notifications, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. Although he coveted the emotional value, he did not intend to exploit it recklessly. If he were to exhaust it, what would he do then? Thus, he resolved to apologize to Li Hanchuan. At that moment, Wang Fujuan spoke up, "Students, as I call your names, you will form the Awakeners class. Ms. Ouyang Qian will serve as your class teacher. Those whose names are called, please follow Ms. Ouyang to select your venues." As the words fell, Ouyang Qian made her way toward the gymnasium. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi exchanged glances and hurriedly followed her. The others soon caught on and trailed behind. Zhou Pangzi, relieved, said to Lin Yu, "Brother Yu, that look from Li was truly terrifying." "Thank goodness." "Thank goodness for what?" Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air behind Zhou Pangzi. He mechanically turned to find a pair of eyes filled with lethal intent, Li Hanchuan. In an instant, the words he had intended to express were swallowed back. Simultaneously, his expression was as unsightly as if he had consumed excrement. After a moment, he managed to muster a faint smile and address Li Hanchuan, saying, "Good morning, Li." "Li Hanchuan, have you had breakfast?" "Not yet," she replied. "How about I treat you?" "Humph." At this, Li Hanchuan simply let out a cold snort, remaining silent as her gaze shifted from Zhou Pangzi to Lin Yu. In an instant, Lin Yu felt an icy chill rising from his feet to the crown of his head. Ding! Li Hanchuan's emotional value 999. The system's notification chimed once more. Lin Yu promptly quickened his pace, moving to stand beside Ouyang Qian, leaving Zhou Pangzi to face the frigid aura emanating from Li Hanchuan alone. Instantly, Zhou Pangzi's mind was filled with grievances, thinking, "Damn it, you go, this is not fair. This mess was clearly your doing, why should I bear the brunt of it?" However, Lin Yu remained unconcerned. For it is only natural to stand by one's brother in times of need, while for a woman, one might betray a brother. Chapter 12, Drawing the treasure chest. Before long, Ouyang Qian led everyone to a clearing and commanded, "Please have a seat, classmates." Upon hearing her words, the group promptly settled down, disregarding the cleanliness of the ground beneath them. However, Lin Yu, the sly one among them, hesitated to sit immediately. Instead, he glanced around and spotted two small benches not far off. Seizing the opportunity while Ouyang Qian was momentarily distracted, he quickly brought both benches over, offering one to her. She accepted it silently and took a seat. Witnessing this scene, the other classmates felt a pang of regret. Why were they not bold enough to take the initiative? Ding! Zhang San's emotional value 999, ding. Li Si's emotional value 999, ding. Wang Wu's emotional value 999. Ding. Li Hanchuan's emotional value 1, ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value 666. The system's notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with a sense of delight. Yet, upon noticing that Li Hanchuan's emotional value had only increased by 1, his curiosity was piqued. System, what is the deal with Li Hanchuan's emotional value only increasing by 1? Is there a bug in your system? Ding. This system has not encountered a bug. The minimal increase is simply due to Li Hanchuan's lack of significant emotional response. Though somewhat skeptical of the system's explanation, Lin Yu had no choice but to accept it. Alright, I'll reluctantly trust you. By the way, please open my personal information panel. Ding. Initializing personal information panel. As the words faded, a translucent blue panel materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, level, bronze 3, personal items, S-Class Long Yuan sword, magical potion, cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, Patrick Star underwear, Ultraman Zero underwear. Abilities, SSS Class Spatial ability, SS Class Fire ability, skills, Beginner Culinary Master, Beginner Driver, Beginner Masseuse, weapon, S-Class Long Yuan sword, pet, none, emotional value, 666. 666, noticing his emotional value had reached an impressive 600,000, Lin Yu promptly addressed the system. I wish to draw, starting with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Host request detected, initiating the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 bronze treasure chests. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 silver treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 kidney strengthening pills. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage. Seeing the treasure chests he had drawn, Lin Yu couldn't help but beam with joy. It was worth noting that the previous golden treasure chest had yielded an S-class Longyuan sword. He was hopeful that this time would also bring forth something extraordinary. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian observed Lin Yu's incessant grin, her mind swirling with questions. Could it be that what I just said was exceptionally amusing? That seems unlikely. Lin Yu. Was what I said really that funny? However, Lin Yu remained lost in his elation, oblivious to her inquiry. Nearby, Zhou Pingzi, noticing the situation, hastily tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve. As Lin Yu felt someone tugging at him, he snapped back to reality and turned to see Zhou Pingzi, who was persistently pulling at him. Why are you tugging at me, you fatso? Lin Yu inquired. Brother Yu, Teacher Ouyang is calling for you, Zhou Pingzi replied. What? When did this happen? Lin Yu exclaimed. Teacher Ouyang is watching you, came the response. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly glanced towards Ouyang Qian, who was not far in front of him, only to find her staring intently at him. Clearing his throat, he asked, Sister Qian, what do you need? Was what I just said particularly amusing? Ouyang Qian retorted coolly. Lin Yu then realized that his recent laughter, sparked by drawing a treasure chest, had been witnessed by her. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, but suddenly an idea struck him. Not at all. It's just that what you said was so captivating that I couldn't help but chuckle. You can't blame me for that, can you, Sister Qian? Though Ouyang Qian recognized his flattery, the presence of so many peers made it inappropriate for her to reprimand him, so she let it slide. All right, pay attention. Don't drift off, there's an assessment coming up. If you fail, the 9 great academies won't care about your innate talent. While this statement was ostensibly directed at Lin Yu, it was truly meant for the ears of the others. After all, a genius of SSS rank would be highly coveted by the 9 great academies. They would never refuse such talent over a minor assessment. Some students, unaware of the full context, genuinely believed her words. Particularly those with lesser talents who feared rejection among the throngs of applicants. Ouyang Qian observed the changing expressions of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing her lips. However, one person stood out, Lin Yu, who, having lived 2 lives, could see through Ouyang Qian's intentions. Yet, he chose not to expose her, after all. She was acting in the best interest of everyone. Lin Yu, please take a seat. Next time, pay more attention and don't get lost in thought again. Ouyang Qian called out after surveying the others. Lin Yu promptly sat down on a small stool, and Ouyang Qian resumed her lecture. Classmates, today we will continue our discussion. First, upon reaching the 3rd, 6th, and 9th star levels, it is essential to absorb a beast core, allowing you to sense the energy contained within it and thereby comprehend your own extraordinary abilities, leading to the acquisition of new powers. For instance, like this. As she spoke, Ouyang Qian conjured a sphere of water in her hand, which, under her control, transformed into an ice spike. She then tossed it into the air, uttering, "Ice and snow." Instantly, the ice spike shattered into numerous shards resembling silver needles, cascading down towards the ground. In mere moments, the floor was blanketed in frost, which swiftly melted into water. All the students were left speechless, awestruck by Ouyang Qian's display of skill. At that moment, her voice once again resonated in their ears. This is a power I comprehended during my time in the Silver 9 Stars, enabling me to transform my own water into ice. As my strength continues to grow, this ability will gradually enhance. Currently, I rank at Gold 2 stars, and the area I can affect spans merely 10 square meters. However, upon reaching Gold 9 stars, this range will extend to 30 square meters. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, is Teacher Ouyang truly this formidable? Just now, with that temperature, I thought it was snowing. Is this the power of an awakened one? Indeed, it is terrifyingly impressive. At the pinnacle of immortality, standing proudly in this world. With me, Zhang San, there exists heaven. Heaven did not give birth to me, Zhao Laolu, the cheap path is as long as the night. Listening to the crowd's ostentatious remarks, Lin Yu merely scoffed in disdain. What nonsense is this? Without a system, they are just spouting absurdities like searching for excrement with a light in the toilet.
Observing the crowd's heightened spirits, Ouyang Qian could not help but call out, "Everyone, please settle down, let us continue our explanation."
Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's directive,
the crowd quieted and turned their attentive gazes toward her. Noticing this, Ouyang Qian cleared her throat and resumed her explanation. Chapter 13, S-Class Breathing Technique. Hun Yuan skill. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, yet their hearts remained tumultuous. After all, Zhangchang was merely a small county, and most of the students had little exposure to the wider world. Thus, the display of skill by Ouyang Qian was enough to astonish them for an entire year. Of course, there were three exceptions: Li Hansuang, Lin Yu, and Zhou Pengzi. Li Hansuang hailed from the esteemed Li family, one of the most prominent in Zhangchang. Having encountered numerous awakeners throughout her life, she was hardly fazed by Ouyang Qian's prowess. As for Zhou Pengzi, his father was a real estate magnate, and he had grown up in a bustling metropolis, granting him a broader perspective than most. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was a traveler from another world. Nothing could shock him more than his own extraordinary existence. Dear classmates, I shall impart to you a set of cultivation mantras. I hope you will practice diligently, Ouyang Qian announced as she noticed the crowd gradually settling down. The prospect of learning excited everyone present. Soon, Ouyang Qian began to articulate a breathing technique, and the students promptly closed their eyes to cultivate. Lin Yu observed as his classmates inhaled the natural spiritual energy, but he chose to keep his eyes closed without engaging in practice. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding. The current emotional value of the host has reached 750,000. Would you like to proceed with a lottery draw? Go ahead, draw away. Ding. The lottery is in progress, please hold on. With that, the wheel began to spin, and after a brief moment, it came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a golden treasure chest 1. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received cleansing pills 5. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired miracle potion 6. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a Diga Ultraman suit 1. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received strength pills 5. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired speed pills 8. Upon hearing that he had won a golden treasure chest, Lin Yu nearly gasped in astonishment. This was a golden treasure chest. The last one had yielded an S-Class Longyuan sword. He wondered what treasures awaited him this time. System. Open the golden treasure chest. Ding. The treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired an S-Class breathing technique, Hun Yuan skill. This technique allows for the rapid absorption of natural spiritual energy and also refines the physical body. As the system elucidated, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated such a thoughtful gesture from the system, providing him with the cultivation technique he so desperately needed. Is this truly remarkable? System, I wish to cultivate this Hun Yuan skill. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully cultivated. In no time, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more, and Lin Yu felt a new memory integrate into his consciousness. This was undeniably the method of cultivating Hun Yuan skill. He then commenced breathing exercises as instructed. In an instant, the surrounding natural spiritual energy surged towards him, and he began to absorb it at a visibly accelerated rate. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian could not help but glance over, and as she observed his terrifyingly swift absorption rate, she momentarily found herself in a daze. She had never witnessed such a scene. After all, even her current golden second star realm could not achieve such a level. Could this be the monstrous talent of an SSS grade? Truly astonishing. Ouyang Qian murmured to herself. The other students were roused from their stupor by Lin Yu's remarkable display, their gazes turning towards him as they began to murmur among themselves. Is this the talent of an SSS grade genius? Goodness, is this fellow even human? I wonder if Lin Yu has a girlfriend. He could easily charm someone. You might as well give up. Didn't you hear that Lin Yu is pursuing the school beauty, Li? Exactly, look in the mirror. Can you really compare yourself to Li? You all. Poof. Enough of the chatter, let us observe how the master cultivates, we can learn a thing or two.
Ah, yes, yes.
The crowd began to gather around Lin Yu, eager to glean insights from his practice.
Ding. Li Hanchuan's emotional value 666, ding.
Zhou Panzi's emotional value 666, ding.
Ouyang Qian's emotional value 666.
The system's notifications echoed in his mind.
Yet they scarcely interrupted Lin Yu's cultivation.
It was as if he had bid farewell to this world, entering a state of profound comprehension.
Entirely oblivious to everything occurring around him.
Classmates, do not disturb Lin Yu while he cultivates, quickly find a quiet place to practice.
Ouyang Qian urged as she noticed the group pausing.
Upon hearing her, they finally snapped back to reality, hastily seeking out spaces to continue their cultivation.
Their spirits soaring as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Of course, this was largely due to Lin Yu's influence.
Truly, Brother Yu is impressively formidable. I must hurry and cultivate as well, for I cannot fall behind. Zhou Pengzi remarked, watching the scene unfold, before shutting his eyes and fervently circulating his spiritual energy.
Nearby, Li Hanchuan immediately felt the pressure.
She had initially believed that her talent was merely one tier below his, and that the cultivation methods provided by her family would suffice to keep pace.
However,
witnessing the commotion he had stirred during his first session of cultivation made her naturally competitive spirit even more restless.
Without further hesitation,
she closed her eyes and resumed her practice.
Meanwhile, our instigator, Lin Yu, remained absorbed in the wonders of the mixed yuan technique. And one must confess that this S-grade technique is indeed remarkable.
At this moment, Lin Yu, originally at the bronze third star realm, suddenly sensed the signs of a breakthrough. He was just a step away from reaching the bronze fourth star. However, just as he prepared to advance, he found himself stymied.
It was then that Lin Yu recalled Ouyang Qian's earlier words about needing to absorb beast cores to break through the third star. For a moment,
he felt at a loss, but suddenly, an idea struck him. He promptly opened his eyes, glanced towards Ouyang Qian in the distance, and called out loudly, "Sister Qian,
do you have any beast cores?"
Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian's pupils suddenly constricted, her expression one of disbelief.
Has Lin Yu truly ascended to the third star of the bronze rank? It has only been a little over an hour.
It is inconceivable that anyone could achieve such a breakthrough in so short a time.
Lin Yu, why do you ask this?
Have you perhaps reached the third star?
Indeed.
Otherwise, why would I seek a beast core from you?
Logically, the Dragon Nation should allocate some resources, replied Lin Yu.
Drawing from his experiences in a past life, he recalled that the state typically provides certain resources to support the cultivation of its students, particularly since most awakeners come from the lower strata of society.
Consequently,
the government would periodically supply resources for their training. It is akin to the 9-year compulsory education system established in his previous life, aimed at nurturing talent for the nation. Indeed, after Lin Yu articulated this thought, Ouyang Qian nodded in silent agreement. She then spoke, "You are correct, the authorities have indeed allocated some training resources. But have you truly broken through to the third star of the bronze rank?"
In response to Ouyang Qian's skepticism, Lin Yu confidently summoned a fireball,
roughly the size of an egg, in his hand. Feeling the surge of energy emanating from him, Ouyang Qian was finally convinced that he had indeed achieved the third star of the bronze rank, with faint indications of a potential breakthrough to the fourth star.
The onlookers,
awakened by Lin Yu's display, were instantly astounded upon learning of his achievement. Most of them had only just managed to reach the first star,
with some yet to attain even that.
Li Hanchuan had barely reached the second star, and that was only due to the cultivation techniques provided by her family. Chapter 14, Comprehending Skills. At this moment, the system's notification echoed persistently in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding.
Li Hanchuan's emotional value 999, ding.
Ouyang Qian's emotional value 999, ding. Zhou Panzi's emotional value 666.
The notifications rang out over 100 times before gradually subsiding.
System, could you possibly lower the volume? My head is about to explode. Ding.
Detected the host's request, the system notification volume has been adjusted to the minimum. With that, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and turned his attention back to Ouyang Qian.
Sister Qian, Could you procure a fire-type beast core for me? Certainly, just a moment. I'll explain the situation to the principal. Ouyang Qian instructed Lin Yu and then dashed towards Wang Fujuan.
After her departure, Zhou Pengzi, with a smug expression,
approached Lin Yu and asked lewdly, "Brother Yu, have you truly broken through to bronze tier 3? Of course, why would I deceive you?
If it weren't for the lack of beast cores, I might have already ascended to tier 4, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking,
a classmate who had been eavesdropping nearly choked on his own saliva.
He had initially believed that Lin Yu's breakthrough to tier 3 was already a pinnacle. But now he realized it was merely the beginning.
Zhou Pengzi noticed and shot a glance at the eavesdropper but chose not to dismiss him.
He relished the attention that came from showcasing his and Lin Yu's prowess.
However, Lin Yu remained indifferent, secretly welcoming the emotional value being generated from the onlookers. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed.
Just as Lin Yu grew increasingly impatient, he spotted Ouyang Qian approaching, holding a fiery red stone.
Wait. A stone? No, is this truly a beast core? Lin Yu pondered as Ouyang Qian drew nearer.
Here, the fire-type beast core you requested.
By the way, Lin Yu, the space-type beast core is currently unavailable. You know how rare they are among magical beasts. I understand, but it's no concern. It will eventually come to me.
Lin Yu waved dismissively. With the system at his disposal, he knew it was not a formidable challenge. If necessary, he could simply purchase one from the system marketplace,
albeit at a premium.
Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian nodded in satisfaction and handed the fire-type beast core to Lin Yu, cautioning him.
This is the core of a flame tiger, ranked among the formidable fire-type magical beasts. I hope you can comprehend a powerful ability. Yes, I understand, Lin Yu replied,
settling into a cross-legged position as he cradled the fire-type beast core in his palm. He then activated the primordial skill and began to absorb the energy contained within the fire-type beast core, along with its unique substances.
Suddenly,
Lin Yu's consciousness was plunged into a peculiar realm. This world was entirely gray, with no visible boundaries. At that moment, a flicker of firelight appeared before Lin Yu,
transforming into a flaming tiger. This is the blazing tiger that Ouyang Qian spoke of earlier.
Although Lin Yu had never encountered it before, it was not difficult to deduce its nature from Ouyang Qian's descriptions, coupled with the flames enveloping the creature. Just as Lin Yu was momentarily lost in thought, the fierce tiger lunged at him with ferocious speed.
In a split second, Lin Yu deftly sidestepped to avoid its attack.
The tiger, realizing its strike had missed,
roared in fury, its flames intensifying.
In the next instant, a massive fireball erupted from its mouth, hurtling directly toward Lin Yu's face. How dare this tiger disregard the rules of combat, bullying an 18-year-old like me?
You are courting death, Lin Yu exclaimed in outrage.
He had never witnessed such a brazen display of aggression, launching an attack without so much as a warning.
Angered by the tiger's audacity,
Lin Yu seized the incoming fireball with both hands and hurled it back at the creature with all his might.
With a resounding thud, the tiger was struck,
emitting a series of muffled growls before being sent crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu concentrated and conjured another fireball, which he flung at the tiger once more. The creature was sent flying several meters away, and Lin Yu continued to summon fireballs, relentlessly bombarding it. His life philosophy was to leave no chance for his adversaries to rise again. As the blazing tiger struggled to regain its footing, Lin Yu unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon it. With one final blow, the tiger disintegrated into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing from this peculiar realm.
Phew! That was close.
Thankfully, in my previous life, I had watched numerous animated series, otherwise, I might have been intimidated by this creature, Lin Yu murmured to himself, a smug expression gracing his face. Moments later, Lin Yu found himself back in the strange world, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was surrounded by a throng of onlookers. They were all eager to witness the changes that would come from Lin Yu absorbing the beast core.
Why are you all staring at me? Are you mesmerized by my handsome appearance?
Lin Yu scratched his head in bewilderment at their intense gaze.
However, his remark was met with a chorus of eye rolls and an overwhelming surge of emotional value. Ding!
Zhang San's emotional value 999, ding. Li Si's emotional value 999, ding. Wang Wu's emotional value 999, ding.
Zhao Lu's emotional value 999. Listening to the system's incessant notifications.
Lin Yu couldn't help but think, classmates, you are remarkable, let the storm, or rather, let the emotional value, come crashing down even harder. Just as Lin Yu was lost in his thoughts, a voice emerged from the crowd, interrupting his reverie.
Lin Yu, did you feel anything unusual just now? Could you share your experiences with us?
After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu replied, I inexplicably entered a bizarre world, and then a flaming tiger appeared before me. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Of course, Ouyang Qian was not surprised, she had encountered such phenomena numerous times. However, she was curious about the abilities Lin Yu had acquired, prompting her to inquire further.
Lin Yu, do you possess the ability to comprehend? Indeed, Sister Qian. Would you care to witness my prowess?
A slight smile graced Lin Yu's lips. Observing this, Ouyang Qian did not hesitate, instead, she responded with a cheerful demeanor, very well.
Unleash your attack.
Classmates, please step aside to avoid any unintended harm.
As her words echoed, the onlookers hastily dispersed, eager to avoid any collateral damage.
Once the crowd had sufficiently thinned, Lin Yu summoned the energy within him, crafting a fireball the size of a watermelon in his palm.
Blazing fireball.
With a fierce roar, Lin Yu hurled the fireball toward Ouyang Qian, who watched as it morphed into a fiery tiger mid-flight, lunging at her.
Excellent. Observe my water barrier.
Ouyang Qian immediately conjured a protective shield of water around herself, effectively thwarting Lin Yu's fiery assault. The spectators were not taken aback by this display, after all. Ouyang Qian far surpassed Lin Yu in rank, making it unlikely for him to overpower her. Chapter 15, The Unfaithful Zhou. Indeed, your fiery fireball possesses immense power, given time. It will undoubtedly become your signature move.
Ouyang Qian, feeling the potency of the fireball, could not help but praise it.
Knowing well that she currently surpassed Lin Yu by 2 significant realms. The fact that Lin Yu's fireball was able to shake her water barrier was ample evidence of its formidable strength. One could only imagine the magnitude of its power once Lin Yu reaches her level.
Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu sighed, expressing his disappointment.
I had hoped that this technique could break through your defenses, Sister Qian, but it seems I was overly ambitious.
Do not be disheartened, after all. I am 2 realms above you. It is entirely normal for you to be unable to breach my defenses.
If you could, it would rather suggest something amiss with you.
Ouyang Qian reassured him upon noticing his demeanor.
However, Lin Yu remained absorbed in thought.
Pondering a scenario, if he could utilize spatial abilities to appear before Ouyang Qian and unleash a fireball directly at her, would it result in an instant victory?
The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, until he suddenly recalled that he had yet to master the ability to teleport.
Sister Qian, do you happen to know where I might find a spatial beast core? Lin Yu inquired, turning his gaze toward Ouyang Qian. Regrettably, Ouyang Qian shook her head.
Spatial beasts were exceedingly rare, and had one encountered them during the beast tide a decade ago, it might have been possible.
In the present day,
locating a spatial beast was nearly impossible, as any such creature would likely possess the ability to teleport, making capture extraordinarily difficult.
Despite his slight disappointment, Lin Yu remained undeterred.
Concluding that if it came to it, he would have to purchase one from that infuriating system. Very well, I understand, he replied, ready to return to his training. At that moment, Zhou Pangzi approached with a smug expression.
Brother Yu, that move you performed earlier was simply magnificent.
Well, it was just adequate.
It couldn't even breach Sister Qian's defenses, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly.
Ah, I see.
By the way, do you think that Li Xiaohua will still trouble you after this? Zhou Pengzi shifted the conversation to Li Hanswang.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression remained calm. Let her come, it is of no consequence.
Do you think I would fear her?
However, just as he finished speaking, a chilling voice, imbued with a sense of foreboding, echoed from behind them.
Oh, is that so?
Both turned to see Li Hanswang, standing silently behind them, her expression devoid of any emotion. If she remained motionless, one might mistake her for a statue.
Zhou Pengzi,
feeling the tension, gulped nervously and gradually retreated behind Lin Yu, taking advantage of the moment when neither had noticed him to make a hasty exit.
By the time Lin Yu regained his awareness, Zhou Pengzi had vanished without a trace. Damn, that ungrateful fatso. Leaving me behind like that, next time, I will definitely make him pay.
Lin Yu silently cursed, then turned to Li Hanshuang with a smile.
Is there something you need, classmate Li? Li Hanshuang did not respond immediately, instead regarding him with an icy indifference. For a moment, Lin Yu found himself at a loss. The two of them exchanging glances for several minutes. Unable to endure the silence any longer, Lin Yu finally spoke up. Classmate Li Hanshuang.
I sincerely apologize for what transpired yesterday. It was not my intention, it was primarily due to that overweight fellow who bet me on whose talent was superior.
And thus publicly.
So, if you must place blame, directed towards that rotund individual, I acted out of necessity.
Without hesitation, Lin Yu cast Zhou Pengzi under the bus, striving to portray himself as the victim.
At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding.
Li Hanshuang's emotional value 999, ding.
Li Hanshuang's emotional value 999, what? How could she still harbor feelings towards me? Did I not implicate that overweight fellow? Why would this girl still react emotionally? Could it be that she does not believe my words? What should I do? Lin Yu pondered relentlessly, yet the reason eluded him.
So he decided to dismiss the conjecture and turned to leave. Just then, Li Hanshuang called out to him, "Stop!"
Recognizing the cue,
Lin Yu paused and turned to face her once more, however, this time her gaze was no longer indifferent.
What is it, classmate Li Hanshuang? Do you have something else to discuss? He inquired, puzzled. Why did you advance so rapidly?
After a moment of contemplation, Li Hanshuang finally articulated her confusion. Since her awakening yesterday, she had begun practicing the techniques bestowed by her family, and only today had she managed to break through to the bronze 2-star level. Yet, Lin Yu had achieved the bronze 3-star level in just over an hour, causing her to question her own talent. Could it be that a mere difference of one level in talent could propel someone so far ahead? Seeing her pose this question, Lin Yu realized she had put the previous incident behind her, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief internally. He then explained, after returning home yesterday. I sensed the spiritual energy entering my body, so I practiced throughout the night, and this morning I inexplicably broke through to the bronze 2-star level. He looked at Li Hanshuang with an expression that conveyed the truth of his words, yet her brows furrowed even tighter upon hearing this. Just as Lin Yu thought this excuse might not suffice to convince her, she unexpectedly displayed a look of realization. Did this actually fool her? Lin Yu mused. As Li Hanshuang spoke softly, I understand now. Thank you, classmate Lin, for clarifying. I shall not disturb you any further. With that, she inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect before turning to walk away. Phew, that was close. I managed to navigate that situation unscathed. Now I can proceed without trepidation every day. As she moved away, Lin Yu exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi, observing from a distance, saw Li Hanshuang depart and promptly trotted over, a smirk plastered on his face. Bro Yu, how did it go? Is the matter resolved? Will the school bell still trouble us? Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at the overweight man, who wore a lewd expression on his face. This scoundrel had betrayed him time and again. Lin Yu could hardly suppress his desire to knock some sense into him. The last time, he had revealed Lin Yu's location to Li Hanshuang, and now he had abandoned him to flee on his own. Were it not for their close friendship, no. Their profound camaraderie, Lin Yu would have kicked him to the curb long ago. Ahem. Brother Yu, you've misunderstood me. I was merely calling for the teacher on your behalf. I was concerned that you might struggle against the enchantingly, the man attempted to explain. But was promptly interrupted by Lin Yu. Enough, you rotund fool. I know your true character all too well. Let us head to the cafeteria, I find myself rather hungry. Oh, then let's go. This time, brother Yu, the treat is on me to celebrate your triumphant advancement to 3 stars, Zhou Pengzi chimed in with a grin. To this, Lin Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement, and together they made their way to the cafeteria. Chapter 16, Unlocking the Treasure Chest. Goodness, you certainly have an insatiable appetite. Are you sure you can finish all of this? Perhaps you could share some with me? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the food before Lin Yu.
Really? This paltry amount wouldn't even suffice to fill my gaps.
If I weren't concerned about your ability to pay, I would have ordered far more, Lin Yu retorted with a playful glare at Zhou.
Ever since he consumed the marrow-cleansing elixir yesterday, his physical constitution had undergone a remarkable enhancement.
Compared to other awakeners, his capacity for food had astonishingly increased. What once sufficed for one person now rivaled the appetite of 5 fully grown men. Thus, he regarded the meal before him with indifference.
Ding!
Zhou Pingzi's emotional value 666, the system's notification rang out, yet Lin Yu paid it no mind as he continued to indulge in the feast.
You go. With such a voracious appetite, won't your family be overwhelmed by your consumption? Zhou Pingzi joked.
If they are, I'll just dine at your home. I trust Uncle Zhou won't mind, Lin Yu replied.
Indeed, Zhou Pingzi had returned home yesterday to inform Zhou Dafu of Lin Yu's awakening. Consequently,
Zhou Dafu had admonished him to cling tightly to Lin Yu, lest he lose such a remarkable son. Thus, upon hearing Lin Yu's invitation to his home,
Zhou Pingzi nodded eagerly. Absolutely, no problem.
Yuge, I must tell you, my father insisted yesterday that I must hold onto your leg tightly from now on.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu paused, amused. Goodness, are you planning for your entire family to latch onto me? Ahem. Pingzi. Since your father has advised you to cling to me, why did you run off alone when faced with Li Hansuang?
Lin Yu smirked, a teasing glint in his eye. Zhou Pingzi, taken aback, glanced around awkwardly. Yuge, I explained earlier, it won't an escape.
I went to fetch the teacher, you must believe me. Do you think I would believe that? Well. Alright, if you wish for me to let this matter rest, you know what to do. Look.
Lin Yu gestured towards his plate, and Zhou Pingzi quickly understood, he had not yet satisfied his hunger.
Understood, you goo. Just sit tight. I'll be right back. Without further ado, Zhou Pingzi swiftly grabbed Lin Yu's plate and headed to the queue. Isn't that Li Feiyu over there?
Just as Lin Yu began to feel a tinge of boredom, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. An idea struck him, this was an opportunity for some mischief. Without hesitation, he rose and made his way toward Li Feiyu.
At that moment,
Li Feiyu was blissfully unaware that trouble was approaching, engrossed in devouring a chicken leg. Suddenly, a large hand clasped onto his shoulder, startling him so much that he nearly dropped his chicken leg onto the ground, though he managed to react just in time. As Li Feiyu was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he turned and was met by Lin Yu, his mouth suddenly closing as if he had bitten into something foul.
Ding!
Li Feiyu's emotional value 555, ding.
Li Feiyu's emotional value 999.
Hearing the system's notifications, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this sheep had quite a bit of wool. If he were to harvest 10,000 daily, that would amount to over 300,000 emotional points in a year. Noticing Lin Yu's unwavering gaze, Li Feiyu assumed he was preparing to confront him.
Lin Yu. What brings you here? You're not here to cause trouble, are you?
Yes, I admit it was I who instigated your isolation, I apologize.
With that,
Li Feiyu lowered his head to express his contrition, yet Lin Yu merely observed him in silence, showing no reaction.
Ding! Li Feiyu's emotional value 1000, suddenly.
The system's voice chimed, and upon hearing that Li Feiyu's emotional value had surpassed 1000, Lin Yu was taken aback. The last time it had reached this threshold was with Li Hanxue. Both bore the surname Li, could they be related? While Lin Yu was lost in thought, Li Feiyu spoke again. Lin Yu, no, I mean brother Yu, please show some magnanimity and let me off the hook.
Enough with the dramatics. I'm not here to trouble you.
I merely saw you dining alone and thought to greet you. Please, continue your meal, I shan't intrude further. After patting his shoulder, Lin Yu turned and returned to his previous spot.
After a moment, Li Feiyu regained his composure and began to inwardly grumble, what kind of person greets someone like that?
Why scare me?
Ugh, what a weirdo. Ding!
Li Feiyu's emotional value 999, upon hearing the system's alert once more, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk,
displaying a cunning expression.
In just a brief exchange, he had extracted nearly 6,000 emotional points from Li Feiyu.
Truly an emotional generating machine.
He would continue this endeavor next time. Brother Yu, your feast has arrived, came the voice of Zhou Pangji from a distance. Lin Yu looked up and was astonished. The rotund figure of Zhou Pangji approached, balancing an overflowing platter laden with at least 10 different types of food, including chicken legs and lobsters, with not a single vegetable in sight, purely meat.
Are you trying to fatten me up to inherit my powers? Brother Yu? How could you say such a thing? Am I really that kind of person?
Zhou Pangji chuckled, though he was at a loss for words.
Ding.
Zhou Pangji's emotional value 666, just teasing you, don't take it to heart.
This amount of food is barely enough to fill me to 70%.
Lin Yu replied with a playful pat on his shoulder, grinning.
Ding. Zhou Pangji's emotional value 555. 10 minutes later, the two left the cafeteria,
patting their bellies in satisfaction.
Brother Yu, shall we return to the classroom or proceed to the gym for further training? Zhou Pangji inquired, gazing at Lin Yu. Without hesitation,
Lin Yu replied succinctly, classroom.
Oh.
Soon, the two made their way back to the classroom, which was nearly devoid of students.
Lin Yu walked directly to his seat, followed closely by Zhou Pangji. Fatty, I'm going to take a nap for a bit. Wake me up if anything comes up. Brother Yu, sleep soundly.
Rest assured, I will handle everything, Zhou Pangji replied with a broad grin, his white teeth gleaming.
In response, Lin Yu ceased any further conversation,
resting his head on the desk, though he had no intention of actually sleeping.
System, do I still have a few treasure chests left to open? Beep. Indeed.
The host previously drew 2 bronze chests and 1 silver chest.
Open them for me. Beep.
Detecting the host's request, the chests are now being opened.
Please hold on. Beep. The chests have been successfully opened.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-grade weapon, crossbow 1, C-grade weapon, Gale arrow 20.
And a spatial type monster core, Phantom Spirit Cat core 1. Initially feeling drowsy,
Lin Yu sprang up from his seat upon hearing that he had acquired a spatial beast core, startling Zhou Pangji, who was momentarily frozen with his fingers still in his nose.
Brother Yu, what's wrong? Ahem. Sorry, just had a bad dream.
It's nothing, continue what you were doing, Lin Yu replied, clearing his throat. He then reclined back in his seat, leaving Zhou Pangji bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. Chapter 17, teasing Ouyang Qian. Lin Yu gazed excitedly at the system panel displaying the Phantom Spirit Cat Beast Core, an overwhelming sensation of disbelief washed over him. Yet, the reality was undeniable, he had unexpectedly obtained a spatial beast core.
Goodness, could it be that I have been possessed by the luck of an emperor? System, was this your arrangement? Ding.
The system could not comprehend what the host was saying, everything was random, and the system had no power to intervene.
Not you? Ding.
The host's lack of faith has saddened the system.
What on earth, are you even human? Why are you putting me through this? Ding.
The host need not be so suspicious.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Could this system truly be so intelligent?
The systems he had encountered in novels during his previous life were nothing but a bunch of dullards,
unable to fathom it all at once.
Lin Yu decided to cast aside his thoughts, firmly believing that the truth would eventually reveal itself. He then closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. He had expended a significant amount of mental energy while comprehending his abilities and had further drained himself during a skirmish with Ouyang Qian. At that moment, fatigue enveloped him, which was why he had resorted to napping in the classroom.
An hour passed. Gradually, many students began to trickle into the classroom,
all of whom had yet to awaken their abilities. They could only participate in the college entrance examination, embarking on a different path. Although the number of awakened individuals in Long Country far surpassed that of other nations, the overall quality remained relatively low, with most classified as B rank. This had led to many being stuck between the thresholds of gold and platinum. Despite the formation of a federal government among nations, friction persisted between them. In the era before the revival of spiritual energy, countries competed through technological advancements. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the competition had gradually shifted to talent acquisition.
Naturally,
the development of a nation relied heavily on infrastructure, and these unawakened students were predominantly contributing to national construction.
Brother Yu, wake up, Jian Jia is coming. Zhou Pengzi whispered into Lin Yu's ear.
Lin Yu, lost in a deep slumber, felt an immediate surge of irritation at Zhou Pengzi's call.
What are you shouting about? So what if she is coming? What can she possibly do to me? No sooner had he spoken than Ouyang Qian's voice rang out beside them. Oh really?
Lin Yu, it seems you do not hold me in high regard.
Upon recognizing her voice, Lin Yu sprang up without even opening his eyes. Ha, I was just joking. Qian Jie.
While I may not regard you with high esteem, I certainly hold you dear in my heart.
Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value 1000, wow. Breaking 1000 again. Startled by the system's notification, Lin Yu paused momentarily. Had he just said something inappropriate?
Goodness, he had just mentioned holding her dear.
Could she have misconstrued his feelings as romantic interest?
This could lead to severe consequences. He needed to clarify immediately, lest this girl misunderstand his intentions.
Ahem.
Sister Qian, please do not misunderstand. What I mean is that you hold great significance in my heart.
No, I meant to say you are like a mother to me. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value 999, ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 666. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi watched Lin Yu's flustered demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, secretly praising, tisk tisk tsk.
As expected of brother Yu, even daring to tease sister Qian. I, as a younger brother, bow in admiration. At the same time, Ouyang Qian blushed momentarily before suppressing her inner turmoil and coldly remarked, "All right, Lin Yu. Hurry to the gym to train and do not disturb other students' studies here."
"Yes, I will leave immediately,"
he said, feeling guilty as he walked towards the door.
And Zhou Pengzi eagerly followed suit.
"Darn it, why didn't you wake me up, fatty?" Lin Yu complained to Zhou Pengzi beside him.
"I did call you,"
Zhou Pengzi replied with innocent blinking eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed but maintained a serious facade as he retorted, "Your voice was too soft."
"I didn't hear you. Next time, speak louder." Zhou Pengzi muttered in response, "Got it." It was clearly you who didn't get up.
Yet you say Sister Qian came and went, what could she possibly do to you?
Hearing his mumbling, Lin Yu questioned suspiciously, "What did you just say?" "And nothing."
Zhou Pengzi nearly let it slip, but managed to swallow his words.
"All right, let us hurry,"
Lin Yu urged, no longer dwelling on it.
Oh.
Soon, the two arrived at the gym once more, only to find it already filled with people, each one seemingly invigorated, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth.
Of course, their fervor was largely inspired by Lin Yu's achievements. After all,
he was the first to break through to the 3-star level and had even comprehended a new ability, which instilled a sense of pressure in those who considered themselves destined for greatness. Everyone aspired to become the second individual to reach 3 stars, yet in Lin Yu's view, it was merely child's play. His primary focus remained on accumulating emotional value.
"Brother Yu, do you have any way for me to swiftly break through to 3 stars? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu with hopeful eyes.
Lin Yu pondered briefly, then shrugged helplessly,
No. In truth,
he wished to grant this chubby friend a cleansing elixir, but he was concerned that this fellow might betray him. After all, this was a product of the system, and he was uncertain whether such an elixir was available in this world. If he were to give it to this glutton, considering his character, it would likely take less than a day before someone came to investigate him. It would be wiser to wait a few days and find a suitable excuse. Zhou Pengzi, upon hearing that Lin Yu had no solution, sighed in dejection. He then pulled Lin Yu to sit down, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation.
"Brother Yu, I am about to begin my training."
Lin Yu responded with a sound, promptly activating his primordial technique to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Time passed gradually, though it was unclear how long it had been. Suddenly, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. He had successfully advanced to the rank of bronze 4-star. Phew, at last, he had achieved the 4-star rank.
This Hunyuan technique is truly remarkable. I wonder if it can be taught to that girl Xinyan.
Well, I suppose I shall wait until she awakens. After all, there is still time.
System, please open the personal information panel. Ding.
The system detected the host's request,
and the personal information panel is now loading. In a moment, a blue panel appeared before Lin Yu.
Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, level, bronze 4-star, personal items, magical potion, wash marrow pill, strength pill, swift pill, kidney strengthening pill, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, Patrick Star underwear.
Ultraman Zero underwear.
Powers, SSS level spatial ability, SS level fire ability, blazing fireball, skills, beginner culinary master, beginner driving. Beginner massage techniques, S level Han Yuan skill, weapons, S level long Yuan sword, B level crossbow, C level windbreaker arrow, beast companion, none, emotional value, 521413, system. I wish to perform 30 consecutive draws. I refuse to believe that I won't receive something extraordinary this time.
Ding.
The system has detected the host's request and is currently conducting the lottery. Please wait.
Chapter 18. Can one still increase their emotional value? Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received SpongeBob Socks 5. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received cleansing pills 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received strengthening pills 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received bronze treasure chests 3.
After 30 draws, Lin Yu found himself with 3 bronze treasure chests, and for a moment, he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was outrageous. He seriously suspected the system was pulling some strings behind the scenes.
System, have you been tampering with the results? Ding.
Please refrain from defaming this system. It absolutely has not engaged in any underhanded tactics.
Look at you. Getting anxious, yet you claim otherwise. Ding.
Detection of host's defamation of the system will automatically decrease the lottery probability.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately panicked. No, please, great system, I was wrong, isn't that enough?
I was just joking with you, please don't take it seriously.
However, after a moment's wait, the system remained silent.
Just as Lin Yu was feeling vexed, a voice once again shattered his worldview.
Ding.
Lin Yu's emotional value 1, ding.
Lin Yu's emotional value 1, what the? Can I really increase my own emotional value?
For a moment, Lin Yu felt his mind was overwhelmed.
Could one truly generate emotions towards oneself? Wasn't this an undeniable bug? Was the system not going to address this? Hey, great system, come out, there's a bug here. Why aren't you handling it?
Lin Yu shouted in his mind.
Yet, the system's voice did not materialize. And Lin Yu began to panic. Could it be that the system had left because of his irritation? If it left, would his SSS level spatial ability also vanish? How would he ever seize power in the future?
Damn it, he shouldn't have been so brash, defaming a good system.
Now look where it had brought him. He was in a predicament. Ding.
Detection indicates the host has deeply recognized their error. The system will revoke this penalty.
The system's voice echoed again,
leaving Lin Yu momentarily stunned, before he erupted into an ecstatic dance. A few classmates who had just finished their training witnessed this scene, their minds flooded with confusion.
And they began to whisper among themselves. Wow, could it be that he has broken through again? Impossible.
He just advanced to 3 stars this morning.
How could he have broken through again so soon? Perhaps this is the realm of geniuses.
Suddenly, a series of notifications resounded in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding.
Wang Lu's emotional value 999, ding. Zhao Lu's emotional value 999, ding.
Wang Dinyo's emotional value 999.
Startled, Lin Yu, who had been reveling in his excitement, was once again taken aback, followed by a flurry of large question marks in his mind.
What had he done to inexplicably receive emotional value from others? Confused and unable to comprehend, he decided to let it be.
The system initiated the opening of the bronze treasure chest.
Ding. The chest is now opening. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 9-turn healing pill 1.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C-grade weapon, Crimson Serpent Fong 1.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
You have received a Super Compass 1. System, what is the purpose of this 9-turn healing pill? Ding. The 9-turn healing pill, as the name suggests,
is a medicinal pill that restores health. No matter how grievous the injury, it can revive the user.
After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu expressed his confusion. System, is it truly appropriate to place such a remarkable medicinal pill in a bronze treasure chest? Surely, it must have some side effects?
Let me make it clear, if there are any side effects, I shall not consume it even at the cost of my life.
Ding.
The 9-turn healing pill can indeed save a life, but once consumed, the user will be immobilized for 3 days.
Ah, indeed there are after effects. Thankfully, I inquired beforehand. The system is quite deceptive.
Lin Yu felt somewhat exasperated. He had initially thought this item could save him, allowing him to take risks. But now he found himself rendered helpless immediately after consumption. Although he had longed to be idle in his past life, he resolved not to squander this opportunity now that he possessed a system. Next, Lin Yu turned his attention to another item. System, what is the function of this super compass? Ding. The super compass, as its name implies, is superior, more accurate, and more potent than a regular compass, capable of functioning even in areas with strong magnetic fields. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, is this designed to prevent me from getting lost? Well, having it is better than not. Who knows when it might come in handy? Lin Yu composed himself, disregarding the system, and shifted his gaze to Zhou Pangzi nearby. At this moment, Zhou Pangzi was enveloped in spiritual energy, showing faint signs of a breakthrough. Judging by the energy fluctuations, he was likely at the bronze 2-star level. This was already quite commendable, considering that most individuals present were merely at the bronze 1-star level, with only Li Hanzuang barely reaching the 3-star threshold. The disparities in talent were unmistakably evident now. Suddenly, several muffled groans emanated from Zhou Pangzi's body, soon followed by a rapid influx of spiritual energy surrounding him. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and the surrounding spiritual energy ceased its flow towards him. Zhou Pangzi gradually opened his eyes. Upon noticing Lin Yu's gaze upon him, he was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into an expression of exhilaration. Brother Yu, I have broken through. Ha ha. I am 1 step closer to you. Hearing this, Lin Yu nonchalantly replied, oh, is that so? That's splendid. I just successfully advanced to the bronze 4-star level. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Pangzi's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had anticipated that Lin Yu might break through to 4-star today. But he never expected it to happen so swiftly. It is known that the higher the realm, the slower the rate of advancement. Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value 555, ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value 666, enough now, fatty, don't be disheartened. You are not the only one who cannot match up to me. Lin Yu consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. The absence of comfort was bearable. But the moment comfort appeared, Zhou Pangzi felt utterly numbed. It was an incredibly demoralizing experience. Just as Zhou Pangzi contemplated uttering further words, Lin Yu resolutely strode ahead. At that moment, a throng of people had already gathered in the distance, oblivious to the unfolding events. What transpired up ahead? Lin Yu inquired, seizing the arm of a male classmate. Upon recognizing Lin Yu, the classmate grinned and replied, ah, it's you, Lin. It seems that Li Hanzuang, the school beauty, has successfully advanced to the 3rd star and is currently absorbing the beast core. Oh, I see. Thank you for the information. Lin Yu responded before making his way toward the crowd. Those who recognized him parted to create a passage, for he was indeed a prodigious talent. Even if one could not cultivate a favorable relationship with him, it was prudent not to provoke him. As Lin Yu moved forward, he reached the front row, where he found Li Hanzuang with her eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat cascading down her face. It seemed she was grappling with a challenge. Could it be that she was unable to conquer the phantom beast manifested in the illusion? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Li Hanzuang appears to be ensnared by the beast's spirit. What shall we do? Lin Yu turned to see Ouyang Qian murmuring nearby. Chapter 19, Li Hanzuang's Breakthrough. Qian Jie. Do you believe that Student Li has been ensnared by the spirit of the demon beast? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Ouyang Qian, who was beside him, nodded in affirmation and began to elucidate. It is akin to the blazing tiger you observed during your prior comprehension. Each demon beast, upon being vanquished, has a trace of its spirit infused into its beast core.
When one absorbs the beast core, they are drawn into a gray realm by this spirit, where they can grasp the abilities of the demon beast. This was a concept Lin Yu had never encountered before, as his previous studies had not pertained to cultivation. After absorbing Ouyang Qian's explanation, Lin Yu gained a newfound understanding of the world of awakeners. Then, Qianjie, do you possess a method to assist student Li? Lin Yu gazed at Ouyang Qian with intrigue. Seeing his expression, Ouyang Qian shook her head with a sigh. It is futile, at this moment. Li Hanchuan's consciousness cannot perceive the sounds of the outside world. Even if I had a method, I would be unable to convey it to her. Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation, eager to lend a hand to Li Hanchuan as a means of apologizing for the events of the previous day. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Didn't he still have the system? System, is there a way to connect with Li Hanchuan's consciousness? Ding. Yes, indeed. Quickly, tell me how. Ding. The host can purchase a super long-distance voice machine. As long as the host silently utters a person's name, the desired message can be conveyed with utmost precision. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. System, what are we waiting for? I want it. Ding. Acquiring the super long-distance voice machine requires an expenditure of 200,000 emotional points. Does the host wish to proceed with the purchase? What the heck? System. Are you deliberately inflating the price because you see I have over 200,000 emotional points? Lin Yu's composure faltered at the system's quotation. What sort of nonsense demands 200,000? Why not just rob me? Ding. The system is reputable and fair, offering unparalleled value. Humph. Only a fool would purchase it, Lin Yu scoffed. Just then, Ouyang Qian's voice grew urgent. This is bad. Student Li Hanchuan might not be able to hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, puzzled, asked Qianjie, what happens if she fails? If she fails, either her consciousness will be damaged, necessitating months of recuperation, or, in severe cases, her consciousness could shatter, leaving her in a state of foolishness, Ouyang Qian explained. Lin Yu was taken aback, astonished by the gravity of the risks involved. Fortunately, his spiritual power had been stronger than that of others, enabling him to grasp comprehension without peril. However, Li Hanchuan was different. Her spiritual power was not as robust as his, and the beast core she chose to absorb was several realms above her level. Her decision to take such a risk was primarily influenced by the blow she had received from Lin Yu. Of course, Lin Yu was unaware of this. Observing the painful expression on Li Hanchuan's face, he steeled his resolve and decided to purchase the super long-distance voice machine. He then turned to Ouyang Qian and asked, Qianjie, what was the method you mentioned earlier? Sighing, she replied, there are two methods. One is to identify the weakness of that demon beast and deliver a fatal strike. Another approach was to elevate Li Hanchuan's mental prowess further, thereby completely suppressing the monstrous beast. Having discerned the solution, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. He bid farewell to Ouyang Qian and maneuvered through the crowd towards the restroom. He aimed to convey the resolution to her before Li Hanchuan encountered failure. System. I wish to purchase the long-distance voice transmitter. Ding. The system detected the host's request, and the purchase of the long-distance voice transmitter was successful. Please check your inventory. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the restroom and immediately prompted the system to dispense the long-distance voice transmitter. In the next moment, a device resembling a handgun appeared in Lin Yu's hand. System, how does one operate this? Ding. The host should press the button, mentally articulate the recipient's name, wait for 3 seconds, and then vocalize the message to be transmitted. Thus, Lin Yu followed the system's guidance and successfully relayed the solution to Li Hanchuan. Simultaneously, Li Hanchuan's consciousness manifested in a grayish realm, where a colossal blue bird hovered above her. The blue bird was gathering energy in its beak, yet at that moment, Li Hanchuan was on the verge of collapse, teetering precariously. She had been battling this blue bird for half an hour, and every time she attempted to strike, it evaded her efforts. Conversely, the blue bird's assaults consistently struck true. Just as despair began to consume her, Lin Yu's voice suddenly resonated. Li Hanchuan, can you hear me? This is urgent, listen closely. There are two methods to resolve your current predicament. Fearing that Li Hanchuan might not hear him, he sent multiple messages.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Hanshuang momentarily froze, her gaze sharpening as she focused on the blue bird.
In that moment,
while the blue bird was still gathering its energy, she seized the opportunity to dash behind it. Taking advantage of its momentary lapse, she concentrated and conjured a 1-meter-long ice spear in her palm, then launched it forcefully towards the bird's abdomen.
Whoosh! The blue bird emitted a mournful cry.
It then stumbled from the sky, crashing directly in front of Li Hanshuang. Without hesitation, her expression hardened as she summoned another ice spear, aiming straight for the bird's head. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blue bird let out several cries of anguish before ultimately dispersing into a myriad of luminous particles. Li Hanshuang emerged from the gray space, slowly opening her eyes. In the next instant, she found herself momentarily dazed, as she was surrounded by an impenetrable throng.
At that moment, Ouyang Qian, sensing her bewilderment among the onlookers, shouted to the crowd, "What are you all doing? Hurry and get back to your training. Just look at how 2 students have successfully advanced to the 3rd star today, while the rest of you remain stagnant." Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's words, the onlooking students felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, prompting many to leave the scene. The impact was disheartening. They all trained together. Yet why was their progress so swift while he remained stagnant at a mere 1 star? In that moment, a chorus of complaints began to surface, directed at Lin Yu, the one deemed unfilial. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having just exited the restroom, was unexpectedly bombarded with an influx of emotional points. Ding! Zhang San's emotional value 999, ding. Li Xi's emotional value 999, ding. Wang Wu's emotional value 999. Ding. Li Hanshuang's emotional value 1000. What on earth is happening? How could I possibly accumulate such a vast amount of emotional points without any apparent reason? System, is there a glitch? Ding. The system is functioning perfectly. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yu was left in bewilderment. If this was not a glitch, then what was the source of these inexplicable emotional points? System. What is my current emotional value? Ding. The host currently possesses 940 emotional points. Goodness. I just spent 200,000. And now I've inexplicably earned it back. This is truly exhilarating. Chapter 20, Pressure on Lin Yu. When Lin Yu returned to the place where the crowd had previously gathered, he found it eerily deserted. Li Hanshuang had also vanished with Ouyang Qian. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Zhou Pengzi unexpectedly emerge from nowhere. "You Ge. Where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages." I just went to the restroom." "What happened?" Lin Yu cleared his throat and inquired about the situation. Zhou Pengzi, seemingly unconcerned with Lin Yu's whereabouts, urged, "You Ge, it's getting late. Let's head back to the classroom to grab our things and make a run for it." Realizing that school was about to end, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "All right. Let us go." As he spoke, he headed towards the gym's entrance, with Zhou Pengzi hurrying to catch up behind him. "You Ge, you won't believe this. Li Hanshuang, our school flower, has successfully advanced to the 3rd star and has even comprehended an extraordinary ability." Zhou Pengzi recounted the earlier events with enthusiasm. Intrigued, Lin Yu asked, "Oh really? What ability did she comprehend?" Let me tell you. Her previous move, Extreme Cold Ice Spike, is utterly formidable, rivaling your blazing fireball. In fact, it nearly overpowered Sister Qian's water barrier." Zhou Pengzi excitedly shared the details. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Wow, is she really that strong? She can shake Sister Qian's water barrier?" Instantly, Lin Yu felt the weight of pressure upon him, as he recalled that his blazing fireball had little effect on Ouyang Qian's water barrier. It had merely tickled, even at full strength. What Lin Yu was unaware of was that his fireball was completely countered by Ouyang Qian's water barrier. In contrast, while Li Hanshuang's extreme cold ice spike could not counter it, its destructive power was significantly greater than Lin Yu's. As they continued their conversation, they unknowingly arrived at the teaching building. Although the school bell had rung, many students were still diligently studying. Unable to awaken their abilities, they relentlessly pursued knowledge, striving to gain admission to the Spirit Machinery Academy.
This was their chance to alter their destinies. In a world where strength reigns supreme, only those possessing sufficient power could hope to survive. Otherwise, should a beast tide erupt again, death would be their only fate. As Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi entered the classroom, they immediately attracted the attention of their peers, igniting a flurry of discussions that disrupted the previously tranquil atmosphere.
Did you hear?
I just got word that Lin Yu has broken through to the 3rd star of bronze.
Is that true?
Of course. I heard he even had a match with teacher Ouyang.
Wow, is Lin Yu really that powerful?
Absolutely.
Apparently.
Li Hanshuang wanted to cause him trouble but ended up in the hospital instead.
Is that for real? Would he dare to lay a hand on such a beautiful school flower?
Indeed, Lin Yu publicly confessed his feelings to the school beauty, Li Hanshuang, just yesterday. It is inconceivable that he would resort to violence. You may not be aware, but it is rumored that Li Hanshuang desired Lin Yu to take responsibility.
Yet he was unwilling.
Consequently, she persisted in her advances, leading Lin Yu to strike her in frustration.
Goodness, does this not paint him as a quintessential scoundrel?
As Lin Yu listened to the chatter of his classmates, his face clouded with anger.
When did he ever lay a hand on Li Hanshuang? Moreover, how could he be deemed irresponsible when he had done nothing to her?
At that moment, Zhou Pengzi, noticing Lin Yu's discomfort, called out to the class.
Enough with the noise. When has Yugu ever wronged Li Hanshuang? He is an innocent man.
With those words, an awkward silence enveloped the classroom. Students exchanged glances, feeling the weight of their indiscretion in discussing the matter before the very subject of their gossip.
However, Lin Yu chose to disregard them, striding out of the classroom.
Zhou Pengzi followed suit, shouting back, "You lot should focus on your studies instead of gossiping idly." With that, Zhou Pengzi hurried after Lin Yu,
leaving the rest of their classmates in a state of bewilderment.
Outside, Zhou Pengzi quickly caught up with Lin Yu.
"You go, do not pay heed to their nonsense. They are merely envious of your talents."
I'm not bothered," Lin Yu replied with a resigned shrug.
"Then why do you appear so troubled?"
"I thought."
Zhou Pengzi's observation was cut off by Lin Yu.
"Don't assume, let us hurry, or we might get caught in the rain."
Upon hearing this,
Zhou Pengzi looked up at the sky, which was now shrouded in ominous clouds. The two quickened their pace, making their way home. They parted ways at a crossroads.
"See you tomorrow, Yugu." "Tomorrow," Lin Yu responded.
Zhou Pengzi lived several streets away, making their shared journey relatively brief.
10 minutes later,
Lin Yu arrived at his doorstep, expertly retrieving his keys from his pocket. Just then, the door swung open, and it was evident that it was his younger sister,
Tang Xin, who had opened it.
True to expectation, a petite and charming figure appeared, Tang Xin herself.
"Brother, you're finally back.
What is wrong? You look troubled."
"It's nothing, I just missed you."
"You've been gone all day, and I've been dreadfully bored," she pouted, visibly displeased.
Lin Yu burst into laughter. "Ha! Who told you to drop out of school? You could have been in class instead of cooped up at home."
"Humph,"
Tang Xin huffed,
crossing her arms in mock indignation. Seeing her adorable expression, Lin Yu couldn't resist but pinch her chubby cheeks playfully.
In an instant, Tang Xinyan's delicate face transformed from a milky white to a vibrant red.
Infuriated, she began to stomp her feet in frustration. She longed to pinch Lin Yu's face, but her petite stature of merely 1.6 meters rendered her unable to reach him.
Standing at 1.8 meters,
Lin Yu easily kept her at bay with one hand pressed firmly against her head, rendering her nearly helpless.
After a brief tussle,
Tang Xinyan found herself utterly exhausted and resignedly slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Yet, her eyes sparkled with a fierce determination.
"Humph. Lin Yu. I shall inform my mother that you are bullying me."
"Heh,
Do you truly believe Aunt Lin would take your word for it?"
I will make my mother believe me." However, Lin Yu paid her no mind and continued on his way to his bedroom.
Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value 555, ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value 999.
The cacophony of Tang Xinyan's emotional value resonated wildly in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with a profound sense of joy.
Chapter 21, delivering an umbrella to Lin Yu outside the window, the sky was as dark as ink.
And torrential raindrops cascaded from 10,000 meters above.
Pedestrians hurried along the road, unprepared for the sudden downpour. Lin Yu emerged from his bedroom and spotted Tang Xinyan engrossed in watching SpongeBob SquarePants, a lollipop clutched in her mouth, radiating sheer delight. Looking around,
he noticed that Lin Yu had yet to return, likely still working overtime.
"Xinyan, has Aunt Lin come back yet?" he inquired.
"No, she might be on her way," Tang Xinyan replied without turning her head, fixated on the television.
"Did Aunt Lin bring an umbrella?"
Lin Yu asked, a tinge of worry creeping into his voice.
Scratching her head in contemplation, Tang Xinyan replied, "I don't think so."
"All right then, stay here, I shall deliver an umbrella to Aunt Lin," he declared.
"Oh, understood.
The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back," Tang Xinyan acknowledged, returning her attention to the screen.
Lin Yu, shaking his head in resignation, slipped on his shoes, grabbed 2 umbrellas, and departed.
Lin Yu's workplace was approximately a 20-minute journey, so Lin Yu headed directly toward her place of employment. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, 2 figures were engaged in a spirited chase.
One figure shouted, "Zhang Jun, stop right there. If you run any further, do not blame me for taking action." The figure named Zhang Jun, filled with disdain, retorted, "Ha! You think a mere golden 9-star can obstruct me? How ludicrous.
You would do well to surrender, the protectors are about to arrive. If you return with me now, perhaps you could receive a lighter sentence." The other figure continued to holler. However, Zhang Jun raised his middle finger in response, his face a mask of derision.
In light of this,
the pursuing figure began to conjure an ice spear in his hand, launching it directly at Zhang Jun's ice dragon drill.
He cried, just as the ice spear closed in.
Nearly 2 meters away from Zhang Jun, a furious roar erupted from him.
Flame fury.
In an instant, Zhang Jun was engulfed in flames, and with a swift turn, he reached for the oncoming ice spear. As it approached, the spear began to melt rapidly, ultimately shrinking to a size no larger than a silver needle. Witnessing his ice dragon drill so easily thwarted, the pursuer furrowed his brows. He tightened his grip, summoning 2 even longer and thicker ice spears into his hands.
With renewed determination,
he launched them once more at Zhang Jun. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of piercing air heralded the unstoppable assault toward Zhang Jun.
Yet, he remained unfazed, as the flames enveloping him surged dramatically, transforming him into a blazing figure.
From a distance, he appeared as a walking fireball, moving with surprising speed. However, despite his swiftness, he could not outpace the 2 ice spears, which swiftly closed the gap. Before they could reach him, the ice spears melted into water before evaporating into steam,
dissipating into the air.
As he watched his 2 attacks effortlessly thwarted by his opponent, the figure could hardly contain his fury.
"Zhang Jun,
cease your futile resistance and return with me for interrogation," he declared.
"Ha! Is that all you can do? You cannot defeat me and still wish for my surrender? What kind of delusional fantasy are you entertaining?"
Zhang Jun retorted, his tone brimming with arrogance, completely dismissing the figure before him. This infuriated his adversary further.
However,
he found himself at a disadvantage, as his other abilities lacked any form of ranged attack.
Soon,
the 2 men traversed from the outskirts to the city center of Jiang City. Given the presence of the crowd, the figure was understandably cautious and refrained from striking.
For the duty of the Dragon Guard was to protect the common folk. He would not act without certainty,
as harming an innocent could lead to his dismissal and an investigation, an oath he had taken upon joining the Dragon Guard. Meanwhile, Lin Yu hurried towards Lin Yu's workplace,
holding an umbrella. "System, what is my current emotional value?" Ding. The host's current emotional value is 389,408 points. System, initiate the lottery.
I hope for something splendid this time.
Ding.
Lottery in progress, please wait.
Ding. Congratulations.
Host has obtained a B-grade weapon, Heavenly Mechanism Umbrella 1.
Ding.
Congratulations, host has obtained a 7 Ultraman Suit 1.
Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained thank you for your patronage 5. Ding.
Congratulations, host has obtained Happy Sheep Rain Boots 2.
Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained Lazy Sheep Raincoat 2.
Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu initially felt elated, but his expression quickly darkened. After 20 draws, he had only received a B-grade weapon. And it was an umbrella of all things. Who would carry an umbrella into battle? He was no expert like Ibu Xiu, this was sheer folly. However, the next moment, Lin Yu was taken aback as he read the description of the heavenly mechanism umbrella, a grin spreading across his face. Goodness! This thing actually has hidden weapons. What does it mean to be crafted from special metal? System, are you not going to explain this to me? Ding! The special metal possesses a strong rebound capability, able to lethally reflect damage back to the enemy at the right moment. Lin Yu gasped in surprise. But soon skepticism crept in. If this item was so formidable, why was it merely a B-grade weapon? Was the system concealing something? Seemingly sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the system chimed in again. Ding! The heavenly mechanism umbrella is classified as a B-grade weapon because the special metal can only rebound a limited amount of damage. If the damage exceeds the umbrella's threshold, it will be rendered useless. Darn it, I knew it. How could something so powerful only be B-grade? It turns out to be a disposable item. Lin Yu exclaimed in frustration. System! Without further ado, Lin Yu retrieved the heavenly mechanism umbrella from the system. To be fair, the umbrella's design was quite striking, with its surface crafted from that special metal, faintly gleaming with a metallic luster. As he unfurled the umbrella, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene within, which was adorned with an array of animated characters, including SpongeBob SquarePants and Pleasant Goat, among nearly 100 others. System! Could you not emerge to provide an explanation? And why are all the rewarded undergarments themed around these animated figures? Ding! All of this is a manifestation of the host's inner preferences. Nonsense! I do not, so refrain from making baseless accusations, or I shall take legal action for defamation. Lin Yu would never concede that this was a reflection of his true inclinations, despite having spent his previous life indulging in these very animations while confined at home. However, he would absolutely refuse to acknowledge such a fondness. System. Chapter 22, Intense Battle as Lin Yu was engaged in a dispute with the system. A figure suddenly soared past above him. What was that? A bird? It did not seem so. Lin Yu looked up, only to find nothing there, leading him to suspect he was hallucinating. However, in the next moment, another figure flew overhead. Goodness, a superhero. No, it must be an awakened one. What is happening? With this thought, Lin Yu hurriedly pursued the direction in which the figure had vanished. Zhang Jun, do not waste your efforts, surrender willingly. I have already notified the Dragon Guards of Zheng City. You cannot escape, one of the Dragon Guards taunted. Ha! You Dragon Guards are truly tenacious. But dreaming of my surrender is futile, Zhang Jun retorted, dismissing the Dragon Guards entirely as he continued his escape. Although his Platinum 2-star strength rendered him unafraid, it was still challenging to eliminate the Dragon Guards in a short time. Moreover, despite being 2 ranks lower, their strength was formidable. Furthermore, if he engaged in battle with the Dragon Guards, what would happen when their reinforcements arrived? The best course of action was to flee to the city, utilizing the tall buildings to evade pursuit. The Dragon Guards, recognizing this, intensified their efforts to capture Zhang Jun Ice Dragon Drill. One of the Dragon Guards unleashed the Ice Dragon Drill, aimed directly at Zhang Jun. Yet again, he managed to neutralize the attack. As Zhang Jun drew closer to the city, the Dragon Guard grew anxious. If Zhang Jun entered the city, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to act. Zhang Jun, since you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that declaration, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Simultaneously, the flames surrounding Zhang Jun gradually compressed, revealing his figure as they dissipated. Damn it, this Dragon Guard is quite troublesome. Zhang Jun fumed as he perceived the flames fading away. He had not anticipated the opponent's overwhelming strength. Despite being a Platinum 2-star, the adversary was merely a Gold 9-star, a difference of 2 realms. A colossal ice spear, imbued with an unstoppable force, hurtled toward Zhang Jun. As the flames vanished, panic set in. With no time to react, he grasped the ice spear with both hands. But his right hand was pierced through.
Damn Dragon Guard! Zhang Jun cursed vehemently. In an instant, flames enveloped him once more, swiftly melting the ice spear.
He then surged toward the city, his speed heightened. Seeing that he still refused to surrender, the pursuing Dragon Guard quickened his pace,
urgency driving him to intercept Zhang Jun before he could breach Jiang City. After a while, both entered Jiang City, but at this moment, Zhang Jun had long lost his previous arrogance. After the strike from the Dragon Guardian, although his palm ceased to bleed, the wound had become infected in the rain. Now, he found himself in a dizzying state, aware that it would not be long before he met his demise. Yet, even in death, he was determined to take down the relentless Dragon Guardian before him. Thus, the two arrived at Jiangcheng Park, where the heavy rain had long since driven away any lingering souls. "Let us settle this once and for all," Zhang Jun declared, halting his steps. The Dragon Guardian,
panting heavily, shouted back, "Zhang Jun, I offer you one last chance to surrender.
Do not be so obstinate.
Humph.
In your dreams. I would rather die than yield.
Since I cannot escape today, I shall take you down with me," Zhang Jun retorted coldly. In an instant, a massive fireball began to coalesce before him, its size comparable to 4 or 5 basketballs.
Explosive flameball!
Zhang Jun bellowed, launching the fireball directly at the Dragon Guardian with incredible speed, reducing the distance between them to merely 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The Dragon Guardian was taken aback by the sudden aggression, momentarily caught off guard. Just as the fireball was about to close in, he swiftly dodged to the side, though the heat seared his arm. Meanwhile, a figure in the distance stealthily observed their battle. Yes, it was Lin Yu, known as Lin Laolu. At that moment, he stood beneath an umbrella, concealed behind a gnarled tree, quietly watching the confrontation unfold. This was his first experience witnessing such a fierce contest in this world. Although he had previously sparred with Ouyang Xian, that had merely been a test of his abilities. Thus, witnessing this intense battle was a novel experience. Far removed from the special effects he had observed in his past life, this was tangible and real. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound echoing with a dull thud.
Again! Zhang Jun roared, each of them conjuring a weapon. Clang!
Their blades clashed, producing a sharp, resonant sound.
At that moment,
Lin Yu, hidden behind the great tree, felt an itch in his nose, and the next second, achoo! Startled, the Dragon Guardian glanced in Lin Yu's direction. Just then, Zhang Jun, who had been momentarily distracted, landed a powerful punch on him, causing the Dragon Guardian to stagger backward until he collapsed onto the ground.
He. Daring to be distracted while fighting me? Do you even know where you found that courage?
Zhang Jun scoffed, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
He then turned his gaze towards Lin Yu's position. Whoever you are, come out now. If you don't blame me for using you as a sacrifice.
Hearing Zhang Jun's words, Lin Yu felt an urge to slap himself.
Why couldn't he have just held back for a moment? Now,
he had gone from being a spectator to the one being watched. Damn, this old fool dares to threaten me. I'll show you my prowess soon enough. With that thought, Lin Yu prepared to step out. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his movement.
Do not come out.
Quickly call the police and inform them that there are awakened individuals causing a disturbance here. Request the Dragon Guard for immediate assistance.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the other party to be affiliated with the Dragon Guard. From the memories of his previous self, he learned that the Dragon Guard is an organization within the Dragon Kingdom, specifically tasked with managing awakened individuals to prevent them from abusing their newfound powers. It seemed that the person who had just urged him to leave was indeed a criminal. As Lin Yu pondered this, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, ding.
Zhang Jun's emotional value 1000, ding. Li Ming's emotional value 999.
With the system's notification, Lin Yu quickly deduced the identities of the two individuals. The one who had threatened him was likely Zhang Jun, while the other was Li Ming from the Dragon Guard. Without further hesitation, Lin Yu dialed the police, detailing the situation to them meticulously. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, growing increasingly furious at Lin Yu's prolonged absence, contemplated rushing to silence him.
However,
He was obstructed by Li Ming of the Dragon Guard.
Zhang Jun, do not even think about it. Humph. You cannot even secure your own safety. Yet you wish to concern yourself with others. Protecting the public is our duty as the Dragon Guard.
Li Ming stood unsteadily but resolutely.
His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jun. Should he attempt to advance, he would undoubtedly face fierce resistance. Yet, at that moment,
Zhang Jun was already at the end of his strength, unable to make another move.
Chapter 23, Speak your last words amid the tense standoff.
Lin Yu emerged from the thicket. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback, astonished to find that the newcomer was merely a lad of 17 or 18. However, upon closer inspection, they discerned the flowing energy radiating from him.
Are you also an awakened? Li Ming inquired cautiously. Indeed, is there a problem?
Lin Yu tilted his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, hope surged within Li Ming.
Did you call the police? Yes, I did.
They will arrive shortly, Lin Yu affirmed with a nod, feigning compliance.
Zhang Jun,
upon learning of Lin Yu's report to the authorities, was immediately consumed by fury.
Without hesitation, a fireball hurtled toward Lin Yu. Yet, Li Ming,
ever vigilant despite his conversation with Lin Yu, swiftly intervened and thwarted the attack.
Little brother, you must hide, this is not a place for you, Li Ming urged. However,
Lin Yu had no intention of retreating. This was a rare opportunity to accrue emotional value.
Did he not just witness Zhang Jun's emotional value exceed 1,000? It's fine, I'm standing far enough away, he can't possibly hit me. By the way, is he nearing his end? Should I assist you in finishing him off?
Lin Yu chuckled. Li Ming was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of the young man before him.
Whose subordinate is this?
At that moment, Zhang Jun, incensed by Lin Yu's words, could hardly contain his rage. He had never encountered someone so recklessly unafraid.
Ding. Li Ming's emotional value 666, ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value 1000, ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value 1000.
The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, illuminating his eyes upon realizing the staggering emotional value Zhang Jun had just contributed an astounding 50,000 points.
Wealth, wealth.
Instantly, Lin Yu's gaze toward Zhang Jun transformed.
Was this not a veritable ATM?
No, it was undoubtedly a machine for generating emotions.
From a distance,
Zhang Jun felt the intensity of Lin Yu's gaze and instinctively shuddered, as if a formidable beast were fixating upon him.
Hey, you who have been intent on killing me. Do you truly wish to proceed?
I offer you a chance, kneel and apologize, and perhaps I might spare you, Lin Yu provocatively taunted Zhang Jun.
With this provocation,
Zhang Jun could no longer restrain himself.
You're seeking death. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value 1000, ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value 1000.
In the next instant, a colossal fireball coalesced in Zhang Jun's hand, and he hurled it directly at Lin Yu. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Li Ming began to conjure an ice spear, directing it toward the fireball.
The moment the two assaults collided, an immense shockwave erupted. Boom!
Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle arc, and then, to everyone's astonishment, he mysteriously vanished from sight. When the smoke cleared, his figure had long since disappeared. Li Ming, observing Lin Yu's sudden absence, instinctively felt that he had been mercilessly ensnared by the dual assaults. And a wave of regret flooded his mind. How could he have allowed his younger brother to be entangled in this conflict? He should have firmly admonished him beforehand.
Zhang Jun, I will have your head. Li Ming bellowed. An ice spear, magnitudes larger than the previous one, began to coalesce above his head. Super Ice Dragon Drill. You bastard, do you seek mutual destruction?
Initially prepared to laugh at Lin Yu's disappearance, Zhang Jun was taken aback when Li Ming began to gather his ultimate move. Intent on perishing alongside him. Zhang Jun, you should never have involved the innocuous, nor should you have taken a life before my very eyes. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise.
Super Ice Dragon Drill. Go.
With that command, the colossal ice spear, nay, an ice pillar, was launched directly at Zhang Jun. The oppressive force nearly overwhelmed him.
Ha! Inferno Fury! Zhang Jun roared, flames instantly enveloping his entire form.
and a massive figure shrouded in fire ascended into the air. The raindrops, before even nearing him, transformed into vapor and returned to the heavens. The immense silhouette then seized the approaching ice pillar, and under the impact of the ice, it began to retreat. Time passed, and both men collapsed to the ground, allowing the rain to pummel their faces. At that moment, a mocking voice erupted in their ears. "You didn't expect I had a trick up my sleeve, did you?" Luckily, I restrained my impulses. It's my turn to strike now." With these words, Lin Yu's figure suddenly materialized before them. Upon seeing Lin Yu unscathed, Li Ming felt an immense sense of relief, having initially believed that Lin Yu, even if alive, would be grievously harmed. To his surprise, Lin Yu appeared entirely unharmed, while he himself was left with damaged meridians and utterly depleted strength. Lin Yu, holding the heavenly machine umbrella, sauntered towards Zhang Jun, his face alight with mockery. Zhang Jun, grinding his teeth in frustration, wished nothing more than to chop Lin Yu into pieces to feed to the dogs. Yet, his situation was not unlike that of Li Ming's, with the only difference being that he could still speak. "How come you're not dead?" Zhang Jun questioned as Lin Yu approached, voicing the doubt that lingered in his mind. However, Lin Yu would not divulge his secrets easily. Guess. Ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value 1000, ding. Zhang Jun's emotional value 1000. With another 50,000 points of emotional value credited, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Zhang Jun and shower him with kisses. What a good person. May good fortune follow you throughout your life. It had only been a brief period, yet he had accrued a staggering 100,000 points of emotional value. Just as Lin Yu contemplated extracting even more from Zhang Jun, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The system alerts that the host can only earn a maximum of 100,000 emotional points from a single individual each day. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could one only extract a mere 100,000? However, after a brief reflection, he found solace in the thought that if he were to focus on one person, he might end up utterly draining them. With this realization, Lin Yu dismissed any intentions of further exploiting Zhang Jun. Approaching him, he coldly remarked, "I was merely curious to observe your antics. Why must you involve a frail spectator like me? I am, after all, quite eager to assist. Speak your last words, it might ease my conscience." I. Zhang Jun struggled to rise, but he lacked the strength. After a brief attempt, he collapsed weakly once more. "Very well, since you are in such a state, I shall escort you on your final journey, sparing you the agony of existence. Remember, in your next life, do not provoke me." With that, Lin Yu retrieved the crimson serpent's fang from the system's inventory, swiftly slicing through Zhang Jun's throat. Thus, Zhang Jun's breath ceased entirely. Having completed this grim task, Lin Yu approached Li Ming, observing his labored breathing. Lost in contemplation, he deliberated whether to save him. After a moment's thought, he resolved to assist. After all, Li Ming had intended to avenge him, which had led to this predicament. System, grant me the 9-turn blood recovery pill. Ding. The 9-turn blood recovery pill has been successfully issued. In the next moment, a blood-red pill materialized in Lin Yu's hand, and without hesitation, he placed it into Li Ming's mouth. The moment the pill entered, it dissolved, and as it took effect, Li Ming's injuries began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the damaged meridians slowly commenced their repair under the influence of the pill. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Yu suddenly remembered his purpose for being outside. He carried Li Ming to a drier spot beneath the crooked tree and laid him down. Subsequently, Lin Yu, holding the heavenly umbrella, left Jiangcheng Park without a backward glance. However, midway through his departure, he was seized by a violent wave of nausea. This was his first experience with taking a life. Although it was a life of a criminal, the harsh reality was momentarily overwhelming. Chapter 24, Lin Yu cooks upon leaving Jiangcheng Park. Lin Yu hurried directly to the place where Lin Yushan worked. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Tang Xinyan. "Hello, Xinyan. What's the matter? Brother, where are you? I asked you to bring an umbrella, where have you been?" I just ran into a little situation, and I'm on my way to Aunt Lin now. You'd better hurry back, Mom is already home."
Ah. Aunt Lin is back? Lin Yu exclaimed in disbelief, realizing he hadn't even delivered the umbrella yet.
On the other end, Tang Xinyan was momentarily at a loss for words, then teased.
What do you think? By the time you get there, it will probably be dark. Fine. Just hurry back. You're not accomplishing anything. With that, without waiting for Lin Yu's retort, Tang Xinyan swiftly hung up.
That girl needs a proper lesson, she is really testing my patience, Lin Yu muttered to himself. He then hurried home, but just then, he heard the distant sound of police sirens. He guessed it was related to the previous report he had made. But the response seemed rather slow. He had already resolved the matter himself, what did they still need to do? Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he was not alone in this situation, the dragon guards of Jiangcheng were also involved. Hence, the speed of their response was considerably delayed, though it was still relatively fast. If Lin Yu had heeded Li Ming's advice and left promptly, perhaps Li Ming could have held on until reinforcements arrived, avoiding the risk of a mutual demise. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed a 9 revolutions blood recovery pill, otherwise, Li Ming might have faced dire consequences. At that moment, although Li Ming was in a deep slumber, his bodily functions remained intact, and he would not awaken for 3 days. Lin Yu chose to disregard the police matters, focusing instead on returning home quickly. If he were late, he would likely be subjected to Lin Yushan's nagging again. Since merging with the original owner's memories, he recalled an incident when the original owner had returned late and endured a night of scolding from Lin Yushan. The next morning, she had woken him up with more admonitions. The torment was akin to the relentless chanting of the tightening spell by Tang Sang. Though the rain had lessened, the streets were nearly deserted. Observing the situation, Lin Yu decided to no longer conceal his abilities. Phantom Step. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yu appeared 10 meters away. This ability stemmed from his absorption of the Phantom Spirit Caddis Core, granting him spatial capabilities to instantaneously appear at a designated location. Of course, with his current strength, he could only teleport up to 10 meters at a time, and it was particularly taxing on his spiritual energy. After the previous battle, he had already expended a significant portion of it. Fortunately, he practiced the primordial skill, allowing him to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his reserves. In approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yu arrived at his doorstep. System. Retract the Tianji umbrella. Ding. Tianji umbrella has been retracted. As he spoke, the still dripping Tianji umbrella vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu intended to retrieve his keys to unlock the door, only to realize he had forgotten them. Well, perhaps I should just knock. After some contemplation, Lin Yu proceeded to rap on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In a short while, the door swung open to reveal Tang Xinyan. Her expression one of displeasure as she regarded him. Ahem. Xinyan, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Yu scratched his head, bewildered. In response, Tang Xinyan huffed, humph. You return without even bringing me some snacks. Well, you didn't mention it, so how can you blame me? TCH? Can't you be a little more considerate if I don't say anything? Ding. Tang Xinyan's mood value 999, observing her increasingly audacious demeanor. Lin Yu hastily offered words of comfort. Alright, don't be angry. I promise to buy some next time, okay? As he spoke, he playfully pinched her chubby little face. At this, Tang Xinyan relented, ceasing her fuss, and merrily trotted off to watch television. Once inside and having changed his shoes, Lin Yu made his way to the kitchen, where Lin Yushan was busily engaged in her culinary tasks. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, a smile brightened her face. Xiao Yu is back. How was it? Did you get wet? It's my fault for forgetting to bring an umbrella, making you run around. It's nothing, Aunt Lin. I was quite bored anyway. So a walk was just what I needed. Ha, you dear boy. Alright, just wait outside, the meal will be ready shortly. Aunt Lin, let me cook today, so you can have a taste of my culinary skills. At Lin Yu's declaration, Lin Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief for a moment. Noticing her astonishment, Lin Yu reassured her with a smile, Don't worry, Aunt Lin. I promise it will be delicious. Well then, I look forward to savoring Xiao Yu's cooking tonight. Lin Yushan chuckled as she set down the knife she had been using. Seeing this, Lin Yu promptly approached, picked up the knife from the cutting board, and began to showcase his skills. Meanwhile, his recently acquired novice chef skill activated, and Lin Yu wielded the knife with the grace of a culinary master, moving it swiftly. In mere moments, the carrots that had yet to be fully sliced were transformed into perfectly uniform, slender strands.
Lin Yushan was left utterly astounded, her jaw dropping at Lin Yu's knife skills. Xiao Yu, you. Hee, Aunt Lin, how about my knife work? Lin Yu boasted with a grin. Quite impressive.
Lin Yushan managed to reply, at a loss for words. She simply could not fathom how to describe it. She herself could never achieve such consistency and delicacy.
Aunt Lin, you may go wait to eat outside, I can handle this alone. Well, alright, call me if you need anything. Lin Yushan nodded in resignation. Initially,
she had thought to assist Lin Yu, but it became clear that he required no help at all. Subsequently, Lin Yushan exited the kitchen and settled into the living room.
Tang Xinyan, noticing her mother's absence from the kitchen, found herself perplexed. Mom, why are you out here? Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Your brother is in there cooking, so I came out. What?
Upon hearing that Lin Yu was cooking inside, Tang Xinyan instantly sprang to her feet, her expression resembling that of someone who had just encountered something utterly horrifying.
What's the matter? Why such a dramatic reaction to your brother cooking? Lin Yushan inquired, somewhat perplexed.
With a wry smile, Tang Xinyan replied, Mother, you have no idea. When you weren't home earlier, my brother prepared a meal, and the taste was truly indescribable.
Was it that bad?
Lin Yushan asked, puzzled. Not merely bad, it was extraordinarily unpleasant, so much so that it could be said to have arrived home with its own mother. Everything he made was either too salty or bitter, rendering it utterly inedible.
Upon hearing Tang Xinyan's description, Lin Yushan grew increasingly concerned. Is it really that terrible? Just then,
Lin Yu's voice echoed from the kitchen, Tang Xinyan.
You better not eat what I make. I would rather leap from here than partake of your cooking. Tang Xinyan retorted. Then if you do eat it, you'll be a little puppy. Humph. Whoever eats it is the puppy.
Brother, your cooking is truly delightful.
I want to eat. Weren't you just refusing to eat before? Did I ever say that? Hee.
Chapter 25, The Fire Pearl at the First People's Hospital of Jiangcheng.
Doctor, how is the patient? Why hasn't he awakened yet?
The patient is currently in a state of self-preservation and will require some time before regaining consciousness.
Does that mean his life is not in danger? Indeed.
The patient exhibits no physical abnormalities, he is merely in a comatose state. Upon receiving the doctor's response, a middle-aged man, Zheng Tailin, the chief of the Jiangcheng Guardian Corps,
breathed a sigh of relief.
He had rushed to Jiangcheng Park after receiving a distress call from Lin Yu. However, upon arriving at the scene of the confrontation, he was taken aback. The once serene park was now a wasteland of shattered stones. A corpse lay on the ground, and initially, he presumed it to be one of the Guardian Corps members, only to discover it was the fugitive Zhang Jun.
Meanwhile,
others had located the still-breathing Li Ming beneath a gnarled tree and ultimately transported him to the First People's Hospital for emergency treatment.
On another front,
Tang Xinyan had vehemently declared that she would not consume the food prepared by Lin Yu, yet the very next moment, she savored it more than any dog would. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to mock her with her own words, but her audacity thwarted his jest. Realizing her lack of boundaries, Lin Yu firmly stated, Xinyan,
you will wash the dishes later, understood? Why should I? Tang Xinyan retorted, somewhat indignant.
Lin Yu fixed her with a resolute gaze, asserting, because I am your elder brother. As the eldest, I command you to do as I say, spare me the arguments. Otherwise, you shall forfeit my culinary offerings in the future.
Fine, I'll wash them.
If it weren't for the food, I wouldn't bother, Tang Xinyan grumbled, before carrying a bowl and chopsticks toward the kitchen.
Nearby,
Lin Yushan observed this exchange with a slight smile. Witnessing their playful banter, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her.
Though Lin Yu was not her biological son,
she had raised him as if he were her own. Now that her son had grown and begun to thrive, she felt immense pride.
Suddenly,
Lin Yushan appeared to recall something important.
Xiaoyu, sit tight for a moment, I'll fetch something for you. What is it, Aunt Lin?
Lin Yu queried, puzzled. He wondered what was so significant that it required her attention. Could it be something left behind by his original parents?
Lin Yushan did not respond to his inquiry,
as she too was uncertain of its nature.
She hurried back to her bedroom and, after rummaging through various belongings, finally unearthed a wooden box from a corner.
I found it, this is it, she declared as she returned to the living room, holding the box.
Lin Yu's curiosity deepened at the sight. Aunt Lin, what is this? He asked.
Lin Yushan approached him and gently handed over the wooden box, saying, I am not certain what it contains. Your mother entrusted it to me when they departed years ago. If you successfully awaken, I shall entrust this object to you. If you do not awaken,
allow me to sell it, Lin Yushan declared.
Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu's interest was piqued. Recalling the novels he had read in his past life,
he remembered that the items left behind by protagonists' parents were often extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu promptly opened the wooden box. In the next moment, a fiery red orb appeared within it. Linny, do you know what this is? He inquired.
I do not know either, this is my first time opening the box. Lin Yushan replied with a helpless shrug. After receiving the wooden box from Lin Yu's mother, she had not opened it until today, finally witnessing its contents.
For a moment,
they exchanged bewildered glances, both uncertain of the orb's purpose.
Lin Yu's mind raced, could this be the legendary golden elixir? That seemed implausible. As wasn't the golden elixir typically golden in color?
This was clearly not the case.
Could it be the fabled fire spirit pearl? Yet, its size did not seem appropriate.
The fire spirit pearl was said to be at least the size of a billiard ball.
This orb was merely the size of a quail's egg, how could it possibly be the fire spirit pearl?
At that moment, Lin Yushan spoke up, all right, Xiaoyu.
If you cannot figure it out, then do not dwell on it.
Very well, Lin Yi, may I take it? Lin Yu asked, eager to leave with the orb. Lin Yushan, unconcerned, replied, well, it was originally meant for you, so yes, take it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu clutched the orb and returned to his room. Although Lin Yushan was unaware of the orb's nature, it would likely not confound the system. System, please assess the purpose of this orb, he requested.
Ding.
Detection of hosts request acknowledged.
Initiating analysis, please wait. Ding. This object is named the Lihua Zhu.
It contains a trace of Nanning Lihua, capable of incinerating all malevolent entities in the world.
The host may perform a blood recognition to claim ownership,
subsequently nurturing it within the dantian to rapidly absorb the fire elements from the surroundings.
Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement. He had not anticipated that this small orb contained Nanning Lihua. In his previous life,
he had read numerous novels and was well aware of the formidable nature of this flame. It ranked among the most powerful divine fires,
possessing an almost absurd level of strength. Moreover, it was the accompanying flame of the divine beast Zhu, elevating its prestige immensely.
After his exhilaration subsided, Lin Yu took out the red serpent tooth and made a small incision on his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the Lihua Zhu. The previously dim orb instantly radiated brilliance, and in a miraculous moment, it began to levitate in the air, subsequently diving directly into Lin Yu's body.
What on earth? How did it enter my body? He exclaimed. System, what is happening? Why did it run into my body? Ding.
The host is now the master of the Lihua Zhu and may control its entrance and exit at will.
How do I control it? Ding.
The host need only focus on the Lihua Zhu in their mind to exert control,
following the system's guidance.
Lin Yu concentrated on the Lihua Zhu in his mind and then shouted, come forth. The fiery Lihua pearl immediately erupted from Lin Yu's body,
swirling around him like a mischievous sprite. System, open the personal information panel. Ding. The personal information panel is loading.
Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, level, bronze 5 stars, personal items, ultra-long-range communicator, super compass, magical potion, cleansing elixir, strength pill, speed pill, vitality pill, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, Patrick Star underwear,
Ultraman Zero underwear,
Abilities: SSS level spatial ability, phantom step, SSS level fire ability, blazing fireball. Skills: beginner culinary master, beginner driver. Beginner masseuse. Techniques: S level mixed yuan technique. Weapons: S level long yuan sword, B level crossbow, C level windbreaker arrows, C level red serpent fong, B level heavily mechanism umbrella. Liwa pearl, beast companions, none, emotional value, 2222222. What the heck, system? Why has my fire ability been upgraded to SSS level? Ding. Upon the host's blood binding, a wisp of southern bright fire from the Liwa pearl was absorbed by the host, thus elevating the fire ability to SSS level. What? It can be played this way? Lin Yu was utterly astonished, never anticipating that a mere wisp of southern bright fire would enhance his fire ability to such a formidable level. Chapter 26. Why don't you go rob it? System, can this extraordinary ability be upgraded? Lin Yu inquired, voicing his inner curiosity. Ding. Indeed. But it requires celestial treasures, and one's physical constitution must be capable of withstanding the tribulations of such treasures. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yu was struck with an idea. By the way, system, do you have anything that can grant a person extraordinary abilities? Ding. Yes. The system shop offers the sale of extraordinary fruit. Extraordinary fruit? Ding. This fruit can enable individuals without powers to randomly awaken a form of extraordinary ability, with the level being unpredictable. If I consume it, can I awaken a new ability? Lin Yu asked skeptically. Ding. The extraordinary fruit guarantees a 100% awakening for those without abilities, but for those who already possess powers, the chance is merely 1%. Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the system's explanation. A 1% chance essentially meant he might as well not even try. However, this was to be expected. If he could easily awaken an ability by consuming the fruit, it would be a significant loss for the system. Alright then, system. I would like to purchase one extraordinary fruit. Ding. Insufficient emotional value. What the hell, system, how much emotional value does this extraordinary fruit require? Ding. One extraordinary fruit is valued at 50 million points of emotional value. 50 million? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? I don't want it. Lin Yu was utterly taken aback by the price. What a ridiculous demand, a mere fruit costing 50 million points of emotional value. And with no guarantee of what ability he might awaken. Only a fool would purchase such a thing. Consequently, Lin Yu ceased engaging with the system, firmly believing it to be a scam. After toiling for an entire day, he barely accumulated a few 100,000 points of emotional value. 50 million would take months of relentless effort to amass. He promptly retrieved the fire pearl from his dantian, holding it in his palm to admire. It must be said, the fire pearl now radiated warmth, completely shedding its previous frigid touch. In winter, it would undoubtedly serve as a perfect hand warmer, one that never cools. Wait a minute. How did my parents come by such an extraordinary item? And why did Aunt Lin pass it to me? Did they perhaps recognize it as the fire pearl? Suddenly, Lin Yu pondered aloud. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. His parents likely had no idea what it was, otherwise, they would have kept it for themselves. Not left it for him. With this line of reasoning, Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, and before long, the room was filled with the sound of his snoring. Luckily, the soundproofing was effective, otherwise, if Tang Xinyan heard him, she would likely come knocking. The next day, Lin Yu awoke early, climbing out of bed. After dressing, he stepped outside. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan remained sprawled in bed, sound asleep, having indulged in a hearty meal the previous night, which left her digesting until the early hours of the morning. There he was, still asleep, resembling a lifeless pig. However, Lin Yu paid her no mind, after all. Her daily routine consisted solely of eating and sleeping, followed by watching television upon waking. It was as if she had already embraced the leisurely lifestyle of an elder. Before long, Lin Yu strided towards the school with a demeanor that suggested a complete disregard for his surroundings. As he approached the school gate, Zhou Pengzi called out to him once more. "You Gu, wait for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned to look at Zhou Pengzi, and the sight startled him. To his astonishment, Zhou Pengzi appeared with dark circles under his eyes.
What happened to you, fatty? Did someone beat you up? Don't mention it. Yesterday,
I told my old man about your breakthrough to 3 stars.
Do you know what his reaction was? What was it? He actually made me stay up all night,
Insisting that I could only sleep once I reached 3 stars.
I couldn't resist, so. Before he could finish, Lin Yu had already guessed, so. You spent the entire night training? Aha. Zhou Pingzi nodded heavily, his expression one of utmost grievance. You go. What kind of ability do you think I will comprehend today? As they walked, Zhou Pingzi inquired of Lin Yu. For a moment, Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation. Fatty. I think it would be best if you grasped a defensive ability. Oh? Why's that? Zhou Pingzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion.
Think about it, fatty. When we team up to battle monsters, you can take the front as the tank while I stand behind to reap the rewards.
You go. Are you serious? Of course. Besides, don't you think with your build, you'd make an excellent shield? Just stand there, and no one would be able to touch you.
Encouraged by Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pingzi suddenly found himself intrigued.
Why hadn't he thought of this before?
All his abilities were defensive in nature.
So who could possibly harm him? He could simply lie back and relax. With this thought, Zhou Pingzi affirmed Lin Yu's idea in his heart. All right, you go. I'll follow your lead. Seeing Zhou Pingzi respond this way, Lin Yu's mischievous spirit was instantly satisfied.
Initially, he had merely intended to tease him, but to his surprise,
Zhou Pingzi had taken it to heart.
Nevertheless, given the situation, Lin Yu had no intention of revealing the truth. For this hefty fellow was indeed quite suited for the defensive path.
Perhaps he could find some excellent items to elevate his S-level Earth-type abilities to SS or even SSS level. But it was still too early to discuss that.
The two then made their way towards the classroom, and as they passed by the entrance of Class 1, Lin Yu suddenly spotted Li Hansuang in the front row. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Li Hansuang looked outside and, upon focusing, recognized Lin Yu.
You go, let us go. What are you staring at? Oh, I see now. You're admiring the school beauty, Li.
Zhou Pingzi, noticing Lin Yu lagging behind, turned back and teased him.
Go on, stop talking nonsense.
I hope Li Hansuang doesn't come to trouble you later, Lin Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him before responding curtly. He then quickened his pace toward classroom 15.
Zhou Pingzi glanced between him and the direction of Li Hansuang before hastily following suit.
He certainly did not wish to confront the icy demeanor of Li Hansuang alone. With her perpetually frosty expression, devoid of any emotion, anyone who married her would surely be met with a lifetime of misfortune.
Nevertheless,
Zhou Pingzi secretly hoped that Lin Yu could win over Li Hansuang, for then he could boast to others. Before long, the two entered classroom 15 side by side. At which point Lin Yu began to assert his presence.
Good morning, classmates.
Oh, look, Li Feiyu is studying diligently.
Keep up the good work. Ding.
Li Feiyu's emotional value 1000, ding. Wang Defa's emotional value 999, ding.
Zhou Pingzi's emotional value 666.
As the system notifications chimed,
a triumphant smile spread across Lin Yu's face. He had unexpectedly amassed a remarkable 50,000 emotional points in just one morning, and he was utterly elated. Chapter 27, Behold My Move. Within the gymnasium, Zhou Pingzi turned to Lin Yu and inquired, could you share the challenges you faced while comprehending your abilities? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, there is not much to say, simply emulate the manner in which it strikes.
In essence, do not hesitate, just act.
Fear not.
If it goes awry, you can always rise again in 18 years. As he spoke, Lin Yu patted Zhou Pingzi on the shoulder.
Lin Yu, your advice.
Zhou Pingzi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him.
This seemed exceedingly unreliable. What did it mean to just act? Hadn't Ti Ouyang Qian warned that one misstep could lead to folly?
He had never even held a girl's hand, how could he risk everything here?
Ding.
Zhou Pingzi's emotional value 999, Zhou Pingzi's emotional value 999, emotional value 999.
Upon hearing the system's chime, A smile crept across Lin Yu's face. Indeed, this chubby fellow was an emotional generator. This single moment had garnered him nearly 6,000 emotional points. All right, chubby. Can't you see how desperate you look? Listen closely. When you enter the realm of consciousness, your immediate task is to discern the beast's weakness and deliver a decisive blow. Observing Zhou Pengzi's woeful expression, Lin Yu continued. At this, Zhou Pengzi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, "How do I identify its weakness?" "Well, essentially, just attack its mouth or abdomen repeatedly," Lin Yu responded, momentarily stalling before a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Zhou Pengzi's mouth twitched at Lin Yu's suggestion, yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, aside from certain unique beasts. Most creatures were indeed vulnerable in those regions. "Fine, I shall place my trust in you for now," Zhou Pengzi conceded. Before long, Ouyang Qian approached from a short distance. Her hands laden with several beast cores, some red, others blue. Lin Yu regarded the cores with suspicion. "Chubby, what do you think Xin Jia intends to do with so many beast cores? Could it be that someone else, like you, has also advanced to the third star?" "I believe a few A-level classmates have also made the leap," Zhou Pengzi speculated uncertainly. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, chose not to dwell on it further. He settled cross-legged on the ground, commencing his practice of the Hunyuan skill to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. In the next moment, wisps of white, fluffy energy began to converge towards him, interspersed with traces of red substance. That was fire element, as he cultivated the Hunyuan technique and inhaled spiritual energy. The Lihua pearl within him began to spin effortlessly, absorbing the faint fire elements from the air. Zhou Pengzi observed Lin Yu's stirring activity with a hint of envy. It was infuriating that he had not experienced such phenomena during his own training. Resolving to divert his attention, he turned away from Lin Yu and approached Ouyang Qian. "Hey, Xian Jia, what about my share?" Zhou Pengzi inquired, his face alight with a broad smile as he stood beside her. "Here, your Earth-type beast core. This is a 5-star bronze explosive rock gorilla beast core. Be cautious, do not let its quicksand vortex ensnare you, or you will be left with no choice but to await your demise." Ouyang Qian handed a brown beast core to Zhou Pengzi, offering a brief warning. "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Qian. I will be careful," Zhou Pengzi replied as he accepted the beast core, expressing his gratitude before preparing to depart. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian called out to him, "Where is Lin Yu? Isn't he with you?" "Ah, he is currently in meditation," Zhou Pengzi indicated towards Lin Yu, who was seated in a corner, engrossed in his practice, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Ouyang Qian was taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. After all, the world of prodigies requires no further explanation. After a moment, Ouyang Qian offered Zhou Pengzi another round of advice before turning to leave. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhou Pengzi returned to Lin Yu's side, and noticing the absence of onlookers, he promptly began to meditate and absorb the beast core. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Pengzi found himself in a gray world, recalling Lin Yu's previous words, and he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, a towering black gorilla, standing at 2 meters tall, materialized before him. The explosive rock gorilla. Zhou Pengzi gazed at the creature in awe, muttering under his breath. Suddenly, as his words fell, the explosive rock gorilla opened its eyes wide, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Instantly, Zhou Pengzi felt a tremor run through his body. This was his first encounter with a beast of such ferocity. With a deafening roar, the explosive rock gorilla bellowed at the diminutive human before it, causing Zhou Pengzi to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. The gorilla then slammed its fists onto the ground, sending massive boulders hurtling towards Zhou Pengzi. In that moment of crisis, Zhou Pengzi swiftly reacted, darting away with great urgency. "Goodness, must you be so brutal? It seems I must show you the might of this chubby lord." With that, he pressed his hands against the ground, causing enormous stones to rise and encircle the explosive rock gorilla. The gorilla roared in defiance, its colossal fists striking down upon the stones, shattering them with ease. Zhou Pengzi remained unfazed, promptly slapping his palms against the ground once more, causing the earth to convulse. Rocks enveloped the explosive rock gorilla tightly, leaving only its mouth and abdomen exposed. Zhou Pengzi rushed towards the beast, closing the distance to less than a meter before delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. A resounding clang echoed through the air. Zhou Pengzi's expression darkened. Damn, your hide is tougher than I expected. He felt as though he had struck solid iron. And he knew that had this been the real world, his hand would surely be broken. You beast, just wait until I smash you. Zhou Pengzi roared, leaping into the air and aiming a mighty slap at the gorilla's face. In the next instant, crash! The mouth of the rock-bursting gorilla was as hard as granite. When Zhou Pengzi struck it with his palm, it felt akin to hitting stone. The pain was unbearable. But fortunately, this was not the real world, otherwise, his hand would surely have been rendered useless. At that moment, the rock-bursting gorilla let out a furious roar, causing the stones on its body to scatter in all directions. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Pengzi felt an urge to curse, but before he could utter a word, he noticed a whirlpool forming beneath his feet. A quicksand vortex. Goodness, is this beast truly shameless enough to unleash its ultimate move? While shouting incessantly, Zhou Pengzi made a dash towards an open area. After running for a while, he finally escaped the grasp of the quicksand vortex. Phew. You wretched creature. You nearly exhausted me. Damn it, what could possibly be your weakness? Wait a moment, the rock-bursting gorilla, it's a gorilla, the weakness of a gorilla. I have an inkling. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Pengzi, and he immediately pressed his hands to the ground again. Stone spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling towards the rock-bursting gorilla. Observing this, the gorilla let out a roar and leapt into the air. Just as I anticipated. A smirk played on Zhou Pengzi's lips, and a stone spike shot forth at lightning speed, aimed directly at the gorilla's rear. Behold my technique. 1,000-year kill. Chapter 28, Did I consume poisonous mushrooms? A jagged stone pierced directly into the rear of the explosive rock gorilla, subsequently erupting from its mouth. Before the beast could unleash a roar, it succumbed to death, plummeting from the sky. In the aftermath, the figure of the explosive rock gorilla began to dissipate, and Zhou Pengzi's consciousness gradually returned. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lin Yu gazing at him with evident concern. You goo. Fatty, what transpired? Why did it take so long? I thought you had met with misfortune. Lin Yu expressed with a furrowed brow. In response, Zhou Pengzi sighed, it's hard to explain. What you suggested earlier was utterly ineffective. Lin Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had merely offered a suggestion, and the outcome depended on the circumstances. How did you discover its weakness? I executed a 1,000-year kill on it, causing it to enter through the lower jaw and exit through the upper. Zhou Pengzi's lips curled into a faint smile as he recounted the tale. Lin Yu felt an impulse to strike him. This fellow remained as lewd as ever, even resorting to such underhanded tactics. Nonetheless, it was indeed a clever method. Perhaps he could try it himself next time. Although somewhat unethical, there was no need to adhere to morals when confronting such beasts. Enough, Fatty, look at how proud you are. Let's go. Where to? Where do you think? To the cafeteria, can't you see it's mealtime? Lin Yu shot him a glare filled with irritation. Zhou Pengzi hastily pulled out his phone and realized there were only 5 minutes left until class ended. If we delay, we might miss the cue. Hurry up, you go. We need to leave now, or we won't find a spot. Zhou Pengzi hurriedly caught up with Lin Yu, urging him onward. In the past, he and his original self had been the kings of dining in their class, often racing to the cafeteria before the bell rang. By the time their classmates arrived, they had already feasted and returned. Now, as awakened individuals, they need not endure the tediousness of trigonometric functions in the classroom. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria, where patrons were still relatively scarce. Suddenly, Zhou Pengzi seemed to notice something and vigorously nudged Lin Yu. Whoa, you go, look over there, it's the campus bell, Li. Following his gaze, Lin Yu spotted Li Hanshuang delicately nibbling on her meal in the distance. Perhaps due to Zhou Pengzi's loud voice, as Lin Yu observed. Li Hanshuang slowly lifted her previously bowed head. Her beautiful, emotionless eyes locked onto the two of them. Ahem. Fatty, you should keep your mouth shut. Let us leave. Noticing the situation, Lin Yu cleared his throat and quietly chided Zhou Pengzi. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Zhou Pengzi quickly turned away from Li Hanshuang and headed straight for the serving window.
He certainly did not wish to be at the receiving end of her ire.
Meanwhile,
observing the flustered demeanor of the two, the corners of Li Hanxuang's mouth slightly twitched upward. Fortunately, there was no one else around, otherwise, onlookers would have been astonished. For Li Hanxuang had never smiled at anyone in the 3 years she had been at school. However, Lin Yu and his companions were unaware of this matter. Even if they were, it would make little difference. The two quickly prepared their meal, and as before, it was Zhou Pengzi who picked up the tab, after all. His father had insisted that he cling tightly to Lin Yu's proverbial leg. Just yesterday, after recounting Lin Yu's circumstances, Zhou Dafu had raised his pocket money from 500 to 1,000. This amount was meant for just a single day. And the thought of such a sum was astonishing. Thus, Zhou Pengzi was more than willing to treat Lin Yu, who, understanding his friend's intentions, did not refuse. After all, who would turn down a good deal? By the way, Fatty, which academy do you plan to attend? Lin Yu suddenly inquired.
Ah. I haven't decided yet. What about you, Yu Ge? Which academy are you considering? Zhou Pengzi replied, shaking his head before turning the question back to Lin Yu.
After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu blurted out, the Demon Sea Academy.
What? Yu Ge, you intend to attend the Demon Sea Academy?
That place is crawling with geniuses.
Are you certain you want to go there? Zhou Pengzi expressed his astonishment.
He had conducted some research on the academy and was aware that it was filled with prodigies, most of whom hailed from affluent families. While his own father, Zhou Dafu, was considered wealthy in Jiangcheng, in the capital of magic, such wealth was scarcely impressive. The capital had been the economic center of the Dragon Kingdom prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, lacking for nothing in terms of affluent individuals.
However, upon reflection,
it made sense. After all, Lin Yu's exceptional talent was evident, possessing an SSS-level spatial ability and an SSS-level fire ability, although
he should now be regarded as having an SSS-level fire ability. Of course, Zhou Pengzi was unaware that Lin Yu's fire ability had recently upgraded. Had he known, he would likely have been left speechless. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, there had yet to be any dual SSS-level awakened individuals. Lin Yu's aptitude could indeed be deemed unparalleled. With your talent, Yu Ge, you should certainly secure a place at the Demon Sea Academy, Zhou Pengzi mused, grinning broadly at the thought of Lin Yu's remarkable abilities. In fact, I think I will accompany you to the Demon Sea Academy.
Zhou Pengzi had been encouraged by a conversation he had had with Chen Jia, who mentioned a prominent figure in the realm of spatial abilities at the academy.
Lin Yu candidly shared his discussion with Ouyang Qian.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's mouth fell agape.
Yu Ge. The influential figure you mentioned wouldn't happen to be Old Master Lu Hongba, would it?
Yes,
that's him, Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Wow. Old Master Lu is an extraordinary 9-star figure.
Yu Ge, doesn't that mean you can stride confidently through the halls of the Demon Sea Academy?
Cough. Let us keep a low profile.
Lin Yu coughed lightly, signaling Zhou Pengzi to lower his voice, though he could not suppress the smile on his face.
Beep.
Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 666, Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 666, emotional value 666.
At that moment,
a notification from the system echoed in Lin Yu's mind, nearly causing him to burst into laughter.
Just then, a figure silently approached and sat down beside Lin Yu.
This caused Zhou Pengzi, who sat opposite Lin Yu, to suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment, his mouth agape and unable to utter a single sound, resorting instead to flailing his arms in confusion. Lin Yu, perplexed by his bizarre behavior, wondered what had come over him.
What is the matter, aren't you feeling well? He thought. In response, Zhou Pengzi frantically gestured for him to look to the left. This only deepened Lin Yu's bewilderment,
as he speculated that perhaps his friend was having some sort of fit.
Suddenly, a calm voice broke the silence, resonating in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu. Are you planning to attend the Demon Sea Academy?
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned his head mechanically and beheld the expressionless face of Li Hanxuang.
Li Hanxuang, is there something you need?
He stammered.
Nothing in particular.
I just happened to pass by and overheard you mentioning your intention to go to the Demon Sea Academy, so I came to inquire.
Yes. I do intend to go to the Demon Sea Academy. Oh, I see. By the way, may I ask what realm you are currently at? Bronze level 5. Alright, I understand. My apologies for interrupting your meal.
With that, Li Hansuang stood and bowed slightly to Lin Yu, then departed without a backward glance. Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Zhou Pengzi, both of them reflecting a shared sense of bewilderment.
Brother Yu, am I hallucinating as if I've consumed some poisonous mushroom? Zhou Pengzi questioned, adjusting his plump cheeks in confusion.
Perhaps we both have eaten some toxic mushrooms.
Regardless,
let us hurry and finish our meal so we can return to rest, Lin Yu replied with a resigned shake of his head.
Chapter 29, Cultivate diligently to catch up with my brother. By the way, you good, did you really break through to bronze 5 stars as you claimed earlier? Zhou Pengzi suddenly inquired, his disbelief evident.
It had only been a brief period, yet Lin Yu had achieved such a remarkable advancement to 5 stars. While he himself had toiled all night merely to reach 3 stars. To say he felt no jealousy would be disingenuous.
Lin Yu, upon hearing the question, merely nodded nonchalantly.
After absorbing the beast core of the phantom spirit cat yesterday, he had transitioned from the early stage of 4 stars to the late stage.
Following that,
after absorbing a trace of South Ming's flame from the fire pearl, he successfully ascended to 5 stars, now just a step away from breaking into 6 stars.
Soon,
he would be able to absorb another beast core for comprehension. However, Lin Yu felt no urgency. He planned to refine his physique with the South Ming flame.
Alright, fatty.
If you diligently cultivate, you'll catch up with your brother, Lin Yu reassured him with a pat on Zhou Pengzi's shoulder. This gesture, however, nearly shattered Zhou Pengzi's resolve. It was disheartening. After a sleepless night, all he wished was to keep pace with Lin Yu. Instead, it seemed the gap was widening. Perhaps he should just lie flat and cling to Lin Yu's leg instead of bothering with cultivation.
You good, do you truly have no quick way to advance?
Zhou Pengzi queried, his gaze filled with confusion.
Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly and replied, none.
One must be grounded and not aspire for heights beyond reach. Cultivation is no different.
Impatience yields no fruit.
Alas, I am merely disheartened by your progress. Look at how swiftly you ascended from bronze 1 star to 5 stars. I am still at bronze 3 stars, not merely a star or 2 behind, Zhou Pengzi sighed. In response, Lin Yu was at a loss for words.
Should I slow my cultivation pace? Please don't.
You are a genius, do not hinder your progress for my sake, or my conscience will not allow it. Zhou Pengzi hastily declined. However, Lin Yu had already contemplated this. He intended to refine his physique, and thus had no plans to cultivate spiritual energy in the coming days. Yet, this was not something he could openly convey to Zhou Pengzi. Before long, the two returned to the teaching building. As they passed by Class 1's classroom, they noticed that Li Hansuang was not in her seat. Lin Yu surmised she had likely gone to the gym to train. When he had mentioned his breakthrough to 5 stars, he had seen a clear change in her expression, filled with shock and disbelief. She believed she should also be able to break through to 5 stars. However, Lin Yu was unconcerned and continued directly toward Class 15's classroom.
Meanwhile,
in the grove of Jiangcheng High School, Li Hansuang was sitting cross-legged on a large stone, eyes closed in meditation. Spiritual energy continuously converged around her. And she was on the verge of a breakthrough, just 1 step away from 4 stars. In the next moment, she let out a cold snort. Break! The spiritual power within her surged, and the surrounding energy was swiftly drawn into her body. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, several muffled sounds erupted within her. But tranquility returned almost immediately. Li Hansuang had successfully advanced to bronze 4 stars. Phew! Still too slow, she had only just reached 4 stars. Li Hansuang exhaled a breath of frustration and began to murmur softly to herself. If Lin Yu had been present, he would have comprehended her words, but alas! The surroundings were silent and devoid of company. Rising to her feet, Li Hansuang stretched her limbs before departing the small grove, making her way directly to the gymnasium. She was curious to ascertain whether Lin Yu was secretly cultivating in her absence. A few minutes later, as she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered that Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. This absence perplexed her. Could it be that Lin Yu was not training at the gym? Or perhaps he too was striving for breakthroughs elsewhere? With these thoughts in mind, Li Hansuang found a secluded corner and commenced her fervent practice. At that moment,
The slumbering Lin Yu was suddenly roused by the sound of the system's voice. Ding! Li Hanchuan's emotional value 999, Li Hanchuan's emotional value 999.
Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Yu blinked in bewilderment, then glanced around, realizing that Li Hanchuan was absent.
This only deepened his confusion. Could it be that the system had encountered a bug? Or perhaps Li Hanchuan had experienced a sudden fit of enthusiasm? After all, how could his emotional value surge so dramatically while he was peacefully asleep? Perplexed, Lin Yu lay back down, though he did not fall asleep again. System. What is my current emotional value? Ding. The host currently has 333 points of emotional value remaining. System, I wish to draw lots. Let us start with the 10 consecutive draws. Ding. The system has detected the host's request and is currently drawing, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 3 cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 2 strength pills. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 pair of magical running shoes. Ding. Congratulations, the host has mastered beginner swordsmanship, and it has been automatically learned. Ding. Congratulations, the host has mastered beginner fist techniques, and it has been automatically learned. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had unexpectedly drawn 2 skills, particularly in the areas of swordsmanship and martial arts. At last, fortune had smiled upon him. System. I wish to draw another 10 consecutive lots. Ding. The system is currently drawing, please wait. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 5 thank you gifts. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received 3 SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 2 bronze treasure chests. As Lin Yu listened to the system's report, he was about to voice his complaints, but was abruptly silenced by the subsequent announcement. To his surprise, he had drawn treasure chests, which were typically devoid of worthless items. System. Quickly open the bronze treasure chests for me. Ding. The bronze treasure chest is being opened. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained a C-grade artifact, the Cloak of Invisibility. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 9-turn healing pill. Goodness. A Cloak of Invisibility? System, how can such an impressive item be merely C-grade? Is this for real? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Ding. The cloak has a duration of only 15 minutes, and it does not provide perfect invisibility. Lin Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, realizing that this endeavor was rather futile. System, I shall continue to draw. I refuse to believe that I cannot obtain something valuable. He commanded the system once more. Without hesitation, the system initiated the draw. Ding. The system is currently drawing, please wait. After a brief moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Speed Elixir 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Potency Pill 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Thank You Tokens 4. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a Silver Treasure Chest 1. Upon hearing that he had won a silver treasure chest, Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement. System. Open the silver treasure chest. Chapter 30, A Class, The Obliteration Gun. As Lin Yu's words fell, the system's voice immediately resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an A-class weapon, the Obliteration Gun. Another weapon, and an A-class one at that, filled Lin Yu with exuberance. He felt as though he had struck gold. Until now, he possessed only an S-class Long Yuan sword, and now with the addition of this Obliteration Gun, he felt as if he had been endowed with wings. Once his excitement subsided, Lin Yu composed himself and called out to the system. System, display my personal information panel. Ding. The personal information panel is loading. Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, level, bronze 5-star, personal items, magical running shoes, ultra-long range voice device. Super compass, magical potion, cleansing elixir, strength elixir, speed elixir, vitality elixir, SpongeBob underwear. Powers: SSS Class Spatial Ability, Phantom Step. SSS Class Fire Ability, Blazing Fireball. Skills: Novice Culinary Master, Novice Driving, Novice Massage, Novice Swordsmanship, Novice Fistfighting. Cultivation Method: S-Class Mixed Yuan Technique. Weapons: S-Class Long Yuan Sword. A-Class Obliteration Gun, B-Class Crossbow, C-Class Gale Arrow, C-Class Crimson Serpent Fong, B-Class Celestial Umbrella, Fireball Pearl. Beast Companion, none. Emotional value, 33. 333. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, a smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. Just then, the voice of Zhou Pengzi interrupted Lin Yu's musings. Brother Yu. Let us go. Oh, understood. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu reluctantly rose to his feet and followed Zhou Pengzi out of the classroom. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, Lin Yu immediately sensed dozens of eyes fixed upon him, although that sensation quickly dissipated. Ever since several students had achieved the 3-star comprehension ability, those with lesser talents had begun to engage in an internal competition, fervently training within the gymnasium. Some students even neglected their meals in pursuit of improvement. However, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, two peculiar individuals, still found time for a nap, provoking the ire of their peers. Thus, the moment they entered, they became the targets of disdainful glares. Fortunately, this was a school, otherwise, they might have faced a kick or two. Brother Yu. Why do I feel like their gazes are somewhat off? Did you offend them again? Shut it, you fool. Why on earth would I provoke them? Lin Yu retorted, delivering a swift kick to Zhou Pengzi. The pained Zhou Pengzi, puzzled, remarked, but their look seemed strange, almost like the envy one feels when someone else tops an exam. Heh, I believe it's envy at our rapid progress in training, Lin Yu asserted with conviction. However, Zhou Pengzi held a different opinion. I think they must be envying us. Lin Yu fell silent and made his way toward a corner, prompting Zhou Pengzi to scurry after him. Brother Yu, I still think. Don't speak. Fatty, do you hear any strange sounds? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu immediately interrupted. A peculiar sound? What sound? Brother Yu, have you been hearing things? Zhou Pengzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion. However, Lin Yu paid him no heed and began to survey his surroundings, noticing everything appeared normal. Suddenly, the strange sound grew louder, and at that moment, Zhou Pengzi began to hear it too. Oh my, Brother Yu, there really is a sound. Why does it sound so eerie? It's coming from below. With that, Lin Yu quickly crouched down to listen to the ground. Fatty, the sound is emanating from beneath us. Beneath us? No way, isn't the ground underneath this gym concrete? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Meanwhile, the classmates who had been meditating were jolted awake by the peculiar sound. They immediately began to look around, trying to ascertain the source of the noise, and then they spotted Lin Yu, who was sprawled on the ground, seemingly engaged in some activity. This led to a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Where is that sound coming from? Is it going to disrupt our training? Exactly. I was about to break through to 3 stars when I was abruptly awakened by this sound. Indeed. I just managed to reach 1 star and hadn't even had the chance to consolidate my progress before this inexplicable noise interrupted me. Hold on, my friend. You just broke through to 1 star, what are you showing off for? What is it to you? If you're so capable, why not compete with Li? The school flower? You. Alright, enough arguing. Look at that person on the ground, what is he doing? Is the sound coming from underground? That person seems to be Lin Yu, why is he lying there? Just as the crowd was speculating, the strange sound intensified, echoing throughout the entire gymnasium. Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak, an old man suddenly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, the seal has been broken. It has been 10 years. I wonder what the situation is inside. It seems to be in the direction of Jiangcheng. Ah, by the way, that little fellow is also in Jiangcheng, isn't he? This would be the perfect opportunity to see if that boy truly possesses such extraordinary talent. With that, the old man vanished from his spot. He was none other than the esteemed Master Lu Hongba, the foremost authority on spatial abilities in the Dragon Kingdom. 10 years ago, when Jiangcheng High School had not yet constructed the current gymnasium, a spatial rift unexpectedly appeared at that location. At that time, Lu Hongba happened to pass through Jiangcheng and, intrigued by the rift, ventured inside.
He had not yet reached the pinnacle of extraordinary prowess, being only at the 5-star king level. Nevertheless, he boldly pressed on. After exploring the rift, he discovered it was a secret realm inhabited by a variety of demon beasts. It took him a week to fully comprehend the conditions within, the strongest being a mere 3-star golden beast. Lu Hongba refrained from immediately exterminating them. However, to prevent the demon beasts from crossing into the human realm through the rift and posing a threat, he sealed the spatial fissure. Due to his relatively low strength at that time, he could only resort to sealing, unable to completely eradicate the spatial rift, which consequently left a significant hidden danger. It was not until today, as the seal began to weaken, that Lu Hongba recalled this matter. Meanwhile, on Lin Yu's side, as the sound grew increasingly loud, the ground began to tremble slightly. The crowd soon realized that the peculiar noise originated from beneath the earth, plunging them into a state of panic. What was happening? Was there an earthquake? Impossible, Jiang City had never experienced an earthquake in its history. This could not be an earthquake. Then what was it? Why was the ground shaking? And what was the source of this eerie sound that sent chills down their spines? Look! The ground appears to be cracking, exclaimed one person. What on earth is happening? Could it be an attack by some monstrous beast? The scene quickly descended into chaos, with everyone expressing their fears and speculations. Yet, Lin Yu sensed a faint aura of spatial energy, as if some ancient seal was being lifted. Chapter 31, The Spatial Rift. At that moment, the ground trembled with increasing intensity, accompanied by a peculiar sound that grew ever louder. The ominous rumble persisted for a while before suddenly ceasing. Just as the crowd began to relax, cracks erupted at the center of the auditorium, swiftly spreading outward with alarming speed. The students who had been observing from below, upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle, instinctively fled towards the upper stands. An earthquake! Lin Yu, noticing the chaos, seized Zhou Pangzi and dashed towards the spectator area. After a while, the tremors gradually subsided, and the fissures ceased to expand. However, an unusual phenomenon ensued as the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge toward the center. It gradually coalesced into a swirling vortex, voraciously drawing in the energy from all directions. This process continued for approximately 20 minutes before it finally came to a halt. Suddenly, cracks resembling those on a mirror began to appear above the central point, multiplying rapidly. Just then, the sound akin to shattering glass reverberated throughout the auditorium. Crack! Crack! In the next instant, the fabric of space fractured, revealing a vortex radiating a brilliant blue light before the astonished crowd. A powerful suction emanated from this whirlpool, pulling several students who were too close into its grasp. Help! Somebody save me! Their cries were snatched away by the relentless vortex, and soon, more and more individuals were drawn into its mysterious depths. Brother Yu, what on earth is happening? Zhou Pangzi, eyes wide in terror, gazed at the vanishing figures of their classmates. I have no idea, but it appears to be safe. Fatty, do you want to venture in with me? Lin Yu suggested. Zhou Pangzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Yu, are you feeling all right? You dare to enter that? He tentatively reached for Lin Yu's forehead, only to have his hand swatted away. Listen, I just felt a spatial fluctuation. This must be a passage to another world. Are you certain you don't wish to explore? Lin Yu pressed. Is that really true? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Zhou Pangzi hesitated, torn between apprehension and the allure of such an extraordinary opportunity. All right, Brother Yu, let us go, he finally declared, steeling himself as he prepared to step forward. Lin Yu followed closely, and before they could draw near, they were abruptly engulfed by the azure vortex. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves stunned in place by the breathtaking scenery before them. They stood upon a lush, verdant expanse, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Brother Yu, where have we arrived? I'm not sure, but it seems we are no longer on Blue Star, Lin Yu replied with a shake of his head. What should we do now? We are unfamiliar with this place, how do we return? Zhou Pangzi lamented, a wave of regret washing over him. He realized he should not have been swayed by Lin Yu's enthusiasm. Now they found themselves trapped in this unknown realm. Lin Yu disregarded him and began to observe his surroundings. Aside from an endless expanse of grassland, there was little else in sight. Not even the classmates who had been absorbed into this realm.
Fatty, it seems we've been transported to another place. Look around, there are no other students in sight.
Lin Yu remarked after a moment of contemplation.
What?
Zhou Pengzi hastily scrambled to his feet, scanning the area.
Brother Yu, what should we do now?
Let us move forward, Fatty, and see if we can encounter any other classmates, Lin Yu declared, striding purposefully in a certain direction.
Zhou Pengzi quickly followed suit.
Time passed, and they were unaware of how long they had been walking.
With a thud, Zhou Pengzi plopped down onto the grass, panting. Huff, huff. Brother Yu, how much farther do we have to go? I can barely walk any longer.
Hearing this, Lin Yu once again surveyed the surroundings and, in the distance, seemed to spot a grove of trees.
Fatty, look. There appears to be a forest ahead. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi lifted his gaze toward the direction Lin Yu indicated, and indeed, a dark area loomed ahead, resembling a thicket. Brother Yu.
Let us rest for half an hour before setting out again. I truly can't go on, Zhou Pengzi eagerly suggested.
All right, let us take a moment to rest. Lin Yu replied, preparing to sit down.
Just then, a rumbling sound resonated from the sky.
Boom, boom, boom.
The two immediately stood alert.
Looking upwards, they noticed a dark spot rapidly approaching them from afar. They could tell it was growing larger at an alarming rate. Fatty, run! Lin Yu shouted, sprinting away.
Zhou Pengzi, jolted back to reality by Lin Yu's urgent call, exclaimed, "Damn it, brother Yu, how can you just leave me behind like this?"
Wait for me.
He hurriedly began to chase after Lin Yu. As Lin Yu ran, he glanced back at the darkening spot, which continued to expand ominously.
System. Can you identify what that is?
Lin Yu thought of the all-knowing, albeit troublesome, system and inquired.
Ding. System is detecting, please hold on. Ding. Detection complete.
Swift Gale Thunder Eagle, Bronze 8 stars, possessing exceptional speed and devastating destructive power, preying on weaker beasts. Any target locked by it cannot escape its talons. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. It turned out to be a Bronze 8 stars beast, while he was merely a Bronze 5 stars.
How can I possibly contend with that? He muttered in dismay. System. Does the Swift Gale Thunder Eagle have any weaknesses?
Lin Yu continued to run, questioning the system in his mind.
Ding.
The beacon talons of the Swift Gale Thunder Eagle are its most formidable weapons, yet its feathers are its softest point.
Are you suggesting I pluck its feathers? How on earth am I supposed to do that? Ding.
The host merely needs to ignite the flames directed at its wings. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yu suddenly recalled that he possessed the ability to conjure fire.
Why had he contemplated plucking feathers? Had his mind momentarily faltered? With the solution in mind,
Lin Yu slowed his pace. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi, noticing his deceleration, mistakenly assumed Lin Yu could no longer run.
Brother Yu, hurry up. If you don't expedite your pace, that ghastly creature will catch up.
Zhou Pengzi urged anxiously. In response, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he called out to Zhou Pengzi, "Fatty.
Let's stop running. You provide cover while we confront it together."
Zhou Pengzi was taken aback, pondering what it meant to serve as cover. While he was still processing this, Lin Yu gradually came to a halt. Observing this, Zhou Pengzi quickly slowed down and dashed toward Lin Yu, managing to stop just in time.
Huff. Huff. Brother Yu, what did you just say? You want me to serve as cover? Zhou Pengzi panted heavily.
Yes, Fatty. Find a way to distract that creature for a moment.
I shall demonstrate the might of my fireball. Brother Yu, can I rely on you? Zhou Pengzi questioned,
casting a doubtful glance at Lin Yu, who merely shot him an exasperated look in return.
Chapter 32, Gale Thunderhawk.
Zhou Pengzi observed the unwavering confidence radiating from him and resolved to take the plunge.
Get ready, Fatty. You go, stay prepared at all times. Fiery fireball.
With a thunderous roar from Lin Yu, a fireball the size of a soccer ball was hurled with great force, racing toward the Gale Thunderhawk. This formidable sphere bore the essence of Southern Ming's leaving fire, its power magnified several-fold compared to earlier attempts.
Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed considerable strength, otherwise he might not have launched it so high.
In the blink of an eye, the fireball struck the left wing of the Gale Thunderhawk with pinpoint accuracy. Flames rapidly engulfed its wing, consuming a significant portion of the feathers in mere moments. With a sorrowful cry, the Gale Thunderhawk plummeted downward, seeking to exact retribution upon the two tiny intruders below. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy upon witnessing his fireball find its mark.
Did you see that, fatty? My prowess is indeed formidable.
You good, something's amiss, that dark spot above is growing larger, Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Just as he was about to commend Lin Yu, he noticed the ominous figure approaching them at an alarming speed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly looked up, his brow furrowing in concern.
Could it be that my fireball failed to inflict any damage? Logically, it should have. How could a bronze 8-star beast withstand such an attack?
While Lin Yu pondered these thoughts, Zhou Pengzi bellowed, "Earth barrier." Instantly, the ground trembled, and a robust stone wall erupted from the earth, encasing the two of them. At that moment, the Gale Thunderhawk, fueled by wrath, charged directly at them. With a thunderous crash, the Gale Thunderhawk collided with the stone wall, causing it to splinter and crack, while the beast staggered, nearly losing its grip on the sky.
Fatty, this barrier is inadequate, it shattered upon impact.
You go. Spare me the jests, we must devise a plan to navigate this perilous situation, Zhou Pengzi replied, his expression pained.
Lin Yu,
reassured by his earlier observation of the beast's scorched wing, remarked, "I noticed distinct burn marks on that beast's left wing, it must be injured."
Is that true? Indeed. I caught a glimpse through the cracks. How many more times can you cast that spell, Yugo?
Approximately 5 more times.
After which my spiritual energy will be depleted. And you, fatty? How much longer can your barrier withstand? Alas!
This barrier can endure 2 more impacts like that before it crumbles, Zhou Pengzi sighed in resignation.
Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation.
Since Fatty could only withstand 2 more fierce strikes, he resolved to act swiftly. Fatty, when that beast charges again, you must promptly dispel this barrier.
Remember, speed is crucial. Why? Zhou Pengzi questioned, puzzled.
Just trust me, I assure you, you will emerge unscathed, Lin Yu promised, thumping his chest confidently.
Zhou Pengzi hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely. All right, brother Yu, I shall heed your words.
Lin Yu smiled at this and continued to gaze through the crack towards the outside.
At that moment,
the swift Wind Thunder Eagle, realizing it could not shatter the barrier with its previous assault, was consumed by a fiery rage. With a series of roars, it soared skyward, then abruptly turned around and charged at Lin Yu and his companion with astonishing speed. The force of this impact was several times greater than before. Seeing the swift Wind Thunder Eagle rapidly approaching, Lin Yu immediately shouted to the burly figure beside him, "Pengzi, be on guard, the beast is coming."
Understood, brother Yu.
Zhou Pengzi responded, bracing himself on the ground, ready to dissipate the barrier at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Yu began to gather flames in his hands, conjuring a fireball the size of 3 footballs.
As they anxiously awaited, a tremendous crash echoed overhead.
They recognized it as the swift Wind Thunder Eagle making another assault. The previously fragmented earthen barrier began to tremble violently, with fragments of rock falling away. Observing this, Zhou Pengzi exerted force, causing the barrier to vanish rapidly. Lin Yu then cast his gaze toward the still approaching eagle and hurled the fireball with great force, striking the creature squarely on its back.
The fireball,
imbued with the essence of Southern Ming fire, began to sear the eagle's wings like a parasite. The swift Wind Thunder Eagle let out a mournful cry and plummeted straight toward the ground. Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, witnessing this, erupted in joy, relieved to have subdued the beast. "Come on, Pengzi, let us go investigate."
"Brother Yu, do you think this wretched creature is truly dead?" Zhou Pengzi asked, a hint of concern in his voice.
"Fear not, this beast has been struck by my fireball, it is either dead or severely weakened.
Besides,
it possesses a beast core that we can sell for a handsome profit," Lin Yu reassured him, patting his shoulder nonchalantly.
Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi chose not to press further,
as he too was eager to uncover the nature of the creature that had attacked him.
"Then let us proceed."
The two of them hurried towards the direction where the swift wind thunder eagle had fallen. At that moment, the eagle was barely clinging to life. A gaping hole marred its back, and its wings were entirely scorched. Furthermore, having plummeted from a great height, it was now gasping for breath, on the brink of death. When they were merely 10 meters away, they halted. "Brother Yu, it seems this creature is on its last legs. The more incapacitated, the better. Let us wait a moment to see if it shows any signs of life." "All right." Thus, they remained in silence for half an hour. Until the swift wind thunder eagle showed no further signs of life, before they cautiously approached, wary of the creature feigning death and delivering a final strike. Unbeknownst to them, the swift wind thunder eagle had succumbed to its injuries 10 minutes earlier, completely lifeless. Lin Yu stealthily approached the eagle's neck, then reached into his pocket and retrieved the red serpent fang. He had previously retrieved it from the system space, but to prevent Zhou Pingzi from becoming suspicious, he concealed it in his pocket. Just as Lin Yu approached the Gale Thunder Eagle within a mere half-meter, he swiftly struck, instantly severing the creature's neck. Fortunately, the Gale Thunder Eagle was still in its bronze phase, otherwise, the Scarlet Serpent's fang would not have easily penetrated its skin. "Brother Yu, it seems this beast is truly dead. By the way, where did you acquire that dagger? It looks rather impressive," Zhou Pingzi remarked cheerfully as he approached, catching sight of the Scarlet Serpent's fang in Lin Yu's hand. "Oh, this. I found it on the road. I have no idea who it belonged to, but I thought it looked quite nice, so I kept it with me." "Ah," Zhou Pingzi responded nonchalantly, losing interest, and instead began to scrutinize the charred remains of the Gale Thunder Eagle before them. Lin Yu, relieved to have evaded suspicion, also began to examine the creature he had slain. Suddenly, Zhou Pingzi inquired, "Brother Yu, do you recognize this beast?" It appears to be an eagle, yes. It looks like a Gale Thunder Eagle." Lin Yu had long been aware of the creature's information from the system but had refrained from stating it directly, fearing he might have difficulty explaining himself later. However, now that the plump man had asked, he felt compelled to feign ignorance. Chapter 33 Brother Yu. This eagle meat is incredibly fragrant. The Gale Thunder Eagle? I've never heard of it. What level of strength do you think this beast possesses? Zhou Pingzi inquired, shaking his head. I would estimate it to be around the 8-star level. If it were 9 stars, my flames would struggle to inflict any damage upon it. Lin Yu articulated the Gale Thunder Eagle's rank, providing a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pingzi's mouth fell agape, his expression betraying disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yu. After a long moment, he stammered, "Brother Yu, you must be joking. Is this Gale Thunder Eagle truly as formidable as you claim? Believe it or not. It's up to you." "Now hurry over and help me turn it over," Lin Yu retorted, rolling his eyes. "Oh," Zhou Pingzi replied, hastily scurrying to Lin Yu's side. Together, they managed to flip the Gale Thunder Eagle onto its back. With Zhou Pingzi's puzzled gaze upon him, Lin Yu took the red serpent fang and began to carve into the body of the Gale Thunder Eagle. "Brother Yu, what are you doing?" Zhou Pingzi queried. "Extracting the beast core," Lin Yu replied. That core is located in the beast's brain, not its abdomen," Zhou Pingzi remarked, causing Lin Yu's hands to freeze mid-motion. "Ahem. I am aware of that. I merely intend to cut off some meat first so we can savor this beast's flesh later," Lin Yu explained, clearing his throat. "All right. Your reminder has made my stomach growl," Zhou Pingzi said, patting his ample belly. Before long, Lin Yu had sliced away a chunk of meat weighing approximately 10 kilograms. He then approached the Gale Thunder Eagle once more, fixing his gaze intently as he plunged the red serpent fang into the creature's skull. After a moment of stirring, he finally unearthed a glimmering stone, no, a beast core. Examining the azure beast core in his hand, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. This marked the first demon beast he had slain in this world, a moment worthy of remembrance. "Fatty, catch!" Suddenly, Lin Yu shouted to Zhou Pingzi, tossing the azure beast core his way. "Brother Yu, what are you doing? Isn't this your kill? Why are you giving it to me?" Zhou Pingzi asked, perplexed. "Keep it. When we return, hand it over to your father and have him sell it." We will split the profits 3 to 7, Lin Yu explained. His reasoning for involving Zhou Dafu in the sale stemmed from the latter's extensive connections. He feared being swindled if he attempted to sell it himself. Moreover, having Zhou Dafu facilitate the sale might yield a price higher than the market average. After pondering, Zhou Pengzi tucked the beast core into his pocket. This is all money. While I am not in need of it, no one ever complains about having more. Brother Yu, let us get to grilling the meat. I've never tasted eagle meat in my life. Zhou Pengzi urged. Alright, no problem. With that, Lin Yu plucked the remaining wings from the Gale Thunder Eagle and set up a small fire pit. He then conjured a ball of flame in his hand, igniting the wings instantly. About half an hour later, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, making Zhou Pengzi's mouth water profusely. Brother Yu, can we eat now? I'm absolutely famished. Here, eat this, you glutton. Lin Yu handed a piece of roasted meat to Zhou Pengzi, who eagerly accepted it and bit down before it had a chance to cool. Ah, it's so hot. Num num num, it smells divine. You good. You must try some. Zhou Pengzi winced from the heat but couldn't resist taking a bite, his eyes lighting up with delight. Observing his companion's joyous reaction, Lin Yu promptly cut himself a piece and began to indulge as well. After their long journey, they were ravenous. And this exquisite meat was a feast they savored like famished wolves. Alas, they had no wine to accompany their meal, such a pairing would have been sublime. After a while, the two sat back on the grass, thoroughly satisfied. Burp. You good, this meat is truly delectable. The texture is tender, with minimal fat. And it carries no unpleasant taste. It surpasses any beef I've had before by several folds. Zhou Pengzi, still grinning and with a blade of grass between his teeth, expressed his delight. Lin Yu, witnessing his friend's contentment, remained silent but couldn't help the corners of his mouth from curving upward. He had never tasted such exquisite meat in his previous life. Just this meal alone made the journey worthwhile. After a brief respite, they resumed their trek toward the distant forest. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, chaos had erupted at Jiangcheng High School, which had once been orderly. Students who had been attending classes fled in panic upon hearing a strange sound. Wang Fujuan was among the first to lead a group of teachers toward the gymnasium. However, as they approached, they found the building enveloped by an invisible barrier. Principal, what is happening? What is going on inside? Ouyang Qian suddenly approached Wang Fujuan. Her voice low and filled with concern, her expression grim. If something had gone awry, the school would bear the consequences. Wang Fujuan's face, however, was even more troubled, darkened by a deep frown. I don't know what this barrier is. Principal, perhaps we should call the Dragon Guardian to investigate. If something has indeed happened, we must be prepared to explain ourselves. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses stepped forward. I'm Li Gang, the homeroom teacher for Class 1. I just learned that Li Hanshuang is inside the gym, and I am deeply worried. Wang Fujuan nodded in response. Seeing this, Li Gang moved aside to call the Dragon Guardian, but he merely contacted the police, who would then alert the guardians. At that very moment, above the gymnasium, a figure hovered in the air. It was Lu Hongba, having rushed to the scene upon sensing the disturbance of the seal. Realizing the situation, he employed spatial transfer to arrive. Part of the seal had been broken, but fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise, the entire Jiangcheng would have been drawn into chaos. Indeed, the barrier was his doing. Established shortly after Lin Yu and his companions were absorbed within. To avert unforeseen circumstances, he enveloped the entire gymnasium within his grasp. It seemed that the young man had indeed entered, however, it presented an excellent opportunity to observe his true capabilities. With that, Lu Hongba vanished into thin air. Within the secret realm, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, after an arduous hour of traversing, finally found themselves amidst the dense forest. Yet, upon their entrance, a fierce gust of wind surged towards them, causing their garments to rustle violently. Goodness, Yugu, why is the wind so intense? I can barely keep my eyes open. Zhou Pengzi exclaimed. Chubby, quickly employ that technique from before. Oh, right. Zhou Pengzi responded, promptly bracing himself against the ground, and a formidable stone wall suddenly rose before them. effectively shielding them from the peculiar, forceful winds.
Chapter 34, The Luminescent Azure Deer. The strange wind persisted for over 10 minutes before finally dissipating. Observing this,
Lin Yu cautiously peered out, directing his gaze into the depths of the forest. Noticing the absence of the earlier peculiar gust, he turned back to Zhou Pingzi.
"Let us go, my friend, it should be safe now. Should we not wait a while longer, Yugu?
What if that strange wind returns?"
Zhou Pingzi's face bore a hint of trepidation.
This apprehension was understandable, for they were not on Blue Star, a realm filled with countless unknowns. Lin Yu reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Rest assured, nothing will happen.
Besides, I am here with you.
There is no need to be afraid."
Reassured by Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pingzi relaxed considerably, and the two of them ventured deeper into the woods.
After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Lin Yu suddenly halted.
Zhou Pingzi, feeling a surge of anxiety, inquired, "What is it, Yugu? Is there something amiss?" "I see a deer up ahead," Lin Yu replied. "A deer?" Zhou Pingzi expressed his confusion. Could it be that this world still harbored deer? 20 years prior, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, all creatures on Blue Star underwent transformations. Once harmless animals had morphed into fierce predators, and many herbivores had turned carnivorous.
Yet, some domesticated animals remained unchanged, though their meat had significantly improved in quality. Thus, Zhou Pingzi was puzzled upon hearing Lin Yu's words. Was it possible that there were still unaltered deer in this realm? Perceiving Zhou Pingzi's bewilderment, Lin Yu stepped aside, suggesting, "Why don't you take a closer look yourself?" At this, Zhou Pingzi eagerly approached, following Lin Yu's indication. In the distance, he beheld a deer drinking from the lake, appearing much like those before the transformations. However, there was a notable difference. This deer was green, indeed, a vibrant teal. More remarkably, it was surrounded by shimmering halos, exuding an aura of sanctity. Zhou Pingzi was momentarily entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. "System, please provide information on that deer," Lin Yu communicated mentally with the system. Ding. Detecting the host's request, "Please wait." Ding. Luminescent Azure Deer, Silver 3 stars. The luminescent azure deer prefers to dwell alone in the depths of the forest. Its temperament is gentle, yet it should not be provoked, otherwise, one must face the consequences. Upon receiving the system's explanation, Lin Yu gained a general understanding of the deer. He had not anticipated that this creature would possess such formidable strength. Reaching Silver 3 stars. "We should leave promptly, we cannot contend with it," Lin Yu urged. "Pingzi, stop staring, let us hurry away from here, we cannot provoke this deer." However, upon turning back, Lin Yu noticed that Zhou Pingzi remained motionless, unresponsive to his plea. This inevitably left him in a state of perplexity. Could it be that this fellow was so entranced by some alluring beauty that he could not move? Strangely enough, at that very moment, the scene before Zhou Pingzi's eyes was indeed a group of stunningly beautiful figures standing before him. The absence of Lin Yu's presence meant that he had entirely missed Lin Yu's previous remarks. Observing Zhou Pingzi's immobility, Lin Yu grew anxious. Could it be that this portly fellow had fallen victim? Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled what the system had mentioned earlier. The Luiying Bisha deer possessed the ability to ensnare one in a captivating illusion. Surely, this overweight man had succumbed to the enchanting mirage conjured by the deer. "System, please verify whether this fellow has been ensnared," he implored. Ding. Detecting host's request. Processing. Ding. The target has indeed fallen under the illusion of the Luiying Bisha deer and is presently entrapped in a dreamlike state. Damn, as expected. This fool was utterly unreliable. System, do you possess any means of awakening him? Ding. There is but one method: eliminate the Luiying Bisha deer, and the illusion will naturally dissipate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration. How could he, a mere bronze 5-star novice, be expected to confront a silver 3-star creature? Was this some sort of jest? Is there truly no alternative? Ding. Currently, this is the sole method. The system's response was succinct, yet Lin Yu was not prepared to relent. He had expended considerable effort to defeat the Gale Thunder Eagle. Just then, the Luiying Bisha deer began to approach them. The earlier commotion from their repositioning had drawn the creature's attention, allowing it to lock onto Zhou Pengzi and initiate its illusion. As Lin Yu heard the footsteps drawing closer, a sense of dread washed over him. The Luiying Bisha deer must have discovered their presence. With no other choice, he steeled himself. He stood up and strode out from the foliage, locking eyes with the approaching deer. The Luiying Bisha deer paused in surprise. It had not anticipated that this insignificant creature would reveal itself. Its gaze shifted to one of caution, as it had never encountered humans before. Yet sensed a hint of hostility from Lin Yu's aura. With a series of calls, the deer issued warnings. However, Lin Yu was oblivious to the language of beasts and remained fixated on the Luiying Bisha deer, ready to evade at the first sign of aggression. Thus, a standoff ensued. Neither party daring to strike. Lin Yu internally lamented the creature's hesitation. His legs began to grow numb from standing still. Damn it, if you don't make a move soon, I just might take the initiative. Meanwhile, the Luiying Bisha deer, observing the unmoving Lin Yu, could not comprehend the behavior of this peculiar bipedal being. And so, the two remained locked in a tense gaze for what felt like an eternity. Until Lin Yu could no longer feel his legs and finally shouted at the Luiying Bisha deer. Hey, we need to discuss something. You help my brother escape from this illusion, and I will take him away. What do you think? After speaking, Lin Yu pointed towards Zhou Pengzi, who was still lost in the grass, drool dripping from his mouth. Lu Ying and Bai Xiao looked in the direction Lin Yu indicated and instantly grasped his intention, promptly responding with two sharp calls. Yo, yo! The vibrant scenes that had captivated Zhou Pengzi vanished the moment he heard the calls of the deer. Huh, wasn't I just on the beach? Where's my beauty? Regaining his senses, Zhou Pengzi let out a soft exclamation. Quickly scanning his surroundings and realizing he was indeed in the same patch of grass where he had spent time with Lin Yu. Right, where's Lin Yu? Noticing Lin Yu was nowhere to be found, Zhou Pengzi grew anxious and, disregarding everything else, began to shout loudly, "You gu! Where are you?" However, before he could finish his call, Lin Yu's voice came from outside the grass. Alright, fatty, stop shouting and come out quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's face lit up with joy, and he promptly scrambled to his feet, making his way out of the grass. Chapter 35, Encountering an Acquaintance. As Zhou Pengzi emerged, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. Lin Yu was mingling with a mystical beast. Ding! Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 999, ding. Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 999, brother Yu, what on earth is this? Enough, you glutton. Don't be so taken aback. This luminous azure deer means us no harm. We merely interrupted its drinking, which prompted it to create an illusion to ensnare you. Lin Yu hurriedly clarified. With this explanation, Zhou Pengzi's anxious heart finally settled. Brother Yu, since this deer harbors no malice towards us, can we leave now? Indeed. Let us depart. We must rendezvous with the others, Lin Yu replied affirmatively, waving goodbye to the luminous azure deer before proceeding ahead with Zhou Pengzi. Once the two had departed, the deer turned and ventured deeper into the woods. System, you wretched contraption. Clearly, there were other ways. Yet you insisted I confront it directly. Do you intend to abandon me for another host? After distancing himself from the luminous azure deer's sight, Lin Yu began to curse the system in his mind. System! Noticing the system's silence, Lin Yu's fury surged. This insufferable system was intolerable. Today it urged him to face challenges, tomorrow it would lead him to ruin. Lin Yu, gritting his teeth, sprinted furiously until he abruptly halted. Zhou Pengzi, puzzled, wondered if they had encountered another beast. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Is there another beast? Pengzi, come quickly. Is that not Li Feiyu? Lin Yu urged. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi froze momentarily, then widened his eyes, fixated on a figure lurking in the distance. The figure was sneaking about, glancing left and right, seemingly evading something. After observing for a moment, Zhou Pengzi discerned that it was indeed the notorious Li Feiyu, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Hee, brother Yu. It truly is that fellow. Should we give him a fright? I bet we could scare the wits out of him. Let us wait a moment.
He appears to be avoiding something, Lin Yu replied, having a clearer view of the situation. Li Feiyu's expression revealed hints of panic and fear, likely due to a formidable beast lurking nearby. In the absence of clarity, it was prudent not to act recklessly, for the consequences could be dire. Lin Yu's cautious mindset stemmed from his past, having spent countless hours watching adventure films, such as Raiders of the Lost Arkansas. Thus, the two stealthily approached Li Feiyu, glancing around occasionally. He. Brother Yu, what do you think Li Feiyu's reaction will be upon seeing us? Will he be exhilarated? Or will we frighten him to the point of losing control? Zhou Pangzi's face bore a devilish grin as he eagerly watched Lin Yu advance. Lin Yu remained largely unperturbed by Zhou Pangzi's remarks, for he harbored no animosity towards Li Feiyu. His only thought was the prospect of reaping some benefits from Li Feiyu once more. A mischievous grin crept across Lin Yu's lips, one that was even more lecherous than Zhou Pangzi's. Fortunately, Zhou Pangzi was trailing behind him, otherwise, he might have had to shout a playful taunt. Before long, the two were within 10 meters of Li Feiyu, who was oblivious to their presence due to their deliberate concealment. As Li Feiyu continued to scan his surroundings, a chubby hand stealthily approached him, drawing ever closer. In a flash, that hand firmly clasped Li Feiyu's shoulder. Ah! No! Don't eat me! I'm not tasty! Li Feiyu exclaimed in terror, instinctively curling up and shouting. Simultaneously, a mysterious pale yellow liquid began to seep from beneath him. Zhou Pangzi, witnessing his cowardice, could not help but sneer. TSK, you go. Look at him quaking in fear. Li Feiyu, do take a moment to see who I am. At the sound of his voice, Li Feiyu trembled and raised his head, his heart sinking with relief upon recognizing Zhou Pangzi. Phew! Zhou Pangzi, it's you! Why on earth did you scare me? Before Li Feiyu could finish, Zhou Pangzi slapped him, retorting, Do not call me by my given name, understand? Address me as Fat Lord. You! What do you mean by that? It's Fat Lord. Zhou Pangzi glared at him. Realizing he could not win this battle, Li Feiyu had no choice but to acquiesce. Fat Lord. Zhou Pangzi, pleased with his compliance, retrieved a piece of meat wrapped in cloth from his pocket. This is the meat of a Gale Thunder Hawk. Before we left, Lin Yu had dried it with fire and asked me to bring some along. Given the uncertain circumstances here and our hasty arrival, we had no provisions. So I prepared some rations for emergencies. It seems fortuitous that we ran into you. I might as well share a piece since we are classmates. Li Feiyu gazed at the item Zhou Pangzi had tossed at him, puzzled. Fat Lord, what is this? Quickly eat it. This is the meat from a Gale Thunder Hawk that Gu and I killed earlier. It might not taste the best, but make do with it. Zhou Pangzi explained succinctly before ignoring him thereafter. Seeing this, Li Feiyu eagerly picked it up, unwrapping the tattered cloth. No. It was his school uniform that Zhou Pangzi had cut into several pieces to wrap the meat. As he opened it, an enticing aroma wafted forth, the meat still retaining a hint of warmth. Li Feiyu swallowed hard, then ravenously devoured the food, having not eaten since his arrival. He could only wonder about the situation outside. Meanwhile, the world beyond had already succumbed to dusk, the sky darkening considerably. Outside the gymnasium, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Among them were students' parents, journalists, and, of course, a notable presence of police officers, all diligently maintaining order at the scene. Not far beyond the shimmering barrier, a large group of dragon guardians huddled together, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Captain, this barrier cannot be breached, one exclaimed. Indeed. None of us have been able to inflict any damage on this luminous wall, another responded. Captain, what should we do now? Perhaps we should seek guidance from above. Let us consult the higher-ups, Captain, urged the group. Hearing their words, Zhang Tailin hesitated momentarily. He too yearned to swiftly dismantle this barrier. After all, it was only recently that Wang Fujuan had informed him of a prodigious talent within. If anything were to transpire, it would undoubtedly be a grave loss for Longhua. Very well, it seems our only course of action is to seek instructions from above. I hope they can dispatch some formidable personnel to assist us, Zhang Tailin conceded, nodding reluctantly. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed an unknown number. Chapter 36, The Azure-Scaled Serpent of the Abyss Within the Hidden Realm. Li Feiyu swiftly devoured the piece of eagle meat in its entirety. Burp. Thank you for the meat, Fat Joe. If you wish to express your gratitude. Directed towards Brother Yu, it was he who felled the Tempest Thunder Eagle and prepared the feast, Zhou Pangzi proclaimed with an air of superiority. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu hastily turned to Lin Yu, who was surveying their surroundings. Brother Yu, Master Lin, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Allow me to pay my respects. As he spoke, Li Feiyu attempted to bow in reverence, only to be halted by Zhou Pangzi. Enough! You cannot bestow such a grand gesture upon Brother Yu, rise at once. Witnessing this, Li Feiyu was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Reflecting on how he had previously ostracized the two, even seeking to complicate their lives. What a wretched creature he had been. Ding! Li Feiyu's emotional value 1000, ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value 1000, emotional value 1000. At that moment, Lin Yu's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. In less than a minute, Li Feiyu had unwittingly contributed a staggering 30,000 points of emotional value. Truly, he was a veritable emotional generator, Lin Yu mused. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the forest, causing the hairs on the backs of their necks to stand on end, particularly for Li Feiyu. He appeared to recognize the source of the noise and tremulously uttered, "It must be that creature arriving." That creature? What are you referring to? A beast? Zhou Pengzi inquired, his expression one of confusion. Yes. A colossal serpent, approximately 7 or 8 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, Li Feiyu explained patiently. However, the moment his words escaped his lips, both Zhou Pengzi and Lin Yu stood frozen in shock. The Tempest Thunder Eagle they had previously encountered was merely 3 to 4 meters long. Yet it possessed the strength of a bronze 8 star. Thus, the serpent Li Feiyu described was likely of silver rank, or at the very least, a formidable bronze 9 star. Quick! We must flee. I estimate that serpent has already reached silver rank. Upon realizing this, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently beckoned the others to escape. Initially taken aback by Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu's expressions quickly morphed into alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, they followed Lin Yu's lead. Meanwhile, from a distance, a great tree concealed a pair of eerie green eyes, fixated intently on the trio. Hiss, hiss. Phew. Brother Yu, we must have run far enough to have eluded it, right? Zhou Pengzi panted, breathless. At this point, the three had lost track of how far they had fled, but they assumed they had escaped the serpent's vicinity. Master Lin, are we safe now? Li Feiyu whispered. Lin Yu did not respond, his gaze locked on the direction from whence they had come. Silence. It was unnervingly quiet. As they traversed the forest, Lin Yu noted that the surroundings were eerily still. Such tranquility was unsettling. Logically, a forest of this magnitude should not be so silent unless. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the trees in the direction they had come began to sway, devoid of any wind. Hurry, you hefty fellow. There's no time left. Run. Lin Yu urged urgently. Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu exchanged glances, instinctively glancing back. They beheld the trees swaying ominously and, without a moment's hesitation, took off in a sprint. Damn it, you go, that creature is on our tail. Zhou yelled, panic evident in his voice. What do we do, Lin Gu? Run. Lin Yu bellowed, his pace quickening as he distanced himself from the pair. The sight of his rapid flight widened their eyes in disbelief. Wait up, you Gu! Zhou cried. Don't leave us behind. However, Lin Yu was unperturbed, survival took precedence, and that beast was of silver rank far beyond his capability to confront. If it had been merely a bronze 9 star, he might have been able to use the long yuan sword to put up a fight. System. What manner of creature is that serpent behind us? Ding, scanning, please wait. Ding, you are facing a ghost-eyed azure scale serpent. Silver 1 star. Its venom is exceedingly potent. Habit, after biting its prey, it enjoys injecting its venom, observing as the victim succumbs to its poison. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Was this creature not a mere snake but a monster of grotesque nature? Ponzi, run! There's a monster behind us! He shouted to the two behind him.
Regrettably, they misinterpreted his words as encouragement to run faster. Hiss! Hiss!
As they exerted their utmost to flee, a thunderous sound erupted near their ears.
They mechanically turned their heads and were met with the sight of a colossal serpent's head,
its tongue flickering ominously.
In that moment, they felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their faces draining of color. They had not anticipated being pursued so relentlessly by this beast. Zhou Pingzi lamented his decision to venture into such peril.
Meanwhile, Lin Yu,
who had been about to turn back to check on them, was struck by the sight of the enormous serpent beside them.
"Cursed be this creature! It has caught up to us!" he exclaimed. "Ponzi, you too, come to me quickly!"
With that, Lin Yu halted abruptly, though inertia caused him to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, his physical resilience remained intact.
Seeing Lin Yu stop, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu felt a surge of hope. "Quickly, let us reach Yugu," Li Feiyu urged,
nodding in agreement as they hastened toward Lin Yu.
Just as they neared him, Lin Yu shouted, "Get down!" In a flash, a fireball shot between them,
striking the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent directly.
Moments earlier, the serpent had been less than 2 meters away. Realizing the danger, Lin Yu had acted swiftly to save them. Phew! Phew! Yugu, I can't run anymore. Let's just face it head on. Zhou Pengzi gasped, collapsing beside Lin Yu. "Ponzi, you and Li Feiyu go ahead, I will hold it back." "What? Yugu, are you out of your mind?" Zhou exclaimed in shock.
Li Feiyu stared wide-eyed at Lin Yu, equally astonished. Lin Yu was aware of their concerns, however, he had a backup plan. Albeit one he preferred not to reveal in front of the two. Thus, he decided to send them away first.
"All right, my friends, you should leave at once. Rest assured, I have contingencies in place.
Do not forget, I have awakened dual abilities, and my spatial powers remain untapped."
"But there are no buts. Listen to me. You must leave now. I will hold it off.
Have no fear, if I cannot defeat it, I can certainly evade it."
Initially,
Zhou Pingzi intended to mention that he had yet to master his spatial abilities.
However, seeing Lin Yu's determination, he had no choice but to continue his retreat. "All right.
You go, Xiao Fizi, and I shall depart first.
Remember, if you cannot prevail, make sure to flee. Enough talk, hurry up. That aberration will be upon us shortly." "Abomination?"
Lin Yu did not respond, instead turning towards the eerie-eyed azure scale serpent. Witnessing this, Zhou Pingzi, disregarding any further thoughts, immediately bolted away.
One cannot deny that this chubby fellow indeed possessed remarkable potential. Chapter 37, Return the Sword to Me.
As Lin Yu observed the two figures retreating,
he promptly retrieved the S-rank Long Yuan sword from his inventory.
It must be said that the craftsmanship of this sword was exquisite, once grasped. It felt as though he and the blade had become one. The sword's body was adorned with the intricate carving of a colossal dragon. Its claws bared and its demeanor fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Gazing upon the ethereal-eyed azure-scaled serpent emerging from the mist, Lin Yu tightened his grip on the sword. At this moment, a fierce glint ignited in the serpent's eyes, it was enraged. Although Lin Yu's previous strike had not inflicted injury, it had certainly caused considerable pain, for the fireball harbored a trace of the South Mingli fire.
Undoubtedly formidable in its might.
Hiss! Hiss! The azure-scaled serpent flicked its tongue and then opened its gaping maw, lunging directly at Lin Yu.
Intent on ensuring this human met a grave fate.
In response, Lin Yu executed the phantom step, vanishing from his original position and reappearing directly above the serpent.
Mastery of basic swordsmanship.
In the next instant, he unleashed his refined swordsmanship, slashing down towards the serpent's head.
Clang!
With a single stroke, he carved a 1 centimeter deep gash into the serpent's skull, and then Lin Yu leapt onto its back. The serpent writhed in pain, swiftly turning its head to glare at him. Upon meeting his gaze, rage surged within the azure-scaled serpent as it unleashed a stream of venom towards Lin Yu.
However,
This time he refrained from employing phantom step to evade, recognizing that such a maneuver was excessively taxing on his energy. Instead, he countered with a fiery fireball boom. The fireball collided with the venom. Instantly, the poison was consumed by the flickering flames, for the South Mingli fire was known to vanquish all forms of malevolence, rendering the venom powerless. The azure-scaled serpent, astonished that its venom could be so effortlessly dispelled by a mere human, paused for a moment before roaring in fury and lunging at Lin Yu once more. Seeing this, Lin Yu swiftly positioned the long yuan sword across his chest, bracing for impact. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Lin Yu was sent hurtling several meters away. Yet, the serpent was relentless, seizing the opportunity to launch another spray of venom at him while he was still reeling. Phantom step! Realizing evasion was imperative, Lin Yu once again summoned his spatial abilities, successfully dodging the ambush. You despicable creature, how utterly shameless you are. But then again, you are merely a beast at heart. Lin Yu muttered to himself while deftly avoiding the serpent's relentless attacks. Boom! He unleashed another fireball, striking the serpent's abdomen, provoking a furious roar from the creature. Roar! Following this, it executed a sweeping tail strike aimed directly at Lin Yu. Observing this, Lin Yu propelled himself upward with a powerful push, eluding the attack. Seizing the moment, he gripped his sword with both hands and aimed for the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. Clang! The blade sliced through the scales, emitting a piercing sound. Soon, the long yuan sword carved a gash, yet at that moment, it became lodged. In this critical moment, Lin Yu decisively abandoned his efforts and vanished in a swift motion. At that instant, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. After consecutive uses of the phantom step, he was running on empty. Damn it! What now? Ah! I still have the fire separation pearl. Lin Yu gasped for breath, his mind racing for solutions, when suddenly, an idea struck him. He immediately summoned the fire separation pearl, which had been quietly resting in his dantian. Responding to Lin Yu's call, it began to rotate mysteriously. It then burst forth from his body, hovering in midair. Gazing at the spinning fire separation pearl, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Until now, he was unaware of its grade. 4 weapons in the system's inventory were all graded. This fire separation pearl, however, bore only 3 simple characters, devoid of any indication of its level or specific effects. Thus, Lin Yu remained oblivious to its true strength. The ghost-eyed azure scale serpent, upon seeing the fire separation pearl suspended before Lin Yu, instinctively sensed a hint of danger. However, before it could react, Lin Yu directed the pearl toward it. Thankfully, the serpent could not speak, otherwise, it might have sarcastically remarked, "Are you the 6th one?" As the fire separation pearl drew within 5 meters, the serpent felt an unbearable heat. This was beyond its endurance, and in the astonished gaze of Lin Yu, the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent turned and fled. Damn, you beast, return my sword. At that moment, the long yuan sword remained lodged in the serpent's body, causing Lin Yu to panic. That S&S grade weapon, it's invaluable. Realizing this, Lin Yu immediately pursued the fleeing serpent. The frantic ghost-eyed azure scale serpent, sensing the human's presence behind it, found itself momentarily bewildered. What's this? I'm not going to eat you, why are you coming after me? Just as it pondered this, Lin Yu hastened his pace, shouting, "Stop! You wretched creature, leave my sword behind." The serpent, glancing back at the approaching Lin Yu, felt a surge of urgency. This damned human, why can't he take a hint? Suddenly, the serpent felt something on its back, turning its head to discover a sword lodged near its vital point. Realization dawned upon it, the reason this relentless human pursued it was undoubtedly for the sword. With a flick of its tail, it dislodged the long yuan sword and, with a powerful toss, sent it flying away into the distance. Lin Yu watched in horror as the long yuan sword was flung away. Damn it, you truly are ungrateful. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu abandoned his pursuit of the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent and sprinted after the direction in which the sword had disappeared. The serpent, observing Lin Yu's retreating figure, sighed in relief, grateful for its cunning in discarding the sword just in time. Meanwhile, after soaring hundreds of meters, the long yuan sword descended directly upon the head of a crocodile, leaving the bewildered creature in utter confusion. Mistaking the sword for a morsel, it snapped its jaws around it. only to realize, to its dismay, the sword's razor-sharp edge. In an instant, its mouth was drenched in blood. With a furious roar, the crocodile expelled the Long Yuan's sword from its maw. Lin Yu, who was hastening towards the scene, was taken aback as the sword whizzed past him. What on earth is happening? How did the Long Yuan's sword come to fly on its own? With little time to ponder, Lin Yu swiftly changed direction, pursuing the path of the sword. Moments later, Lin Yu finally located the Long Yuan sword amidst a filthy pit. Gazing at the sword now smeared with excrement, he could only pinch his nose and extract it from its unsavory resting place. Cursed be the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent. Should I encounter you again? I shall ensure you meet a gruesome fate, flaying your hide and transforming you into a delectable serpent stew. With a fierce roar, Lin Yu returned the Long Yuan sword to his system space and made haste towards the direction where Zhou and Peng had fled. Chapter 38. The transformed Zhou Pengzi. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to rush towards the two, on the other side, Zhou Pengzi was sprinting alongside Li Feiyu. Suddenly, Zhou Pengzi slowed his pace, leaving Li Feiyu somewhat puzzled. Fat Master, what's wrong? Why have you stopped running? Zaya Fizi. We cannot allow you to face that beast alone. Ah. Fat Master, you're not suggesting. Indeed. I plan to return and confront it alongside you Gu. If you are afraid, you may leave first. If we do not survive, make sure to inform my father of what has transpired here. With that, Zhou Pengzi patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder and promptly turned back towards the direction they had come from. Li Feiyu watched his retreating figure, hesitated for a moment, and then resolutely followed suit. Fat Master, wait for me. I'll go with you. At this very moment, Lin Yu remained completely unaware that the two were heading back, as he continued to sprint fervently towards their direction. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two noticed the trees ahead swaying incessantly, causing them to slow their pace. Fat Master, could it be that the beast is approaching? Li Feiyu asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi's expression darkened, and he prepared for battle. The two immediately halted and quickly found trees to conceal themselves behind. Just then, a figure darted past them in an instant. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Lin Yu, and their spirits lifted with joy. Hurry! You Gu! We're here! Hearing their voices, Lin Yu halted, turned to look back, and saw the two waving excitedly. What are you two doing here? You should have run much farther by now, Lin Yu said, bewildered. For he thought they should have covered more distance regardless of their speed. Well, we were worried you couldn't handle that beast alone. So we thought we'd come back to assist you, Zhou Pengzi explained. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at their concern, given their abilities. They would likely be devoured before even nearing the spectral-eyed azure scale serpent. Alright, let us first find a place to rest, that beast should not dare approach us. Lin Yu suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared that Lin Yu had fled in defeat. It seemed he had driven the creature away. Indeed, it has fled. That spectral-eyed azure scale serpent is probably hiding somewhere, nursing its wounds, Zhou Pengzi remarked. By the way, you Gu, we spotted a small river on our way here. Should we rest there? Zhou Pengzi inquired, glancing at Lin Yu for his approval. Very well, lead the way. Zhou Pengzi nodded and took the lead. In the river, Lin Yu lay quietly in the water, completely unclothed, while Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu rested beside him. Fatty, I see the day is drawing to a close. Let us set up camp here. All right. I shall heed your words, brother Yu. Xiao Fizi, quickly rise and gather some dry twigs, we shall feast on roasted fish later. Zhou Pengzi gazed at the small fish darting through the river, his mouth watering at the thought. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu dared not object, promptly rising from the water and, with bare arms, setting off to collect firewood. Brother Yu, how shall we make our exit? Will we be trapped here indefinitely? Zhou Pengzi turned to Lin Yu as Li Feiyu departed. However, Lin Yu seemed oblivious to the question, quietly closing his eyes. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge around him rapidly. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of 5 stars, but he had been suppressing it. After the confrontation with the ghost-eyed azure scale serpent, he could no longer contain his power and directly broke through to 6 stars. This also signified that he could absorb another beast core for further enlightenment. Thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds resonated within him, leaving Zhou Pengzi in a state of astonishment. Has he truly broken through? Brother Yu. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. What is it? Brother Yu. Have you ascended again? Yes, I have reached 6 stars. Alas, it seems I shall never catch up to you in this lifetime. Do not be disheartened, fatty. You will catch up to me. By the way, have you not noticed how the spiritual energy here is far denser than that of Blue Star? Lin Yu hastened to offer words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi paused for a moment but quickly grasped the implication, preparing to meditate and cultivate. Just then, Lin Yu called out to him, "Fatty, take this, consume it when you are a distance away." As he spoke, Lin Yu retrieved a marrow cleansing pill from his system backpack and handed it to Zhou Pengzi. The reason for offering it now was to enhance his strength. In this perilous environment, every ounce of power provided an extra layer of security. As for the origins of the pill, Lin Yu had no intention of disclosing it, allowing Zhou Pengzi to ponder in vain, as he would never guess the existence of the system. What is this, Brother Yu? Zhou Pengzi inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face as he regarded the marrow cleansing pill in Lin Yu's hand. It matters not what it is, rest assured. I would never harm you. Oh, very well. Zhou Pengzi ceased his inquiries, eagerly taking the marrow cleansing pill from Lin Yu. Remember to distance yourself before consuming it. Do not soil it. Lin Yu reiterated. In response, Zhou Pengzi hurriedly retreated to a spot over 10 meters away, then swallowed the marrow cleansing pill in one gulp. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, swiftly descending into his belly. Why does this thing Brother Yu gave me seem ineffective? Zhou Pengzi muttered. Could it be expired? That shouldn't be the case, perhaps I must wait a while? Thus, Zhou Pengzi reclined in the river for 10 minutes. Just as he was about to inquire of Lin Yu, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed swiftly by discomfort in his limbs. Ah! It hurts. Brother Yu. In the distance, Lin Yu observed him curling up in agony and knew that the effects of the marrow cleansing pill had begun to take hold, promptly calling out to Zhou Pengzi, "Fatty. Hold on, it's nothing serious." Upon hearing Lin Yu's assurance that all was well, Zhou Pengzi felt an immediate sense of relief, firmly believing that Lin Yu would never wish him harm. After an indeterminate period, Zhou Pengzi realized that the pain had subsided, and he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the reflection in the water. He was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly me? The figure in the water no longer resembled the corpulent form he once had. The excess flesh around his abdomen had vanished, though he had not developed defined abs. His arms had also slimmed down considerably, and the prominent fat on his face had disappeared, transforming him from a hefty individual into a more modestly plump version of himself. It was nothing short of a metamorphosis. Just as he was reveling in his newfound appearance, a foul stench suddenly assaulted his senses. Ugh, what is that terrible odor? It was at that moment he found himself speechless, realizing that the repugnant smell emanated from his own body. It then dawned on him why Lin Yu had advised him to keep his distance. It was indeed an unbearable stench. Without hesitation, Zhou Pengzi plunged into the water, determined to cleanse himself, and after a thorough 10 minutes, he finally emerged, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 39. The fiery sunbird. Half an hour later, Li Feiyu returned, cradling a substantial bundle of dry branches. Upon catching sight of Zhou Pengzi, he was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Old fatty? What do you want, Xiaofizi? Is there something amiss? Is it truly you, old fatty? Of course. Who would dare impersonate old fatty? Zhou Pengzi shot him an exasperated glance before dismissing him and turning his attention to admiring his own appearance. Li Feiyu, observing this, turned to Lin Yu. Lin, what on earth is going on? How did old fatty end up looking like this while I was gathering firewood? Cough, cough, well, just now. The fatty accidentally picked a fruit by the river and took a bite, and then he transformed like this. Lin Yu calmly cleared his throat and began to weave a fanciful tale. At these words, Li Feiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that so?
Lin, is there any of that peculiar fruit left? Could you allow me a taste?
I would also like to appear more handsome.
Well, you ought to ask the fatty, I'm not entirely sure. Lin Yu promptly shifted the responsibility onto Zhou Pengzi. Hearing his name called, Zhou Pengzi instinctively glanced at Lin Yu. You go, what did you just say?
Ah, Xiao Fizi just inquired about how you transformed. I told him you ate a mysterious fruit that caused this change. He wishes to know if you have any remaining and if you could spare one for him. As Lin Yu spoke, he gestured fervently to Zhou Pengzi. Realizing Lin Yu's intent to withhold the truth, Zhou Pengzi replied, Xiao Fizi. It's not that old fatty is ungrateful, there was only one fruit, and I consumed it.
In a moment of greed, I plucked it and popped it into my mouth, and who would have thought it would lead to this predicament? Old fatty. Do you still recall what the fruit looked like? Li Feiyu pressed on, undeterred.
Well, it seemed somewhat dark, with a sour taste. Yet the texture was rather soft and glutinous. Zhou Pengzi pondered for a moment before concocting this description.
Li Feiyu memorized every detail Zhou Pengzi fabricated.
I understand now, old fatty.
Thank you for the information. Cough, cough, it's nothing, just a small gesture. If you happen to find it, do let me know.
Despite Zhou Pengzi's desire to inform him that it was merely a fabrication, he couldn't resist the urge to witness the unfolding comedy.
As night fell,
the three gathered around the campfire, warming themselves while several fish sizzled above the flames.
Sizzle.
The oil dripped onto the fire, producing a crackling sound.
Moments later, Lin Yu declared, all right, it's time to eat. He divided two of the fish between Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu. Seeing this, Zhou Pengzi immediately took his share and bit into it eagerly. Ah! That's scalding hot. Fatty, can't you eat a bit more slowly? No one is competing with you for it, why the rush?
Lin Yu remarked, exasperated. Zhou Pengzi sheepishly scratched his head, I couldn't help but get a bit impatient. Especially since you, brother Yu, make such delectable food.
As he spoke, Zhou Pengzi took another bite, this time escaping any burns.
Lin Yu could only shake his head in resignation.
At that moment, the long-awaited system notification resounded once more. Ding!
Zhou Pengzi's emotional value 999, ding.
Li Feiyu's emotional value 999. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding! The host currently has 212, 194 emotional points. Would you like to draw a lottery?
Not really, system.
Why are you so eager for me to draw? System. Fine.
Just draw the 200,000 directly.
Ding.
Detecting host's request, the system is now drawing, please wait.
Ding. Congratulations.
The host has obtained 4 detox pills.
Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 fire-type solar flame bird beast core. Ding. Congratulations.
The host has obtained 4 water avoidance pills.
Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained 5 SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Ding. Congratulations.
The host has obtained 6 Patrick Star underwear. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu was instantly elated. It truly felt like receiving a pillow just when one was about to sleep. He had only recently made a breakthrough and did not expect to draw a fire-type beast core. It seemed that the system truly cared for him.
System. You are simply delightful. System.
Fatty, you all will take turns on duty.
Wake me up after midnight. With that, Lin Yu stepped into the makeshift house Zhou Pengzi had constructed with his abilities.
Oh, got it. Zhou Pengzi promptly agreed, then turned to Li Feiyu, little Fizi. You sleep first. I'll take the watch and wake you later.
All right, fat lord, no problem. Li Feiyu nodded emphatically.
Subsequently, Li Feiyu also entered the house. Although it was referred to as a house, it resembled a small tent made of piled stones, not large in size, but accommodating 3 people was no issue at all. Once the two fell asleep, the world suddenly fell silent.
Zhou Pengzi gazed into the surrounding darkness, feeling a twinge of fear. Anxious that a beast might emerge from any corner.
The fire crackled softly, its flickering light casting a gentle glow around.
In the tense atmosphere, Zhou Pengzi endured the most challenging moment of his life.
Soon, he grew concerned about the time. It was nearly the witching hour, around 11 o'clock at night.
Thus, Zhou Pengzi rose and approached Li Feiyu. "Little Feizi, it's your turn, hurry up and get up." Zhou Pengzi nudged Li Feiyu to rouse him. Li Feiyu,
who had been lost in a sweet dream, was abruptly awakened by Zhou Pengzi's antics.
Groggily, he opened his eyes, ready to express his irritation. But upon seeing Zhou Pengzi, his annoyance instantly dissipated. "Fat Lord, what time is it?"
"It's 11 o'clock, get up quickly."
"It's your turn on duty." "I need to sleep."
Oh.
All right, I will get up immediately." Upon realizing the situation,
Li Feiyu promptly rose to his feet and stepped out of the stone chamber, approaching the flickering campfire. He glanced at the flames and then surveyed his surroundings. A shiver creeping over him as goosebumps enveloped his body.
It was indeed pitch dark.
Just then, a chilly breeze swept through the forest, and Li Feiyu felt as though he were being scrutinized by some formidable beast lurking in the shadows. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, he found himself longing for home, wishing to escape this cursed place without delay. Time swiftly passed, and just as he felt he could no longer endure the solitude, Lin Yu approached,
casually resting a hand on his shoulder. "Ah! Don't eat me."
The sudden contact startled him into a state of panic.
Fortunately, Lin Yu was quick-witted, swiftly covering his mouth. "Be quiet, it's me." Upon recognizing Lin Yu, Li Feiyu's heart settled back into a state of calm. "Phew. Lin. Why do you walk so silently?
You nearly frightened me to death."
I called out to you several times just now. Did you not hear me?"
Lin Yu regarded him with a look of skepticism.
Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Feiyu scratched his head.
He had been on the verge of slumber and had certainly not heard Lin Yu's voice. Sensing his discomfort, Lin Yu chose not to press further.
"All right.
You should hurry and get some rest, I will handle the rest."
"So? I can go to sleep now?"
"Yes, go ahead."
Lin Yu nodded.
And with a shiver, Li Feiyu made his way back to the stone chamber.
Chapter 40, The Fall of the Fiery Sun. After Li Feiyu departed,
Lin Yu retrieved the fire-type beast core from his system backpack and began the process of absorption.
In a hushed whisper,
he placed the core in the palm of his hand and assumed a cross-legged sitting posture. The reason he refrained from absorbing it in front of the two was primarily due to the potential awkwardness of the explanation. After all,
he could hardly claim it was a gift from Ouyang Qian. Should Zhou Pengzi innocently approach Ouyang Qian with inquiries, it would spell disaster. Soon, Lin Yu's consciousness once again traversed into that peculiar realm.
Before him, a magnificent crimson bird gradually took shape, the fiery sunflame sparrow.
In a brief moment,
a complete fiery sunflame sparrow materialized. The instant it laid eyes on Lin Yu, it surged towards him with tremendous speed. Observing this, Lin Yu swiftly evaded its charge. It appeared that this fiery sunflame sparrow had once been of silver rank, significantly stronger than that dog snake. It seemed this encounter would be quite challenging. Lin Yu quickly assessed the general strength of the fiery sunflame sparrow. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a fireball. The sphere of flame shot forth rapidly from Lin Yu's hand, hurtling directly towards the fiery sunflame sparrow, yet it effortlessly dodged the attack. Lin Yu felt little surprise at the evasion. After all, the disparity in their strengths was substantial. Even though the fiery sunflame sparrow was merely a remnant of consciousness at this moment, its prowess was formidable. With determination, Lin Yu launched another fireball, only to witness it once again evade. Following this, the fiery sunflame sparrow emitted a cry, its fiery wings flapping vigorously as flames began to coalesce around it. Soon, these flames transformed into a multitude of fireballs, 10, 100, 1,000. It amassed over 1,000 fireballs. And the sheer volume sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine. Too many. Just as Lin Yu found himself momentarily bewildered, the fiery sunflame sparrow screeched. With a resounding cry, over 1,000 fireballs surged towards Lin Yu. In a panic, he dodged, but one fireball struck him, sending him hurtling backward. Fortunately, this was not the real world, otherwise, he would have surely met his end. Struggling to rise, Lin Yu fixed his gaze intently on the fiery sun flame sparrow.
Subsequently,
flames erupted around him as he emulated the sparrow's recent maneuver, beginning to concentrate the flames into spheres. Before long, dozens of fireballs had formed above his head.
fiery sun's descent.
With a thunderous roar, Lin Yu sent the multitude of fireballs crashing towards the fiery sunflame sparrow.
From a distance,
it appeared as if meteors were plummeting from the heavens. With a mournful call, the fiery sunflame sparrow was indeed struck down,
ultimately dissolving into specks of light and vanishing from sight.
Simultaneously, Lin Yu's consciousness began to return to his physical form.
Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashed within them.
Phew, that was close, he nearly did not return.
System, open the personal information panel. Ding. Loading.
Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, level, bronze 6 stars, personal items, enchanted running shoes, ultra-long-range voice device, super compass, magical potion, cleansing elixir, antidote, water-repellent elixir, strength elixir, speed elixir, kidney fortifying elixir. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability, phantom step, SSS level fire ability, blazing fireball, solar meteor. Skills, beginner chef, beginner driver. Beginner masseuse, proficient in beginner swordsmanship, proficient in beginner fist techniques, cultivation method, S-level mixed yuan technique, weapons, S-level dragon abyss sword, A-level annihilation gun. B-level crossbow, C-level windbreaker arrow, C-level red snake tooth, B-level celestial umbrella, fire separation pearl, beast companion, none, emotional value, 12,194, not bad.
Outside.
At Lin Yu's home, Lin Yushan paced anxiously back and forth in the room.
Xiaoyu, why hasn't he returned yet? I'm so worried.
He isn't answering his calls or messages.
Mom!
Hurry over here, something terrible has happened.
At that moment, Tang Xinyan called out urgently.
Hearing this, Lin Yushan rushed over.
What happened? Is it related to Xiaoyu? Mom, you must see the news.
A mysterious barrier has appeared above the gymnasium of Jiangcheng High School, and many awakened individuals are trapped inside.
Tang Xinyan handed Lin Yushan the news report she had just seen.
Upon reading it, the two women instantly lost their composure. For Lin Yu was also at Jiangcheng High School, and he was an awakened one. Considering that he had yet to return, it seemed highly likely that he was trapped within the barrier.
Xiaoyu, could he also be trapped in there? Lin Yushan remarked. Mom! Why don't you call the school to inquire if my brother is trapped inside? Tang Xinyan suggested.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan quickly took out her phone,
found Ouyang Qian's number, and dialed it. Before long, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Teacher Ouyang, I am Lin Yu's guardian. He hasn't returned yet. Is he trapped in that barrier?
Lin Yushan spoke with a worried expression. However, as soon as she finished speaking, there was silence on the other end. After a brief pause, Ouyang Qian's reluctant voice finally came through. Lin Yu's guardian. I'm sorry to inform you that Lin Yu and other students are currently trapped inside the barrier.
Will he be alright?
We are unsure of the situation inside. We can only wait for the barrier to dissipate to understand more. Rest assured, we have already contacted the authorities, and we believe help will arrive shortly. Ouyang Qian hurriedly reassured her, fearing she might become overly distressed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan felt a slight reduction in her anxiety. Yet it remained a lingering concern. After hanging up, Lin Yushan sank wearily onto the sofa. Observing her state, Tang Xinyan quickly comforted her. Mom, you need to trust that my brother will be fine. Lin Yushan let out a helpless sigh, acknowledging that as long as the situation inside remained uncertain, there was still hope. Meanwhile, at another location within the mysterious realm, a group of individuals was frantically fleeing, pursued by a dozen colossal serpents. Help!
Is there anyone who can save us?
Their desperate cries echoed throughout the expanse, yet no one could come to their rescue. These serpents were no less than silver-tier entities, and lurking behind them was a supergiant python, its strength reaching the golden tier. Just as the crowd feared for their lives, a resounding voice permeated the sky. Beasts! How dare you act so recklessly? With that proclamation, Lu Hongba emerged from the void, gracefully descending before the terrified group.
It's Elder Lu.
Quickly!
Elder Lu is here to save us. Classmates, hurry to Elder Lu.
A voice rang out from the crowd, and hope ignited within everyone as they rushed toward Lu Hongba. At that moment, however, one student stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, a massive serpent approached menacingly.
In that critical instant,
Lu Hongba extended a hand, and with a mere grasp, the giant serpent vanished into thin air.
He then pointed towards the rear. And the golden tier supergiant python was instantly vanquished. Chapter 41, You Can't Be Thinking. I'm straight. The following day, Zhou Pangji rose early, gazing at Lin Yu, who was still seated in meditation, and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Alas, truly, it is no surprise that Brother Yu is so dedicated. As he pondered this, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and, upon noticing Zhou Pangji's gaze, was filled with confusion. Why are you looking at me, fatty? You can't possibly be thinking. I'm straight. Brother Yu, you've misunderstood. I was merely observing your dedication. Don't you feel exhausted? Zhou Pangji hastily clarified. Exhausted? What is there to feel tired about? One merely grows accustomed to it. Well. For a moment, Zhou Pangji found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Li Feiyu was roused from sleep by their conversation, blinking sleepily. Fat Master, Lin Master, good morning. What a morning it is. The sun is already high. Hurry up and tidy yourself. Zhou Pangji offered no leniency. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu timidly complied, rising to the riverbank to freshen up. However, just as he was about to wash his face, he noticed something moving in the water, something of considerable size, which sent him stumbling backward in fright. Fat Master. The river, there's a monster. Upon hearing his exclamation, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangji exchanged glances and dashed over. Little Feezy. Where is this monster you speak of? Zhou Pangji asked in a low voice. In the river, I was just about to wash my face when I saw a shadow dart through the water, Li Feiyu recounted. In response, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangji cautiously approached the riverbank, peering down into the crystal clear water, which revealed nothing but a few small fish. Little Feezy, are your eyes playing tricks on you? There is nothing here, Zhou Pangji said, casting a skeptical glance at Li Feiyu. At his words, Li Feiyu began to recall the scene he had witnessed. Fat Master, behind you. Suddenly, he noticed the river behind them churning violently and shouted out. Lin Yu swiftly turned around, only to see the water roiling as if something were about to emerge. He immediately pulled the still-dazed Zhou Pangji back. In the next moment, a tentacle shot out from the river, heading straight for them. Fireball. Lin Yu launched a massive fireball toward it. With a resounding boom, the tentacle recoiled as if stung by pain, retreating back into the depths. Brother Yu. What was that thing? It appeared to be an octopus's tentacle? An octopus? Shouldn't they dwell in the sea? How could it possibly be here? Zhou Pangji looked at Lin Yu with confusion, seeking answers that Lin Yu chose to ignore. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu offered a rather absurd explanation. I suspect this octopus must have swum here from the seaside. It seems this river leads to the ocean. As the three pondered this, the river's surface began to churn once more, and another tentacle burst forth, clearly distinct from the first. Due to the previous tentacle being struck by a fireball, it bore evident scorch marks, while this particular appendage showed none. Consequently, the three unanimously concluded that the creature lurking in the river must be an octopus-like beast. Brother Yu, what shall we do now? Asked the plump one. You and Xiao Fizi will lure it out, while I confront it, Lin Yu commanded. Brother Yu, please don't. Zhou Pangzi's face contorted in reluctance, his expression a mask of anguish. Stop dawdling, hurry up. I assure you, you will be safe, Lin Yu urged. Reluctantly, Zhou Pangzi steeled himself and began to inch toward the riverbank, while Li Feiyu, witnessing his advance, nervously followed behind. At this juncture, Lin Yu ceased his idle chatter. Flames began to envelop him, and soon dozens of small fireballs coalesced around him, visibly growing in size. Li Huazhu, arise! He murmured. And the fiery orb that resided within his dantian suddenly appeared before him. Lin Yu intended to use the other fireballs as distractions, delivering a decisive blow with the Li Huazhu.
Meanwhile, Zhou Pingzi and Li Feiyu cautiously approached the riverbank, staring at the writhing tentacles on the water's surface. Their throats dry with apprehension. They each picked up a sizable stone from the ground. "Xiaofizi, on my count of 3, we will cast them together," Zhou Pingzi instructed.
"All right, no problem, Fat Master," came the reply. 1, 2, 3. However, before Li Feiyu could react, Zhou Pingzi hastily leaped over the number 2 and flung his stone into the water, then turned and fled without a backward glance. "What the hell, Fat Master? That's not how we play," Li Feiyu exclaimed, quickly following suit and hurling his stone before bolting toward their camp. Just then, a massive octopus head slowly emerged from the water. With no time to spare, Li Feiyu sprinted back toward the camp, but suddenly, a tentacle surged toward him. At this critical moment, Lin Yu's voice boomed from afar, "Falling sun." Dozens of fireballs, each the size of a football, shot toward the monstrous creature. The beast seemed to sense the impending threat, and several jets of water erupted from the river, meeting the fireballs head-on. In the instant of collision, the water was instantly vaporized, and the fireballs vanished. Meanwhile, Zhou Pingzi and Li Feiyu returned to the camp, frowning at the thick mist enveloping the area. "Brother Yu, how can we fight if we can't see anything?" Zhou Pingzi queried. "Let the fireballs fly a while longer," Lin Yu replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. He had also propelled the Li Huazhu during the barrage, and it was likely embedded within the body of that octopus beast now. Indeed, at that moment, a chilling and anguished scream reverberated from the mist. Hearing that wail, Zhou Pingzi and Li Feiyu exchanged smiles, realizing that the creature must have been injured. Yet, only Lin Yu understood that the beast had already met its demise. After a brief wait, the mist began to dissipate, and the trio quickly jogged toward the riverbank. Upon witnessing the river, now stained a deep crimson, and the lifeless body of the beast floating motionless within, they were taken aback. "Brother Yu, have you slain it?" "Well, it seems so," Lin Yu replied, cautious not to assert with certainty that he had indeed vanquished the creature. To avoid any potential embarrassment, he chose a more circumspect response. Thus, they lingered by the riverbank for a while, and when the octopus beast showed no sign of life, they collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared to be thoroughly dead. "Fatty, you and Xiaofizi go down and retrieve its tentacles," Lin Yu instructed Zhou Pingzi, contemplating a delightful feast of grilled octopus skewers. "All right, no problem." Zhou Pingzi's interest was piqued at the mention of food. An hour later, the three sat on the ground, satiated and languid. "Brother Yu, where shall we venture next?" "I'm not sure. Let us just proceed and see. By the way, Fatty, make some marks along our path." "Brother Yu, do you mean to let others know of our whereabouts?" "Yes, since we are unaware of the locations of others. We might as well leave some signs for them to find us." "Leave it to me," Zhou Pingzi confidently assured. Subsequently, the trio set off once more. Chapter 42. This item is invaluable at this moment. Amidst the towering, cloud-kissed forest, a dozen figures dashed through the thickets. Leading them was a woman, the enigmatic Li Hanzhuang, who had also been drawn into the mysterious vortex. Now, she was desperately fleeing alongside her companions, with a swirling dust cloud billowing ominously behind them, suggesting that some terrifying entity was in pursuit. After running for quite some time, the group finally paused to catch their breath. "Li, you should go on without us." "There's no need to risk your life for ours," the breathless members implored her. Ever since they had been swept into this realm by the vortex the previous day, they had encountered a swarm of soldier ants, each the size of a palm, which had launched a frenzied attack upon them. Fortunately, they had crossed paths with Li Hanzhuang, who had valiantly dispatched the menacing ants. However, their respite was short-lived, as more soldier ants soon emerged. Seeing Li Hanzhuang's spiritual energy dwindle without vanquishing the relentless swarm, she had no choice but to lead the group in a frantic escape. The soldier ants clung to them like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to relent. Thus, they traversed the forest, stopping intermittently, until fatigue began to overwhelm them, prompting the suggestion that Li Hanzhuang should leave them behind. "I will not leave," she replied coldly, her expression impassive. The prospect of abandoning them was inconceivable to her. Her pride would not allow her to flee while others faced peril. Though her demeanor was frigid, her heart burned with warmth,
and she could not bear the thought of watching her companions meet their doom.
Li, you are a prodigy destined for greatness.
It is unnecessary for you to squander your life alongside us, who are less gifted, one urged.
Indeed, Li Hanswang, we await the day you avenge us. Please. Hurry and escape, we will hold back the soldier ants, another echoed.
Yes, go on, if you return safely, please convey our regards to our families, others chimed in. Attempting to persuade her, yet she remained unmoved. Very well, if we are to leave, we shall depart together.
I will not abandon you, Li Hanswang declared.
Resolutely turning her back on their protests and making her way towards the rear of the group, intent on assessing whether the soldier ants were still in pursuit. Seeing her determination, the group, though resigned, could not help but admire her newfound resolve. She could easily have escaped alone but chose instead to remain with them.
Subsequently,
they decided to rest in place. Suddenly, one of the students exclaimed, "Come quick! It seems someone has marked this spot."
What?
The others hurried over, intrigued.
There, carved into the bark of a large tree, were the words, "I am Zhou Pingzi, those who see this mark should hurry over." Is this left by Zhou? A student from class 15?
One murmured in disbelief.
There's another here.
Another student shouted, having spotted a similar marking on a distant tree.
I found one too.
It appears these were etched less than an hour ago. As the crowd hastily made their way towards Lin Yu and his companions,
Li Hanswang couldn't help but think of Lin Yu. If Zhou Pingji had the audacity to leave these marks, did it not imply that Lin Yu was also present?
With this thought, Li Hanswang quickened his pace.
Brother Yu, wandering aimlessly like this, when will it ever come to an end?
My hands are sore from carving these marks,
complained Zhou Pingji. Who told you to carve them so extensively?
You brought this upon yourself, Lin Yu retorted, casting him an exasperated glance.
He found Zhou Pingji's actions rather absurd. Who makes such lengthy markings? If the local beasts could comprehend them, it would be the beasts seeking them out instead of humans.
Hey, I was just trying to ensure those dimwits could understand.
Zhou Pingji chuckled. I think you're more concerned about the beasts not understanding, Lin Yu replied,
choosing to ignore him and continuing forward.
Brother Yu, this dagger of yours is quite effective. Why not just give it to me?
Zhou Pingji suggested, as he etched another mark and jogged to catch up with Lin Yu.
Get lost. This is precious to me, how could I bear to part with it? All right then. Ding.
Zhou Pingji's emotional value 555, ding. Zhou Pingji's emotional value 555, emotional value 555, at that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. But he paid it no heed. His sole focus was on locating the others and seizing a substantial amount of emotional value. Zhou Pingji and Li Feiyu had proven to be quite the burden, contributing little to his emotional pool thus far. Especially Li Feiyu, who, after having garnered several thousand points yesterday, had since been utterly unproductive. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing.
Hey, Li Feiyu.
Come here and give my legs a massage, he called out to the markmaker ahead.
Sure thing, Lin Yi. Just let me finish this line. Li Feiyu replied with a broad grin.
Stop marking and hurry over.
All right.
Reluctantly, Li Feiyu abandoned his task and scampered over to Lin Yu.
Ding.
Li Feiyu's emotional value 555, once again, the system's notification resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu settled onto a large stone, while Li Feiyu diligently kneaded his hands and feet, acting like a loyal servant. However, he relished the moment. Had it not been for Lin Yu, he might have already become the prey of that dog snake. By this time next year, the grass on his grave would likely be 3 meters high. Thus, he harbored no resentment towards Lin Yu's demands, rather, he found joy in them, believing that if he clung to Lin Yu's coattails, he could navigate life with ease in the future.
All right, let us continue on our way.
Seeing that they had made sufficient progress, Lin Yu decided to end the massage. The three then resumed their journey.
Wait, why are there fewer marks here? Li Feiyu inquired.
Indeed, I only see a single character come here, Zhou Pingji added.
Could it be that lazy fatso couldn't be bothered to write more?
It is possible, let us not dwell on it and move forward.
A group of individuals, with great determination, hastened towards Lin Yu's direction.
At this moment, Li Hansuang sensed a slight tremor from behind.
Turning to investigate,
she discovered that the army ants had indeed caught up.
"Hurry!
The army ants are on our tails!" she urgently called out to the group ahead. Upon hearing her words, the others glanced back, their faces instantly blanching.
Goodness, when did that horde catch up to us? Run!
Their numbers have increased significantly. Cursing under their breath, they lamented. These relentless creatures are like a stubborn adhesive, no matter how hard we try, we cannot shake them off.
Despite their frantic complaints, their pace quickened. At that moment, a fellow student ahead shouted, "There are people up ahead."
Chapter 43, A Single Strike to Annihilate the Army Ants. Brother Yu, I seem to hear someone calling.
Did you hear it? No. Oh, well, perhaps it's just my imagination. Fat Master, it's not your imagination, someone is indeed calling. Look behind you. Li Feiyu pointed towards the rear.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Pengzi turned around skeptically, only to see a cloud of dust and mist rolling in the distance, heading straight towards them.
What on earth is this? Why is it coming our way? Brother, it must be the marking you made that is attracting them.
Lin Yu pondered before speaking.
Are you suggesting that?
Yes, it appears there are quite a few of them. Let's wait here for a moment.
With that, Lin Yu found a large rock and sat down.
Zhou Pengzi and Li Feiyu followed suit, each finding a stone to rest upon.
At that moment,
the approaching crowd surged closer, and Lin Yu soon recognized that Li Hansuang was among them.
Brother Yu, look! Even the school beauty Li is here! Zhou Pengzi exclaimed.
Spotting Li Hansuang at the back of the group, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu shot him an irritated glare.
I see her without your reminder, honestly.
And by the way, I have no interest in Li Hansuang, so spare me your sleazy expressions.
Brother Yu, are you truly uninterested in the school beauty? Zhou Pengzi asked, his face a mask of skepticism. Get lost.
I have no sister, but I do have an older sister.
Perhaps I could introduce her to you? Though she is already married. Zhou Pengzi continued to chatter on.
Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Just as the crowd drew near and halted a mere 10 meters away, suddenly, a voice emerged from the throng. Lin Yu, please, save us.
What happened? Were you pursued by some monstrous beast?
We were chased here by a swarm of army ants. Li Hansuang sacrificed herself to save us and...
What's happened to her? Is she injured?
Lin Yu asked, urgency lacing his voice before the person could finish.
At that moment,
Li Hansuang stepped forward from the rear of the group, her expression cold as she spoke. I'm fine, it's just that my spiritual energy is depleted.
And I am unable to use my powers.
Oh, I thought you were hurt.
I'm relieved to hear that. Leave the rest to me.
You all should rest for a bit. Lin Yu approached the group and then moved through the crowd, heading back in the direction they had come.
Li Hansuang, seeing this, immediately followed him. Li Hansuang, why are you coming along? Go back.
Your energy has already been exhausted, and I won't be able to look after you later.
Lin Yu's expression shifted as he noticed her trailing behind. Li Hansuang remained silent, her demeanor unyielding as she advanced towards the rapidly approaching army ants. Seeing her indifference, Lin Yu grew anxious. Damn it, why won't she listen?
As the army ants drew ever closer, Lin Yu set aside his concerns, channeling his spiritual energy. And flames began to swirl around him.
Subsequently, they began to coalesce into small fireballs, which gradually morphed into larger ones under Li Hansuang's astonished gaze. The blazing sun descended.
With Lin Yu's furious shout, dozens of fireballs hurtled towards the swiftly advancing army ants.
Boom, rumble. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, these army ants,
possessing only the strength of a bronze 4-star, were ignited as if paper met an open flame, undoubtedly aided by the southern Ming's fire. The explosions persisted for a considerable time before finally subsiding. All the army ants were utterly annihilated, not a single one remaining, reduced entirely to charred remnants.
Witnessing this scene,
Li Hansuang clenched her fists tightly and turned to Lin Yu, inquiring, have you reached 6 stars?
Yes, and you? 5 stars? Not yet, but soon.
Oh. Then do your best. The spiritual energy here is denser than on Blue Star, allowing for rapid breakthroughs. Lin Yu expressed his thoughts and then turned towards the crowd. In the distance, those resting were astounded to see how Lin Yu effortlessly eradicated the army ants, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief.
Ding.
Zhang San's emotional value 1000, ding. Li Si's emotional value 1000, ding. Wang Wu's emotional value 1000, ding.
Wang Fugui's emotional value 1000.
Soon, the system's notification echoed wildly in Lin Yu's mind, while his emotional value soared at a meteoric pace. With each individual contributing 100,000 points, and with 17 people, Lin Yu's emotional value had now reached over 170,000.
It was almost surreal.
At that moment, he felt a sense of disbelief, 170,000. Indeed, his earlier decisions had proven correct. Leveraging his classmates' contributions was the way forward. Those like Zhou Pingji and Li Feiyu, who could barely muster any emotional value, deserved to be fed to the ants.
Cough, fellow classmates.
The crisis has been averted, you may rest assured and take a moment to recuperate, Lin Yu announced. Fatty, distribute the jerky we had roasted earlier to everyone. I imagine they haven't had much to eat. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu immediately instructed Zhou Pingji. However, the originally self-satisfied Zhou Pingji became displeased upon hearing Lin Yu's command to share the meat, as food was his lifeblood.
Brother Yu, if we give it all to them, what will we eat?
Just give it away, there's no need for so much chatter. I shall hunt a few more beasts later, Lin Yu retorted with an irritated glare. As these were his sources of emotional value and thus deserved proper care. Seeing Lin Yu's insistence, Zhou Pingji deflated like a punctured balloon.
Then retrieved some windstorm thunder eagle jerky from his clothes.
Li Feiyu, noticing this, also produced some octopus jerky from behind and shared it with the crowd. Upon seeing that there was still food to eat, tears of gratitude nearly welled in everyone's eyes. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, "What a good person! May a good person enjoy peace throughout their life.
Good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. A lifetime of tranquility." Upon witnessing this,
the crowd united in heartfelt gratitude towards Lin Yu. Were it not for the system's limitation on each individual, capping the daily harvest at 100,000, it was likely that their emotional value would have soared beyond 5 million. At this thought, Lin Yu's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. And he was on the verge of exclaiming his joy aloud. Now, everyone, take your time to enjoy the feast. I shall venture forth to capture a few more magical beasts, so we can celebrate properly tonight. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd responded in unison.
System, do you know where we might find weaker magical beasts?
Ding. Detecting host's request, the system is currently scanning.
Please hold on. Ding.
1,000 meters to the east of the host lies a bronze 6-star red-silver tiger. 2,000 meters to the west of the host, there is a bronze 7-star spirit feather sparrow. The system continued to enumerate several magical beasts, all hovering around the strength of bronze 6 stars. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to dash towards the eastern forest, just as Li Hanshuang approached him directly.
I wish to join you. Li Hanshuang.
Perhaps you should remain here to protect the other students, I can manage on my own.
Very well. Li Hanshuang replied, slightly disheartened, though her expression remained stoic.
With that, Lin Yu set off at a brisk pace towards the eastern woods, eager to experience the taste of tiger meat.
In his previous life,
tigers were a protected species, and he could only gaze longingly. Now he could indulge without reservation. The mere thought filled him with excitement, quickening his steps involuntarily.
Chapter 44. Is this related to Old Man Lu?
At the same moment, a figure gradually emerged from the spatial rift, followed by several others who stepped out in succession.
We're back.
With that exclamation, the others began to cheer joyfully.
Oh, finally back. It was terrifying in there.
These individuals were the students previously rescued by Lu Hongbo, who successfully traversed the spatial rift with his assistance and returned to Blue Star. As they gazed upon the familiar yet alien gymnasium, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. Just a day ago, it had been perfectly intact, and now it lay in disarray. Let us hurry outside, otherwise, our families will be worried sick.
At that moment,
a timid girl in the crowd spoke up. Hearing her, the others suddenly remembered and began to make their way out of the gymnasium.
Outside the light barrier.
At this moment, over 100 dragon guards had gathered, dispatched by their superiors to assist with the incident.
Among them,
a stern-faced middle-aged man was inquiring about the situation from Zhang Tailin.
Captain Zhang, what is the current status?
Captain Li, presently. We have over 200 awakened students trapped within this light barrier, and we are unaware of the specifics. We do not know if any students are injured. Our main objective is to shatter this mysterious barrier. However, with the strength of our Jiangcheng Dragon Guards, we are helpless against it, hence the report to our superiors.
Zhang Tailin replied helplessly.
Upon hearing Zhang Tailin's words, Li Guangliang fell into deep thought and then abruptly asked, "Is my brother all right?"
Your brother? Captain Li, who is that? Is there someone among the Jiangcheng Dragon Guards who is your brother? Zhang Tailin was momentarily perplexed.
He was well acquainted with the profiles of all dragon guards in Jiangcheng and had never heard of anyone being Li Guangliang's brother.
Seeing his confusion, Li Guangliang clarified. Didn't you rescue a dragon guard named Li Ming?
Oh, so Captain Li, you are that Li Ming's brother.
I was wondering.
I thought one of our Jiangcheng dragon guards was your sibling. Zhang Tailin suddenly understood.
Yes, that's him.
He was pursuing a fugitive and ended up in Jiangcheng. After that, I lost contact with him until I learned he had been admitted to the hospital. I had matters to attend to and couldn't visit him. But when you sent a request for help, I volunteered to come here. Li Guangliang recounted the entire sequence of events, and Zhang Tailin finally grasped the situation. He then said, "Well, Captain Li, your brother is still in a deep sleep in the city hospital. But rest assured, he is not in serious condition. He merely exhausted himself and has yet to awaken. However, he should regain consciousness in a few days."
Upon hearing that his brother was safe,
Li Guangliang felt a wave of relief wash over him before redirecting the conversation.
That's a relief.
By the way, we were just discussing the light barrier.
Are you saying it cannot be shattered? Zhang Tailin was taken aback by the sudden change in topic, wondering why Captain Li often veered off into tangents. However,
returning to the main topic, he could not ponder further, so he nodded. "Yes, Captain Li, you know, our Jiangcheng is too small, there isn't even a single noteworthy individual." He continued, "After this, I will submit a request for additional personnel, but for now, we must first tackle the immediate issue at hand."
"What are your plans, Captain Li?"
"All of our dragon guardians in Jiangcheng are at your disposal. Let me make the first move and test my Platinum 8-star prowess to see if I can shake this barrier.
If that fails,
we will gather our 100 or so members to launch a combined assault. I refuse to believe it is truly that resilient," Li Guangliang contemplated aloud.
Zhang Tailin, observing this,
refrained from further comments, merely nodding in agreement.
For the moment, this was the only course of action, and if it proved ineffective,
they would have to report to the higher-ups and request the intervention of extraordinary individuals. "Captain Li, time is of the essence, let us act swiftly."
Agreed. With that,
the two hastily approached the imposing barrier that enveloped the entire gymnasium.
Gazing at the massive light screen, Li Guangliang momentarily lost himself in thought. Once he regained his composure, he let out a thunderous shout, "Ice arrow!"
A ball of azure ice appeared in his hands, and as he drew back the string, a sharp,
frigid arrow began to take shape.
With a swift release, the arrow shot towards the barrier.
In the blink of an eye,
it collided with the light screen with a resounding crash.
Boom! Boom!
As the echo reverberated, the arrowhead struck the barrier fiercely, producing a thunderous noise.
When the dust settled,
the barrier remained unscathed, showing not even the faintest mark, while the arrow had disintegrated into shards of ice, vanishing entirely.
Li Guangliang frowned.
He had employed 50% of his strength for that attack. While he understood it was impossible to shatter the barrier, he had expected at least some evidence of impact. After some reflection, he resolved to strike again, murmuring, "Ice storm of arrows."
Thousands of arrows began to coalesce in the air, and with a mere thought,
they surged towards the barrier.
Boom!
The sound of the barrage was relentless, each impact against the barrier turning the arrows to dust.
Meanwhile, onlookers in the distance were left in awe, recognizing the might of a platinum-level warrior's strike.
It was worth noting that Zhang Tailin, the strongest in all of Jiangcheng, possessed merely the strength of a golden 9-star, a significant gap in power.
The captain is giving it his all. Is this barrier truly so formidable? One remarked.
You do not know, yesterday, dozens of our brothers combined their strength against this barrier and could not inflict the slightest damage.
That was equivalent to a full-force strike from a platinum 5-star, another added. Hey, doesn't this barrier look somewhat familiar?
At that moment, a member of the Dragon Guardians, known as Xiao Wu, interjected. Instantly, the crowd turned their heads toward him.
Hey now, why are you all looking at me like that? Xiao Wu. What did you just say? Have you seen this barrier before?
The young Dragon Guardian, known as Xiao Wu, upon witnessing the situation,
couldn't help but clear his throat twice before elaborating. Ahem, gentlemen, please refrain from looking at me like that. Is it so difficult to believe? 5 years ago, I was merely a student at the Demon Sea Academy.
At that time, a minor beast uprising occurred in the Northern Territories. Elder Lu Hongba organized a group of students for training, and I happened to be among them. At this moment, a nearby Dragon Guardian hastily urged, "Get to the point." Very well, Xiao Wu conceded. To protect us, Elder Lu created a protective barrier that bore a resemblance to this one.
Observing the growing impatience among the crowd,
he decided to focus on the essentials. However, as soon as he spoke, the surrounding Dragon Guardians began to murmur among themselves.
Could this possibly be Elder Lu's masterpiece? If so, what can we possibly achieve?
Elder Lu's barrier is beyond our capacity to breach.
Silence.
Xiao Wu did not assert that this is definitively Elder Lu's work. It merely resembles it, a senior Dragon Guardian stated solemnly, prompting the group to regain their composure.
Indeed, who is to say this is necessarily the doing of Elder Lu? Why would he come to such a remote location to create something like this? With this realization, the group ceased their discussions. Yet,
the seed of suspicion had already been sown, and it swiftly began to sprout. They all speculated that this incident was likely connected to Lu Hongba. And even if he were not directly involved, he surely could not be entirely dissociated from it. Chapter 45, Assault on the Barrier. As the last of the arrows vanished into thin air, a layer of frost began to envelop the ground. Suddenly, a startling sight emerged. The barrier stood resolutely intact, showing not a single crack. Presently, both the onlookers and Li Guangliang found themselves at a loss for words. For his recent attack possessed diamond-level power. Even the slightest hint of a fissure would have been a welcome sign, yet now, there was not a single blemish. Li Guangliang pondered for a moment before calling out to the other members of the Dragon Guard, who were observing from the sidelines.
All Dragon Guards, heed my command.
Aim at the spot I just attacked and unleash your most powerful strike.
Give it everything you've got. In response, the crowd echoed in unison, yes.
With Li Guanliang's order given, over 100 Dragon Guards launched a coordinated assault on the location he had just targeted.
Blazing impact. Shattering strike. Thunderous blow.
Each one of them, invigorated as if infused with vitality, fervently bombarded the barrier. Li Guangliang and Zhang Tailin were not idle either,
relentlessly directing their might toward the enigmatic barrier. Half an hour elapsed.
Many had already exhausted their spiritual energy, sitting cross-legged on the ground to meditate and recuperate before re-engaging.
At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, "Look! It seems someone is emerging from within."
Upon hearing this, everyone turned toward the entrance of the gymnasium, discovering a group of a dozen individuals hastening toward them.
Each face bore an expression of having survived a calamity. However, upon seeing these figures approach,
the onlookers felt no joy. Instead, their expressions darkened further. There were still over 200 individuals trapped inside, and now only a handful had emerged, which ominously suggested that the others had perished. The sight tugged painfully at the hearts of every Dragon Guard present. It appeared they had arrived too late. The very essence of the Dragon Guard was to protect the populace. And witnessing lives lost right before their eyes posed a profound dilemma on how to confront the public and their superiors. As they wallowed in guilt, the group of survivors approached the barrier. Gazing at the Dragon Guards standing outside, they were met with astonishment.
Li Guangliang stepped forward and called out to the individuals within. "What is the situation inside? Are you the only ones who made it out?"
Despite harboring suspicions, Li Guangliang felt compelled to inquire about their circumstances.
What if reality contradicted his assumptions?
After all, having served as captain for so long, he had witnessed more than most.
At that moment,
a petite girl from within the barrier summoned her courage to speak. "We are unaware of the others' conditions, but old Lu has gone to rescue them."
He should be fine. Old Lu?
Li Guangliang questioned, puzzled.
Yes, it's old Master Lu Hongba, the only spatial master in our dragon nation, or rather, one of the two spatial masters, the small girl clarified. Is it true, little one? Old Lu has entered? By the way, what exactly transpired inside? Did old Lu create this barrier as well?
Li Guangliang was instantly filled with excitement, only to subsequently remember what he wanted to inquire about. The petite girl fell silent upon hearing his question, not because she was at a loss for words, but rather because she was carefully organizing her thoughts, contemplating how to articulate her account so that Li Guangliang and the others would comprehend. 3 minutes later, the petite girl began to speak slowly, recounting, "Yesterday, while we were training in the gymnasium, the ground suddenly began to tremble, and an enormous vortex materialized in the air, engulfing us all.
When we regained consciousness,
we found ourselves in an unfamiliar world teeming with demonic beasts, and thus we continuously evaded their pursuit. Later, we were pursued by a horde of giant serpents. And in that moment of peril, Elder Lu appeared out of nowhere, rescuing us and escorting us to the entrance of a passage before vanishing.
He must have gone to save other classmates." The petite girl recounted the events of yesterday and their harrowing encounter with the demonic beasts in detail.
The dragon guardians outside the luminous screen fell into deep contemplation upon hearing her words. They understood that what the petite girl described was likely a secret realm. Since the sudden resurgence of spiritual energy 20 years ago, researchers had embarked on studies regarding this phenomenon. After more than a decade of exploration, they concluded that some secret realms had collided with Blue Star, resulting in the spiritual energy from these realms spilling into Blue Star. The reason behind this collision remained a mystery. Currently, numerous researchers continued their investigations, and it was believed that the hidden truths would soon be unveiled. It is worth noting that most entrances to secret realms typically manifest deep within remote mountains and forests, seldom appearing within urban areas. Thus, Li Guangliang, Zheng Tailin, and the others suddenly understood the true purpose of this luminous screen: to prevent powerful demonic beasts from emerging from the entrance of the secret realm and posing a threat to the public. In an instant, all the dragon guardians felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They had just been relentlessly bombarding this screen, only to realize it was there to protect Zheng City from demonic beast attacks. Especially for Li Guangliang, who wished he could find a hole to bury himself in. How utterly humiliating it was, having previously sworn with conviction that he could shatter the screen. Fortunately, Elder Lu's protective screen had proven formidable enough to prevent his failure. Otherwise, Li Guangliang would have been deemed the sinner of all Zheng City, a sinner nailed to the pillar of shame. With this thought, Li Guangliang instinctively shrank his neck and glanced at the others, who appeared equally remorseful. He then turned to the petite girl and asked, "Little girl, did Elder Lu convey any messages to you?" Upon hearing this, the petite girl pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know."
At that moment,
a tall and robust boy stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before speaking. When Elder Lu left, it seemed he mentioned something.
"What did he say?" Li Guangliang inquired eagerly.
Elder Lu seemed to say that when we go out, we should tell that group of fools outside to stop attacking his screen, otherwise they would bear the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with everyone seemingly frozen in place as if under a spell. Particularly affected was Li Guangliang, whose lips twitched incessantly, realizing with dismay that his well-intentioned actions had led to an unfortunate outcome. Beside him, Zheng Tailin shared a similar sentiment, as Li Guangliang was his recommendation to the higher-ups. If blame were to be assigned, he would undoubtedly bear the consequences. Instantly, his expression soured. He thought to himself that perhaps resigning and fleeing was the best course of action. Noticing the immobility of the crowd outside, a tall male student scratched his head in confusion and then turned to a shorter female classmate beside him.
"Do you have any idea what's going on? Why is everyone standing so still?" "De-chun, are you really unaware of what you just said?"
the petite girl replied, exasperation evident on her face. His previous statement had clearly struck a chord with those present, likely triggering memories of past grievances against the shimmering screen. This was likely the reason for their bewilderment, as they feared that Elder Lu might emerge to hold them accountable one by one. Upon hearing the girl's words, the tall boy appeared even more perplexed.
Was there something wrong with what I said? Wasn't it Elder Lu who instructed me to convey that message?
Seeing that the tall boy remained oblivious, the petite girl and their classmates exchanged incredulous glances, pondering how someone so dense could have survived this long. It truly felt like a miracle.
Chapter 46, Can You Call Joe Fatty?
Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lin Yu was weaving through the forest. Since breaking through to 6 stars,
his strength and physical prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Oddly enough, hadn't the system mentioned the presence of a crimson silver tiger here? Why was there no sign of it?
At that moment, Lin Yu reached the location indicated by the system, but upon surveying his surroundings, he found not even a rabbit in sight.
System, where is that crimson silver tiger? Ding!
The host has arrived too late. The crimson silver tiger has already departed.
Damn it, why didn't you inform me?
Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration. This wretched system failed to provide a warning, leaving him to return empty-handed while the prize tiger meat slipped away.
Ding! You didn't ask me to remind you.
The system's voice made Lin Yu feel as though he might erupt with exasperation.
What a troublesome system. System, you're truly something. Ding! Thank you for the compliment, host. System, oh hey, do you not understand sarcasm?
Lin Yu felt utterly drained. Being tethered to such a vexatious system was bound to drive him to the brink of madness.
Fine, system, are there any traces of other lesser beasts nearby? Ding! The system is currently searching, please hold on. Ding!
There is a horned rampaging bull located 500 meters to your left.
Strength, bronze 8 stars. Bronze 8 stars? Not bad at all, that'll do. System, make sure to remind me this time. Don't let it escape, understood?
Lin Yu muttered to the system, then set off at a sprint towards the horned rampaging bull. To ensure the system wouldn't fail to notify him again, he decided to employ the phantom steps. In a short while, he traversed the thicket and spotted the horned rampaging bull grazing not far away. A smile crept onto his lips. Without hesitation, he launched a fireball towards the unsuspecting beast. The horned rampaging bull, caught off guard, was swiftly knocked to the ground. Though not slain, it was momentarily dazed, but as it regained its senses, the creature erupted with fury.
Moo! With a furious bellow,
the horned rampaging bull turned its gaze towards Lin Yu and charged at him, its massive frame towering 2 meters and weighing nearly a ton. As it stomped the ground, the earth trembled beneath it. Yet Lin Yu remained unfazed, gathering another fireball in his hand and firing it swiftly at the rampaging beast.
At that moment,
the bull's horn emitted a crimson glow, directly meeting the blazing sphere of fire. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated. The fireball was extinguished by the horn's impact, leaving Lin Yu momentarily stunned by the spectacle.
Goodness, that horn must be worth a fortune. With that thought, Lin Yu retrieved an A-grade destruction gun from his system backpack.
Although he was not particularly adept with firearms, he had seen enough films on the subject in his past life, and his mind began to recall various techniques. As the formidable rhinoceros horned bull charged forward, Lin Yu swiftly moved, plunging his demise gun into the ground. In the fleeting moment before the creature closed in, he forcefully thrust upwards.
The rhinoceros horned bull was unceremoniously overturned, followed immediately by a deft maneuver as he struck its throat with the gun. However, the weapon did not penetrate fully. Observing this,
Lin Yu exerted his strength, gradually driving the tip deeper, causing a torrent of blood to erupt, splattering him entirely.
With a mournful cry,
the rhinoceros horned bull succumbed to its injuries, its life extinguished. This demise gun appears quite formidable, Lin Yu mused. If only I were more adept in marksmanship. That maneuver could have claimed the beast's life. He then stored the gun back into the system space and grasped the rhinoceros horned bull, preparing to return. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He could not drag it, it was utterly immovable.
System, do you possess any means to enhance my strength? Ding! Dragon elephant pill, capable of permanently augmenting the host's strength without side effects. That will suffice. How much emotional currency is required? Ding. Dragon elephant pill, priced at 500,000 emotional points. What? 500,000? Lin Yu gasped in shock. System, are you attempting to rob me? Did you raise the price because you noticed I amassed over 1 million emotional points? Ding. The system guarantees fairness. The dragon elephant pill will continuously aid the host in enhancing strength for a duration of 1 week.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a flicker of desire.
It seemed reasonable after all.
System, I shall purchase it. At the moment he uttered those words, a black pill materialized in his hand. Gazing at the dark orb, Lin Yu momentarily felt as though he had been duped by the system.
System, are you certain this is consumable? Ding.
A product of the system, absolutely genuine.
The host may consume it without hesitation. If I consume it, wait, it won't require me to take it in halves like that cleansing pill, will it? Ding. The dragon elephant pill must be swallowed whole, otherwise, its efficacy will be halved.
With the system's assurance, Lin Yu hesitated no more and promptly swallowed the dragon elephant pill. The moment it entered his mouth, it transformed into liquid, swiftly coursing into his abdomen. After a brief pause, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of strength in his arms. He then grasped the rhinoceros horned bull by its horn and began to move forward. In that instant, the once inert creature was pulled along, albeit with some effort, but he successfully managed to drag it back towards the main force.
Meanwhile,
on the other side, Zhou Pingzi and Li Feiyu anxiously watched the direction Lin Yu had departed, noting that an hour had elapsed since his departure.
Xiao Fizi, do you think Brother Yu has encountered trouble? Why has he not returned yet? Zhou Pingzi expressed his concern to Li Feiyu. Don't worry, Pingzi. Lin Yu will be fine. Let us wait here. A sigh escaped Zhou Pingzi's lips, filled with resignation.
Suddenly, a figure approached, gazing at Zhou Pingzi's transformed appearance with incredulity.
Is that you, Zhou Pingzi?
Indeed, it is I, the esteemed fat lord.
What is it you seek?
No, but how have you changed so drastically?
I can transform as I please. It is none of your concern. You. The individual, witnessing Zhou Pingzi's indifference, stormed away in frustration. What audacity! Zhou Pingzi is not a name you may utter.
That title belongs exclusively to my esteemed brother Yu.
As the figure departed, Zhou Pingzi couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Chapter 47, the competitively Hanshuang. As the crowd engaged in casual conversation, the distant forest began to stir.
Look! Something seems to be approaching us over there,
exclaimed an observant classmate, his voice rising in alarm. Upon hearing him, everyone turned in the direction he indicated, discovering that indeed, an object was hastening towards them.
Panic ensued,
and a flurry of discussions erupted.
Could it be Lin Yu returning? One wondered. But didn't Lin Yu head in that direction? He should be coming back from there. Another remarked. Could it be a monster? Should we flee, or wait here to meet our doom? Where could we possibly run to?
The only one capable of fighting is Li Hanshuang, and she is in no position to protect herself. Where could we escape?
As this grim realization sank in, silence enveloped the group.
At that moment, Li Feiyu spoke up, but we still have Fat Master. He has just reached 4 stars, on par with Li Xiaohua.
And his defense can surely hold until Lin arrives. Zhou Pingzi, witnessing Li Feiyu's self-praise, nearly burst into laughter.
Internally, he commended the boy, thinking, well done, my lad. The Fat Master has not been in vain. Next time Yugu has a treat, I shall share the spoils.
Unbeknownst to Li Feiyu, who continued to recount his experiences,
Zhou Pingzi was becoming increasingly buoyant from the compliments. Upon hearing of Zhou Pingzi's prowess, the group felt a wave of reassurance wash over them, their gazes shifting to Zhou,
who now stood resolutely in their minds like an unyielding wall.
Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from the depths of the forest, growing ever closer. The collective heartbeats quickened in response, and Zhou Pingzi, who stood at the forefront, was drenched in sweat yet dared not retreat. For doing so would shatter the image he had just established.
Thump! Thump!
As the sound drew nearer, the crowd held their breath, especially Zhou Pingzi,
whose heart raced uncontrollably. Why are you all looking at me like that? Are you preparing to welcome me? A voice emerged from the woods. It was Lin Yu.
Upon hearing his familiar tone, relief washed over the group, and they exhaled. That was close. We thought a monster was upon us.
Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Pangzi called out to the forest, "You good, did you encounter a monster?" "Indeed, I took down a bull. Let us have beef for dinner tonight." As he spoke,
Lin Yu emerged from the trees, his silhouette accompanied by a 2-meter-tall rhinoceros horned bull. The sight of the bull's carcass made everyone swallow hard in unison,
as if they beheld a culinary masterpiece.
"Fatty, take a few people to process this bull, the rest of you gather some dry wood. Prepare for a roast whole bull."
"Absolutely." The crowd cheered in unison. Having eaten little since yesterday, the prospect of beef was invigorating, and they sprang into action. Thus, Zhou Pangzi, along with Li Feiyu and several familiar classmates, dragged the rhinoceros horned bull towards the riverbank. "Brother Yu, how strong have you become?
You effortlessly pulled back such a hefty bull with just one hand." "I must admit, after I managed to slay that beast, I struggled to move it. But after casually plucking a fruit by the roadside and consuming it, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength."
Lin Yu, with an unflinching gaze, spun his tail,
prompting Li Feiyu, who was busy tugging at the bull, to perk up with interest.
"Lin, is that fruit akin to the one that Fat Lord has?"
"Well, somewhat, though the colors differ," Lin replied. The onlookers, captivated by their exchange, had their curiosity piqued, especially since they had wondered how Zhou Pangzi had undergone such a transformation in just one day. It seems he had partaken of the fruits here. They too would need to sample these mysterious offerings. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, his words would lead to the unfortunate fate of the fruits within the entire secret realm. Zhou Pangzi, initially intrigued by Lin Yu's claims, soon felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him upon realizing that Lin Yu had not consumed the local fruits but rather some enigmatic elixir.
Nevertheless,
he chose not to expose Lin's deception, for such a precious gift was not something to betray, and his ulterior motive was to benefit from Lin's other treasures. Observing Zhou Pangzi's somewhat lecherous expression, Lin Yu inferred that he had made a connection, yet he opted not to enlighten him further,
trusting that his intellect would prevent him from speaking out of turn.
After a considerable time, the group finally dragged the ferocious bull to the riverbank. Zhou Pangzi then retrieved the crimson serpent fawn lent by Lin Yu, beginning the gruesome task of eviscerating the beast before handing the innards to others for cleaning.
Meanwhile,
the rest began to search for the elusive fruit, also gathering dry twigs.
The scene was left with only Lin Yu, who appeared relaxed, and Li Hansuang,
who was fervently honing her skills. Upon learning that Lin Yu had ascended to the 6th star of the bronze rank, she was engulfed in a frenzy of competition,
determined to catch up.
Lin Yu, bemused by her fervor, wished to convey to her, "Little girl, you shall never catch up with me. I am equipped with a system."
"Do you know what that entails?" "It is akin to having a cheat. Can you outplay a cheat?"
As Lin Yu mused in his mind, Li Hansuan was gathering spiritual energy around her. She was on the brink of a breakthrough, and as Lin Yu observed the aura enveloping her, he realized she was about to ascend.
He chose to offer her protection.
10 minutes later, a deep sound resonated from within Li Hansuan,
followed by a rapid absorption of spiritual energy.
With a thunderous crack, she successfully broke through to the 5th star of the bronze rank,
now just one step away from Lin Yu.
As she opened her eyes and scanned her surroundings, she noticed Lin Yu watching her with a smile,
which left her feeling somewhat perplexed.
"Congratulations, classmate Li, on your successful breakthrough to the 5th star."
"Thank you." In response to Lin Yu's congratulatory remark,
Li Hansuan merely offered a subdued thank you, feeling overwhelmed. However, Lin Yu understood her temperament, so he did not feel displeased.
At that moment,
the voice of the system resonated in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding! Li Hanchuan's emotional value 999. What does this mean? Did I not fill Li Hanchuan's emotional value to the brim?
This sudden system notification left Lin Yu somewhat perplexed.
Ding!
Li Hanchuan's emotional value has not been fully accumulated. Currently, only 20,000 points have been amassed.
What? Is it truly this challenging to accumulate her emotions? Only 20,000?
Lin Yu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, despite his diligent efforts to be attentive, merely to harvest everyone's emotional values. He found it disheartening that it took so long to gather a mere 20,000 from Li Hansuang. He had never encountered such a difficult sheep to shear.
Nevertheless,
he decided to let it go, as he had already reaped a considerable amount today and was too weary to ponder further. Chapter 48, The Silver Dragon of the Ink Corner System. Initiate a lottery draw for me. Let's start with 30 consecutive draws. Lin Yu diverted his attention from Li Hanshuang and summoned the system in his mind.
Ding.
Detecting host's request, the system is conducting the lottery, please wait.
After a brief moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thank you for your patronage. 8.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit recovery pills. 10.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining wigs. 2.
As the announcements concluded, Lin Yu promptly inquired, System,
what purpose do these spirit recovery pills serve?
Ding.
The spirit recovery pill, as the name suggests, is a medicinal elixir that restores spiritual energy. One pill can instantly replenish 1/3 of your spiritual power.
Excellent.
With this, I can freely utilize the phantom step. Ha ha.
By the way,
does the shop sell spirit recovery pills?
Ding. Yes, one is priced at 5,000 emotional points. Upon hearing the system's pricing, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback.
Oh, 5,000, that's reasonable.
Wait, 5,000?
I need 10,000 for a single draw.
Damn it, system, are you trying to swindle me? Realizing the truth, Lin Yu finally comprehended that each spirit recovery pill costs 5,000 emotional points.
Since he had drawn 9 of them, that amounted to 90,000 emotional points.
Sufficient to purchase 18 spirit recovery pills.
He had effectively been duped out of over 40,000 points.
System.
Seeing that the system remained silent,
Lin Yu felt utterly exasperated. What kind of system would exploit its own host like this?
He suspected he might be the only one experiencing such misfortune.
Damn it, system. Could you possibly be any more deceitful? Ding. The system emitted a single chime and then fell silent. Lin Yu took this as tacit approval. System.
Give me another 20 consecutive draws, I refuse to believe I can't draw something worthwhile.
Ding. Conducting the lottery, please wait.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's request for another draw, the previously silent system responded promptly.
Ha, as expected, you are nothing but a fraudulent system. The moment I mention a lottery,
your replies are quicker than anyone else's.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining spirit recovery pills. 10.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. 6.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Thank you for your patronage. 3. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. 1.
Lin Yu's expression darkened upon hearing the system's report. What the hell? Is this system determined to exploit me?
There was no doubt in his mind that the system was engaging in some underhanded dealings, otherwise, he could not fathom such misfortune.
Moreover,
that silver treasure chest was undoubtedly an affront to his dignity.
Open the silver treasure chest.
Lin Yu gritted his teeth and silently commanded in his mind.
Ding. The silver treasure chest is now opening. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a void treasure mouse beast core. 1.
What? Another space-type beast core.
Lin Yu could scarcely believe his luck as he stood frozen in place, grappling with the astonishing revelation. Not far away, Li Hanshuang observed the rapid fluctuations of his emotions,
alternating between sorrow and joy, leaving her utterly perplexed.
She inquired aloud about what had transpired with Lin Yu, yet he chose to disregard her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Just as she was about to approach and rouse him, his gaze suddenly flickered to life, followed by a subtle smile gracing his lips,
leaving Li Hanshuang utterly bewildered. Lin Yu, are you all right?
I'm fine, just reminiscing about certain matters, he replied casually.
Upon hearing his explanation,
Li Hanshuang responded with a cold "oh" and ceased her attempts to engage him further. Instead, she settled into a cross-legged meditation, intent on seizing Lin Yu's leisure to fervently cultivate her abilities, striving to break through to the 6-star level and ultimately surpass him. Ever since she learned of Lin Yu's dual abilities, a fierce determination surged within her. She was resolute in proving to everyone that even without dual powers or extraordinary talent,
She, Li Hanswang, could eclipse Lin Yu.
Little did Lin Yu know of her inner thoughts, otherwise, he would likely be doubled over with laughter.
Brother! You are an extraordinary being. What can your mere SS-level talent compare to mine? What do you possess?
Meanwhile, deep within the forest, beneath a waterfall,
An elder stood, none other than Lu Hongba.
At that moment, his eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed quietly at the inky black water pool below, which lay still and silent. Suddenly, Lu Hongba parted his lips, commanding, "Come forth." As his voice echoed, the previously tranquil surface began to ripple. Soon, the water churned as if boiling. And upon closer inspection, one could discern a colossal entity rising slowly from the depths. Observing this scene, Lu Hongba maintained an indifferent expression, a smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. The water continued to roil for over a minute before gradually settling, culminating in a massive shadow soaring from the depths, shooting towards the heavens. After circling in the air, it returned to the pool, only to resurface moments later.
Quietly regarding Lu Hongba. "Human, it is you once again. Do you seek an audience with me?"
The inkhorn silver flood dragon inquired.
"Long time no see. My old friend. Why do you not extend a warm welcome?"
Lu Hongba replied with a chuckle.
"Humph. If you have something to discuss, just get to the point." The inkhorn silver flood dragon retorted with a snort.
Had it not been for the awareness of its inferior strength compared to Lu Hongba,
it would have lunged into action rather than engage in such cordial conversation.
"Ha, inkhorn silver flood dragon, it seems you still harbor resentment over past events. Despite the passage of years, you continue to bear such animosity towards me," Lu Hongba remarked, stroking his beard with amusement.
"Humph. Do I need to recount what you did to me in the Silver Serpent secret realm back then? Oh, come now. I acted out of necessity at the time. I had no choice."
"Now that my strength has grown, I will naturally retract my actions," Lu Hongba replied, attempting to placate him.
"Ha! You would be so benevolent? Speak. What brings you to seek me today?" "Ahem.
It appears that the seal loosened yesterday, drawing in my disciple. And I hope you will refrain from harming him and his companions," Lu Hongba said, clearing his throat with a bold demeanor.
Upon hearing this,
the silver dragon's gaze incessantly swept over him, seemingly attempting to discern the true intentions behind his fade. It could hardly believe that the venerable old silver coin sought it out merely for this matter, convinced that there lay deeper secrets yet unspoken.
Noticing the silver dragon's skeptical scrutiny, Lu Hongba felt compelled to clarify. "Rest assured, there is absolutely no ulterior motive. This time,
I intend to test my disciple in this realm, and I merely require you to ensure that the silver tier beasts in the Silver Serpent secret realm refrain from attacking humans. Subsequently, I shall lift the seal here, allowing you to advance further."
"What do you think? Human, are you truly sincere?" The silver dragon regarded Lu Hongba with suspicion, eager to glean any sign of deceit from his expression.
Lu Hongba smiled and reassured, "Indeed, I shall relocate the exit of your secret realm to a more suitable location,
after which you may enter and exit Blue Star at will."
Upon hearing this, the silver dragon hesitated for a moment before responding, "Very well. What does your disciple look like?" "I shall notify all the beasts within the secret realm to refrain from attacking humans."
I'm
not quite sure what he looks like," Lu Hongba admitted, scratching his head awkwardly.
The silver dragon remained silent, taken aback. Chapter 49. Time flies. Soon,
the sky darkens as the group gathers around the campfire, engaging in casual conversation while chunks of rhinoceros meat sizzle over the flames.
Alas!
I have searched high and low but have yet to find the mysterious fruit that Lin Yu spoke of. Indeed, were it not for the remarkable transformation of Zhou Pengzi, I would doubt the veracity of Lin Yu's claims. Everyone, do not fret, such a mysterious fruit surely does not reveal itself so easily. Let us continue our search. Perhaps we shall find it yet, the crowd deliberates. Meanwhile, our protagonists, Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi, observe from a distance.
"Brother Yu, can you believe these fools actually buy into it?"
"Ha, they are truly naive," Zhou Pengzi chuckles, amused by the discussions around them.
Lin Yu, catching his indiscretion, shoots him a warning glare. "Shut it, you fool. If they overhear you, they might just strip you of your skin." "Ah, I spoke out of turn. Fear not. Brother Yu, this matter shall remain between us, Zhou Pangzi replies, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. However, just as the two revel in their mirth, a chilling voice suddenly interrupts from behind. Lin Yu, what are you talking about?
Lin Yu stiffens and turns to find Li Hansuang standing silently behind him, her expression as inscrutable as ever. The cold aura she exudes sends an involuntary shiver down Lin Yu's spine.
Li Hansuang, what brings you here? Why aren't you chatting with the others?
Lin Yu attempts to divert the conversation.
In a calm tone, Li Hansuang replies, not familiar. Well, alright then.
Lin Yu is momentarily at a loss for words, surprised by her bluntness. Considering her aloof demeanor, it is likely that few would venture to befriend her.
Otherwise,
they might risk being frozen by her icy presence.
Deciding to say no more, Lin Yu pulls Zhou Pangzi, who is too intimidated to speak, away from Li Hansuang's gaze.
Phew, that was close, brother Yu.
I almost let something slip.
Humph. You glutton, if you dare to speak out of turn again, I shall not share any treasures with you. Lin Yu glares at Zhou Pangzi, annoyed that his companion's loose tongue had put him in such a precarious position.
Yes. Rest assured, brother Yu.
I shall refrain from speaking carelessly again. When the time comes, I shall claim that I found the fruit in the secret realm. Zhou Pangzi hastily apologizes, his face contorted with a comical expression. Seeing his sincerity, Lin Yu decides to let it slide.
Fine. Just make sure you don't implicate me. Understood.
As the two continue their hushed conversation, Li Hansuang stealthily approaches from behind once more.
Ding.
Li Hansuang's emotional value 222, the system's voice suddenly resonates in Lin Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Turning around, he is startled to find Li Hansuang standing behind him yet again.
Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Pangzi, with a look of confusion, inquired of Li Hansuang, Li,
how is it that you have come here? Weren't you intent on defeating my brother Yu?
He added, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation.
But, Li Hansuang,
your own predicament has no bearing on your following us, he boldly expressed his thoughts, reassured by Lin Yu's presence, knowing he could not be bested alone. Hearing Zhou Pangzi's query, Li Hansuang pondered for a moment before responding, I have come seeking guidance from classmate Lin Yu.
Seeking my guidance? Lin Yu questioned in bewilderment.
Gesturing to himself, but, Li Hansuang, I have never encountered a situation like yours, how could I assist you? His confidence stemmed from the system he possessed, which alleviated any fears of experiencing a bottleneck, coupled with the fact that he had seldom faced such obstacles, perhaps due to his dual SSS-level talents. For him, cultivation was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Hansuang was initially taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. It appeared that there indeed was a disparity between them, those with superior talents encountered their bottlenecks later. With this thought in mind, her determination to catch up with Lin Yu solidified. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further, classmate Lin Yu, she declared, preparing to take her leave. At that moment, Lin Yu called out to her, Li Hansuang, wait.
Is there something else, classmate Lin Yu?
She asked, her expression remaining composed yet curious.
Lin Yu hesitated,
contemplating whether to offer her a cleansing pill, casting a glance at Zhou Pangzi beside him. Upon noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Zhou Pangzi, puzzled,
gradually comprehended that Lin Yu intended to use the cleansing pill as a means to garner Li Hansuang's favor. Brother Yu, if you give it to her,
I believe Li Hansuang will be immensely grateful and will certainly refrain from disclosing our previous encounter, he whispered.
Alright, then, Lin Yu acquiesced.
After Lin Yu had called her back and exchanged glances with Zhou Pangzi, Li Hansuang felt a shiver run down her spine.
Just as she was about to speak,
Lin Yu interjected, Li Hansuang, I possess a method to help you break through your bottleneck, but you must promise me that you will not divulge this to anyone, otherwise
your cultivation will remain stagnant.
At his words, Li Hansuang was momentarily stunned, followed by an expression of astonishment directed at Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi.
Her previously icy visage was now tinged with emotion. Classmate Lin Yu, are you serious? She asked. Of course, do you wish to proceed?
He replied.
Yes.
She responded without a hint of hesitation, believing that nothing was more vital than enhancing her strength. Even if it was a gift from another, she cared not. Power was the ultimate pursuit. She resolved that when she surpassed him, she would repay today's humiliation in kind.
Excellent.
Lin Yu praised her immediate acceptance.
He then retrieved a cleansing pill from his system's inventory.
Here, take this. Find an opportunity by the riverside, undress, and then leap into the water before swallowing this pill.
Why must I go to the riverside? In summary, heed my advice, you will understand everything in due course.
Oh. Upon hearing his words,
Li Hansuan could only respond helplessly. By the way, if anyone inquires later, you should simply say that you stumbled upon a mysterious fruit?
Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, she interrupted him directly. Ahem, well, just keep it to yourself, Lin Yu coughed lightly,
realizing that she had indeed overheard something. Rest assured, this matter will not concern you. With that, Li Hansuan turned and departed without a glance back.
Bro. This woman is undoubtedly targeting us, her intentions are rather cunning. You must not allow yourself to develop feelings for her, otherwise, one day you might find yourself in trouble,
remarked Zhou Panzi, approaching and voicing his grievances regarding Li Hansuan's retreating figure.
Lin Yu paid him no mind and turned towards the camp. The beef was nearly cooked, and it was time to indulge.
Hey, make sure to save some for Li, he instructed. What? Are you ignoring me? Zhou Panzi replied in exasperation, silently trailing behind Lin Yu. Chapter 50. The light. After leaving the two, Li Hansuan walked along the riverbank for a considerable distance, pausing only when the flickering flames were no longer visible.
She then surveyed her surroundings, and upon confirming her solitude, she gradually began to disrobe.
Tentatively,
she dipped her foot into the water, discovering that the temperature was not excessively cold, and thus swiftly plunged herself beneath the surface.
Next,
she placed the marrow-cleansing pill bestowed by Lin Yu into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue,
it dissolved into a liquid that slid down her throat into her abdomen.
Initially, Li Hansuan felt no discernible effects, but after 10 minutes had elapsed, a searing heat began to emanate from her core. This was soon followed by a dull ache spreading through her limbs, escalating until the pain enveloped her entire body. Clenching her fists, she resolutely endured the torment.
After a while, the agony subsided.
As she experienced the profound changes within her body, disbelief washed over her. She had unexpectedly ascended to the rank of bronze 6 stars. Furthermore, she felt her body become significantly lighter, her strength markedly enhanced, and her senses of sight and hearing vastly improved. At that moment, she was suddenly assailed by a foul odor, and upon closer inspection, she realized it emanated from herself.
It was then that she comprehended the implication of Lin Yu's earlier words.
Resolutely, she commenced her cleansing ritual. Meanwhile, upon returning to the camp,
Lin Yu and Zhou Panzi organized a meal for the group.
Instantly, over a dozen individuals surged forward, some tearing at the food with their hands, while others bit into it ravenously, leaving Lin Yu and his companions utterly astonished.
Where did these famished souls come from? Did they fear the heat at all? Stop!
Lin Yu exclaimed, unable to bear the sight. If they continued in this manner, there would be nothing left for him and the others. The moment the crowd noticed Lin Yu's displeasure, they halted their actions, turning their gazes toward him.
Look at this chaos. How can others possibly eat like this? Lin Yu admonished.
Panzi, go and distribute the portions, give each person a generous piece, and if it's not enough, they can come back for more.
With that,
he instructed Zhou Panzi to assist, while he himself found a large rock to sit upon. At this, the group formed an orderly line,
fully aware of Lin Yu's formidable strength.
No one wished to incite his wrath, for they knew the consequences could be dire.
Moreover,
it was Lin Yu who had procured this delectable food. Should he become displeased, they would all face hunger. Thus, they accepted Lin Yu's arrangement without objection.
Soon,
Zhou Panzi had cut large pieces of beef for everyone, and he also prepared a portion for Lin Yu, along with a sizable piece for himself.
Here you go, Brother Yu,
Zhou Panzi offered, and without hesitation, Lin Yu accepted it, taking a hearty bite that sent juices splattering.
By the way, Panzi, did you save a piece for Li Hansuan? Lin Yu inquired.
Rest assured, I saved her a large one, and there is plenty more where that came from. She'll have enough to satisfy her hunger, Zhou Panzi replied, chewing on his own piece of meat.
With that, Lin Yu said no more,
savoring the exquisite flavor of the dish before him.
One could not deny that the meat from the demonic beasts was infinitely superior to that of domesticated livestock.
As ordinary poultry contained scant spiritual energy, and their long confinement had rendered their flesh far less palatable. After a while, Lin Yu, feeling quite content, lay on the ground with a mysterious blade of grass in his mouth, patting his belly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed softly, "Hey, fatty.
How long has Li Hanswan been gone? It seems like half an hour. She should be back by now. What if something has happened?" As Zhou Pangzi spoke, his expression began to shift dramatically.
Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately sprang to his feet, directing his gaze towards the direction where Li Hanswan had departed.
He then instructed Zhou Pangzi, "Fatty, prepare for defense here. I will check on Li Hanswan.
If any beasts appear, throw a torch skyward. I'll see it and return at once."
"Alright, you go, stay safe."
Zhou Pangzi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation.
With that,
Lin Yu dashed towards the direction Li Hanswan had taken. The others, witnessing his hurried demeanor, exchanged puzzled glances.
What is Lin Yu up to? I'm not sure. But it seems like the school beauty, Li, has been absent for a while. Could he be searching for her? It's possible.
I recall seeing Li Hanswan converse with Lin Yu before she left.
I wonder what she went off to do. Now that you mention it,
Lin Yu's path aligns with hers.
Do you think Lin Yu might have upset her and is now regretting it, chasing after her? Indeed.
I remember on the day of awakening, Lin Yu confessed to her publicly.
Wow, did Lin Yu actually drive the school beauty away? I feel they are quite a match.
Lin Yu is so handsome and strong, and Li Hanswan is equally impressive.
Pfft, you love-struck fool.
As the crowd continued to speculate about Lin Yu's departure, only Zhou Pangzi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings intently. After all, they were in a realm inhabited by beasts, and danger could lurk in any shadowy corner.
Meanwhile,
having distanced himself from the others, Lin Yu swiftly employed the phantom step technique, reassured by the presence of a spirit recovery pill, which alleviated any concerns regarding energy depletion. In no time, he found himself 100 meters away from the group.
Li Hanswan, where are you? He called softly, wary of attracting any beasts. Yet,
there was no sign of her. Thus, he continued along the riverbank, glancing back towards the camp. Noticing all was well, he finally allowed himself to relax,
determined to keep his emotions from endangering anyone.
At that very moment, Li Hanswan was diligently scrubbing the foul odor from her body in the river.
Being a person who cherished cleanliness, she would not rest until every trace of unpleasantness was eradicated. Alright, that should do it, time to head back.
Just as she prepared to ascend the bank, a familiar voice echoed from a distance.
Li Hanswan, where are you? Lin Yu. She gasped, recognizing his voice unmistakably.
It is uncertain whether it was her voice that resonated too loudly or if Lin Yu possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing.
The moment she spoke, Lin Yu,
from a distance, caught the sound and promptly dashed towards its source. As Li Hanxiang heard the footsteps drawing closer, a wave of panic washed over her. At the moment she donned her undergarments, both she and Lin Yu were momentarily frozen. The stark whiteness was blinding to Lin Yu, causing him discomfort, and without further contemplation,
he hastily turned away.
Rest assured, classmate Li Hanxiang, I swear by the heavens, I saw nothing, he stammered.
With a disdainful huff,
Li Hanxiang quickly clothed herself, her expression darkening, her gaze sharp and piercing. Had her eyes possessed the power to slay, Lin Yu would have perished countless times over.
Seeing that Li Hanxiang was unharmed, Lin Yu decided not to linger. Well, since you are fine, I shall take my leave. However, Li Hanxiang remained silent,
her gaze fixed upon him, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Lin Yu, feeling the discomfort, resolved to return to the campsite.
Lin Yu,
I hope you can forget what just transpired, otherwise, I shall go to great lengths to ensure your demise.
Classmate Li Hanxiang, did I not mention that I saw nothing? Moreover, with the darkness enveloping us, how could I possibly discern anything? Though he spoke these words outwardly, inside,
he was in a state of turmoil.
With another cold huff, Li Hanxiang strode directly towards the campsite. Observing this, Lin Yu quietly followed behind.
Chapter 51, voluntarily walking into danger. Li Hansuan walked quietly ahead, suddenly halting her steps. Observing her stillness, Lin Yu cast a puzzled glance at her back.
Lin Yu. Thank you for the elixir. No need for thanks.
Consider it an apology for what just transpired, Lin Yu hastily replied as realization dawned upon him. At his words, Li Hansuan merely responded with a soft acknowledgement before resuming her pace. Lin Yu noted the warmth in her tone had diminished. And he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she had come to terms with the situation.
Meanwhile, within the encampment, Zhou Pengji was scanning the surroundings. Just then,
he caught sight of a flicker of silver light in the distance, immediately heightening his alertness.
Silence! We have a situation.
He shouted to the others who were still engaged in idle chatter. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang to their feet, each grasping a wooden stick.
Someone strong. Throw a torch up high so that Gu and the others can see. Zhou Pengji commanded again.
From the crowd emerged a tall classmate, who picked up a blazing torch from the ground and hurled it upwards with great force.
Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the branches above. Undeterred,
the tall boy retrieved another torch and attempted to throw it once more, only to have it knocked down again by the branches.
Nearby, Li Feiyu, witnessing the commotion,
erupted in frustration.
You useless lot! Get out of the way, let me handle it. With that, he grabbed a torch from the ground and threw it into the air.
But predictably, it too failed.
Damn it, you bunch of imbeciles! Can you not accomplish anything worthwhile?
Zhou Pengji was at a loss for words. As the distant silver light drew nearer, his heart raced. Without considering much, he seized a torch and sent it soaring, only to have it likewise fall victim to the branches. The others shot him disdainful looks.
What are you doing?
Hurry and throw your torches.
Do you all wish to become a beast's meal?
At his urging, the group finally snapped into action, realizing the gravity of the situation was no game.
One by one,
they hurled their torches into the air.
Amidst the frenzy, a torch finally soared successfully into the sky. With this development, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew! That was exhausting. Finally got one up there. I wonder if Lin Yu saw it. He should have. On the other side,
Lin Yu was leisurely strolling by the riverbank when he suddenly spotted a flash of red light in the distance, jolting him into alarm.
Oh no! Something has happened at the camp. What?
Li Hansuan, walking ahead, turned sharply at his exclamation and noticed the drastic change in Lin Yu's expression.
Li Hansuan, I'm sorry,
Lin Yu said, not waiting for her to process his words as he swiftly grasped her waist. In the next instant, he employed his phantom steps,
vanishing with Li Hansuan and reappearing 20 meters away.
Stunned by Lin Yu's display of power, Li Hansuan found herself momentarily speechless.
Was this the ability of a space-type supernatural? In the encampment,
Zhou Pengji gazed at the approaching silver orb, his anxiety rendering him speechless. The others shared his trepidation, their hearts racing as they watched the shimmering sphere grow larger and closer.
Suddenly, a tiger's roar emanated from the distant silver light, startling some timid classmates to the point of panic. It's a tiger beast. A wave of dread swept over everyone.
They had not anticipated facing a creature of such formidable prowess, the king of beasts. They could only hope for Lin Yu's swift return. As the silver tiger spotted them, it became invigorated, eager for a feast, and charged towards them with alarming speed.
Good heavens, that beast is actually running! Someone cried, Mom, I want to go home.
A chorus of despair erupted from the crowd. Just then, a fireball soared overhead, followed by a chilling ice spear that hurtled towards the silver tiger. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the silver tiger was struck and collapsed to the ground.
Lin Yu has returned, Zhou Pengji exclaimed. What? Classmate Lin Yu is back?
That's wonderful, we won T Parish. The crowd began to murmur, their gazes shifting towards the forest as Lin Yu emerged, followed closely by Li Hansuan.
Fatty, is everyone all right? Lin Yu immediately inquired upon seeing them.
Everyone is fine, your timing was impeccable, or we would have faced disaster, Zhou Pengji replied, relieved.
Ignoring him,
Lin Yu strode purposefully towards the fallen silver tiger.
System, could this beast be the red silver tiger I lost earlier? Ding. Affirmative. Well, look at that. It has delivered itself to me. I was just pondering what to have for breakfast tomorrow. As he spoke, a fireball coalesced in his hand, ready to be unleashed upon the creature when Li Hanshuang interjected. Classmate Lin Yu, may I take on this silver tiger? Are you looking to hone your skills? Indeed. Very well, I shall leave it to you. With that, Lin Yu retracted the fireball and watched her performance with quiet anticipation. Extreme cold ice spike. Li Hanshuang declared,
summoning a wave of frigid energy that transformed into a massive ice spear, 20 centimeters in diameter and 1.8 meters long.
Go!
The ice spear shot towards the red silver tiger, which had only just regained its composure, and was struck once more, sent flying back.
Roaring in fury,
the red silver tiger quickly regained its footing and lunged towards Li Hanshuang with powerful strides.
Watch out! Lin Yu shouted. Reacting swiftly,
Li Hanshuang dodged while conjuring another ice spear to hurl at the tiger.
Unfortunately, the red silver tiger managed to evade the attack. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the thrilling moment.
Alas, if only Li Hanshuang had hit her mark, that tiger beast would have been gravely injured, if not slain.
Indeed.
Such a pity, they lamented.
Silence.
Do not distract Li Xiaohua, Zhou Pingzi admonished. The crowd obediently fell silent, their eyes fixated on the fierce battle between Li Hanshuang and the crimson silver tiger.
At that very moment, Li Hanshuang summoned ice spikes once again, this time conjuring two.
She hurled them swiftly, and although the crimson silver tiger attempted to evade, it was unfortunate enough to be struck by one. It let out a pained howl, turning to flee, but Lin Yu, quick-witted and agile, hurled a fireball that knocked it down.
Ha!
This time, you shall not escape. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall graciously accept your offering.
Li Hanshuang, deliver the final blow. All right. Li Hanshuang replied, swiftly forming another ice spike and launching it directly at the tiger's head.
With a mournful cry, the crimson silver tiger met its demise. Lin Yu retrieved the crimson serpent fawn from Zhou Pingzi and approached the fallen creature.
To the astonishment of the onlookers, he extracted the beast core. Here! He exclaimed, tossing the core to Li Hanshuang. Chapter 52, Is there anyone left inside? At that moment, Zhou Pingzi leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and murmured, Is it true, Brother Yu, that you just gave her the beast core? Do you have any objections?
Lin Yu looked at him in confusion.
Brother Yu, that is a beast core. It's incredibly valuable. Are you truly not tempted? Zhou Pingzi expressed his dissatisfaction. Here, take it.
Lin Yu, unwilling to engage in further discussion, tossed the beast core he had acquired from the rampaging horned bull to Zhou Pingzi.
As Zhou Pingzi received the beast core, a lecherous grin spread across his face.
In the distance, when the crowd witnessed Lin Yu extracting the beast core and handing it to Li Hanshuang, their eyes widened in astonishment.
One must understand that a single beast core held considerable worth in Zheng City,
although their families were not impoverished.
A bronze-level beast core could fetch as much as 200,000.
How enviable, Li School Bell, a female voice echoed from the crowd, prompting collective envy.
Indeed.
It's a pity we lack the beauty of Li School Bell, otherwise, Lin Yu would surely bestow one upon us.
Pfft, what is there to envy?
You love-struck fools. You're just jealous, you sour grape.
Exactly, if you had the skill, go slay a monster like Lin Yu did.
You all oomph. A bunch of love-struck fools, I can't be bothered with you. Serves you right for being single, sour grape.
The crowd began to bicker over Lin Yu and Li Hanshuang, splitting into male and female factions, though the latter was outnumbered, with only 5 participants. Fortunately,
it was merely verbal sparring, and no physical altercations ensued, as the boys preferred to yield to the girls. Thus, despite their numerical disadvantage, the girls were not utterly defeated by the boys. Observing the frivolity of the crowd, Lin Yu decided to retreat to a corner for some peace.
However,
just as he settled down, with hardly any warmth beneath him, Li Hanshuang approached with a frosty demeanor.
Li Hanshuang, do you require something?
Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. After a moment of silence, Li Hanshuang's expression darkened as she spoke. Lin Yu, I hope you can forget what you shouldn't have seen tonight.
What are you talking about? Li? Did I see something tonight?
I don't recall. Lin Yu feigned amnesia.
Humph.
Hearing his response, Li Hanswan let out a sigh of relief. Then with a cold snort, she turned and walked away.
As the night deepened, the crowd, after much quarreling,
eventually drifted off to sleep within the stone shelter crafted by Zhou Pengzi. After all, having some cover provided a sense of security.
Lin Yu, however, remained quietly by the campfire.
Noticing that everyone else had succumbed to slumber, he withdrew the spatial beast core he had previously acquired, preparing to absorb its energy.
Meanwhile, Lu Hongba, having finalized his transaction with the inkhorn silver flood dragon, vanished.
There were still many individuals yet to be rescued, and he was now preoccupied with ensuring their safety. After a day filled with activity, he managed to escort nearly all those who had been ensnared back to safety.
Outside, the world awaited. As the crowd gradually exited the gymnasium, Zhang Tailin and Li Guangliang both heaved a sigh of relief. Captain Li. It seems we won't have to endure any scolding from above, Zhang remarked.
Indeed, but if old Lu discovers our continuous attacks on his light screen,
will he not make a mockery of us? Li expressed his concern.
Rest assured, old Lu is not the type to hold grudges. He won't retaliate against us juniors.
Zhang replied dismissively.
Hearing this, Li's anxiety began to dissipate. If old Lu Hongba were to bring this matter up, he could easily push Zhang Tailin forward.
After all, who better to blame than someone who reported without understanding the situation?
Unbeknownst to Zhang Tailin, he was already being betrayed, and the betrayer was right beside him. As the last group of students emerged, a miraculous half-human eye opening appeared in the light screen. Observing this, the crowd began to squeeze through the opening.
Once everyone had exited, the opening slowly closed again. Captain Li, it seems old Lu does not intend for us to enter,
one of the dragon guards said in a low voice. The other dragon guards turned their gazes toward Li Guangliang, eager to see how he would respond. After a moment of contemplation, Li spoke, "Let us regroup.
Captain Zhang.
Take a few individuals to ensure these students are settled. Remember, we must not disclose what has transpired here to the outside world, lest it incite panic."
Understood, Captain Li.
Zhang Tailin replied. He recognized that the continued presence of the light screen indicated that Lu Hongba had yet to resolve the situation. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent this group of students from spreading rumors, as it would undoubtedly lead to unrest in Jiangchang. Zhang Tailin, accompanied by several confidants, escorted the students away from Jiangchang High School. However, outside the school, a throng had already gathered. There were anxious parents concerned for their children, as well as media reporters eager to cover the story, all of whom were barred from entry by the dragon guards. After all, they were unaware of the circumstances inside and could not allow the public to enter. Fortunately, the dragon guards wielded sufficient authority and quickly procured several buses to transport the students to a hotel. The hotel manager, witnessing the situation, dared not utter a word and promptly instructed the staff to prepare accommodations for the more than 200 students.
What did you encounter inside? Someone asked. Don't even mention it.
We were chased by several giant snakes and nearly lost our lives. Thank goodness old Lu came to our rescue,
another student exclaimed.
We too were pursued by a pack of wolves. It was terrifying. Suddenly, a voice broke through the crowd. Where is Li Xiaohua?
Hearing this, everyone began to look around, realizing they had not spotted Li Hanswang.
It seems Lin Yu is also missing, a student from class 15 gasped.
No way. Could it be that we're the only ones who returned? Are you suggesting there are others still inside? Don't be ridiculous, old Lu is still in there, likely going to rescue them. Amidst the incessant discussions among the crowd, the hotel staff in front found themselves utterly perplexed. However, upon hearing that someone had yet to emerge,
Zhang Tailin felt a surge of anxiety rising in his throat and promptly called Li Guangliang. Hello, Team Leader Li, there are still individuals trapped within the secret realm.
What? Li Guangliang exclaimed in astonishment.
He had assumed that old Master Lu had rescued everyone before opening the barrier to release them, yet it appeared that some remained inside.
For a moment, he struggled to comprehend the rationale behind Lu Hongba's actions. Did he intend to further challenge those individuals?
Within the secret realm, high above,
Lu Hongba gazed down at Lin Yu and the others.
Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose.
The next moment, he exclaimed, "Ah, Chu! Damn it! Who is that scoundrel speaking ill of me?"
Lu Hongba unleashed a torrent of curses, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who was deeply engaged in meditation,
received an alert from the system. Ding! Lu Hongba's emotional value 666. What is happening, system? Who is Lu Hongba? Wait a moment, that name sounds remarkably familiar. Oh no, isn't that? Chapter 53, Where did it become expensive? For several consecutive days, Lin Yu had hunted a few demon beasts, providing sustenance for the group.
Gradually, some of the students who had been stuck at the 2-star level began to break through to 3 stars. Zhou Pengzi even made a significant leap to 4 stars, having previously consumed a cleansing pill, which naturally accelerated his cultivation.
As for Li Hansuang,
ever since the night when Lin Yu had seen her body, she had not sought him out again, much to Lin Yu's delight as he enjoyed the peace.
The group wandered aimlessly through the forest until one fateful day. "Brother Yu, Xiaofizi is missing," Zhou Pengzi gasped, rushing back from the woods. Upon his return, he immediately sought out Lin Yu, who was in deep meditation.
Noticing his frantic demeanor, Lin Yu sensed that something serious had occurred.
"Fatty,
you just said Xiaofizi is missing.
What happened?" Lin Yu's brow furrowed in concern. Zhou Pengzi took several deep breaths to calm himself before explaining, "Brother Yu,
I was just competing with Xiaofizi by the river to see who could urinate farther, and suddenly, he just vanished."
Lin Yu was taken aback. "What?"
he exclaimed. "I searched everywhere and couldn't find a trace of him." Seeing that Lin Yu appeared skeptical, Zhou Pengzi spoke again. Upon observing that he didn't seem to be lying, Lin Yu finally believed the chubby fellow's words. Without further ado, he set aside his cultivation and stood up. He swiftly approached Li Hansuang and, before she could utter a word, declared, "Classmate Li, I have something urgent to attend to, and since you possess the highest strength here,
I kindly ask you to keep an eye on things." "All right." Li Hansuang replied nonchalantly, not probing further, and resumed her cultivation. With that,
Lin Yu wasted no more time and turned to leave with Zhou Pengzi.
"Fatty, where were you and Xiaofizi when you were urinating?" Lin Yu inquired. "Over there."
Zhou Pengzi pointed to a distant spot. Thus, under Zhou Pengzi's guidance, Lin Yu arrived at the location where the two fools had been competing. Surveying the surroundings, he found no traces of demon beasts, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that Li Feiyu had vanished into thin air? Or had he been abducted by some flying demon beast? If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. "System, can you assist me in locating Li Feiyu?" Lin Yu directly inquired of the system. However, upon hearing Lin Yu's request, the system fell silent. After a brief moment, a notification chimed, "Ding. The target is located 50,000 meters to the west of the host. Warning, a formidable demon beast is present in the vicinity of the target, posing a potential threat to the host's life. Please exercise caution." Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him. What on earth is happening? Why did Li Feiyu venture so far? "Fatty, perhaps we should just head back. Let us forget about searching for Li Feiyu," Lin Yu said, his face a picture of despair. Hearing this, Zhou Pengzi looked puzzled. "Brother Yu, have you uncovered something? Was Xiaofizi taken by some demon beast?" "Indeed. I have made a discovery. The demon beast that could stealthily capture him must possess considerable strength. I suspect it is at least of golden rank." Although Lin Yu was unaware of the immense power the system spoke of, he was certain it was formidable. Upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, Zhou Pengzi immediately objected, "Come on. Brother Yu, perhaps we should refrain from going. It would be futile, and we might end up in jeopardy ourselves." Observing his cowardly demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't help but express disdain. As expected, this rotund fellow was as unreliable as usual, opting to flee when confronted with challenges. Zhou Pengzi, aware of his own timidity, felt somewhat embarrassed to meet Lin Yu's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yu spoke in a deep voice, "Fatty, you return to the camp. I shall assess the situation and see if there is a chance to rescue Xiao Fizi."
"Brother Yu, do you intend to go alone?" Zhou Pengzi inquired. "Why not? Do you expect me to bring you along? You'd only hinder our escape." "Well, I admit I'm a bit on the heavier side. But haven't I slimmed down quite a bit? Look. Enough. Stay at the camp. Li Hanswang may require your assistance. Furthermore, carrying 2 people while fleeing would exhaust me." "Oh, fine, I was merely voicing my thoughts. Since you insist I stay behind, I shall comply. Now, hurry along and don't be a nuisance." With that, Zhou Pengzi scurried away.
Lin Yu then activated the phantom step and vanished from sight.
Meanwhile, in the sky,
Lu Hongba quietly observed Lin Yu's disappearing figure, murmuring, "This lad piques my interest. He is rather impulsive, yet I find it appealing. I must give a stern warning to Mo Jiaoing Jiao. I cannot allow harm to befall my cherished disciple."
Unbeknownst to Lin Yu,
Lu Hongba had already left him several clues, which he had overlooked. Fortunately, Lin Yu had the system's prompts to guide him through the darkness.
"System, how much farther?" "Beep. The target is 5,000 meters from the host." "System, what is my current emotional value?" "Beep. The host currently possesses 940 emotional points. Would you like to draw a lottery?" "Yes. Let me have 30 consecutive draws." "Beep.
The system is processing the lottery, please wait."
"Beep.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained Patrick Star Underwear 3.
Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Revitalizing Pills 15. Beep.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Silver Treasure Chest 1.
Beep.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thank You for Your Patronage 10.
Beep.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Gold Treasure Chest 1.
Wow, a gold treasure chest. System, when did you become so generous? System. Hurry. System, open it for me. Beep.
The gold treasure chest is now being opened, please wait.
Beep.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Substitute Doll 1.
Hey, system. What does this mean? Are you implying that I might die this time? System, speak up. Are you hoping for my misfortune?
Lin Yu repeatedly called out to the system in his mind, yet it remained silent.
Open my silver treasure chest, do you hear me, system? Ding.
The silver treasure chest is being opened, please wait.
Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained an A-grade weapon electromagnetic pulse cannon. What? A thermal weapon. Goodness, system, you possess thermal weapons? Why did you not mention this earlier? Ding.
The system shop contains such items. It is not my fault if the host does not take the initiative to explore.
Well,
I seem to have neglected to peruse it adequately.
But really? Isn't it your exorbitant prices that utterly extinguished my interest? Lin Yu retorted.
A single dragon elephant pill cost a staggering 500,000 emotional points. Had I not been in dire straits, only a fool would purchase it.
Ding.
Where is the exorbitance? This price has remained unchanged for quite some time. Do not speak carelessly, it is quite challenging for me as the system. Sometimes, consider your own circumstances, have you diligently earned emotional points during this time?
You bastard. Put. Lin Yu nearly spat out blood in exasperation. Chapter 54, The First Taste of the Magical Potion Following the Guidance of the System.
Lin Yu ventured deep into the forest, where he beheld a distant waterfall cascading down into a dark, ink-like pool below.
System, the beast you mentioned. Is it lurking in that pool? Ding. Indeed, the beast is currently in a state of slumber. What of Li Feiyu? Why can't I see him? Ding. The target is concealed within the cave behind the waterfall. What?
Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished to discover that Li Feiyu had taken refuge behind the waterfall. This posed a considerable challenge, as he would have to pass through to proceed, likely awakening the slumbering beast in the pool.
System, do you have any strategies? Ding.
the host may consider trying the magical potion.
Upon hearing the system's suggestion, Lin Yu felt a surge of unease. Is it safe to consume this magical potion? The side effects are quite severe, and the abilities gained remain uncertain. System, are you secretly hoping for my downfall? System. Fine, it has come to this. I'll take the risk.
Damn it, worthless system, I curse you.
With that,
Lin Yu sought a more concealed spot and retrieved the magical potion he had drawn earlier from the system's space. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten about it, primarily due to the daunting side effects it entailed.
Pop.
Lin Yu unscrewed the cap of the potion. Gazing at the pale yellow liquid, he swallowed hard and, closing his eyes, drank it down in one go. Upon ingestion, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, followed by a rush of grassy flavor flooding his senses, providing an instant sensation of clarity.
Why am I not experiencing any changes? He questioned. System. Is this a counterfeit?
I should be compensated tenfold for any deception.
Ding.
This is a genuine product from the system, please rest assured.
But why am I feeling nothing?
Lin Yu expressed his bewilderment.
Ding.
The host is advised to exercise patience.
Reluctantly,
Lin Yu settled into a state of waiting, occasionally picking at his nose. Suddenly, he was astounded to see his fingers miraculously vanish before his eyes.
Wait. Have I gained the ability of invisibility? Gradually, his entire being began to turn transparent until he was entirely invisible. Why isn't my clothing disappearing?
He asked, puzzled.
System. Why can't my clothes turn invisible as well? System. Ding.
The potion affects the host alone, clothing is irrelevant, thus it cannot become invisible.
Damn. Why wasn't this clarified earlier?
Despite his continuous verbal tirades against the system, Lin Yu obediently began to undress.
Ultimately, he was left in nothing but his undergarments. Surely, wearing just these should pose no problem, right? I doubt I'll be discovered.
Whatever, I'll manage this way, if necessary, I can always remove them later. As he spoke, Lin Yu stored his clothes into the spatial rift, a skill he had acquired after absorbing the void treasure mouse. This ability allowed him to create a small space to stow away various items, reminiscent of the four-dimensional pocket of the blue cat, capable of holding a multitude of things. However, the system, being rather unreliable, only permitted the storage of items generated by it, rendering other belongings unable to be placed within. After completing this task, Lin Yu emerged clad only in his oversized shorts, marveling at the effectiveness of that magical potion. Unbeknownst to Lu Hongba, who was observing from above, Lin Yu had already approached the water pool, stark naked, and gazing into the abyssal depths of the dark water sent chills down his spine.
Brr, it's so cold. How can this water be so frigid? Even colder than Li Han's Wang. He muttered.
He knew he needed to act swiftly to save someone,
lest they succumb to the icy depths.
Lin Yu began rubbing his arms vigorously, attempting to warm himself, wary of using his powers for fear of being detected by the creature lurking beneath the surface. After a while, he started swimming towards the waterfall. In his invisible state, he entered the water as if he were a piece of transparent glass, hardly drawing attention.
However, Lin Yu overlooked one crucial detail: his SpongeBob SquarePants underwear betrayed him.
Below the surface, the aware inkhorn silver dragon slowly opened its eyes and gazed upward, spotting the peculiar sight of a SpongeBob SquarePants underwear floating by,
moving at an unusual pace.
It was taken aback, wondering why such rubbish dared to trespass in its waters.
With its mouth slightly agape,
a jet of water shot toward Lin Yu. Unaware of the impending danger, Lin Yu continued to leisurely swim in the pool, muttering to himself. No wonder Chairman Mao enjoyed winter swimming, this feels absolutely invigorating. In the next instant, the water jet struck him.
Ouch! What hit me? No way, have I been discovered? He thought, hastily swimming towards the waterfall.
The inkhorn silver dragon, noticing that the oversized shorts had not only survived the impact but were now propelling Lin Yu faster, grew intrigued and launched two more water jets toward him.
At that moment, Lin Yu was frantically swimming towards the waterfall, just as he was a mere meter away.
A chill surged up his heels. Without a moment to think, he spun around, narrowly avoiding one water jet, but the second struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him soaring through the air. By a stroke of luck, he was propelled directly into the cave behind the waterfall, crashing heavily onto the ground.
Damn it! That beast is toying with me. One day, I'll make you pay for this. He cursed vehemently. Once he regained his composure, Lin Yu began to survey the cave, only to discover Li Feiyu lying not far away. Without hesitation, he rushed over, calling out, "Little Fei, wake up! Stop sleeping!" Despite calling for an extended period, there was no sign of awakening. Seeing that his attempts were futile, Lin Yu resolved to take more direct action. With a resounding slap, he delivered 3 swift strikes to Li Feiyu's face, causing it to redden visibly. Unfortunately, this did not rouse him. In desperation, Lin Yu resorted to the long-lost technique known as the 18 consecutive palms. One after another, he struck Li Feiyu's face, yet still, there was no sign of consciousness. "Li Feiyu, will you wake up or not?" Lin Yu was utterly exasperated by this individual. He had never encountered someone so resistant to awakening, more feral than any beast. "Fine. I'll carry you, you wretched being." With that, Lin Yu retrieved a set of clothes from a spatial rift and donned them before hoisting Li Feiyu onto his back. He then produced a length of rope to bind them together. Do not inquire about the origin of the rope, it was procured from the system. Phantom steps. With a commanding shout, Lin Yu vanished from the cave with Li Feiyu in tow, reappearing at the edge of a water pool. He immediately activated the phantom steps once more, sprinting toward the camp. Simultaneously, the encornered silver dragon at the bottom of the pond sensed the spatial disturbance and swiftly emerged, gazing in the direction of Lin Yu's escape. Chapter 55, bowing to the master. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, startling Lu Hongba, who was suspended in the air. What madness has this beast succumbed to? Wait a moment, this spatial fluctuation indicates that the boy has made his move. Realizing the disturbance, Lu Hongba turned his gaze towards the distance, where Lin Yu was fleeing in a frenzy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as the effects of the miraculous potion waned, Lin Yu gradually became visible, yet not a single hair adorned his body. His round head gleamed brightly, reminiscent of polished metal, almost blinding to behold. System, help me. That SA dragon. Why didn't you warn me? Ding. Inkhorn Silver Flood Dragon, King level 5 stars, preferences include human flesh, slumber, and... Enough with the introductions. Quickly devise a means for me to escape its pursuit. Or else I shall perish, and you shall not fare any better. System. Ding. Apologies, host, but this system is powerless to assist. You are on your own. With that, the system ceased to respond to Lin Yu's pleas, ignoring his frantic calls. Damn you, worthless system. If you won't help, I shall find a way myself. With determination, Lin Yu opened the system panel, rummaging through his inventory until he finally found the speed pill. Grasping a healing pill in one hand and a speed pill in the other, he consumed one of each. Soon, Lin Yu's speed surged. And with the aid of phantom steps, he swiftly distanced himself from the pursuing Inkhorn Silver Flood Dragon. Well done, little one. I never anticipated your swiftness to rival my own in my prime, Lu Hongba mused from above. In my youth, I was similarly pursued by a horde of widows, moving with such speed. Yet, Lu Hongba's amusement was short-lived, for he soon realized that this speed was insufficient to elude the dragon. As his words faded, the Inkhorn Silver Flood Dragon accelerated, swiftly closing the gap between them. Human, stay and become my snack. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. The beast could speak. He had never expected to encounter a talking monster, leaving him momentarily flustered. Great king, how about I offer you this person behind me in exchange for my life? Ha, human, you have quite the imagination. Let us both remain, the dragon's deep voice reverberated, nearly causing Lin Yu's ears to ring. Realizing that escape was not an option, Lin Yu swallowed several more speed pills, feeling his velocity increase once again, propelling him 100 meters ahead of the Inkhorn Silver Flood Dragon. Human! Do not waste your efforts, you cannot flee from me. Surrender, and do not worry, I will be the last to feast upon you, the dragon cackled from behind. Lin Yu's composure began to waver. How could he possibly outrun a king-level beast? Damn it, someone save me. I am willing to do anything. As his desperate cry echoed through the air, a voice suddenly rang out. Wretched beast, cease your pursuit at once. Moments later, Lu Hongba positioned himself before the inkhorn silver flood dragon.
Upon seeing the arrival of Lu Hongba, Lin Yu was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly exclaimed, "Old Lu,
save me! This beast seeks to devour me."
Vile creature, I recognize the difficulty of your cultivation. Depart swiftly, and I shall overlook past grievances. Hearing Lin Yu's words, a faint smile curved at the corner of Lu Hongba's mouth, and he feigned profundity, saying, "Human, you are formidable, I cannot contend with you. Thus I shall leave at once."
As he spoke, the inkhorn silver dragon prepared to turn and flee. At that moment, Lin Yu shouted, "Old Lu, do not let this beast escape.
Quickly slay it, and we shall enjoy hot pot tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongba nearly stumbled in shock, thinking, "Goodness,
this lad is exceedingly bold." The inkhorn silver dragon became anxious, realizing that if Lu Hongba heeded Lin Yu's words, it would be doomed.
Humans are notoriously protective of their own. Should Lu Hongba be swayed by this youth, it would be finished. Thus, it hastily conveyed a message to Lu Hongba, "No, human.
We had a prior agreement.
I specifically assisted you in this performance, you cannot betray our pact." "Fear not, old man, I am a man of my word,"
Lu Hongba replied. Satisfied that Lu Hongba would honor his promise, the inkhorn silver dragon ceased its hesitation and flew towards the pond.
Watching the elusive prize slip away,
Lin Yu felt a pang of urgency but dared not challenge Lu Hongba. He could only sigh in resignation, alas. "Young man, do you indeed wish to capture it?"
Lu Hongba inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he approached Lin Yu.
"Thank you, old Lu, for saving my life."
"I am deeply grateful," Lin Yu expressed, cupping his fists in gratitude.
"Young man, I must ask, do you truly wish to keep that inkhorn silver dragon?" Lu Hongba pressed again. "Hee, old Lu, do not jest, how could I possibly keep such a monstrous beast?"
"I perceive remarkable potential in you. You are a fine candidate for martial arts.
Why not become my disciple?
I shall teach you how to defeat that inkhorn silver dragon."
"Ah. This seems inappropriate. Young man, you just declared that you would do anything I ask. Now, I invite you to be my disciple, would you accept?" Seeing Lu Hongba's earnest demeanor,
Lin Yu immediately wiped the smile from his face and, under Lu Hongba's astonished gaze, knelt on both knees and performed 3 respectful bows.
"Master, please accept your disciple's reverence." "Ha, I never imagined I, Lu Hongba, would receive a disciple today, the heavens are kind to me." Lu Hongba was elated.
Having orchestrated this scenario to ensure Lin Yu willingly became his apprentice.
"Good disciple, rise." "Yes, master."
"From now on, you may simply call me teacher, there is no need for master."
"Understood. Teacher." "Dear disciple, have you awakened dual abilities?"
"Indeed, one in the realm of space and the other in fire."
"What is your current level?"
"I am at the 6th star of bronze, and I am on the cusp of breaking through to the 7th star."
"Very well, quite impressive. Albeit slightly less than my own achievements in the past."
"Nevertheless, continue to strive diligently."
"Indeed, teacher." Lin Yu responded. "By the way, what is happening with your hair and eyebrows?"
he inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. He was at a loss for how to explain, as it would be absurd to assert that he had consumed a miraculous potion from the system.
After a moment's contemplation, he decided to divert the conversation, flashing a bright smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. "Teacher, since this is our inaugural meeting, might you bestow upon your apprentice a token of mentorship?" "Ha, you rascal, you certainly know how to please an old man."
"Very well, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall grant you these spatial beast cores." With that, Lu Hongba waved his hand grandly, and a rift in space materialized, significantly larger than Lin Yu's.
Almost immediately,
a dozen spatial beast cores tumbled forth from the rift and landed on the ground. Upon witnessing such an abundance of spatial beast cores, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurried over to collect them.
"Oh, and these as well, I shall give them to you." Lu Hongba extracted additional beast cores from the rift, which he had acquired while rescuing other students from various beasts. Thank you, teacher. This is quite a windfall. Lin Yu exclaimed. All right, quickly stow them away. I shall lead you all out, as you are the last group remaining within the secret realm. Teacher. Are you saying that everyone else has already been rescued? Lin Yu asked, astonished. Indeed, they have all been escorted out. I refrained from intervening to allow you to undergo some trials. Oh, I see. So, that Mo Jiaoyin Jiao we encountered earlier was also orchestrated by you? Ahem. Let us not dwell on that. Quickly gather your belongings and follow me, Lu Hongba interjected, hastily shifting the topic. Noticing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to rise, but suddenly his legs buckled and he fell to the ground. The effects of the speed pill had worn off, and the side effects were beginning to manifest. Chapter 56, Return to Blue Star, outside the camp. Shou Pingzi paced anxiously, his expression laden with worry, as several hours had passed since Lin Yu's departure. Surely, there must be some news, whether good or bad, at the very least. A signal would suffice. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lay helplessly on the ground, his legs devoid of strength. Beside him, Lu Hongba observed his condition with a puzzled expression. My dear disciple, what troubles you? Master, I have exhausted my stamina, my legs can no longer support me, Lin Yu replied with an earnest facade. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongba realized the gravity of the situation. Alas, it is my fault. I had merely intended to lead you to the Mo Jiaoyin Jiao and allow you to engage in battle with it, planning to intervene and rescue you afterward. Master, surely you overestimate my abilities. Do you truly believe I could contend with a formidable beast? I would be dispatched in an instant. Lin Yu blinked his large eyes, staring at Lu Hongba as if demanding an explanation before he would rise. Under Lin Yu's intense gaze, Lu Hongba felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He cleared his throat and attempted to redirect the conversation. Ahem. Well, I have spoken with the Mo Jiaoyin Jiao, it will not strike you lethally. Master, is it truly acceptable to scheme against your own student in such a manner? Lin Yu's innocent eyes bore into him. Previously, when the system had expressed its inability to assist him, Lin Yu felt a sense of despair. Little did he know this was merely a trial orchestrated by Lu Hongba. What kind of test involves pitting a young man against a king-level beast? Who could withstand such an ordeal? Feeling somewhat guilty, Lu Hongba hastily changed the subject. Ahem. Let us return to the camp, shall we? Your companions are anxiously awaiting your return. Master, do you truly believe I can walk in this state? Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. His legs felt as if they had been numbed, he was entirely devoid of sensation. Had he not been aware that this was a side effect of the rapid-acting pill? He might have thought his legs were permanently incapacitated. Do not worry, with me here, it will be a mere trifle. As he spoke, Lu Hongba effortlessly lifted the limp Lin Yu in one hand and the unconsciously Fei Yu in the other. With a single step, he vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were already above the camp. Lin Yu was momentarily astounded by this display. Is this the capability of spatial abilities? Truly, it is terrifying. Master, how far can you teleport in one go? It is hardly worth mentioning, I can only traverse half of Blue Star in one leap. Master, do you realize the magnitude of what you just said? Lin Yu was somewhat speechless. To refer to crossing half of Blue Star as insignificant? Do not look at me like that, the spatial awakeners from Eagle Nation can leap across 3/4 of Blue Star in one go, far surpassing my capabilities. Seeing Lin Yu's disbelief, Lu Hongba proceeded to elaborate on the spatial awakeners in Eagle Nation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu felt a renewed shock. That teacher. Could that fellow truly rival you? That man, merely a 6-star extraordinary being, dares to compare himself to me? I could easily pin him to the ground and make him submit. The only reason he might escape is due to his swiftness, otherwise, I would have him kneeling and singing my praises in no time. Lu Hongba wore an expression of disdain, as though the individual in question were merely a defeated foe beneath him. Observing Lu Hongba's contemptuous demeanor, Lin Yu found himself somewhat unconvinced. Though their acquaintance had been brief,
it was evident from his scattered remarks that the elderly man was rather unorthodox. Nevertheless, having already pledged allegiance, he decided to accept the situation begrudgingly. With this thought in mind, Lu Hongbo led him and Li Feiyu onward. Zhou Pengzi, who had been anxiously worrying about Lin Yu, was taken aback at the sudden appearance of the trio and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What the heck?" Upon recognizing Lin Yu and Li Feiyu, he exclaimed, "Yu Gu! It's truly wonderful that you have returned. Fatty, what on earth happened?" Lin Yu inquired, noticing the unease etched upon his face. "It's nothing. I was just worried about you." "Worried about me? Worried that I might not return?" Zhou Pengzi weakly affirmed, unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu, in turn, shot him an incredulous look and said, "All right, Fatty, hurry and gather everyone, we are preparing to leave." "Ah. We're leaving just like that?" Zhou Pengzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Do you wish to linger here? Should I have the teacher leave you behind?" Lin Yu remarked, glancing at Lu Hongbo, who was still supporting him. "No. Yu Gu, you cannot abandon me." Zhou Pengzi paused, then suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. The teacher you mentioned, could it be this old man behind you?" Lin Yu, seeing the realization dawn upon him, confirmed, "Indeed, he is my teacher. The only space awakening practitioner in Long Country, well, perhaps one of two." "Goodness. Old Master Lu. You are Old Master Lu." Zhou Pengzi instantly recognized him, having found the elderly man's visage familiar. After a moment of confusion, Lin Yu's revelation sparked clarity. For who in Long Country did not know of the esteemed Lu Hongbo? Noticing Zhou Pengzi still frozen in place, Lin Yu urged, "Fatty, why are you still standing there? Go quickly and summon the others." "Oh, right. I shall do so immediately." Zhou Pengzi hurried back to the camp and called out to the others, "Dear classmates, we are saved. Old Master Lu has arrived. Quickly rise and follow me." His words left everyone momentarily stunned, until one girl incredulously asked, "Zhou Pengzi, what did you just say? Old Master Lu? Is it the Old Master Lu we think it is?" Yes. It is indeed Old Master Lu. Hurry and get up to follow me." Zhou Pengzi insisted, growing impatient. Upon realizing he was not joking, the group sprang to their feet as if invigorated. Even Li Hanswang, who had been meditating, stood up upon hearing the commotion. They promptly followed Zhou Pengzi to the spot where Lin Yu stood outside the camp. Upon seeing Lin Yu held aloft by Lu Hongbo, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They could not comprehend why the elder Lu persistently carried Lin Yu, while Li Feiyu had been unceremoniously cast aside by Lu Hongbo. Previously immobilized by Lu, he would soon awaken now that the hold had been released. "Everyone, we can return now," Lin Yu exclaimed as he noticed the gathering of his companions. "Ah, at last, I can go home to sleep. I haven't rested well these past few days." "Me too, count me in," the crowd echoed in unison, relieved to finally leave. Observing this scene, Lu Hongbo waved his hand, enveloping everyone in a transparent barrier of light, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves back in the gymnasium. The familiar surroundings stirred deep emotions, prompting tears of joy. "All right, you all should hurry home," Lu Hongbo instructed the group. "Of course, thank you, Elder Lu." They responded in unison, bowing in gratitude. Lu Hongbo merely gestured dismissively in response. One by one, the crowd departed, leaving only Lin Yu and Zhou Pengzi behind. As for Li Feiyu, upon regaining consciousness, he promptly followed the others out. Chapter 57, The Disappearance of the Light Screen. Yu Gu, why are you constantly being carried by old Lu? And your hair? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Pengzi could not help but voice his lingering curiosity. "Damn it, I've shed enough tears over this. To rescue that rascal Li Feiyu, I nearly ran my legs off and lost all my hair in the process. By the way, hurry over and give me a lift. Being handled like this by the teacher is utterly unbearable." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes welled up with tears. "Oh." At Zhou Pengzi's words, he was momentarily taken aback, but then he hurried over, and thus, Lu Hongbo placed Lin Yu onto Zhou Pengzi's back. Lu Hongbo glanced at Lin Yu and then at Zhou Pengzi. Since you two are here, let me show you something extraordinary today. With that, Lu Hongbo waved his hands.
And the dilapidated gymnasium began to restore itself piece by piece, returning to its original state in just a minute. Wow, is old Lu this formidable? Zhou Pengzi exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yu, witnessing this spectacle, was equally dumbfounded. Teacher, this is akin to reversing time, isn't it? Oh, you know about time reversal? Lu Hongbo replied. However, what I am doing is not time reversal but rather spatial reversal. Spatial reversal?
Yes, spatial reversal and time reversal are somewhat similar,
though the latter pertains to time.
I shall refrain from elaborating, you will understand in due course.
Teacher,
it seems there hasn't been a single awakener of the time system in the world yet.
How do you know so much? Lin Yu inquired.
His curiosity piqued about Lu Hongbo's knowledge. After considering, Lu Hongbo responded, although there are no awakeners of the time system among humans,
there are numerous beings among the demon beasts that possess mastery over time.
I have encountered 3 myself.
Which 3? Could you share?
Well, the first is the nightmare dragon in the Northern Territory, which can lead people unconsciously back to the past.
The second is the Ice Queen on the Antarctic continent,
who possesses the ability to freeze time. As for the last one, it is a state secret of the Dragon Kingdom, and you are not yet qualified to know.
All right.
Lin Yu did not dwell on this much. After all, he understood that it pertained to the highest secrets of the Dragon Kingdom, which naturally would not be disclosed to someone of his limited stature.
Moreover, with someone as unreliable as Zhou Pengzi around, it was better left unsaid. Now,
you two should hurry outside, Lu Hongbo instructed.
Noticing that the teacher seemed to have more on his mind, Lin Yu curiously asked, Teacher, are you planning to undertake something?
Indeed, I intend to completely seal this spatial rift. 10 years ago, I discovered this place, but at the time, my abilities were insufficient to close the rift entirely. So I had to seal it instead. Now that my strength has grown, it is time to finally close this tear.
With that, Lu Hongbo walked towards the spatial rift.
And seeing him gradually fade from view, Lin Yu had no choice but to allow Zhou Pengzi to carry him out.
Unexpectedly, Brother Yu, I didn't anticipate that you would take Master Lu as your teacher. However, it is only fitting,
for no one in the entire Dragon Nation possesses a deeper understanding of the spatial arts than he does.
As they walked, Zhou Pengzi rambled incessantly,
causing Lin Yu to feel somewhat overwhelmed. All right, stop your incessant chatter, fatty, it's giving me a headache, he retorted.
By the way, when will your hair grow back?
You look rather peculiar like this. Mind your own business, let us hurry, he snapped back. He was already troubled by his predicament, and Zhou Pengzi's question only exacerbated his irritation.
Damn it, to save that uselessly Feiyu, he had sacrificed his once lustrous black hair. Moreover,
he had even neglected to leave his eyebrows intact, leaving him with a head resembling a large meatball. Meanwhile, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan anxiously waited outside the light curtain. Ever since they learned that students had emerged from within, the mother and daughter hurried to the school. After conversing with Principal Wang Fujuan, they were granted entry. At that moment, dozens of dragon guardians stood outside the light curtain, having waited for several days without seeing it dissipate.
Their patience was wearing thin. Just then, a group of students began to emerge from the gymnasium one after another.
Tang Xinyan, seeing individuals exit, excitedly called out to Lin Yushan, Mom, look, someone is coming out.
What? Lin Yushan exclaimed, immediately turning her gaze towards the gymnasium.
She spotted a group of individuals, both male and female, gradually approaching. However, as they drew closer, she realized that Lin Yu was conspicuously absent. In an instant, it felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her unsteady on her feet. Tang Xinyan quickly rushed to support her. Mom, don't worry, my brother will be fine.
He is probably just further behind.
Lin Yushan weakly acknowledged, having long regarded Lin Yu as her own son. Now, not seeing him filled her with an instinctive dread that something had gone awry, preventing his return. As the crowd gathered before the light curtain, it suddenly revealed an opening, and Li Feiyu stepped forward, leading the way out. Seeing them emerge, Lin Yushan urgently inquired,
Have you seen classmate Lin Yu? He is the tall one. However, before she could finish, Li Feiyu interjected, "Auntie, are you Lin Yu's family?" "Rest assured. He is safe and currently with Master Lu. He may take a while longer to come out." "Lin Yu? Oh, I see, that's what you meant," Lin Yushan realized. "Well, I should head back, they must be worried at home." Alright, take care." Upon receiving the news that Lin Yu was unharmed, Lin Yushan and her daughter sighed in relief. A few minutes later, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi exited the gymnasium and approached Lin Yushan and the others directly. "Oh, Aunt Lin, Xinyan, what brings you here?" Upon stepping beyond the light curtain, Lin Yu was taken aback to see Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan. As Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan beheld his transformed appearance, they found themselves momentarily unable to recognize him. "Brother? Is it truly you? How have you changed so?" Tang Xinyan exclaimed in astonishment. Cough. "It's nothing, I merely rescued a certain incompetent individual and inadvertently ended up like this," Lin Yu replied. "Why do you still require your classmates to carry you?" "Your leg." Lin Yushan began, hesitating to finish her thought. Perceiving their misunderstanding, Lin Yu hastily clarified, Aunt Lin, please do not worry. I am simply exhausted from running to save someone, there is nothing wrong with me." "Oh, you scared me. I thought your leg was broken," Lin Yushan expressed with relief. At that moment, Li Guangliang approached the group. "Greetings. I am the captain of the Dragon Guard in Magic City. My name is Li Guangliang." "Hello, Captain Li, may I inquire if there is something amiss?" Lin Yu regarded him with suspicion. Noticing Lin Yu's wariness, Li Guangliang flashed a broad smile, revealing his bright white teeth. "You are Lin Yu, correct? Please do not be alarmed, I merely wish to ask if there are still people inside." "There are." Lin Yu responded without hesitation. "Do you know how many individuals remain?" One. My teacher, Lu Hongba, is inside attending to that spatial rift and may require a bit more time." However, just as he finished speaking, the luminous barrier gradually dissipated. "It seems my teacher has successfully resolved the spatial rift," Lin Yu murmured, gazing at the vanishing light. Chapter 58, My sincere apologies. "It is my fault, teacher?" "Lin Yu, are you referring to Master Lu?" Li Guangliang gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. Noticing his disbelief, Lin Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Come on, I am one of only 2 spatial mages in the Dragon Kingdom, it is only natural that my esteemed teacher would take me as his disciple." At that moment, Lin Yu wore a proud expression, having aligned himself with a powerful figure, it was only fitting to bask in the glory of such an association. Initially, he had intended to seek out Lu Hongba for mentorship after arriving at the Magic Sea Academy, but he was pleasantly surprised that the latter had approached him first. It must be said, the halo of a protagonist certainly brings with it a delightful sense of satisfaction. As Li Guangliang processed this information, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. He could hardly believe that this student before him had been accepted as a disciple by Lu Hongba. It was worth noting that Lu Hongba held significant influence not only within the Dragon Kingdom but also across the globe. With Lin Yu as his disciple, he could easily navigate the Dragon Kingdom with great authority. Haha, I never imagined that Lin Yu would become Master Lu's disciple at such a young age. Truly, the youth are formidable. Should you find yourself in Magic City, feel free to seek my assistance, Li Guangliang offered, eager to cultivate a rapport with Lin Yu. Lin Yu recognized his intentions and chose not to decline, for having another friend was certainly preferable to acquiring an adversary. Furthermore, one ought not to rebuff a friendly gesture. After all, the captain of the Dragon Guardian in Magic City had lowered his stance to befriend him, and it would be ungracious to disregard such goodwill. "Thank you, Captain Li," Lin Yu replied with a smile. The two exchanged mobile numbers, and Zhou Pengzi carried Lin Yu out of the school, while Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan quietly followed behind. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Yu began to sense a return of feeling in his legs, indicating that the side effects of the speed pill were finally dissipating. "Put me down," he exclaimed. "You go, can your legs walk now?" "Yes, I can manage." "Please, set me down." "All right." With that, Zhou Pengzi gently placed Lin Yu on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Lin Yu nearly stumbled but was fortunately steadied by Lin Yushan, who had approached just in time. Take it easy, Xiaoyu. Are you able to walk? If not, let Auntie carry you. There's no need, Auntie Lin.
I just need to stand for a moment. Lin Yu hurriedly declined her kind offer.
Seeing this,
Lin Yushan assisted him to a nearby spot, and after a few minutes, the side effects of the speed pill completely vanished. Lin Yu then stood up and began to stretch his legs. It was amusing to note that Lin Yu now resembled his mentor, Saitama, sporting a shiny bald head.
However, unlike Saitama, he lacked eyebrows and nose hair. Are you feeling better now, Yugo? Zhou Pingzi asked, observing Lin Yu's newfound vitality. Yes, all is well now.
Thank you for carrying me for so long, fatty.
What thanks are needed?
If it weren't for you, I would have perished in the secret realm long ago. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who should thank you.
Haha, enough of that.
I won't waste words. Here are a few beast cores.
Could you help me sell them? We can split the earnings 50-50.
Lin Yu handed over some beast cores that Lu Hongba had previously given him.
Wait, Yugo.
Where did you acquire so many beast cores?
Zhou Pingzi asked, taken aback and puzzled by the abundance of beast cores in Lin Yu's possession. Seeing his confusion,
Lin Yu smiled and said, "Hee, these are all given by the teacher."
Wow, is old Lu really that generous? Yugo. Why don't you talk to old Lu and take me in as well?
Huh, fatty, don't dream too much. You should hurry back and wash up for bed.
All right.
Zhou Pingzi did not feel disheartened, for he knew that Lu Hongba only accepted awakeners of the space system, and only those with exceptional talents. Those with inferior abilities, even if they awakened the space system, would not even catch Lu Hongba's eye. Thus, he did not take Lin Yu's words to heart.
Yugo.
Since you can leave now, I'll head back first. I'm afraid my old man will get a heart attack from worrying.
Go ahead, be safe on the way.
Lin Yu waved goodbye. Once he left, Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan approached him.
Xiaoyu, what exactly happened inside? Why were you all trapped in there? Lin Yushan finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Curiously, Tang Xinyan chimed in, "Go, what did you encounter in there? Why has old Lu become your teacher?"
Hearing their inquiries, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed, wishing they could ask one at a time.
Can we talk about it at home? All right.
Tang Xinyan pouted, looking unwilling but understanding that this was not the place for discussion, so she reluctantly agreed to Lin Yu's request.
Meanwhile,
Lin Yushan remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Yu's words. Thus, the three of them made their way home. 10 minutes later, they arrived home.
And as soon as Lin Yu entered, he collapsed onto the sofa. Ah!
Nothing feels as good as being home, he exclaimed with a sigh of relief.
Go! Can you talk now?
I'm dying of curiosity. If you don't, I might get angry, Tang Xinyan said, hands on her hips. Looking fierce at Lin Yu sprawled on the sofa. Lin Yushan quietly sat on the adjacent sofa. Although she appeared calm, she was unable to suppress her eagerness. Lin Yu was keeping them in suspense. If it weren't for her image, she would likely urge him on like Tang Xinyan.
What's the rush? Look!
Aunt Lin isn't anxious at all, Lin Yu retorted with a roll of his eyes directed at Tang Xinyan, then turned to Lin Yushan. Noticing he mentioned her, Lin Yushan awkwardly scratched her head and gently said, "Xiaoyu, just tell us, Aunt is quite curious too."
Seeing Lin Yushan speak up,
Lin Yu felt he could no longer keep it to himself, thus calling out to Tang Xinyan, "Xinyan, go and pour some water for me."
Fine. I'll go. Tang Xinyan was about to refuse but was met with Lin Yu's intense gaze. After days of intense battles,
a hint of ferocity lingered in Lin Yu's eyes, and upon seeing them, Tang Xinyan immediately succumbed.
Soon, Tang Xinyan brought the water to Lin Yu but dared not meet his gaze.
Instead, she timidly sought comfort from Lin Yushan. Lin Yushan observed the moment when Lin Yu glared at Tang Xinyan, and she naturally discerned that her daughter was frightened. However, she was not intimidated by Lin Yu's gaze. After all, her husband and Lin Yu's parents had possessed eyes far more fierce than his.
Even in such circumstances, she remained unafraid.
Instead, she felt a sense of pride. For Lin Yu had taken the first step, daring to confront the ferocious beasts without trepidation. Not everyone possesses the courage to gaze into the eyes of such vicious creatures. It requires an absence of fear to do so. while she was unaware of the trials Lin Yu had faced within. The fierce glint in his eyes undoubtedly indicated that he had vanquished numerous beasts. Realizing that Tang Xinyan regarded him with apprehension, Lin Yu recognized his own lapse in composure and hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Xinyan.
Did I frighten you?"
It was my mistake."
Tang Xinyan remained silent, avoiding his gaze. Lin Yushan quickly interjected, "It's all right, Xinyan."
Xiao Yu simply lost control for a moment. He did not intend to be menacing.
"Humph." Tang Xinyan pouted, letting out a cold huff. Despite Lin Yushan's reassurances, she still dared not meet Lin Yu's eyes. The two chose not to press the matter further.
And Lin Yu proceeded to recount the events that had transpired earlier.
Chapter 59, Weary Grandfather, let destruction unfold. Meanwhile, after the light curtain dissipated, Li Guangliang and his companions arrived at the gymnasium.
Observing the seemingly intact facilities, they found themselves momentarily perplexed. Having previously heard accounts from students that the gymnasium was in utter disarray.
Yet, upon entering, everything appeared remarkably normal. "Captain Li, could it be that old Master Lu assisted in restoring this place?"
inquired a member of the Dragon Guardians.
Upon hearing this, Li Guangliang nodded in agreement,
suggesting that old Master Lu had indeed facilitated the restoration, and that the spatial rift had likely been dealt with by him as well.
"Captain, what shall we do now?" "Gather your things, rest for the night, and prepare to return to Magic City tomorrow."
"Understood,"
the group echoed in unison. Subsequently, Li Guangliang led the Dragon Guardians out of Jiangcheng High School. Thus, the matter finally reached a conclusion. However, as the students were returned home, the emergence of the beastly realm at Jiangcheng High School quickly sparked fervent discussions online. Yet,
the true nature of this incident remained known only to Lin Yu and a select few.
At this moment,
Lin Yu was intently narrating the events of the past few days to Lin Yushan and her daughter. Upon learning that Lin Yu had encountered a ferocious beast the moment he entered the realm, both mother and daughter instinctively clenched their fists, overwhelmed with shock and concern for his ordeal. The sequence of events unfolded as such. In the end, old Master Lu accepted me as his disciple.
Lin Yu concluded,
raising a glass of water from the table and drinking it in one gulp. Yet, Lin Yushan and her daughter remained momentarily stunned. Hearing how Lin Yu had fought for his life against a monarch-level beast, their breaths quickened. They could scarcely fathom how Lin Yu, a mere novice, had maintained his composure in the face of such a formidable foe. "Brother, you truly have a charmed life, daring to escape from a monarch-level beast."
"I can hardly believe it."
"Had I been there, I probably would have been paralyzed with fear," Tang Xinyan remarked,
her gaze towards Lin Yu now tinged with admiration rather than fear. "Alas, I too wished to avoid that terrifying beast."
"You cannot imagine, it had attained sentience,
capable of human speech, and even threatened to turn me into a delicacy.
Fortunately, my teacher arrived just in time to avert this crisis." "I suppose it could be seen as a blessing in disguise," Lin Yu recalled, still feeling a shiver at the memory.
"But that old coot, Lu Hongba, was quite the trickster.
Had I not taken him as my mentor, he likely would have summoned that inkhorn silver serpent back," he mused.
"Haha, brother. Your appearance is rather unique. Like a meatball, no, like a bowling ball with 3 holes." Tang Xinyan burst into laughter, pointing at his bald head and eyebrows. Upon hearing her jest,
Lin Yu's expression darkened. This girl would certainly taste the effects of a peculiar potion someday.
"Xinyan, that is enough. How can you speak so of Xiao Yu? He has transformed this way to save us, shouldn't you offer him some comfort instead?"
Lin Yushan admonished, her expression turning serious as she regarded her daughter relentlessly mocking Lin Yu.
Upon witnessing Lin Yu's completely bald head, I instantly felt a sense of vulnerability. Furthermore,
Tang Xinyan had just remarked that his head resembled a bowling ball, which made Lin Yushan inadvertently relate to the situation.
"Xiao Yu, perhaps you should consider wearing a hat?
It's truly hard to resist the urge to pat your head."
Lin Yu, ding.
Lin Yushan S emotional value 1000, ding. Tang Xinyan S emotional value 1000. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated in my mind, prompting Lin Yu to rise with a look of utter despair.
Retreating to his bedroom.
This was utterly intolerable. "Damn it, I shall never consume this ridiculous potion again, it is truly a scam."
System. Do you possess anything that can expedite hair growth?
Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu immediately called out to the system.
Shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding!
In light of the host's request, this system currently lacks any items that can facilitate rapid hair growth.
How infuriating!
A worthless system that lacks even this basic function.
Are you not ashamed?
Lin Yu's face was a canvas of disdain.
Ding!
Although this system does not have items for quick hair growth, it does possess a product that can stimulate hair growth within 3 days.
Why did you not mention this sooner? And can you not deliver your information all at once?
Lin Yu vented his frustrations at the system within his mind,
causing the system to retreat into a state of silence. System! After a prolonged silence. Ding!
Would the host like to purchase the hair growth potion?
Yes.
Lin Yu decisively opted to make the purchase. He simply could not endure the disdainful expressions of others upon seeing his current appearance.
Ding! Congratulations on your successful purchase. This transaction costs 200,000 emotional points. How much? 200,000?
Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu sprang from his bed in shock. He had never anticipated that a single bottle of hair growth potion would demand such an exorbitant price.
He toiled tirelessly each day, yet could not earn that much in a day. Now, a mere potion costs 200,000 points. How could he not be agitated? Come on, system. Provide me with a reasonable explanation.
Why must a bottle of hair growth potion cost 200,000 points?
Is this not robbery? Ding!
The efficacy of the hair growth potion is lifelong, and furthermore, the side effects of the invisibility granted by the miraculous potion will be significantly reduced, thus preventing a recurrence of today's baldness. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu felt somewhat relieved. If he had to make such purchases frequently,
he would surely face financial ruin. Alright, I can reluctantly accept that. Now, hasten to provide me with the potion. Ding! The hair growth potion is currently being dispensed.
As the words faded, a bottle of green liquid materialized in Lin Yu's hand, resembling bitter melon juice. With a pop, Lin Yu uncorked the bottle and inhaled its aroma, detecting a faint, pleasant fragrance that was not overpowering. Without hesitation, he gulped it down. But the next moment, a look of agony crossed his face. Bitter. It is exceedingly bitter. Several times more bitter than that bitter melon juice. Ding! The system prompts that the hair growth solution should only be applied to the areas in need, and oral consumption is discouraged due to the unbearable bitterness of its ingredients. Blast it! System! Come out here. Just watch me dismantle you into pieces today. Lin Yu roared, determined to bring this troublesome system down with him. System! After a prolonged silence from the system, Lin Yu had no choice but to quell his anger. Yet, his eyes were filled with resentment towards the system. He couldn't understand why this concoction was so bitter. It was evidently meant for topical application, not for drinking. I am weary, let it all end. Lin Yu lay on the bed, his gaze dim and devoid of light. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. My dear disciple, come out at once. Teacher? Lin Yu immediately sat up straight, recalling the voice he had just heard. It was indeed that of Lu Hongbo. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped out of his bedroom, discovering Tang Xinyan engrossed in the television while Lin Yushan busied herself in the kitchen. Aunt Lin. I'm stepping out for a moment, I'll be back shortly, Lin Yu called towards the kitchen before exiting. Chapter 60, I am prepared to venture out following the guidance. Lin Yu swiftly arrived at the rooftop, where he encountered the long-awaited Lu Hongbo. Teacher. You summoned me for a reason? Has everything been resolved at the secret realm? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled as to why he had been called up. Lu Hongbo gazed at him quietly and replied, It has been taken care of. I have relocated the secret realm's exit to the northern territory, rest assured. There will be no further occurrences in Zhang City. Oh, that is good. By the way, teacher, you still haven't mentioned why you needed to see me. Lin Yu remarked. Oh, it's nothing significant, merely a few instructions I wish to impart, Lu Hongbo responded. What instructions? There are matters in the Magic City that require my attention, I must return promptly. Are you planning to remain here, or will you accompany me to the Magic City?
Teacher, isn't the Magic Sea Academy still not enrolling students? What purpose would I have in going to the Magic City? Lin Yu expressed his confusion. Originally, his plan was to wait until the academy began its enrollment before heading to the Magic City, content to stay at the school and cultivate in the meantime. However, after experiencing recent events, his mindset had shifted. He was determined to grow stronger, powerful enough to make all beasts submit, to instill fear in them so that they would avoid humans at all costs. Teacher, I intend to venture out for some training before proceeding to the Magic Sea Academy. What? You intend to train? It's not that I look down on you, but you're merely at the copper 6-star level. What audacity do you possess? Lu Hongba responded, somewhat incredulous. To him, it seemed Lin Yu would either choose to stay in Jiang City or accompany him to the Magic City. He had considered sending Lin Yu to train, but only after Lin Yu had reached the silver level. Teacher, my initial thought was to remain until the academy began its enrollment, then head to the Magic City. However, ever since I witnessed bloodshed, my heart has been restless. In that moment, Lu Hongba's gaze towards Lin Yu transformed. He seemed to perceive a prodigious talent gradually emerging. He envisioned the arrival of a figure destined to lead an era. This heralded a new age, one belonging to the youth. 20 years ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy had birthed a generation of outstanding individuals, and now, 2 decades later, a new era was on the horizon. The waves of the Yangtze River surge forward, ushering in a new generation. Sigh, I'm getting old, let the younger generation take their chances. Here, take this. He handed Lin Yu a silver metallic bracelet adorned with intricate patterns. Inside is a small space I have created. You may store some items within. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu accepted it with a respectful bow. Enough, I must take my leave. I will reserve a spot for you at the Magic Sea Academy. Just register under my name when the time comes. With that, Lu Hongba vanished from sight. Goodbye, teacher. As Lin Yu made his way back, he could still faintly taste bitterness in his mouth. In an instant, his frustration resurfaced. System, come out and face me. System. System, if you remain silent, I may just lose my temper. As Lin Yu descended the stairs, his mind was filled with a torrent of grievances directed at the system. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep and stepped inside. At that moment, Lin Yushan had prepared a meal and was eagerly awaiting his return. As soon as she saw him, she called out, "You're back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner." All right, Lin Yu responded, taking a seat at the dining table and picking up his chopsticks, ready to serve himself. However, Lin Yushan admonished him sharply, "Wash your hands first." Reluctantly, Lin Yu complied and made his way to the kitchen to wash his hands. The atmosphere at the table felt somewhat stifling. Lin Yushan sensed that Lin Yu had something on his mind, yet he remained silent, making it awkward for her to inquire further. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan, acting like a child, incessantly helped herself to the food in her bowl, seemingly attempting to deny Lin Yu a share as a form of retaliation for his earlier scare tactics. Nevertheless, Lin Yu paid her antics no mind, quietly taking a bite of his food. As the three of them neared the end of their meal, Lin Yu finally spoke up, "Auntie, I plan to go out for some training." At his words, both Lin Yushan and Tang Xinyan set down their utensils, staring at him in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Lin Yushan sighed resignedly, "I know I can't dissuade you, but I must advise you to stay safe on your journey. Be cautious not to trust others too easily. Sometimes, the human heart can be more terrifying than demonic beasts." "Yes, I understand," Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging Lin Yushan's wisdom. After all, his previous experiences had taught him that many protagonists often fell into traps due to misplaced trust. Thus, even without Lin Yushan's warning, he would remain vigilant. Seeing that Lin Yu had taken her words to heart, a faint smile graced Lin Yushan's face. She then inquired, "So, when do you intend to depart?" After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yu replied, "In a week. I still have some matters to attend to at school." "All right." Tang Xinyan, listening intently to their conversation, pondered deeply. "Brother, when will you be back?" "Don't worry, it won't be too long. Once the 9 academies begin their enrollment, I will return to take you to the Magic City," Lin Yu said with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Although they were not biological siblings, he regarded her as his little sister.
Despite not being the original body, he felt a profound connection to its essence. At that moment, he was the original. And the original was him.
Okay, Tang Xinyan pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Yu's answer. The 9 Academy's enrollment was still 3 months away.
Meaning she would be without Lin Yu for that duration, a thought she found unbearable.
Although life went on with or without him,
the prospect of 3 months without their daily banter left her feeling somewhat despondent. Lin Yu seemed to have perceived her displeasure and hurriedly exclaimed, "Ha, dear brother.
I will bring you back a plethora of snacks. How does that sound?" "Really?" Tang Xinyan blinked her sparkling eyes at Lin Yu. "Of course. Additionally, I shall procure some delectable dried meat from mystical beasts for you. I assure you, this beastly meat is far more exquisite than our usual pork and beef. Not only is it delicious, but it also promotes growth. Do not be deceived by your current stature. Once you indulge in the meat of these mystical creatures, you will undoubtedly shoot up in height." The more he spoke, the brighter Tang Xinyan's eyes became, and she was on the verge of drooling. Lin Yushan observed her daughter's gluttonous demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. She was well aware of her daughter's nature, a love for food and a penchant for staying at home. Upon hearing of the delectable treats that would aid her growth, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Brother, let it be known that if you return without bringing me anything, I shall ignore you," she declared. "Rest assured, I will absolutely bring you something, and I guarantee you will eat until you are utterly stuffed," he replied, playfully pinching her soft, chubby cheek, causing her face to flush a bright shade of red. "Humph." Tang Xinyan immediately swatted his hand away, glaring at Lin Yu with a fierce expression, as if prepared to engage in a battle of wills. Lin Yu, however, merely chuckled in response. After conversing with the two for a while longer, he retreated to his bedroom. Chapter 61. I intend to have you protect someone reclining on his bed. Lin Yu retrieved the bracelet previously given to him by Lu Hongba. It seems I neglected to inquire how this thing is supposed to be used," he mused. "System. Come forth and enlighten me on the proper utilization of this item." "System. Ding. The host need only attach their mental energy to it for unrestricted use." "Very well, I shall give it a try." With that, Lin Yu concentrated his mental energy, allowing it to gradually surge towards the spatial bracelet, and soon, a wisp of his mental energy adhered to it. As he focused his thoughts, Lin Yu felt a pulling force emanating from the bracelet. Observing this, he seized the pillow beside him, and in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Upon directing his thoughts once more, the pillow reappeared. What a remarkable object! I wonder how it compares in size to the space I have opened. With this thought, Lin Yu extended his mental energy into the interior of the bracelet, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the space contained within the bracelet was as expansive as a football field. This is quite extravagant for a so-called small space. If this is considered small, then my own space could only be deemed a mere hole, he muttered to himself. Having previously assumed that Lu Hongba's definition of a small space was merely the size of a suitcase. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, for Lu Hongba, a space as large as a football field could indeed be classified as small. Lin Yu withdrew his mental energy and gazed at the bracelet, composed of 24 interconnected metallic squares, and immediately realized that each small square represented a separate little space. What he had just witnessed was the totality of all the squares' combined space. "I shall name you the 24 bridges on a moonlit night," Lin Yu thought whimsically, recalling a certain continent from his past life. "By the way, system, how many emotional points do I currently possess?" Lin Yu suddenly called out to the system. Ding. The host currently has 304, 103 emotional points. Would you like to participate in a lottery? Let us proceed. I'll take 30 draws. As Lin Yu spoke, a large spinning wheel materialized before him, whirling rapidly. After a brief moment, it finally came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 18 spirit recovery pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 thank you gifts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 bone cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have secured 3 speed pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 2 vitality pills.
As the system completed its announcements, Lin Yu's initial excitement dissipated completely.
Why does this system continue to disappoint me? He lamented. System, are you quite certain you want to provide an explanation? Furthermore, do I truly require these so-called vitality pills? How old am I? Is this even necessary? System. Ding.
In light of the host's repeated dissatisfaction with the lottery mechanism, this system will undergo adjustments.
Please hold on for a moment. Now that's more like it.
Lin Yu beamed, pleased that the system had finally yielded to his criticisms, a satisfied smile gracing his face.
Shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding.
The lottery mechanism has been readjusted. Please, host, feel free to draw boldly.
Given your understanding, let us commence with 50 consecutive draws. Ding.
The system is currently drawing. Please wait a moment.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden treasure chest 1.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired magical potions 10.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have received silver treasure chests 3.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained strength elixirs 10.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired bronze treasure chests 5. After hearing the system's report, a smile finally graced Lin Yu's face. System, please open all the treasure chests for me. Congratulations, host.
You have received S-Class golden armor.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired A-Class revolver. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Saitama set.
Ha! What on earth? The Saitama set? No, system, are you insinuating something?
System, forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you, no more draws today. It's time for sleep. With that, Lin pulled up the covers and drifted off to sleep. These past few days, he had scarcely slept well, having to keep watch over that group of useless individuals. Were it not for Li Hanshuang volunteering to take his shift, he would likely have collapsed on the spot. In the City of Magic, within an office, an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles sat in a chair. At that moment, a figure entered the room. If Lin Yu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for the newcomer was none other than Lu Hongba.
Old Zhang. Why the rush to call me back?
Lu Hongba exclaimed as he stepped inside. The elderly man in the chair squinted his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the question.
Seeing this,
Lu Hongba plopped down into a seat, disregarding him entirely, and helped himself to a sip of tea from the table. The two remained in a tense silence for quite some time. As the old man continued to withhold speech, Lu Hongba prepared to rise and leave.
Just then,
the elderly man slowly spoke. There has been unrest in the East Sea. It appears some sea beasts have been controlled and are attacking the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom and certain vessels. One cargo ship, laden with rare metals,
is trapped in the East Sea and requires your assistance.
After speaking, the old man fixed his gaze on Lu Hongba.
Fine, send me the location.
I'll be back shortly, Lu Hongba relented, sensing the old man's unwavering demeanor. The white-haired elder showed no surprise at his decision and narrowed his eyes once more.
The information is on the table, you may examine it. Lu Hongba then noticed a stack of documents on the table, and without so much as a glance,
he stored them in his dimensional space.
As he prepared to leave, the elder spoke again. Have you met him? Upon hearing this, Lu Hongba understood precisely what he was referring to and nodded. Yes, I have met him.
A rather intriguing young man, I have already taken him as my disciple.
Is his talent as remarkable as those online?
In just a few short days, that young man had already broken through to 6 stars. And there were signs indicating a forthcoming ascent to 7 stars. It was likely that this breakthrough would occur before long.
Good.
The elder responded with a single word and fell silent.
Observing this, Lu Hongba rose and departed the room.
Once he had left, the elderly man slowly opened his eyes,
gazing towards the heavens.
The spiritual energy was growing increasingly dense. One could not ascertain whether this was a positive omen.
Sighing, the elder closed his eyes once more.
At the central hospital of Jianchang, Li Ming sat up in his hospital bed, savoring a delicious chicken leg when Li Guangliang entered.
You rascal! How can you be so reckless? You've only just awakened and dare to indulge in such greasy food. Brother, you're here. Quickly help me with my discharge paperwork. I can hardly wait to leave. Li Ming's eyes sparkled upon seeing his elder brother. However, Li Guangliang did not respond immediately. He observed him in silence for a moment before speaking. You should remain here for the time being. Tomorrow, I will lead a team back and request permission for you to stay in Jiangcheng. What? Why? I intend for you to protect someone, replied Li Guangliang. Who could it be that requires a guardian dragon to protect them? Surely, they must be a person of great importance? Li Ming regarded his elder brother with suspicion. Yet, Li Guangliang had no intention of revealing Lin Yu's identity, primarily concerned that Li Ming would fawn over him upon learning who he was. It would be better for Lin Yu to disclose his own identity. He is merely a student at Jiangcheng High School, as for the rest, you need not concern yourself. Very well. Li Ming, sensing his brother's reluctance to divulge more information, felt a twinge of displeasure but was powerless to oppose him. Knowing he could not match him in strength. I will send you the information later. For now, you should stay here, and I will arrange for your departure soon. All right then. After a brief conversation, Li Guangliang eventually left the hospital room. Chapter 62, An unexpected encounter with Li Ming. The following day, Lin Yu rose early, bringing along the wig he had previously drawn. Glancing at the time, he set out to school to sort out some matters. However, upon arriving at the school gates, he was taken aback. The gates were locked. Goodness, isn't today Friday? Why are they not open? Wait, has the school closed down? Just then, a security guard in the distance seemed to perceive his confusion and called out, "Student, didn't you see the notice from the school? It won't reopen until next week. You might as well head back and catch up on sleep." I truly hadn't paid much attention to that. Well, since I'm already out, I might as well find something to do. Seeing no other option, Lin Yu turned and left the school. Jiangcheng, neither too large nor too small, is home to several million residents. Like any ordinary child from a modest family, the original inhabitant had seldom ventured beyond Jiangcheng, spending all his life there. While he was not acquainted with every street, he certainly wouldn't get lost. Thus, Lin Yu wandered aimlessly down the streets. And just as he was about to turn a corner, he collided with someone. Ouch! Who on earth walks without paying attention? Goodness! Both exclaimed simultaneously. But when they recognized each other, they were momentarily stunned. It's you! Oh my, it's you! Lin Yu realized that the person before him was Li Ming, the dragon guardian he had rescued in the park, to whom he had even offered a 9-turn recovery pill. Wait, are you alright? Yes. I am grateful to you for saving my life that day, Lin Yu. Li Ming regarded Lin Yu and couldn't help but recall the information his elder brother had sent him the night before. Upon seeing Lin Yu's image, he had been astonished, for Lin Yu was indeed the young man who had saved him. Initially reluctant to take on this task, he found that seeing Lin Yu dispelled any hesitation he had. You know me? Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback when Li Ming called out his name. Noticing Lin Yu's confusion, Li Ming contemplated revealing the details he had previously seen, but reconsidered, opting for a more suitable excuse. Lin Yu, have you forgotten? I am a dragon guardian, it is only natural for me to have access to your information. Oh, that makes sense. Considering the authority of the dragon guardians surpasses that of the police. Lin Yu nodded, completely devoid of suspicion regarding Li Ming's words. Seeing that Lin Yu accepted his explanation, Li Ming felt a wave of relief and, with curiosity, inquired, "So, Lin Yu, where are you headed?" "Oh, I'm just wandering about." "What about you? Did you just escape from the hospital?" Lin Yu observed him closely, noting that he was still clad in a hospital gown. Although he had managed to cover it with another garment, his trousers remained unmistakably from the hospital. Li Ming then realized in embarrassment that he had rushed out without changing his pants. Ahem. I indeed just came from the hospital and hadn't had the chance to change before running into you. Observing your appearance, it seems you have yet to dine. And as noon approaches, shall we find a place to eat and converse? Certainly, I haven't brought any money. Just as Li Ming was about to agree,
he realized he had left his wallet at the hospital. "No worries, I shall treat you," Lin Yu generously offered.
"Then, let us allow young brother Lin to indulge."
Although Li Ming initially intended to decline, his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl.
Consequently,
the two settled into a nearby eatery, where Lin Yu encouraged him to order whatever he desired. Emboldened by his kindness, Li Ming shamelessly ordered 6 or 7 dishes, to which Lin Yu exhibited no displeasure. "By the way, my friend, I have yet to learn your name," Lin Yu remarked, casting a glance at Li Ming.
In truth, he was already aware of Li Ming's name, but feigned ignorance. "Oh, how forgetful of me. My name is Li Ming. I am your senior. So you may call me Xiao Minggu or Li Gu."
Realizing that he had spent so long in conversation without revealing his name, Li Ming finally introduced himself. "Very well, I shall call you Li Gu." "Agreed," Li Ming replied nonchalantly.
"By the way, Li Gu, could you conveniently inform me of the background of the individual I dealt with last time? Are you worried about any retribution from his associates?"
"Rest assured, he has no one behind him."
"That is reassuring.
In a few days, I plan to leave Jiang City to embark on some training, as I fear that individual may have accomplices who could threaten my family."
Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to venture out for training, Li Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You intend to go out for training?"
Fortunately, there were no other patrons in the establishment at that moment, otherwise, his sudden outburst might have caused a heart attack.
Beep.
Li Ming's emotional value 1000, Li Ming's emotional value 1000, emotional value 1000. Just as Lin Yu was about to explain, the system's voice echoed in his mind, lingering for a while before subsiding.
"Goodness, with that reaction, I've amassed 1,000 points."
Lin Yu's gaze towards Li Ming transformed. Indeed, he had encountered another emotional generator. Noticing that Li Ming ceased to generate emotional value, Lin Yu spoke. "Li Gu, why are you so excited about my training? It feels as though you are the one preparing to venture out."
"No, young Lin. What are you thinking? You have only just awakened, how can you dare to do this?"
"Rest assured, Li Gu, as long as they are not silver grade or above beasts,
I can manage. What is your current realm?"
"Oh, I have reached the 6th star of bronze, nearing the 7th star, and I expect to break through today."
"What?"
Li Ming was once more astonished, as he understood that the awakening ceremony at Jiang City High School had only recently commenced. To ascend from an ordinary person to the 6th star of bronze in just a few days is an exceptional talent.
Young Lin, what type of ability did you awaken? What is your talent level?" "I awakened an SS level fire ability."
"Oh, it is no wonder.
For you possess an SS level talent, which explains your rapid progress in cultivation."
Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Ming finally regained his composure.
After all, while SS level talents are not exceedingly common, a few emerge each year, so he was not particularly astonished. However, Lin Yu's subsequent revelation left him utterly dumbfounded. "Brother Li, I have also awakened an SSS level spatial ability." Crash.
Li Ming lost his balance and fell to the ground. After a considerable pause, he finally gathered his thoughts, repeatedly murmuring, no wonder my brother asked me to protect him. I had no idea he was a dual-system awakener. It's no surprise that there was no record of his abilities in the documentation. In truth, Li Guanliang's plan was merely to have Li Ming discreetly safeguard Lin Yu, without the need for further knowledge. Thus, the information provided to him contained nothing beyond basic details such as names. However, Li Guanliang could never have anticipated that Li Ming and Lin Yu were acquainted, and that Lin Yu was, in fact, Li Ming's savior. Chapter 63, The Yinwen Mountain Range. Lin Yu observed Li Ming murmuring to himself and contemplated approaching him for assistance. Just then, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Li Ming's emotional value 1000, Li Ming's emotional value 1000, 1000. Remarkably, he had amassed another 10,000 emotional points, accumulating a total of 20,000 within a mere half-day span. As Lin Yu marveled at how effortlessly these emotional values could be earned, Li Ming, having comprehended the situation, promptly rose from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and plopped down onto a nearby stool. Now, where were we?
Ah, Lin, my younger brother. You intend to venture out for some practical experience, correct? Indeed.
Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected shift in conversation,
recalling their earlier discussion about awakening abilities.
But, my dear brother, it is not that I doubt your capabilities, as a bronze 6 star, or rather, a bronze 7 star.
How can you dare to embark on such an endeavor?
Li Gu, I am not heading to perilous locales. I merely wish to seek out some bronze tier beasts to hone my skills.
Have you determined where you intend to go? Seeing that Li Ming was resolute in his decision,
Lin Yu refrained from further persuasion and inquired instead about his intended destination for training.
Well, I haven't settled on a place yet.
Li Gu, you don't seem to be from Jiangcheng. You must have explored numerous locations.
Perhaps you could recommend a suitable spot?
Upon hearing Lin Yu's request for assistance,
Li Ming fell silent, contemplating a location that would serve to challenge Lin Yu without posing excessive danger.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he recalled a particular place.
I believe I have a place that would be quite fitting for you.
Where?
Lin Yu exclaimed, excitement evident as he stood up.
The Inwind Mountain Range.
The Inwind Mountain Range? I have never heard of it.
Lin Yu regarded him with skepticism, eager for an explanation. Li Ming chuckled softly and replied, "It is quite normal that you are unaware. Very few people know of the Inwind Mountain Range. You see, as a member of the Dragon Guard, I often undertake missions to various parts of the Dragon Kingdom.
On one such occasion,
I found myself in a rather peculiar location where all the beasts were strictly of bronze level. Any creature, be it a beast or a human, surpassing the bronze tier would be constrained to that level. Later, I inquired with some locals and learned that this place is called the Inwind Mountain Range. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, it was frequently swept by ominous winds, hence the name.
After the revival of spiritual energy, the winds persisted, and the animals within the mountains transformed into beasts."
As he spoke, Li Ming took a sip from a glass of water on the table.
Despite their transformation,
the beasts' powers remained confined to the bronze level. Upon entering the Inwind Mountain Range, they would be suppressed to that tier.
Has the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom not taken notice of this anomaly?
Lin Yu questioned, somewhat perplexed.
Logically speaking, such a strange place should warrant an investigation by the higher authorities. Why is there no one here?
At that time, a group of people went to investigate the situation, turning the entire Inwind Mountain Range upside down, but they discovered nothing. Later, seeing that this place was merely peculiar and no incidents had occurred,
the higher-ups simply lost interest in managing it.
As Li Ming spoke, the proprietress emerged, carrying several dishes. "Gentlemen, your meals are ready," she said with a warm smile.
"Lin, would you care for a bottle?"
Noticing that Lin Yu was still lost in thought regarding his previous words, Li Ming immediately called out. Upon hearing Li Ming's words,
Lin Yu snapped back to reality and hurriedly declined.
"Oh, no need. I am still quite young and shouldn't drink."
"Very well, then I shall drink alone." With that,
Li Ming downed a bottle of beer.
"Ah, how refreshing.
It's been several days since I last drank, now I can indulge to my heart's content." Li Ming rambled on, but Lin Yu's mind remained fixated on the Inwind Mountain Range he had just mentioned. Such a strange place piqued Lin Yu's interest, especially since Li Ming had noted that all the beasts within were merely of the bronze level.
Consequently,
he resolved to visit this so-called Inwind Mountain Range in a few days. After all, with his omnipotent system at his disposal, he could simply inquire about the reasons behind its peculiarity when he arrived. What a clever fellow he was!
System, observing Li Ming indulging in his meal,
Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback before asking, "By the way, Li Gu, could you tell me where the Inwind Mountain Range is located?"
"Hick. What? Are you already planning to go there?"
"Indeed, your description has greatly intrigued me. I wish to witness it for myself. Especially since you mentioned that only bronze-level beasts inhabit it, so I—" His words trailed off as Li Ming interrupted him. "Sure. I'll take you there when the time comes, but let us focus on our meal for now, the dishes will get cold."
"Alright, how will I contact you?"
"Don't worry, I will come find you." With that assurance, Lin Yu refrained from asking further questions and began to eat the rice on the table.
After their meal,
The two reclined quietly in their chairs to digest, with Li Ming having eaten considerably more than Lin Yu.
All right, I've eaten enough. I'm heading to the Jung City Dragon Guardian. What are your plans, Lin? I intend to return home for a bit. Today,
I was supposed to visit the principal at school to handle some formalities before preparing for my training. However, I found the school closed. So I decided to take a stroll and fortuitously ran into you.
Ha, it seems that you and I are quite fated.
Of course. Li Ming referred to the matter of Li Guangliang secretly protecting him.
Haha, indeed.
I thought that after our parting in the park, I would never see you again. Yet here we are by chance today, Lin Yu replied cheerfully.
All right, the time is about right, I'll take my leave.
Yes, goodbye, Li Gu. Lin Yu waved farewell to Li Ming, who remained seated, lost in thought. The proprietress occasionally glanced his way from the cash register.
Just moments ago,
he had counted his money and realized it was utterly insufficient to settle the bill for the meal.
In a moment of embarrassment,
Lin Yu contemplated the idea of pawning his 3-bedroom apartment. Fortunately, he had sent a text message to Tang Xinyan, who was at home.
At this very moment, Tang Xinyan,
pouting in reluctance, was making her way to the address Lin Yu had provided. She had been comfortably watching television at home when she received his message requesting her to bring him money.
With no other choice,
she reluctantly donned her shoes and stepped outside. Alas, it seems I must acquire a card to store my money, as this is exceedingly inconvenient. Lin Yu murmured to himself while seated, realizing that in this world, there is no equivalent to certain online marketplaces or messaging platforms.
Everyone tends to carry cash when venturing out. Meanwhile, the affluent merely take a card with them, and online purchases necessitate offline payments. After all,
many in this world are engrossed in cultivation, while those who have yet to awaken are preoccupied with researching weapons capable of slaying monstrous beasts.
Consequently,
matters of daily life are often overlooked. Who would find it worthwhile to study how to compete with a group of elderly women for vegetables?
Chapter 64, The Abundant Kind. Half an hour later, Tang Xinyan stormed in with an expression of indignation.
Upon seeing Lin Yu leisurely engrossed in his phone, her frustration escalated.
Lin Yu, she called out.
Lin Yu, puzzled by the sudden outburst, looked up to find Tang Xinyan glaring at him with a look of reproach.
Oh, Xinyan, you're here. Did you bring the money? With a resounding thud, Tang Xinyan slammed a stack of cash onto the table. Humph. Don't ever make me deliver money again. Wait, Xinyan. What's wrong? Who upset you? Humph. You know perfectly well.
After dropping the money, she attempted to turn away, but Lin Yu called out to her.
Hold on. What is it?
Don't think I'll help you again, I refuse to assist you.
Tang Xinyan pouted, clearly displeased. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yu smirked and replied, I'll treat you to ice cream, the all-you-can-eat kind. What do you want? I'll buy you anything. Zun Dudu? Of course, Zun Dudu. Humph. Don't think you can buy me off with that.
Oh, come now, that is hardly bribery, it's more of a compensation.
Compensation? Tang Xinyan tilted her head in confusion. Considering your effort in delivering money for me, it's only fair that I treat you. Just tell me what you desire. Humph. Now that's more like it. With his words, the displeasure faded from Tang Xinyan's face, a reluctant smile appearing as a hint of pride illuminated her features.
Lin Yu, observing her proud demeanor, could only shake his head in amusement.
After settling the bill, he took Tang Xinyan and left the restaurant. As they walked down the street, Tang Xinyan gazed around with curiosity.
It had been ages since she ventured outside. Her days had been consumed by watching television and snacking at home. This mirrored Lin Yu's past life, where he too had spent his days cooped up, binge-watching shows and reading novels, only occasionally venturing out for a meal. Regrettably, he had not even been granted the chance to indulge in a bowl of instant noodles before being transported here. Sigh, my beloved pickled vegetables, what a pity. He lamented nostalgically. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Ming, after conducting some inquiries, finally arrived at the Hulonwai base. Stop. Who goes there? Just as he was about to approach, a booming voice halted him. Comrade, don't be alarmed, I'm one of you. You're from Hulonwai?
I don't recall seeing you before. Ah. I'm from Modu. By the way, your captain is Zheng Tailin, correct? You know Captain Zhang? Of course, I know him. Now, may I enter? Not so fast. Many people claim to know our Captain Zhang, how can I be sure you're telling the truth? Then let me call Captain Zhang and verify. Li Ming felt somewhat helpless, regretting not having changed his attire beforehand. The Hulongwei member, sensing he wasn't lying, made the call to Zheng Tailin. Our captain asks for your name. I did not call. Oh, I am Li Ming. Please inform him that I am the person he rescued a few days ago. All right, you may enter. Very well. Upon hearing that he was permitted entry, Li Ming strode confidently towards the grand door. However, he had scarcely stepped inside when he encountered Zheng Tailin, who was currently training the members of the Dragon Guardian. Captain Zhang. Oh, it's Comrade Li Ming. Come here quickly. Zheng Tailin exclaimed upon hearing his name, immediately turning to see Li Ming approaching, prompting him to beckon him over. Without hesitation, Li Ming jogged to stand before Zheng Tailin. Captain Zhang, it has been a while. You rascal. Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Zheng Tailin teased with a smile. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, Li Ming replied, grinning. Though Lin Yu had saved his life that day, had Zheng Tailin and his team not arrived in time to take him to the hospital, he might have remained oblivious to his peril. After all, consuming the 9-turn blood recovery pill induces a state of false death. Had no one been there to rescue him, he could have easily been mistaken for a corpse and buried, and in that case, his demise would have been a grim reality. All right, what brings you here? Zheng Tailin asked directly, sensing Li Ming's casual demeanor. Li Ming, recognizing the straightforwardness of the inquiry, decided to be candid. Well, I seem to have lost my identification and finances. I was wondering if you could assist me. Oh, is that all? If you need anything else, just speak up, I'll have someone help you, Zheng Tailin replied. Could you also arrange for a mobile phone? Certainly. I will arrange that immediately. By the way, you look as though you've just come from the hospital? Ahem. I actually escaped from there. They wouldn't allow me to leave, so I had to sneak out, Li Ming admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Zheng Tailin paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. I take it your brother didn't permit your departure? Indeed, Li Ming nodded. Since Li Guangliang and Zheng Tailin had visited him together, it was only natural that Zheng Tailin was aware of his fraternal connection to Li Guangliang. Very well, take a seat for now, I will arrange everything shortly. With that, Zheng Tailin stepped aside to summon a member of the Dragon Guardian, explaining Li Ming's situation before instructing the individual to take care of the matter. Curious about the training ground, Li Ming wandered over to observe the Dragon Guardian members diligently performing push-ups, shaking his head in disbelief. Just then, Zheng Tailin finished his arrangements and approached, noticing Li Ming's reaction with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Is there a flaw in my training method? Captain. Is this how you typically train? Li Ming inquired. Zheng Tailin, perplexed by the question, was uncertain of Li Ming's intent but sensed he had identified some shortcomings. We usually focus on physical conditioning in the morning, followed by one-on-one sparring in the afternoon. Team leader Zhang, have you ever engaged in one-on-many or many-on-many battles? Upon reflection, it seems we have not, Zheng Tailin pondered for a moment before shaking his head uncertainly. This was not entirely his fault, after all. In a city as small as Jiangcheng, significant criminal activities were a rarity. Occasionally, a couple of awakened individuals might rob a bank, and only 1 or 2 members of the Dragon Guardians would be dispatched to handle the situation. Consequently, their team was adept at managing 1 or 2 criminals. But complications arose when the numbers increased. Sigh, how did I not consider this? You, my friend, are indeed from a big city, your experience is vast. By the way, would you be interested in a friendly competition? Zheng Tailin inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Ming shot him an exasperated glance. Team leader Zhang, you're a Platinum 5. And you wish to challenge me, a mere Gold 9? Is that fair? Rest assured, I will temper my strength to match yours. I see you are on the verge of a breakthrough, this could be an excellent opportunity for you.
Very well, Li Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement.
Chapter 65. Alas, I spoke too soon at that moment. The two of them arrived at the training grounds, where the members of the Dragon Guard watched with keen interest. It is well known that Zhang Tailin seldom engages in combat, so witnessing him in a duel today was a rare delight for them. Please, go ahead and make your move, lest they accuse me of bullying you, Zhang Tailin called out to Li Ming. In response, Li Ming let out a fierce shout. Ice blade! Instantly, a chill enveloped him, coalescing into a blade of ice, which he grasped firmly as he charged towards Zhang Tailin. Well done! Earth spike! Zhang Tailin exclaimed. And the ground trembled as sharp spikes surged towards Li Ming. However, he deftly evaded them, maintaining his momentum as he continued his assault on Zhang Tailin. With less than 5 meters between them, Zhang Tailin shouted once more, absolute defense. Just as Li Ming was about to close the gap, a stone wall erupted from the ground, thwarting his strike. Realizing that his ice blade could not harm Zhang Tailin, Li Ming had no choice but to retreat 10 meters. Ice Dragon Drill! With his declaration, a massive ice spike, the thickness of a barrel, began to materialize in the air. Go! The ice spike whirled rapidly as it hurtled towards Zhang Tailin, and upon collision with the stone wall, it created a gaping hole inside the wall. Zhang Tailin observed this with a slight smirk. The next moment, he bellowed, quicksand vortex! With his hands pressed to the ground, the sand beneath Li Ming's feet began to swirl rapidly, forming a vortex. Just as it appeared he would be consumed by it, Li Ming unleashed his counter. Ice wings! A pair of ice blue wings manifested behind him, allowing him to escape the clutches of the swirling sand. Impressive, young man! I did not expect you to possess such a skill, Zhang Tailin remarked, having witnessed the scene through the shattered opening. However, this ends here. Ground prison. Zhang Tailin pressed his hands to the earth, drawing a circle. In an instant, a circle materialized beneath Li Ming, and before he could react, he was pulled down. Or more accurately, crushed by an overwhelming force. Thus, Li Ming found himself heavily pinned to the ground. Zhang Tailin then released the stone wall and approached Li Ming slowly. So, how does it feel? Will you accept defeat? As expected of Captain Zhang, I concede. Li Ming had to admit that Zhang Tailin was indeed formidable, though he still paled in comparison to his elder brother. Naturally, given the disparity in their realms of power, it was only to be expected. Suddenly, Li Ming sensed something within him about to shatter, prompting him to sit cross-legged immediately. Observing this, Zhang Tailin recognized that Li Ming was on the verge of a breakthrough and promptly withdrew his suppression. At that moment, a torrent of spiritual energy began to converge around Li Ming, enveloping him in a cocoon of white light. 10 minutes elapsed. The air was filled with crackling sounds emanating from within Li Ming, signaling the imminent breakthrough. Step back, do not surround him, Zhang Tailin commanded the onlookers of the Dragon Guard. Upon hearing his words, the crowd gradually distanced themselves from Li Ming, granting him ample space. 3 minutes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Bang! 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 With 3 resounding echoes, Li Ming officially ascended to platinum rank. Finally, I have broken through. Li Ming exhaled a breath of stale air, murmuring softly. Ha ha! Congratulations, brother Li Ming, on your successful breakthrough. Zhang Tielin's hearty laughter resonated. Observing this, Li Ming hastily rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. Thank you, Captain Zhang, for your assistance. No need for thanks. You were bound to break through soon. I merely provided a little nudge. Zhang Tailin waved his hand dismissively, unimpressed. Seeing this, Li Ming chose not to elaborate further. Yet he etched this kindness into his heart. By the way, Captain Zhang, how is my matter progressing? Li Ming suddenly recalled his purpose for being there. Zhang Tailin, noticing his recollection, promptly instructed the previous Dragon Guard to bring forth the items. Here you go, what you requested, a Dragon Guard identification card, a bank card, and a mobile phone. Oh, and there's 100,000 in the account, that should suffice. Yes, that is sufficient. Well then, Captain Zhang. I shall not trouble you any longer. Li Ming prepared to take his leave. Noticing his intent to depart, Zhang Tailin sought to retain him. Why the rush? Do you have something to attend to? Indeed, I do. My brother intends for me to protect someone. Is it that student named Lin Yu? Ah. No. Captain Zhang, how did you know?
Li Ming expressed his astonishment, unable to comprehend how Zhang Tailin was aware. His brother had only confided in him.
And no one else was privy to this information. Do not be alarmed, it was merely a guess.
I happened to overhear your brother conversing with that classmate Lin Yu, discovering that Lin Yu has become a disciple of old Master Lu.
What? A disciple of old Master Lu? Did your brother not inform you?
Zhang Tailin suddenly realized he may have spoken too freely.
After all,
the fewer people who knew of this matter, the better. If it were to leak and reach foreign spies, it would effectively expose Lu Hongbao's vulnerabilities to enemies.
It is fine, you do not speak of it, and I shall remain silent, and no one will know. Moreover,
my brother has already assigned me to protect that young man, so there is no need for concern.
Very well.
Just be cautious and ensure that young man does not come to harm, otherwise, given old Master Lu's temperament, the entire world might tremble.
Yes, I shall be vigilant.
Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then bid farewell to Zhang Tailin before exiting the Dragon Guard base. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan held Lin Yu's hand,
leisurely strolling along the street. Brother, look over there.
At that moment, Tang Xinyan pointed towards a distant vendor crafting sugar figurines.
Xinyan, you cannot have any more, look. Your teeth are turning a bit yellow.
If you keep eating, you might end up with cavities. Lin Yu shook his head, unwilling to buy her any.
Suddenly,
a system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding.
Tang Xinyan's emotional value 1000. Tang Xinyan's emotional value 1000. In just a few fleeting seconds, Lin Yu had amassed 5,000 emotional points, instantly uplifting his spirits. However, upon noticing the smile gracing his lips, Tang Xinyan was filled with indignation.
Humph.
Weren't you supposed to buy me whatever I desired? You deceiver! Tang Xinyan exclaimed, her frustration palpable. All right, I will buy it for you, Lin Yu reluctantly conceded.
Humph.
Tang Xinyan huffed.
Lin Yu then led her to a vendor selling sugar figurines. Sir, I would like one small sugar figurine, please.
Certainly, just a moment.
The vendor replied, promptly beginning to craft the delicate treat. In less than 10 minutes, a charming little sugar figurine was ready.
Tang Xinyan delightedly licked the sugar figurine, her face radiating joy.
Witnessing her bliss, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile as well. Indeed, the world of children is refreshingly simple.
Though Tang Xinyan was already 16,
an age at which one might be wed in ancient times, her spirit remained that of a child. Chapter 66, Witness how my father deceives after a prolonged outing.
The two strolled until Tang Xinyan felt a hint of fatigue, prompting them to return home. Upon entering,
Lin Yu retrieved some snacks he had previously bought from 24 Bridges on a moonlit night. Brother, your bracelet is truly remarkable.
May I take a closer look?
Tang Xinyan exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she observed him producing the items with an almost magical flair.
Seeing her eagerness,
Lin Yu promptly removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to her. Here, take a look.
How does one use this? Upon receiving the bracelet, Tang Xinyan found herself at a loss for how to operate it. In response, Lin Yu shrugged, you cannot use it yet, you haven't awakened.
And your mental energy remains dormant. Then I might as well return it to you, Tang Xinyan retorted, losing interest upon realizing it was beyond her capabilities.
Initially,
she had considered charming Lin Yu into relinquishing it to her, but now it seemed futile, as the bracelet was merely a decorative piece for her at this stage.
Reluctantly,
Lin Yu accepted the bracelet back and donned it once more. By the way, Xinyan, you should hide those snacks promptly, otherwise, Aunt Lin will likely dispose of them.
Ah. Brother, could you help me move them to my room? Move them yourself.
Lin Yu dismissed her request, having previously advised her to purchase less, which she had ignored. Now, she expected him to exert both effort and expense on her behalf.
Not a chance.
With that, Lin Yu strolled straight to his bedroom, leaving Tang Xinyan sulking in place. Gazing at the mountainous pile of snacks, she felt a pang of regret for having purchased so many.
Now,
she faced the daunting task of moving them herself. Stupid brother, if I have to move them, then so be it. As if I care about his help.
Tang Xinyan muttered to herself, visibly displeased.
Meanwhile, Lin Yu lay languidly on his bed, reflecting on how exhausting it was to accompany a girl on a shopping expedition. Even fleeing frantically in the secret realm hadn't been this tiring. Just as he contemplated this, his phone vibrated. Picking it up, he found a message from Zhou Pingzi, which read, "Brother Yu, I've had my dad sell those beast cores for you." Intrigued, Lin Yu swiftly composed a reply. "Great. By the way, fatty, how much do you estimate it will sell for?" Moments later, Zhou Pingzi responded. "Conservatively, it should fetch around 2 to 3 million. Of course. The final amount depends on how my dad manages to persuade them." Lin Yu couldn't help but smirk at the message. "So, all your family's wealth has been acquired through your father's persuasion techniques?" However, the prospect of such a significant sum delighted him. He planned to reserve a portion for Lin Yushan and her daughter, keeping the rest for himself to spend leisurely. With this thought, Lin Yu sent another text to Zhou Pingzi. "Do as you see fit. Rest assured, I will ensure you earn quite a bit. By the way, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't chat any longer." Lin Yu had scarcely sent the message when Zhou Pingzi promptly replied. Seeing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to set his phone aside and lie quietly on his bed. Unbeknownst to him, he soon closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yu felt a persistent itch in his nose. Gradually, he opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of Tang Xinyan, who had somehow procured a chicken feather and was playfully teasing him with it, a mischievous grin adorning her lips. Simultaneously, she muttered incessantly, "Hee hee, this is what you get for not helping me. I had to move everything alone and even got scolded by Mom. You still want to sleep? I won't let you." It turned out that during her efforts to move snacks, Tang Xinyan, feeling fatigued, had paused to open a packet and began eating. In the midst of her indulgence, she fortuitously encountered Lin Yushan, who had returned home early from work. The consequences were predictable. Consequently, Tang Xinyan received a stern reprimand from Lin Yushan. And even her remaining snacks were confiscated. In her moment of frustration, she immediately thought of Lin Yu. Had he assisted her, her snacks would surely have gone unnoticed by Lin Yushan. With this thought in mind, Tang Xinyan stealthily approached Lin Yu's bedroom door. Upon opening it, she discovered Lin Yu peacefully sleeping on his bed, which only intensified her irritation. Why should she endure scolding while he slept soundly? Determined not to let him off easily, she tore a feather from the chicken feather duster and stormed into Lin Yu's room. "Tang Xinyan, what are you doing?" Lin Yu, roused from his slumber, was irked by her actions and could not help but exclaim in annoyance. "Humph. What do you think?" Tang Xinyan retorted coldly, turning on her heel and striding out, leaving Lin Yu dumbfounded on the bed. At that moment, Lin Yushan's voice resonated from outside the bedroom. "Xiao Yu, come out for dinner." "Coming," Lin Yu quickly responded, hurriedly putting on his shoes before exiting the room. Upon noticing the absence of snacks in the living room, he muttered, "It seems that Tang Xinyan has already moved all her snacks to her room." With that thought, Lin Yu took a seat at the dining table, while Tang Xinyan sat dejectedly in her chair. When she caught Lin Yu's gaze, she shot him an irritated glare. Just then, Lin Yushan emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. "Tang Xinyan, eat properly. Why are you glaring at your brother?" "Humph," Tang Xinyan replied. "What's wrong with her? Aunt Lin? Why is she unhappy?" Lin Yu inquired. "She deserves it. I told her not to buy snacks, but she wouldn't listen and bought so many. I had no choice but to confiscate all her snacks." "Oh. Ah, so your snacks have been taken by Aunt Lin, Xinyan?" "Humph. Humph." Lin Yu finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that his failure to assist her with the move had sown seeds of resentment within her. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Lin Yushan, saying, "Aunt Lin, these items are for Xinyan. Since I am preparing to embark on an adventure that will keep me away for quite some time, I thought it prudent to buy her some snacks to help pass the time. I will retrieve them from my room shortly." Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yushan turned her gaze toward Tang Xinyan.
Really? Tang Xinyan blinked her large eyes, somewhat incredulous as she looked at Lin Yushan. Let us not dawdle and eat.
Lin Yushan scolded with a glare, prompting the two to prepare for their meal. In response, Tang Xinyan swiftly dismissed her earlier displeasure and began to eat heartily.
Strangely enough,
despite her daily consumption of such copious amounts of food, she showed no signs of weight gain. Had it not been for Lin Yushan's previous visit to the hospital, which revealed no issues, he might have genuinely suspected that Tang Xinyan possessed the legendary constitution of a foodie. Chapter 67, a profitable venture of 20 million. In the following 2 days, Lin Yu spent his time at home, accompanying Tang Xinyan in watching television. After all, in his previous life, he was also a homebody like her. Although this world bore a striking resemblance to his former one, it must be noted that there were numerous cinematic works absent from this realm. However, some similar films existed, featuring plots akin to those from his past life, albeit with different protagonists and titles. This peculiarity led Lin Yu to experience an odd sensation while watching with Tang Xinyan. The narratives felt inexplicably familiar, yet he could not recall which film from his previous existence they belonged to. As Monday arrived, Lin Yu rose and gazed into the mirror, noticing that his eyebrows had begun to fill in, though his hair remained quite sparse. It was merely the width of a pinky finger, essentially a buzz cut, no longer devoid of any hair. Of course, he had also sprouted hair in other areas, no longer resembling a boy who had yet to fully mature. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, reflecting that the 20,000 emotional points invested were well worth it. Who would dare to liken him to a bowling ball now? Dressed and ready, he departed for school. True to routine, upon arriving at the school gates, he encountered Zhou Pengzi. "You Gu, wait for me. I have some splendid news to share," Zhou Pengzi exclaimed, panting as he hurried to Lin Yu's side. Observing his excitement, Lin Yu surmised that his father, Zhou Dafeng, had likely sold something significant. "Did something sell?" Lin Yu inquired, intrigued. "Wait, how did you know? I hadn't even mentioned it yet," Zhou Pengzi responded, taken aback. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. It was evident even with his eyes closed. He couldn't fathom how Zhou Pengzi had grown so oblivious. "Enough dilly-dallying, just tell me, how much did it sell for?" he urged, eager for details. Noticing Lin Yu's impatience, Zhou Pengzi raised 2 fingers. 2 million? That's acceptable, better than nothing. Lin Yu, though slightly dissatisfied with the figure, was willing to accept it. "No, it's 20 million. What?" Lin Yu exclaimed, incredulous. "How did your father manage that? Are you certain he isn't deceiving you?" Realizing Lin Yu's disbelief, Zhou Pengzi patiently explained, "Honestly, I couldn't believe it either. You see, among your collection of beast cores, there was a wind-type core that someone was keen on purchasing at a high price. My father said that if they wanted to buy it, it would be 20 million for the entire lot." The buyer, seeing the offer, immediately agreed and purchased all the cores without hesitation. "Remarkable. Your father truly excels at bundling sales," Lin Yu praised wholeheartedly. Initially, he had assumed Zhou Dafeng would opt to sell them individually, potentially garnering only 4 to 5 million at most. Unexpectedly, he capitalized on the buyer's eagerness for a high-priced purchase and sold the entire collection at once. It is no wonder that Zhou Pengzi previously mentioned wanting to see how his father would deceive others. It turns out that this is precisely how he manipulates the situation. Had the other party not been financially secure, he likely would not have succeeded. "My friend, where's the money? Did your father not provide it to you?" Lin Yu directly struck at the heart of the matter. Upon realizing this, Zhou Pengzi quickly retrieved a bank card from his pocket. "Here you go, 2 million. Every last cent is intact, with the password being 6/8. Wait, why are you giving me 2 million? Did we not agree to split the earnings 40-60? You were to receive 40 while I took 60. Lin Yu momentarily found himself at a loss. He distinctly remembered discussing the profit-sharing arrangement. So why was the entire sum being handed over to him? What is this? Are you looking down on me? Zhou Pengzi, sensing Lin Yu's confusion, hurriedly clarified, "Brother Yu, I understand that earning money is no easy feat. This is all that you have worked tirelessly to earn. How could I shamelessly ask you for a share?" "Damn it.
Are you disrespecting me? I clearly stated we would share the profits. If you refuse now, what will others say about me? Who will dare to work with me in the future? Who will risk it all for me?
Lin Yu erupted into a furious tirade, drawing the attention of their classmates. Upon noticing, Lin Yu glared at them, silencing their stares. Zhou Pangji rushed to intervene, managing to temper Lin Yu's rage.
Brother Yu, please do not be angry. Am I not allowed to return the money? You are acting as if we are in a gang. This will frighten the other students. Just send me your card number, and I will transfer the funds to you. All right. Zhou Pangji quickly sent his bank card information to Lin Yu, who,
after a flurry of activity on his phone, transferred 800,000 to Zhou Pangji.
Ding dong. 800,000 has been credited to your account. At that moment,
Zhou Pangji's phone chimed, and upon seeing the additional funds in his account, he was flooded with myriad thoughts.
However, Lin Yu paid him no mind and strode purposefully towards the principal's office. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhou Pangji hurried to catch up. Brother Yu, are you planning to visit the principal?
Yes, in a few days, I intend to leave Jiangqing for further training. So I need to discuss the necessary procedures with the principal in advance.
What? Zhou Pangji gasped in astonishment. Had he truly just heard that Lin Yu was preparing to venture out for training? Surely, this was not a jest? Seeing Zhou Pangji's shocked expression, Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Calm down, why the excitement? No, brother Yu, you truly plan to go out for training? Zhou Pangji still could not believe it.
With a sigh, Lin Yu replied, had it not been for the events that transpired earlier, I might have stayed with you and waited for the admissions of the 9 great academies before leaving Jiangqing. However, I can no longer find peace here. It is exceedingly dull to remain in one place for training. Indeed, it has become somewhat tedious, yet there is little that can be done, as our capabilities remain limited.
Zhou Pangji wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Yu's sentiments.
In truth, during these past few days in the secret realm, he had gradually grown fond of the thrill of adventure.
But unlike Lin Yu, he was unable to embark on such a journey.
His family would undoubtedly disapprove, and his own strength was rather lacking, as he had yet to break through to the bronze 5-star rank.
Alright, my friend, focus on your training here.
We shall meet at the Academy of the Sea of Magic in due time.
Very well. Go ahead, I will join you once I have concluded my matters.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pangji reluctantly made his way towards Class 15's classroom.
Meanwhile, Lin Yu proceeded towards Principal Wang Fujuan's office. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter.
Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yu opened the door and stepped inside.
Principal Wang Fujuan was taken aback upon recognizing Lin Yu. Do you have something to discuss, Lin Yu? Principal,
I intend to leave Jiang City for some time to undergo some training and would like to arrange the necessary paperwork.
What?
Principal Wang Fujuan sprang from his chair, disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Lin Yu.
You just said you wished to venture out for training. Surely. You jest, considering your current strength? Bronze 7 stars. What? Once again, Principal Wang Fujuan was astounded, scrutinizing Lin Yu with a hint of skepticism. Observing his reaction, Lin Yu promptly unleashed the aura of his bronze 7 stars. It was then that Principal Wang Fujuan fully comprehended that Lin Yu had indeed transcended to the bronze 7 stars, his face alight with exhilaration. Chapter 68, I don't care. You must compensate me, Lin Yu, my dear student, you are truly the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered. Without exception, Wang Fujuan could not help but exclaim. Throughout his extensive experience with countless students, Lin Yu's rapid ascendance to the realm of bronze 7 stars within a mere fortnight was unparalleled. Such remarkable progress is typically reserved for the children of affluent families in major cities, achieved through the accumulation of resources, yet Lin Yu's advancement was a testament to his relentless personal effort. Unbeknownst to Wang Fujuan, however, Lin Yu possessed a system that facilitated his swift cultivation. Principal, you flatter me. But let us discuss the matter of my expedition. I intend to venture out for a 3-month training period, Lin Yu remarked, showing little concern for the principal's praise. His focus solely on his impending journey. Wang Fujuan, upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression. In truth, He was reluctant to allow Lin Yu to embark on this journey at such a precarious level.
Firstly, his strength was still at the bronze tier,
making the outside world perilous.
Secondly, he wished for Lin Yu to inspire the other awakened students.
After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wang Fujuan let out a resigned sigh.
Very well, you may go speak with Ouyang Qian regarding the situation, and she will assist you in processing your leave of absence.
Rest assured, your status will be automatically reinstated upon your return. Thank you, Principal.
Lin Yu expressed his gratitude with a nod.
Lin Yu, you are my most valued student. Please prioritize your safety during your journey.
Avoid consuming anything offered by strangers, and remain vigilant at all times, Wang Fujuan cautioned.
In response, Lin Yu bowed deeply in appreciation before departing the office. Observing his retreating figure, Wang Fujuan shook his head in resignation. Upon exiting the principal's office,
Lin Yu made his way directly to the teacher's office. Before long, he arrived at the entrance, where the room was bustling with activity as preparations for the day's lessons were underway.
Recalling his memory, he approached Ouyang Qian's desk, where she was contentedly enjoying her breakfast.
A mischievous grin spread across his face.
Sister Qian. Good morning. Lin Yu shouted, startling Ouyang Qian, causing her to drop her dumpling onto the floor. Lin Yu. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value 1000, Ouyang Qian's emotional value 1000.
The system notifications echoed in his ears. And Lin Yu calculated with astonishment that he had amassed nearly 30,000 emotional points.
Ahem. Sister Qian, I did not mean to startle you. Do you believe me?
Humph. I don't care, you must compensate me, Ouyang Qian huffed, her expression resembling that of a wrong little girl.
Compensate you? In what manner? Daytime or nighttime?
Lin Yu teased, observing her reaction. Ouyang Qian's eyes widened in shock, her face a canvas of disbelief. Lin Yu, it seems your audacity knows no bounds.
Daring to jest with a teacher.
Seeing her response, Lin Yu feigned innocence.
Sister Qian, what are you talking about? I do not understand, when did I tease you? You. Very well, very well.
Soon, I shall assess the fruits of your recent endeavors, do prepare yourself mentally.
Ouyang Qian was immediately amused by his words. No. Sister Qian, have you misunderstood?
What I meant to convey is whether you would prefer a single soup dumpling or an entire bag of them.
Should I compensate you tomorrow morning or tonight? Where is the teasing in that?
Lin Yu blinked innocently, gazing at her quietly.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation,
Ouyang Qian was momentarily taken aback, even questioning whether she was becoming overly sensitive due to her age. However, noticing the mischievous grin on Lin Yu's face, she soon realized he had premeditated his response, and that he indeed had been teasing her.
Yet, now that he had clarified,
persisting in her initial line of thought would imply she was taking it too personally. Thus, she shifted the topic. So, what brings you to me? Recognizing that he could no longer tease her, Lin Yu stated, well, I just spoke to the principal regarding my intention to take a leave of absence for training.
He suggested I seek your assistance.
What did you say?
Training.
Ouyang Qian abruptly stood, her gaze fixated on him.
Yes.
This recent venture into the secret realm has profoundly highlighted the significance of strength.
The pace of cultivation at school is simply too slow and mundane.
Thus I intend to take a leave for practical experience, Lin Yu articulated, relying on the explanation he had prepared.
Hearing his reasoning, Ouyang Qian fell into a contemplative silence. 5 minutes passed.
Finally, she turned her attention back to Lin Yu.
Are you truly set on this path? You must understand that the outside world is fraught with chaos. Indeed, I can no longer endure the tedium of school life, so I wish to venture out.
I will return when the 9 academies hold their admissions, Lin Yu replied.
Ugh, very well, Ouyang Qian conceded helplessly.
Yet she understood that she too had taken considerable time to adapt to the comforts of her current life.
For a passionate youth like Lin Yu,
it would be difficult to quell such impulsive desires. Reluctantly, she decided against further persuasion. It was clear many had tried before her, and as merely his teacher,
what influence could she truly exert? Then come with me.
With that, Ouyang Qian picked up the soup dumpling that had fallen to the ground, discarding it in the trash before striding towards the door. Observing this, Lin Yu eagerly followed.
As for the soup dumpling, you may recompense me upon your return.
But I must still evaluate your abilities. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian turned to Lin Yu and remarked, "Let us see how much you have progressed in these past few days."
Certainly.
Lin Yu nodded in agreement.
Before long, the two arrived at the Academic Affairs Office, where Ouyang Qian stated their purpose.
The staff had already received prior notification from Principal Wang Fujuan, and thus the matter was swiftly resolved.
Now, let us head to the gymnasium,
where I shall observe the extent of your improvement, Ouyang Qian instructed Lin Yu as they proceeded.
In response,
Lin Yu was eager to ascertain the extent of his own combat prowess, hoping to reach the esteemed silver rank. This would provide him with a modicum of self-defense when he ventured to the Yinfeng mountain range, as suggested by Li Ming.
Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Sister Qian. He chuckled, it seems that I have made considerable progress in the secret realm. I wonder what my current level is? Hee, you shall find out shortly.
Noticing Lin Yu's playful teasing, Ouyang Qian's interest was piqued, prompting her to quicken her pace.
Within a few minutes, they arrived at the gymnasium,
where a multitude of students had gathered, engrossed in fervent discussions. Undoubtedly, they were deliberating on how the gymnasium had miraculously returned to its former state.
After all,
they had all witnessed the venue's disintegration, which had created an ominous sense of impending collapse. Yet now, it stood pristine and unblemished, igniting their imaginations.
Most speculated that Lu Hongba had intervened to aid in the restoration. As Lin Yu listened to their conjectures, a faint smile crept upon his lips.
Only he and Zhou Pingzi were privy to the truth, yet he had no intention of revealing it, preferring to let them speculate freely.
Everyone, please make way,
Ouyang Qian proclaimed from the center, drawing the attention of the crowd, who were left puzzled by her declaration. Nevertheless, they astutely parted to create a space.
Observing this, Lin Yu promptly stepped forward.
Chapter 69, Defeating Ouyang Qian on the field. Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian stood several meters apart.
Are you ready, Lin Yu? Ouyang Qian inquired, her gaze fixed upon him.
Absolutely, bring it on, he replied confidently.
You may strike first, lest it be said that I am taking advantage of your youth. Very well. Lin Yu, not one to be overly modest, recognized his disadvantage and seized the initiative. Fiery fireball.
With a fierce shout, he clenched his fists, and flames coalesced into a fiery sphere. In a swift motion, he hurled the fireball towards Ouyang Qian. Seeing the oncoming fireballs, Ouyang Qian swiftly formed hand seals,
creating an ice wall before her.
In the next moment, the fireballs collided with the ice wall, producing a thunderous roar. The wall remained steadfast, while the fireballs vanished into thin air.
The onlookers erupted in exclamations of awe. Ouyang teacher is magnificent. Ouyang Qian is awe-inspiring. Incredible. Truly impressive. Everyone praised Ouyang Qian,
with the exception of one Zhou Pingzi, who stood amidst the crowd, rallying support for Lin Yu.
Is this all you can muster?
You might as well remain here until you can breach my defenses, Ouyang Qian taunted from a distance. Yet, Lin Yu did not take offense. Instead, he flashed a grin.
Be cautious, Qian Jia. Falling sun.
As his words fell, dozens of small fireballs gathered above his head, rapidly enlarging to the size of footballs.
Go! The multitude of fireballs descended upon Ouyang Qian like meteors.
Soon, the ice wall began to crack after the 20th fireball struck, ultimately shattering into icy fragments.
The remaining fireballs continued their relentless assault on Ouyang Qian.
Just as the spectators believed she would be struck, she bellowed, "Water barrier!" A blue luminescent shield enveloped her instantly. The fireballs crashed against the shimmering barrier, yet all were repelled.
A thick mist enveloped the arena, obscuring Ouyang Qian from view. After a moment, the mist dissipated, revealing Ouyang Qian's barrier unscathed, while Lin Yu's fireballs had vanished.
Chen Jia, is that the same technique you employed to counter my fiery fireball before?
He asked. Yes. Are you eager to test it again? This time, I wonder if you can withstand my next move.
With that, Lin Yu summoned the Lihua pearl within him, drawing forth a trace of the southern bright fire's essence.
Fiery fireball.
This time, he formed a single fireball, compressed to the size of a football, in one hand.
He then launched it swiftly towards Ouyang Qian. Bang! Bang bang!
The fireball imbued with the essence of the southern Ming's departing flames melted a large hole in the blue barrier, continuing its relentless assault towards Ouyang Qian, who was momentarily taken aback. Just as the fireball was about to strike her, Lin Yu forcefully altered its trajectory, preventing it from hitting Ouyang Qian. Although the essence of the southern Ming's flames would not inflict severe harm upon her, it would still evoke a sensation of searing heat, something Lin Yu was keen to avoid.
How impressive! Why is this happening?
Ouyang Qian murmured as she regained her composure. She had just experienced an intense burning sensation, and her instincts warned her that enduring it physically would be quite painful.
At that moment, Lin Yu jogged over. Sister Qian, are you alright? Did you get hurt? If you were injured, I would be terribly upset. Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotional value 1000, ding! Ouyang Qian's emotional value 1000, hearing this. Ouyang Qian shot him an exasperated glance. You rascal, can't you refrain from teasing me? Haha, how am I teasing you? I'm merely expressing my concern. By the way, are we still fighting? Humph, no more fighting.
I don't know what you've consumed, but you managed to shatter my water barrier with a single move.
However,
despite its prowess, your technique still harbors some flaws. Ponder over it yourself.
Though reluctant to concede, she admitted defeat, acknowledging the possibility of leniency in their match. Yet she could not deny Lin Yu's unrivaled prowess among his peers. By the way, when did you break through to the bronze 7 stars? He. I just achieved that last night.
Well, it seems no one beneath silver can rival you now. But remember, when venturing outside, think critically.
Sometimes matters can be resolved without resorting to force. Yes, I will remember, Lin Yu nodded, observing his humble acceptance. A smile finally graced Ouyang Qian's lips as she turned to leave. Shortly after her departure, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the onlookers. Wow, Lin Yu is formidable. Lin Yu is exceptional.
Humph, if it weren't for teacher Ouyang going easy on him, he couldn't have one.
Are you a lemon? So sour. Exactly.
As the crowd clamored, the system's notifications resonated incessantly in Lin Yu's mind.
Ding!
Zhang San's emotional value 999, ding. Wang Tinio's emotional value 999, ding. Wang Defa's emotional value 999, ding.
Li Hanchuan's emotional value 1000. Listening to the continuous stream of system alerts, Lin Yu felt that this confrontation was far from futile. Amidst the crowd, Li Hanchuan observed Lin Yu quietly, her expression unchanged, as if everything unfolding was of no concern to her. Yet deep within, she recognized that she had once again been outpaced by Lin Yu. Initially believing she could catch up to him and soon surpass him, she was instead the one left behind. Moreover, what is even more crucial is that Lin Yu's prowess far surpasses hers. She clearly witnessed that single strike, as Lin Yu's fireball effortlessly penetrated Ouyang Qian's water barrier. Lin Yu, I shall surpass you. Li Hansuang silently vowed, before turning away, choosing to no longer focus on him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Lin Yu instinctively glanced in the direction of Li Hanchuang's departure. Ha, I look forward to the day when we can face each other. With that thought, Lin Yu turned towards the entrance, just as Zhou Pengzi approached with an eager gait. Brother Yu, has everything been taken care of? Yes. I was just about to inform you. By the way, my friend, during my absence, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after my family. Rest assured, I shall handle it. By the way, when are you leaving? Should I accompany you? It will be within these few days. There's no need for you to see me off, focus on your cultivation instead, lest I outpace you. Ha ha ha. That one tea happen. I will definitely catch up to you. Excellent. Here, take this. Lin Yu produced several cleansing marrow pills. Although their effects were not as potent as during the first use, they could still alter certain meridians in the body, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. Ah. I cannot accept this. Zhou Pengzi, fully aware of the value of such items, hesitated to accept. Nevertheless, Lin Yu insisted on pressing them into his hands. Zhou Pengzi was so moved that tears nearly welled up in his eyes, prompting Lin Yu to step back slightly in mild discomfort.
Chapter 70, Procuring Supplies. As Lin Yu observed that matters were nearly settled, he made his way out of the campus.
However, instead of heading home, he ventured to the largest shopping center in Jiangcheng.
He intended to procure some supplies in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. After all, the memories of previous experiences were still vivid. And this time the expedition would last 3 months, necessitating a well-equipped arsenal. This time, he was determined to gather all the essentials, including at least 10 outdoor tents. Particularly critical was water. During the last expedition into the secret realm, had it not been for his ability to ignite fire and boil the river water, it was likely that everyone would have suffered severe dehydration.
Upon entering the shopping center, Lin Yu began to survey his surroundings.
His gaze quickly landed on a store not far away, aptly named Chow Chow Outdoor Travel.
The bold characters of travel instinctively led him to believe that they would possess the items he sought. Striding towards the store, he was greeted by a charming young lady as soon as he stepped inside.
"Hello, handsome. Is there anything you desire?" "We have everything you could possibly need," she chirped, her sweet voice reaching Lin Yu's ears before she even approached him, causing goosebumps to prickle across his skin.
I'm just browsing. Do you have outdoor adventure gear?" Lin Yu awkwardly cleared his throat before inquiring about the essentials.
"Yes, indeed. We offer outdoor tents, climbing ropes, multifunctional toolkits.
And judging by your appearance, you must be preparing to hunt some magical beasts, right?"
"Oh, how did you deduce that?"
Lin Yu was taken aback,
surprised that she could so readily discern his intentions.
Couldn't he simply be going on an adventure? Sensing his thoughts, the young lady promptly clarified. "Most of our clientele come here with the intention of hunting. Moreover, with magical beasts rampant in the wilderness, it is rare for anyone to seek mere travel and exploration."
Her words enlightened Lin Yu, helping him realize that few ordinary individuals would dare venture into the wild, neglecting the dangers involved.
Typically,
those who embarked on such explorations were awakened individuals, as only they possessed the capability to ensure their safety, yet many had perished in the wilderness over the years.
"Yes. I am indeed preparing for a hunt. Could you recommend some practical items for me?" Lin Yu decided to directly ask for her assistance. After all,
whether in his past life or this one, this was his first time traveling far, and he was not particularly knowledgeable in this area. Only aware of the necessity for tents and water.
"Certainly."
With that, the young lady turned and disappeared through a door, which Lin Yu surmised was a storage area. As she retrieved items, he occupied himself by examining the various goods displayed on the walls. It was undeniable that this shop was well stocked, featuring climbing ropes,
flint for starting fires, sleeping bags for warmth, essentially a comprehensive selection.
Just as Lin Yu was still surveying his surroundings, the young lady emerged,
dragging a large bag that appeared quite heavy. "Could you lend me a hand, handsome?"
a beautiful young lady suddenly called out to Lin Yu.
Upon noticing her,
Lin Yu promptly rushed over and effortlessly lifted the heavy object that had seemed burdensome in her hands.
"Wow, you're amazing. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?"
She complimented him, followed by an inquiry about his relationship status, leaving Lin Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed.
"Well, women only slow me down when hunting demon beasts."
The first page of the sword manual states, "Forget your beloved. With no woman in my heart, drawing my sword becomes instinctive." Lin Yu recalled a saying from his previous life, inadvertently voicing it. The moment he spoke, the young lady beside him was momentarily stunned, realizing that he was quite the straightforward man.
"Ha, you're quite amusing. Anyway, this box mainly contains outdoor tents and tools."
She attempted to change the subject and began explaining. After listening, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "All right, then give me 10 more sets."
"Ah. What? You're out of stock?" she exclaimed.
"No, you misunderstand, handsome.
I just can't believe it. Also, how can you carry so many items?" Seeing Lin Yu's confusion,
the young lady hurriedly clarified. However, before she could finish, the items before them suddenly vanished into thin air, startling her.
Are you an awakened spatial type?" she asked in astonishment.
"No need to worry about that, just hand me the goods," Lin Yu replied, unwilling to elaborate, as they were not well acquainted. Despite her striking beauty, a delicate oval face and fair skin that made her extraordinarily captivating. However, having seen many like her in his previous life, Lin Yu had developed a certain immunity to such allure.
"Oh, then follow me."
"I can't manage all these items by myself," she said, recognizing his reluctance to discuss further.
After all, he was the customer.
Lin Yu followed her into the warehouse, and upon seeing the pile-up items, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration.
He then stuffed everything into the 24 Bridges bright moonlit night. "How much is it?" Lin Yu inquired after completing the task. "One set costs 5,500.
"Since you took 10 sets, that totals 55,000. Given your large purchase, I'll charge you 50,000, she calculated and announced a surprisingly generous price. Lin Yu didn't expect such kindness but soon realized she likely wanted to be on good terms with him after witnessing his earlier prowess.
Embracing the principle of seizing opportunities,
he promptly transferred 50,000 to her and leisurely made his way toward the exit.
"Come again."
Just as he was about to step outside, her sweet voice echoed,
sending shivers down his spine. Damn it, this woman was just flirting with me. Thankfully, I remained composed. Stepping out of the super outdoor travel store, Lin Yu couldn't help but murmur to himself,
"Oh, and I mustn't forget to purchase some drinking water, this time. I cannot afford to showcase the moonlit night at the 24 Bridges again, or I shall invite trouble upon myself."
After some contemplation,
Lin Yu decided to have the shopkeeper deliver the water directly to his home. Without further ado, he began to wander through the shopping center, ultimately discovering a shop in a corner dedicated solely to bottled water. After engaging in amicable conversation with the proprietor, he arranged to purchase a ton of bottled water and requested that it be delivered to his residence.
Meanwhile, he continued to meander about. Next,
he thought to procure some food. After 3 months, it would be impractical to subsist solely on beast meat. He ought to buy some instant noodles. He also pondered whether this world possessed his beloved pickled vegetables in an old jar, which he had not had the chance to savor before being transported here.
Alas!
As Lin Yu was lost in his musings, his legs unconsciously led him to the entrance of a supermarket.
Soon after,
they guided him to the aisle stocked with instant noodles. Upon beholding the array of flavors, his eyes brightened. He confirmed that all the varieties were to his liking.
Consequently,
Lin Yu decided to purchase everything on the shelf, resulting in a hefty expenditure of several tens of thousands. However, he did not feel a pang of regret, for he had previously earned over 10 million, ample enough to indulge in such luxuries. Satisfied that he had gathered nearly all he needed, Lin Yu then made his way home with a content heart.
Chapter 71, Departure to the Wind Mountain Range 3 days later.
Lin Yu sat on the bus departing from Jiang City, with Li Ming seated beside him. The previous day, Li Ming had approached Lin Yu to inquire about his departure plans, and after some contemplation, Lin Yu decided to set off the following day. After briefly informing Lin Yushan and her daughter, he boarded the bus with Li Ming.
"Brother Li, where exactly is the Wind Mountain Range? Is it far from here?"
Lin Yu asked,
glancing at Li Ming, who was squinting his eyes.
Li Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "It's quite a distance.
Approximately several dozen kilometers. However, we will need to disembark midway and walk. Isn't there a direct route by bus?"
Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. The Wind Mountain Range is nestled deep within dense forests, making it rare for vehicles to access it. I stumbled upon it by chance many years ago and haven't returned since, so I can't be sure if the path remains the same.
"Brother Li, will we encounter any magical beasts along the way?" Lin Yu asked, curiosity piqued.
There are indeed numerous magical beasts in the outer regions of the Wind Mountain Range,
although they are not as abundant as those found within.
The creatures inside possess at least a bronze 5-star realm, with the most formidable reaching a bronze 9-star level.
However,
some 9-star beasts can unleash power comparable to a silver 5 or 6-star creature, so do exercise caution. Despite some being constrained to the bronze 9-star level,
their strength far exceeds mere bronze classification. Lin Yu nodded, then inquired with interest, "Oh, so Brother Li must have experienced some setbacks in the past?"
"Ahem, there's no need to dwell on past events," Li Ming replied, clearing his throat, as Lin Yu's assumption struck a chord.
Previously, he had underestimated a raging iron bull and ended up being flung away. Noticing Li Ming's slight embarrassment, Lin Yu realized he had hit the nail on the head.
At that moment, the system's voice echoed, further affirming his suspicion.
Ding Li Ming's emotional value 999. Ding Li Ming's emotional value 999. System, are you there? Can you only collect emotional values from humans? Is there no way to gather them from magical beasts?
Ding. The system detects that the host is about to distance himself from the crowd, which is detrimental to emotional value collection.
Hence,
the system will now enable the function to collect emotional values from magical beasts. Upon hearing the system had expanded its collection criteria, Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter.
Envisioning the prospect of teasing magical beasts and plucking their fur,
he could then proceed to skin and consume them, achieving two goals at once.
At this moment,
Li Ming glanced at him with a mischievous smile, causing a shiver to run down his spine.
What on earth is this kid thinking?
It seems as though he is not preparing for a training expedition to the Wind mountain range, but rather planning to set the forest ablaze.
Little brother, have you thought of something amusing?
You seem quite cheerful, Li Ming remarked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Yu restrained his smile, though the corners of his mouth still curled upward. Oh, I was simply excited about the opportunity to train out here. It's nothing, really, you needn't worry about me, Lin Yu explained.
Li Ming,
noticing his reluctance to speak further, wisely chose to remain silent and gradually closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, feeling the lack of attention directed towards him, promptly summoned the system in his mind.
System, open the personal information panel. Ding. The personal information panel is loading.
Host, Lin Yu, age, 19, level, bronze 7 stars, personal items, revitalizing elixir, miraculous potion, cleansing pill, strength pill, speed pill, kidney strengthening pill, aphrodisiac pill, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability, phantom step, dimensional space, SSS level fire ability, blazing fireball, solar falling star, skills, novice culinary master, beginner driving, basic massage, proficient swordsmanship. Proficient fist technique, S-level primordial skill, weapons, fire-leaving pearl, S-level long yuan sword, S-level golden armor, A-level electromagnetic pulse cannon, A-level revolver, A-level annihilation gun, C-level crimson serpent fong.
B-level heavenly mechanism umbrella. Beast companion, none, emotional value, 2, 509, 400, gazing at the S-level golden armor in the weapons section. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile.
He was eager to test the defensive capabilities of the S-level golden armor, pondering whether it could withstand attacks surpassing the silver level. Oh! And it seemed like it had been quite some time since he last checked his fundamental data system, examine my physical attributes.
Ding! The personal basic data is loading.
Soon, various metrics of his physical condition were displayed before him. Strength, 350, average person, 50, stamina, 140, average person, 50, wisdom, 56, average person, 50, mental power, 130, average person, 50, speed, 90, average person, 50, hey, system.
Why hasn't my wisdom increased? Ding.
The host needs to investigate the underlying reasons for the lack of growth. You should have some insight into this matter.
That's not what I asked.
I was inquiring about the reason for the stagnation, not inviting your judgment. Lin Yu was infuriated by the system's subtly mocking tone.
Having never encountered such a dismissive system before,
he felt an overwhelming urge to uninstall it.
System, speak. Is there any way to enhance my wisdom? Name your price.
Seeing that the system remained silent for an extended period, Lin Yu reluctantly chose to compromise.
Ding. The system shop offers a wisdom enhancement pill.
Consuming it will yield a boost in intelligence.
How much emotional value does it cost? Ding. Produced by the system, guaranteed authenticity. Each pill costs 500,000 points of emotional value. The host cannot lose or be deceived by this purchase. Upon hearing the price, Lin Yu was taken aback. 500,000. How long would it take to accumulate that?
Just as Lin Yu hesitated over whether to make the purchase, the system's voice chimed in once more.
Ding.
In light of the host having accumulated over 1 million points in the system shop, the system is pleased to reward the host with a buy one get one free opportunity. If the host purchases one wisdom enhancement pill, the system will additionally grant a half pill. No, this offers a buy one get one free. And a buy two get one free. Why on earth is there a buy one get half a one?
Is this not a mockery of honest individuals? Lin Yu.
Upon hearing so much, initially thought the system had a change of heart and was preparing to gift him a full one, only to find it was a mere half.
Ding. Do not misunderstand, host. With your current mental capacity, you can only comprehend 1.5 enlightenment pills. Consuming more would result in an excruciating headache, dizziness, and a heated mind. Enough.
Stop right there. If you continue, my head will surely explode. Lin Yu hastily interrupted, fearing the system would run out of words.
I'll buy it. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on making a wise choice. The enlightenment pill has been successfully purchased.
Please check your receipt. Dispensing.
As Lin Yu finished his sentence, a pill the size of an egg appeared in his hand.
Wait, what about the remaining half? System. Ding. Please refrain from being overly ambitious, host.
Once you have fully digested this enlightenment pill, the system will naturally dispense the remaining half.
Very well. Lin Yu reluctantly acquiesced to the system's arrangement, trusting that it would not lead him astray.
Thus, he swallowed the pill whole, and before he could even chew it, the pill transformed into a sweet liquid flowing into his stomach.
10 minutes later, Lin Yu felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind.
Questions that had once eluded him were suddenly understood.
Damn, had I consumed this in my previous life?
Acing the entrance exams for Tsinghua and Peking University would have been a mere certainty.
Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. Chapter 72, A Shot to Kill a Snake. Time flew by.
Lin, wake up, we have arrived, Li Ming called out, gazing at the scenery outside the window.
Rousing the slumbering Lin Yu. Arrived?
Lin Yu blinked awake, his mind rapidly clearing under the effects of the enlightenment pill.
Just then, the vehicle came to a gentle stop.
Li Ming promptly rose, and Lin Yu, noticing this, followed suit. The two descended from the car together. As soon as they stepped out, Lin Yu was greeted by an expanse of dense jungle stretching endlessly before him.
Let us go. Li Ming shouted to Lin Yu, who eagerly followed behind. Li Gu. Do you remember the direction?
Lin Yu inquired, observing Li Ming as he scanned the surroundings. Lin Yu recalled this being his third time circling back.
Li Ming,
caught off guard by the question, felt a twinge of embarrassment but insisted, don't worry, I absolutely remember.
Even if 10 years pass, I won't forget.
The diminishing volume of his voice hinted at his uncertainty. However, there was no alternative but to hope he would recall.
All right. I trust you. Please find the way quickly.
Just then, Li Ming exclaimed, found it. Lin Yu hurried over, only to see Li Ming staring blankly at a large tree.
Following his gaze, Lin Yu noticed a small triangle carved into the bark. It appeared rather aged. Could this be a mark left by Li Ming? While Lin Yu pondered this, Li Ming began to explain. 2 years ago, I received a mission and inadvertently stumbled into this area.
In my disorientation, I ended up within the Wind mountain range. Upon entry, my cultivation was suppressed to the bronze level, and I was terrified.
How did you manage to get out? Lin Yu asked, curiosity piqued.
Li Ming contemplated for a moment before continuing. I was like a headless fly in the Wind mountain range, utterly directionless.
By chance,
I encountered a hunter who guided me back to the village. Lin Yu speculated aloud, it must have been the villagers who helped you out. That is how it always goes in films. Indeed, Li Ming confirmed. Afterward, I stayed in the village for a week, during which I learned much, including the name of the place I had ventured to, the Wind mountain range.
Lin Yu interjected, and what about this mark?
Oh, that was a secret mark I made when they helped me out, Li Ming chuckled, flashing a grin with his prominent front teeth.
At that moment, Lin Yu, having consumed the enlightenment pill, experienced a surge of intellect and quickly identified a potential issue. Li Gu, was anyone watching you when you made the mark? What do you mean? Li Ming asked, puzzled. Lin Yu explained, I mean, after you left, is it possible that they erased your markings?
Hiss, upon hearing your words. I seem to recall one of the 3 individuals who bid me farewell, a man who would occasionally steal glances at me.
Initially,
I assumed he was inclined towards the same sex and thus paid him little attention.
Ah, never mind, you should check if anything has been erased. Listening to Lin Yu,
Li Ming promptly began searching for other markings. After a while, he finally let out a slow breath. relieved that they had not obliterated his mark.
Lin, let us depart.
You were merely overthinking, he said. Lin Yu responded softly, falling silent and trailing behind Li Ming.
As the two ventured deeper into the woods,
the trees became increasingly sparse, a situation that perplexed Lin Yu. He turned to Li Ming and inquired, "Brother Li,
have you not noticed that the trees seem to dwindle the further we go?
Previously, there was a tree every 3 to 4 meters. Yet now it appears that one can only be found every 10 meters or so."
"Ah, I hadn't realized until you mentioned it," Li Ming replied, beginning to survey his surroundings.
Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the distant grass. The two exchanged glances, immediately becoming alert.
Lin Yu then retrieved an A-class weapon,
the destruction gun, from his spatial storage. Li Ming was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the long gun.
"Where did you acquire that, Brother Lin?"
"Oh, my teacher bestowed upon me a spatial storage device," Lin Yu casually replied.
"Teacher Lu? How did you know?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity,
as he believed he had not mentioned it to him. Realizing he had inadvertently let slip a piece of information, Li Ming reluctantly brought up Zhang Tailin. "It was Captain Zhang who informed me." "Ah, the leader of your Jiangcheng Dragon Protectors, he mentioned overhearing you admit to being Teacher Lu's disciple."
Lin Yu's memory jogged,
recalling that during his conversation with Li Guangliang, a middle-aged man had stood nearby, initially perceived as an insignificant figure.
Now,
it seemed he was indeed the Zhang captain spoken of by Li Ming.
However, what did it matter? "Well, knowing is one thing, there is nothing to be ashamed of," he said. "Let us concentrate on the matter at hand." Agreed. With that, they redirected their attention to the rustling grass in the distance. Hiss hsss. A sound emanated from the thicket.
"That should be a snake. I wonder about its strength," Li Ming asserted confidently. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu mentally summoned the system.
"System, please investigate what lurks within that grass." Ding, the system is currently probing. Ding. Black-scaled serpent, strength, bronze 5 stars.
Its body is enveloped in black scales, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. When fleeing, it releases a toxic black mist. Upon realizing that the creature possessed only bronze 5-star strength, Lin Yu seized the destruction gun and rushed forward, startling Li Ming into exclaiming, "Brother Lin, come back quickly." "Rest assured, Brother Li, a mere cauliflower snake is hardly worth mentioning," Lin Yu replied with a smile as he turned to him.
Immediately thereafter,
he executed the phantom step technique, vanishing from his original position and reappearing above the thicket.
Without hesitation, Lin Yu thrust his spear downward, and a mournful cry emanated from the underbrush, followed by an eerie silence.
Observing this scene from a distance, Li Ming found himself momentarily paralyzed with astonishment.
Is my younger brother Lin truly this formidable? Unaware of what creature lurked within the foliage, Lin Yu had decisively slain it. Was such ferocity necessary? Moreover, he had not even employed any supernatural abilities. What does this signify? Are not awakened beings expected to utilize their powers? Yet here was Lin Yu,
engaging directly with a spear in hand. At that moment, Li Ming's mind began to shrink in disbelief as he watched Lin Yu extract the corpse of the black-scaled snake. Gazing at the lifeless creature, he finally grasped that Lin Yu had indeed pierced it through with his spear.
"Brother Lin, you are astonishingly powerful. This black-scaled snake possesses at least the strength of a bronze 5-star, and you dispatched it with a single thrust?"
"Oh, that was nothing. This snake is far less formidable than the beasts I vanquished previously in the Silver Serpent's secret realm."
"The Silver Serpent's secret realm? Ah. You mean the one that appeared at Jiangcheng High School? You must be aware of it." "Yes, I am familiar," Li Ming nodded. While lying in the hospital, he had overheard others mention it, so upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, he instantly comprehended the significance of the Silver Serpent's secret realm. Chapter 73, The Blood Moon and the Rampaging Bear. The two continued their journey. Li Ming, following the markers he had previously established, led Lin Yu through the forest. After approximately half an hour, Li Ming abruptly halted his steps. "Brother Li, what is wrong? Something feels amiss." "Amiss? What do you mean?" Lin Yu inquired, perplexed, unable to comprehend his words. Could it be that another beast had appeared?
When I ventured out before, I distinctly remember a small creek.
Now, all I see are trees.
And there is not a hint of water sound. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately began to scan his surroundings.
Indeed, the area was densely packed with trees, devoid of any sound of water.
At that moment, both of them arrived at a realization. The markers have been tampered with.
Brotherly.
It seems the villagers do not wish for us to intrude, Lin Yu suggested after a moment of contemplation.
Hearing this,
Li Ming silently nodded in agreement with Lin Yu's assessment. Brother Lin, it appears that the day is waning.
Should we find a suitable place to rest?
That works for me, I have no objections, Lin Yu replied. Having set out in the morning and walked for several more hours, the daylight had begun to fade. It was prudent to take a proper rest, as Lin Yu was here for training, not leisure, and thus the pace was of little concern.
Subsequently,
under Li Ming's guidance, they discovered a relatively flat area to rest.
Brother Lin, let us stay here for the night and set out again tomorrow. Sounds good. With that, Lin Yu removed his small backpack.
Since most of his belongings resided within the 24 Bridges bright moonlit night, his pack contained merely a bottle of water and a mobile phone.
In contrast,
Li Ming bore a large backpack, which appeared to contain a bedding set.
Brotherly, what do you have in that bulging pack? Oh, just a bedding set. A pair of shoes, and some miscellaneous items. Shall I assist you with that? You can place it in my storage device.
As he spoke, Lin Yu revealed 24 Bridges bright moonlit night to him. Seeing this, Li Ming hesitated for a moment but ultimately handed his belongings over to Lin Yu.
That would be a great help. Come now, there's no need for formality.
I still owe you my gratitude for bringing me along for this training, Lin Yu replied, waving his hand dismissively.
He then retrieved 2 tents from 24 Bridges bright moonlit night. Brotherly, this one is for you.
With that, Lin Yu tossed one of the tents to him, and Li Ming promptly began to set it up. Before long, they had successfully erected both tents.
Brother Lin,
please sit tight while I hunt a beast for our supper.
We shall have a hearty meal tonight. Ha, I eagerly await Brother Li's catch.
Li Ming stood up, took a few steps, and leaped onto the treetops, surveying the area around him. He soon heard a peculiar sound in the distance.
Without hesitation,
he descended from the tree and dashed toward the source of the noise.
A few minutes later,
as he approached, the strange sounds grew increasingly distinct, and he could sense a powerful aura drawing near. Upon reaching a small valley, Li Ming beheld a beast towering 3 to 4 meters high. This creature, cloaked in dark fur, possessed a massive and robust physique, its eyes glinting with ferocity and cruelty. The blood moon violent bear. Li Ming gasped in recognition of this colossal beast. His eyes gleaming with excitement, he cautiously advanced towards the blood moon violent bear.
With just 10 meters separating them,
he surged forward without hesitation. Wielding an icy blade, he swiftly closed the distance, and in an instant, a flurry of blade light flashed through the air. The blood moon violent bear was abruptly struck, losing one of its forepaws.
Roar!
The beast, enraged by the assault, let out a furious roar and swiftly retaliated, swinging its other paw directly at Li Ming.
Sensing the force of the attack, Li Ming deftly dodged, evading the strike. Humph, merely a 5-star silver beast.
It shall remain here today. Li Ming scoffed, then darted to the side. While the blood moon violent bear was still reeling from the surprise, he again swung his blade,
severing its other paw.
Roar, roar. It was only then that the blood moon violent bear realized it was no match for the human before it. Letting out 2 more roars in anger, it prepared to flee, but Li Ming had no intention of allowing it to escape. With a slight bend of his legs, he leaped over the bear's massive head. Just as the creature pondered the human's next move, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, and in an instant, the blood moon violent bear's head was severed from its body. Blood sprayed forth violently, but Li Ming had positioned himself at a safe distance, avoiding the deluge. One must commend the battle-hardened experience of the Dragon Guardian members. Once the bear ceased to bleed, Li Ming stepped forward, ready to drag it away.
Goodness! This beast is rather heavy. Had I known, I would have invited Brother Lin to assist. No matter, I shall manage on my own.
Li Ming grumbled to himself.
grasping one of the bear's forepaws and beginning his trek back to camp. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, sensing Li Ming's departure, found himself somewhat bored. He began to cultivate his Hunyuan skill, absorbing the spiritual energy of the surroundings. Although the spiritual energy here was not as dense as that in the Silver Serpent secret realm, it was still several times more potent than that found in Jiangcheng. His cultivation progressed swiftly. Having just broken through to the bronze 7 stars, Lin Yu felt the faint signs of a potential breakthrough to 8 stars. Though he knew it would take a few more days to achieve. As dusk settled, Lin Yu ceased his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stagnant energy. Ha! I wonder how Brother Li is faring. Has he managed to hunt any beasts? Just then, a rustling sound echoed from the distance, followed by Li Ming's voice. Lin, come quickly and lend me a hand, this beast is simply too massive for me to manage. Hearing Li Ming's voice, Lin Yu swiftly rose from the ground and made his way towards the source of the call. Before long, he spotted Li Ming dragging a large black creature in his direction. The darkness of the night obscured Lin Yu's view of the beast. Brother Li, what manner of creature is this? It appears quite heavy, Lin Yu inquired as he approached. A silver-tear blood moon violent bear, haha. Lin, my dear brother. You are in for a treat tonight. It is said that the paws of this bear are the most delectable. Li Ming replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that in his past life, the capture of wild bears was expressly forbidden, and he had long craved such a delicacy. To his astonishment, he had encountered one today. He grasped the other paw of the blood moon violent bear, and together, they dragged it into the camp. Lin, since you have awakened your fire abilities, you should take care of this one, Li Ming urged as they returned to the camp. Without hesitation, Lin Yu gathered flames in his hands and hurled a fireball at the blood moon violent bear. In an instant, fierce flames engulfed the creature. The bear's dark fur quickly charred in the blaze. Once he deemed it sufficiently cooked, Lin Yu retracted the flames and retrieved his crimson serpent fang to begin removing the charred remains. Chapter 74, Roasted Bear Paw at Jiangcheng High School. Zhou Pingji was in deep meditation when a striking figure slowly approached him. Zhou, where is Lin? A chilling voice suddenly echoed in Zhou's ear, prompting him to cease his practice and gradually open his eyes. He found Li Hanshuang standing before him, which left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Li Hanshuang had developed an interest in him? Li, is there something you need? He inquired. Zhou, where is Lin Yu? I haven't seen him these past few days, she replied. Upon realizing that she was inquiring about Lin Yu, Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Having initially thought that the Ice Queen was seeking him out. Oh, you mean Yu Gu? He has left Jiangcheng for some training and probably won't return for about 3 months. Training? When did this happen? The typically emotionless Li Hanshuang finally displayed a hint of surprise. Noticing her genuine concern for Lin Yu, Zhou Pingji scrutinized her, pondering why this Ice Queen was so invested in Yu Gu's affairs. Could it be a no, that's impossible? Zhou, what are you thinking? I asked you when Lin Yu left, she pressed. Oh, I actually don't know, but it should have been in the last few days, Zhou stammered, snapping back to reality as he heard Li Hanshuang call his name. In truth, he was unaware of Lin Yu's departure, as Lin had not informed him. But it was likely recent. Seeing that she was unable to extract any further information, Li Hanshuang decided to disregard Zhou Pingji and turned to leave. How strange. Never mind. I won't dwell on it. I should focus on my training. As for the matters concerning Ice Queen, I'll leave that to Yu Gu, he mumbled as she walked away, resuming his meditation. Meanwhile, after departing, Li Hanshuang made her way directly to the principal's office. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the door of Wang Fujuan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With the principal's voice beckoning, Li Hanshuang confidently opened the door and entered. Upon seeing her, Wang Fujuan was slightly taken aback, followed by an inexplicable emotion welling up within him. Li Hanshuang, what brings you here? Principal, I heard that Lin Yu has left school for training, she stated. Wang Fujuan regarded her silently, uncertain of her intention behind those words. In the next moment, he felt a sense of unease, but before he could speak, Li Hanshuang's cold voice interrupted, Principal, I wish to apply for training outside as well. As expected, Wang Fujuan thought to himself, having anticipated her response as soon as she uttered those words. Li Hansuang, you must understand how perilous the outside world can be. It would be safer for you to remain at school. Moreover, your family would not approve of you going out for training. Wang Fujuan attempted to placate her. It is worth noting that the Li family, to which Li Hansuang belongs, has generously donated a building to Jiangqing High School, thus he must be taken seriously. Upon hearing Wang Fujuan's words, Li Hansuang calmly retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and, in front of Wang Fujuan, dialed a number. After exchanging a few brief words, she handed the phone to Wang Fujuan. Seeing the phone being offered, Wang Fujuan felt an immediate surge of tension. Realizing that this was a matter sanctioned by Li Hansuang's family. Despite his apprehension, he accepted the call. The next moment, a rugged voice resonated from the other end. Principal Wang, I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. You must ensure that matters concerning my daughter Hansuang are handled properly. I will donate another teaching building in due course. Of course, Mr. Li, I assure you, you will not be disappointed, Wang Fujuan replied, his tone obsequious. After concluding the call, he returned the phone to Li Hansuang. Rest assured, we will take care of everything at the school, he said. Very well, I'll take my leave now, Principal, Li Hansuang replied coldly. Wang Fujuan, feeling helpless, merely nodded to indicate she could go. Without a backward glance, Li Hansuang exited the office and made her way directly toward the school gate. Under the astonished gazes of her fellow students, she walked straight out of the school. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Li Ming were gathered around a campfire, where two bear paws were sizzling above the flames. Mmm. It smells divine, I can hardly resist the urge to taste it, Lin Yu remarked. His eyes fixated on the crackling bear paws, saliva nearly escaping his lips. In this life and the last, it was his first experience tasting bear paws. And to claim he was not excited would be a falsehood, for as the ancients proclaimed, I desire fish, and bear paws too. With no fish available today, bear paws would suffice. Lin, I must say, your culinary skills have genuinely astonished me this entire year. One might think you were on a vacation, Li Ming chuckled. Ha ha. Brotherly, you cannot blame me. During my last unexpected venture into that secret realm, although there was meat, the flavor was disappointingly bland, quite unpalatable. Thus, I took the liberty of preparing an abundance of seasonings to enhance the taste, Lin Yu explained. Indeed, in the past, while on missions, I rarely carried any seasonings. Wasting numerous ingredients, Li Ming reminisced about his previous meat-eating experiences. Back then, he had not been equipped with the plethora of spices he had today. It was only thanks to Lin Yu that he savored the exquisite meat of the mythical beast. Brotherly, I believe I am ready to eat. Perhaps you should take the first taste? Lin Yu suggested, eyeing the fragrant bear paws. The next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Li Ming's emotional value 666, Li Ming. Lin Yu. Seeing Li Ming's reluctance to taste, Lin Yu resignedly cut a small piece for himself and began to chew. As he took a bite, an aromatic flavor enveloped him, and after a few chews, he discovered that the bear paw was rich yet not greasy. Quite delightful, indeed. Lin Yu sincerely praised the dish and then began to devour it with great enthusiasm. Observing Lin Yu's fervor, Li Ming promptly picked up another bear paw and joined in the feast. With Lin Yu's novice culinary skills enhancing the already delectable bear paw, the flavor reached new heights. After a considerable time, the two finally finished their meal. Sated and content, Lin Yu lazily reclined on the ground. Had he known, he would have brought a sofa along. The ground was far too hard, leaving him with a sore backside. Ah, Lin, my dear brother, you are here to train, not to indulge in life's pleasures. I am aware, yet training and enjoyment are not mutually exclusive. What is the purpose of our endeavors if not to savor the fruits of our labor in the future? For a moment, Li Ming found himself at a loss for words. It struck him how profoundly true Lin Yu's words were. All his toil was merely a means to enjoy life in later years. Why could they not relish the present while striving for their goals? Enjoyment in old age seemed a distant dream. Chapter 75, The Phantom of the Abyss. Brother Lin, please keep watch for a while. I shall take a brief rest. Wake me later, Li Ming urged. All right. With that, Li Ming swiftly removed his shoes and dove into the tent, quickly lying down.
Before long, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat quietly by the fire, occasionally adding logs to maintain the flames and prevent them from extinguishing. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying a chilling sensation that sent shivers down his spine, instantly heightening his alertness. He cautiously scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss, which led him to question whether he was merely imagining things. Just as Lin Yu began to doubt his senses, two eerie green orbs flickered to life in the distance among the trees. "Good grief!" he exclaimed, startled at the sight. Were those eyes? As he stood frozen in place, he fixated on the unmoving green points, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was no wonder he perceived them as such. The orbs were positioned closely together, resembling a pair of human eyes. Seeing them remain still only intensified his fear. He hurriedly called upon the system. "System, please assist me in identifying that entity. What is it, and why does it evoke such terror?" Beep. System is conducting a scan. Beep. Spectre of the Abyss, Bronze 8 star. Possesses the ability to manipulate dreams, capable of ensnaring individuals silently within a dreamscape. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu's brow furrowed deeply. In the next moment, he turned to glance at the sleeping Li Ming, a dreadful thought creeping into his mind. Without further contemplation, he remained vigilant of the spectre of the abyss while stealthily approaching Li Ming's tent. Previously, to guard against potential beast attacks, Li Ming had left the tent flap open, allowing Lin Yu to slip inside with ease. "Li Guo, wake up!" Lin Yu urgently called out to the slumbering Li Ming, but to his dismay, Li Ming did not stir. Smack! Realizing that he could not rouse Li Ming, Lin Yu delivered a sharp slap to his face. Logically, even in a deep slumber, Li Ming should have awakened from such a jolt. Yet, he remained unresponsive. Lin Yu, undeterred, attempted once more, striking him again, but still, there was no sign of awakening. At this point, Lin Yu was certain that Li Ming had been ensnared in a dream by the spectre of the abyss. System. How can one awaken a person trapped in a dream by the spectre of the abyss? Beep. The host must eliminate the entity, the dream will shatter, and the entrapped individual will regain awareness of the external world. So, battle is unavoidable. Lin Yu stepped out of the tent, his gaze fixed intensely on the distant green orbs. Since they remained motionless, it indicated that the spectre of the abyss was currently unable to strike, presenting a prime opportunity to act. Without hesitation, Lin Yu retrieved the long yuan sword from the system's space. He then executed the phantom step, vanishing from his original position. Meanwhile, the spectre of the abyss, observing Lin Yu's sudden disappearance from the campsite, was momentarily taken aback. It could not comprehend how humanity had vanished in the past. It originally intended to wait until Lin Yu fell into a deep slumber before executing its plan to drain the cerebral essence of both individuals. However, it was taken aback when Lin Yu miraculously disappeared. Nevertheless, it began to entertain the thought, and at that moment, a ghostly green light surged in its eyes. It firmly trapped Li Ming within a dreamscape while it slowly advanced toward the campsite. Just as it reveled in its dark delight, a flash of cold light darted before its eyes. Just when Lin Yu believed he could slay it with a single stroke, the speed of the Ming'ai mountain demon left him utterly astounded. As the tip of his sword was but 2 centimeters from the creature, it evaded with a swift sidestep. Blast! This creature is extraordinarily fast, Lin Yu muttered, once again brandishing the long yuan sword to strike at the Ming'ai mountain demon. Unsurprisingly, it effortlessly dodged yet again. Gazing at the demon, which stood nearly as tall as a human, Lin Yu felt he was not confronting a beast, but rather a living human. Fireball! With a furious shout, Lin Yu unleashed a sphere of flame directly at the Ming'ai mountain demon. As it attempted to evade once more, Lin Yu instantly employed the phantom step, appearing behind it, and with a decisive strike, he severed one of its arms. Lin Yu intended to follow through with a blow to its head, but at that moment, the green light in the demon's eyes fixed intently upon his own. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily entranced, and in that fleeting moment, the Ming'ai mountain demon swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest. Damn! I fell for this wretched creature's trick. Regaining his senses, Lin Yu observed the demon had already fled several dozen meters away, filling him with regret. This was a being capable of manipulating dreams. Should he and Li Ming unwittingly fall victim, it could spell disaster.
However, the demon's speed was astonishing.
And even with his phantom step, capturing it in such a brief span seemed implausible.
Moreover, Li Ming lay asleep in the tent. If he pursued, what would happen if other beasts arrived?
Contemplating this, Lin Yu hurriedly turned back toward the tent. As he stepped into the confines of the tent, Li Ming, who had seemed impossible to awaken, sat up with a bewildered expression. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge from the woods, he curiously inquired, "Lin, where have you been?"
"Off to the restroom?" "Brother Li, did you not feel the commotion just now?" Lin Yu replied. Li Ming shook his head. "All right then, Brother Li.
You were just ensnared by a mountain demon within a dream.
So, you were actually, Unfortunately, it managed to escape. But I did sever one of its arms."
Before he could finish, Lin Yu interrupted him.
"Hey, why does my face hurt so much?" Suddenly aware,
Li Ming realized his face felt incredibly sore.
Lin Yu, noticing him clutching his face, awkwardly turned away. After a moment's thought,
Lin Yu decided it would be best to explain the situation to him to prevent any wild speculation.
"Ahem. Well, Li Gu, your face is the result of my slap." "Li Ming, what did you just say, Lin Xiaodi?"
"I said, your face is the product of my slap.
When I noticed something was amiss, I thought to wake you up.
But after calling out for quite some time with no response, I resorted to giving you a slap.
When that didn't rouse you?"
"I surmised it might have been the mountain demon's doing, so I pursued it."
"Are you certain you only delivered a single slap?"
Li Ming regarded him with suspicion. He could hardly believe that a single slap could inflict such pain. Surely it must have been more than that.
Lin Yu,
sensing that Li Ming's attention was fixated on this matter, suddenly felt embarrassed and began to fidget with his toes.
"Well, since one slap didn't wake you,
I assumed you were in a deep slumber, so
you proceeded to administer a few more slaps?"
Lin Yu weakly nodded, his gaze unable to meet Li Ming's.
At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding!
Li Ming's emotional value 1000, Li Ming's emotional value 999, ding. The mountain demon's emotional value 10, ding.
The mountain demon's emotional value 10. Oh? This mountain demon even generates emotional value for itself?
Lin Yu was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter, as he had previously puzzled over how to elicit emotional value from a beast. And now he had found the answer. Chapter 76, The Three-Eyed Spirit Pattern Rabbit. In the latter half of the night, Lin Yu lay quietly asleep within the confines of the tent, while Li Ming kept vigil beside the campfire. Fortunately, the ominous-eyed mountain demon had not returned, leading Li Ming to surmise that it must have sustained significant injuries. However, drawing from his years of experience, he was certain that the demon would return. The timing of its return, however, remained uncertain. Soon, the night passed without incident, and Lin Yu awoke from his slumber. Although the makeshift accommodations were not as comfortable as his home, they were still preferable to the previous night's rest within the secret realm.
Exiting the tent,
he found Li Ming appearing somewhat drowsy.
"Brother Li, why don't you go inside and catch a bit of sleep?
I will prepare breakfast and call you when it's ready."
"All right." Li Ming, upon hearing Lin Yu's suggestion, did not hesitate to comply. Rising immediately to return to his own tent, he lay down and fell asleep within a minute. Seeing his companion asleep,
Lin Yu retrieved his toiletries from the 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night and began to freshen up.
Subsequently,
he took out the blood moon violent bear meat that remained uneaten from the previous night. Due to the lack of airflow within the 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night, the meat had not developed any unpleasant odor. Next, Lin Yu extracted the scarlet serpent's fang from his system space and began to carve the meat from the blood moon violent bear.
In no time,
he had cut a piece of bear meat the size of a basin. He skewered the meat with 2 sticks and placed it over the fire,
soon observing a layer of grease forming on its surface. Sizzle!
A drop of oil dripped onto the fire, producing a hissing sound.
At that moment,
Lin Yu sprinkled a dish of pepper over the meat, and the aroma of the seasoning mingled with the natural scent of the bear meat, creating an irresistible allure.
"How fragrant!
Just looking at it makes my mouth water." Luckily, that glutton isn't here, otherwise, he would surely try to steal it from me.
Lin Yu muttered to himself as he tended to the meat. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the grass,
causing Lin Yu's expression to shift dramatically as he instinctively began to rouse Li Ming. However, before he could rise, a shadow leaped forth.
Upon closer inspection,
Lin Yu realized it was a rabbit, but not just any ordinary rabbit. This one bore intricate patterns and possessed 3 eyes. System, swiftly check the origins of this rabbit. Lin Yu urgently called out to the system in his mind.
Responding to Lin Yu's inquiry, the system promptly began its search. In a matter of moments, it provided the information. Ding!
3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit, strength, bronze 5 stars, disposition, relatively gentle, enjoys being adorable, has a fondness for eating. Just as Lin Yu absorbed the system's introduction, the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit blinked its 3 lively eyes at him. The rabbit then glanced at the bare meat sizzling over the fire, and in the next instant, its 3 eyes gleamed in unison.
To Lin Yu's astonishment,
the 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit began to bound towards the roasted meat, covering the distance of over 10 meters in just a few leaps.
Goo goo, goo goo.
Approaching the barbecue, gazing at the fiercely blazing flames, it came to an abrupt halt, then turned to Lin Yu and called out.
Witnessing this scene,
Lin Yu couldn't help but be amused by the little creature before him. It was evidently a gluttonous rabbit.
Little one, do you wish to eat?
As soon as the words left his lips, the 3-eyed spirit rabbit nodded in response.
Observing this,
Lin Yu had no choice but to slice off a piece of meat the size of his palm and toss it in front of it. The 3-eyed spirit rabbit immediately prepared to pick it up with its tiny paws, but the moment its paws made contact with the meat, it jumped back,
startled by the heat. Subsequently, it began to blow on the meat with its small mouth.
Lin Yu, quietly watching this spectacle, erupted into hearty laughter at its antics.
Lin Yu,
the 3-eyed spirit rabbit, seemingly aware that it was the subject of his amusement, bared its teeth at him in displeasure.
Ga ga! It protested.
Lin Yu, seeing that it dared to make faces at him, swiftly seized it up.
Well, you little rascal, I provide you with food, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to show me your teeth?
With that, he gently flicked its head. The rabbit, sensing the slight pain, began to rub its head with its short little paws. However, its paws were too short to reach, rendering the scene quite comical, and Lin Yu was once again amused. He promptly picked up the piece of meat from the ground and offered it to the 3-eyed spirit rabbit. By this time, the meat had cooled enough to handle, and the little creature cautiously touched it with its tiny paw. Finding it no longer scalding, it seized the meat with determination. It then began to stuff it into its mouth, and upon tasting the first bite, its 3 eyes widened in astonishment. Forgetting its previous apprehension towards Lin Yu, it voraciously devoured the meat. Noticing this, Lin Yu gently set it down, preparing to awaken Li Ming. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he saw the 3-eyed spirit rabbit blinking its 3 eyes at him. The piece of meat it had held was now entirely gone.
Little one, you truly have an insatiable appetite. Fine, let me cut you another piece, Lin Yu mused, recognizing its desire for more.
He sliced off another piece, slightly larger than the last, and tossed it to the rabbit. Wait a moment to eat, don't get burned again, he advised, not caring whether it understood him.
He then walked directly to Li Ming's tent, ready to rouse him.
Li Go, rise and shine, breakfast is ready.
Okay. Li Ming responded softly upon hearing Lin Yu's voice.
Slowly, he opened his eyes, and as he sat up and looked outside, he was greeted by the sight of a pure white rabbit with 3 eyes on its forehead.
The 3-eyed spirit rabbit,
he exclaimed excitedly. It was no wonder he was so thrilled. Had it been anyone else familiar with the 3-eyed spirit rabbit, they would undoubtedly have shared his exuberance. The 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit is an exceedingly rare beast, and in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, as well as throughout the entirety of Dragon Country, it proves exceptionally challenging for the affluent elite to acquire one, given its extraordinary scarcity. Without hesitation, Li Ming sprinted out, disregarding whether he wore shoes, and lunged directly towards the elusive 3-eyed spirit pattern rabbit. Just as he was about to grasp it, the creature swiftly leapt aside to evade capture.
By heavens!
This little creature thinks it can escape. Lin, my brother, quickly assist me in catching it, Li Ming exclaimed to the somewhat bewildered Lin Yu.
Although Lin Yu was puzzled by Li Ming's sudden aggression towards the small creature, he nonetheless responded, "Come here, little one, do you still wish to savor meat?"
Upon seeing the piece of meat in Lin Yu's hand, the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit halted in its tracks.
Sensing no malice from Lin Yu,
it chose to place its trust in him and hopped over to his feet, persistently tugging at the hem of his trousers with its tiny paws.
Observing this,
Lin Yu scooped it up and, in a generous gesture, offered it a morsel of meat. Chapter 77, Taming the Three-Eyed Spirit Rabbit. At this moment, Li Ming approached slowly. Observing the little creature nestled comfortably in Lin Yu's embrace, his curiosity piqued.
"Brother Lin, how did you manage to attract this little fellow?"
Don't tell me it was merely due to this piece of bare meat. Indeed, it was the enticing aroma of the meat that drew this little one to me. Lin Yu replied, gesturing towards the distant thicket where the rabbit had emerged. Upon hearing this, Li Ming quickly understood. He had initially thought the three-eyed spirit rabbit had stumbled into their camp by sheer chance. However, it became clear that it had been lured by Lin Yu, which implied that he himself would not be the one to forge a bond with the rare creature. Yet, he felt no dismay. For the three-eyed spirit rabbit was a treasure meant for those truly destined to possess it. "Brother Lin, do take good care of this little one," Li Ming advised.
"Ha?"
Lin Yu responded, puzzled by Li Ming's words.
Did that mean he was expected to raise it?
While he found the creature quite endearing, he had never entertained the thought of nurturing a mystical beast.
Noticing Lin Yu's confusion,
Li Ming surmised that he might not be well versed in the nature of the three-eyed spirit rabbit and promptly clarified, "Brother Lin, do not play coy. Countless affluent individuals across the globe yearn to own a creature like this, yet they lack the means to acquire one."
Is it truly that rare? Rare is an understatement.
Among a million rabbit-like spirit beasts, the chance of encountering a three-eyed spirit rabbit is exceedingly slim.
Lin Yu gasped in astonishment,
realizing that the little creature he held was far more exceptional than he had initially assumed. He had thought it merely a gluttonous, ordinary beast. But it turned out to be a coveted rarity, one that the wealthy would go to great lengths to obtain.
"Seems like luck is on your side," Li Ming teased.
"Really? However, I'm still uncertain if this little one wishes to accompany me," Lin Yu replied, scratching his head in slight embarrassment.
Indeed, he had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. No.
He seemed to be the protagonist of this tale.
Surely, he could attract such a creature to follow him. "Little one, do you wish to come with me? I assure you, there will be meat like this every day,"
Lin Yu said, looking at the three-eyed spirit rabbit that was still munching away, while pointing at the piece of meat in its paws. Upon hearing Lin Yu's promise of daily feasts, the three-eyed spirit rabbit eagerly nodded its head.
Seeing this,
Lin Yu knew he had successfully tamed it.
"Ha ha! Congratulations, Brother Lin, on taming a three-eyed spirit rabbit,"
Li Ming exclaimed with a grin,
realizing the creature was prepared to follow Lin Yu. Just then, the system's voice echoed in the air. Ding!
The host has successfully tamed the three-eyed spirit rabbit. The system rewards you with a contract agreement.
Startled by the sudden announcement,
Lin Yu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Amidst the laughter, Li Ming glanced at Lin Yu, perplexed by his inexplicable joy.
Was it truly such a cause for elation to have acquired a three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit? However, Lin Yu paid him no heed,
instead delving into inquiries within his mind regarding the system.
What purpose does this contract agreement serve? Ding! The contract agreement, as its name suggests, allows the host to forge a pact with a beast. Once the host has entered into this agreement with the beast, the latter shall remain eternally loyal to the host.
Please note, this contract can only be established between the host and a beast that has already been tamed. So, does this mean that at present,
this contract can only be signed between myself and the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit? Ding! Indeed. Currently the contract can only be executed between the host and the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit.
Although Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the system's response,
he found it to be acceptable. How does one utilize this contract agreement? Ding! The contract is completed simply by having the host and the beast each drop a drop of their blood upon it.
Furthermore, should the host wish to dissolve the contract, they need only retract their blood.
Ah, I see. Lin Yu swiftly comprehended the application of the contract. However,
He could not use this agreement in front of Li Ming at that moment.
Lin, what are you daydreaming about?
Li Ming called out, noticing Lin Yu lost in thought. At this, Lin Yu snapped back to reality and hastily replied, "Oh, nothing much, just contemplating whether I should prepare some carrots for this little fellow." The three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit is a beast, not just an animal. Its favorite food is still meat, though a bit of vegetables wouldn't hurt, Li Ming explained.
Oh, understood.
Lin Yu nodded. By the way, Li Gu, I saved you a piece of roasted meat, you should try it.
With that,
Lin Yu handed the remaining piece of meat to Li Ming, who eagerly accepted and began to devour it.
Delicious. No wonder this little creature sought you out. The flavor is truly delightful. Enjoy it. If it's not enough, I'll roast more. After a while, the two tidied up their belongings and set off once more.
Now accompanied by a new companion. The three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit was perched on Lin Yu's shoulder, gripping his clothing tightly with its tiny paws, fearful of falling.
Initially,
Lin Yu intended to cradle it in his arms, but it stubbornly climbed atop his head. Consequently, as Lin Yu's head swayed, the rabbit tumbled down.
Reluctantly,
Lin Yu placed it back on his shoulder.
Li Good, do you think we will reach the Wind mountain range today?
Lin Yu queried,
curiosity evident in his voice as he walked behind.
Li Ming shook his head in response. I initially planned to follow the markers to the village. Then let them guide us to the Wind mountain range. However, it seems they are less than welcoming and have tampered with the markers.
For now, we can only proceed according to their altered signs.
I just hope these markers lead us to the Wind mountain range. If not, we may find ourselves wandering aimlessly.
Must we not hone our skills here? Is it absolutely necessary to venture to the Wind mountains? The abundance of monsters here is sparse.
And without the oppressive presence of the Wind mountains, most creatures are merely of the silver rank. Given your current prowess, it would be akin to seeking torment.
Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Yu promptly comprehended the situation and ceased to speak, silently trailing behind Li Ming.
He had no intention of revealing his capability to eliminate silver-ranked beasts, as it pertained to the Lihua Pearl. Although the power of the Lihua Pearl would allow Lin Yu to contend effortlessly with silver-ranked beasts of the 8th and 9th stars, such a resource would be of little utility. It would be imprudent to resort to the Lihua Pearl in every confrontation. Should it fall into the hands of someone with ill intent, it could lead to dire consequences. One must exercise caution, adopting a methodical approach to development. The Lihua Pearl ought to remain a hidden ace up one's sleeve. While Lin Yu was lost in thought, Li Ming, who was ahead, suddenly came to a halt.
Li Gu, what is the matter?
Shu, listen.
Listen to what?
Lin Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed.
There is the sound of a baby crying.
What?
Shu, lower your voice.
Li Ming quickly gestured for Lin Yu to keep quiet.
Observing this, Lin Yu promptly fell silent and, following Li Ming's lead,
moved toward the source of the sound.
Chapter 78, Slaying the Shadowed Mountain Demon. Where could such an infant's cry possibly be coming from in this desolate wilderness?
Li Gu inquired. I am uncertain, but I surmise it is merely a ruse crafted by some beast, not the wail of an actual child. Li Ming articulated his thoughts directly, and Lin Yu beside him nodded in agreement. The two then proceeded toward the source of the sound.
Before long,
they found themselves drawing nearer to the noise, but when Lin Yu discerned what it was, he was struck dumb with astonishment.
It was indeed the Shadowed Mountain Demon.
The very creature whose arm he had severed the previous night.
Li Gu, it's the one I encountered last night. Lin Yu exclaimed. Shadowed Mountain Demon.
Li Ming finally recognized the creature's form, involuntarily exclaiming. The instant his words fell, the demon sensed their presence and, upon spotting Lin Yu, bolted away.
After it,
Li Ming shouted, immediately giving chase. Observing this, Lin Yu instructed the three-eyed spirit rabbit perched on his shoulder, Xiao Bai, retreat into the bag.
Upon hearing this, the three-eyed spirit rabbit turned and swiftly dove into the backpack.
Lin Yu then activated the phantom step, moving with remarkable speed, quickly catching up to Li Ming. And together they surged after the Shadowed Mountain Demon. Realizing that the humans were gaining on it, the Shadowed Mountain Demon hastened its pace.
In response,
Lin Yu retrieved several healing pills from his system space. He swallowed multiple pills at once, and as they settled in his stomach, his dwindling spiritual energy was instantly replenished. He continued to employ the phantom step, relentlessly pursuing the demon. Meanwhile, Li Ming, witnessing the duo nearly vanishing from sight, found himself momentarily bewildered. As a distinguished platinum-level expert, it was rather embarrassing to be outpaced by two mere bronze-tier individuals. Should this become known, he would surely suffer a severe loss of face. Thus, he too quickened his pace, fervently chasing after them. Half an hour later, Lin Yu was merely 10 meters away from the shadowed mountain demon when he noticed its speed had unexpectedly decreased, leaving him perplexed. However, upon observing the path ahead, his composure faltered. Before him loomed a cliff. If they did not halt, they would undoubtedly plummet. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu slowed his steps. At that moment, Li Ming, panting heavily, caught up. Seeing Lin Yu suddenly decelerate filled him with confusion. Li Gu, stop. There's a cliff ahead. What? Li Ming gasped, quickly regaining his wits, and also began to slow down. Soon, the two halted 20 meters from the precipice, gazing at the trapped shadowed mountain demon, a triumphant smile creeping upon their lips. Lin Yu quipped, "Ha ha ha, why not flee now?" Beep. Shadowed mountain demon emotional value 10, beep. Shadowed mountain demon emotional value 10. With Lin Yu's words, the system's notifications began to chime incessantly. The spectral mountain demon gazed at the approaching duo, instinctively retreating towards the precipice. With no path left to escape, a wave of panic surged within it. It had no desire to meet its demise. Yet, as the two drew ever closer, a choice had to be made: leap into the abyss or face the lethal hands of the humans before it. In that moment of desperation, the demon resolved to turn and leap, but just then, an icicle pierced through its form. It stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in its chest before collapsing heavily to the ground. Exchanging relieved glances, the two individuals smiled faintly. They had successfully dealt with a significant nuisance, one that had previously instilled fear of retribution in the shadows. Now, with that threat quelled, they could finally rest soundly that night. Just as Lin Yu prepared to turn away, he was called to halt by Li Ming. "Brother Lin, we have arrived at the Wind Mountains." "What?" Lin Yu spun around, following Li Ming's gaze towards the horizon, where below the cliff lay a lush forest. However, in comparison to the greenery above, the trees below appeared sparse. In the distance, a beast was seen preying on its quarry. "Brother Li, shall we descend now?" Lin Yu inquired, confusion etched on his face. Li Ming hesitated, acutely aware that entering the Wind Mountains would confine him to the realm of Bronze 9 stars. Yet, having come this far, it seemed a pity not to explore further. "Indeed, let us proceed. Since it is still early, we should locate a suitable place to establish a camp." With newfound determination, Li Ming nodded. At this, Lin Yu swiftly retrieved a rope from the 24 bridges under the bright moon, grateful for his prior preparations. The two soon found a sturdy tree to secure the rope, testing its strength before tossing the remaining length down. "Brother Lin, I shall descend first. If any trouble arises, I can handle it," Li Ming stated to Lin Yu. Lin Yu had no objections. After all, no one knew what awaited them below, and having Li Ming, a platinum-level warrior, lead the way was undoubtedly advantageous. Without further ado, they began their descent down the rope. At that moment, the adorable three-eyed spirit rabbit stealthily unzipped its pouch and peeked out. Realizing it was suspended in mid-air, it quickly retreated, tightening the zipper in fear of an accidental fall. Yet, Lin Yu was keenly aware of its every movement and found its timid demeanor quite amusing. Having previously forged a contract with the three-eyed spirit rabbit, he understood its thoughts intimately. "Little White, do not fidget. Be careful not to tumble down and turn into a pancake, for I shall not be responsible for you then," Lin Yu cautioned. Upon hearing his words, the three-eyed spirit rabbit curled itself tightly within the backpack, remaining utterly still. Seeing it cease its movements, Lin Yu turned his focus back to their descent. Just then, a flying beast in the sky seemed to have spotted the duo, emitting a cry as it swooped down towards them. "Ice Dragon Dive!" With a thunderous roar from Li Ming, an ice spear was launched directly towards the monstrous beast. A piercing cry echoed briefly before the flying creature plummeted downwards. Whether it met its demise remained uncertain. Lin, we must hasten our descent, more beasts may approach at any moment, Li Ming called out to Lin Yu above.
Understood.
Lin Yu replied with enthusiasm. Subsequently, their descent quickened, and within a few minutes, they finally reached the base of the cliff safely.
After securing the rope, they made their way into the woods.
Shortly after their departure, a towering 2-meter-tall nethereye mountain ape arrived at the corpse of the one-armed beast.
Observing the lifeless form, the imposing creature let out a furious roar.
With a gaze filled with wrath, it then turned its attention towards the direction Lin Yu and his companion had vanished, before leaping off the cliff in pursuit.
Chapter 79, Shall we seek assistance?
The two had been walking for an indeterminate duration when, unexpectedly, a blood-eyed tiger emerged before them. Brother Lin, this blood-eyed tiger is yours to handle, Li Ming remarked to Lin Yu, who stood beside him.
Certainly, no problem.
A bronze-level 8-star blood-eyed tiger is just the challenge I need, Lin Yu replied, as a sphere of fire began to coalesce in his palm,
which he subsequently hurled towards the approaching beast.
With a thunderous boom, the fireball struck the tiger squarely on its forehead. Since Lin Yu had no intention of slaying the creature, the attack merely inflicted harm without endangering its life.
After all, preserving it for emotional value was far more crucial than its demise.
Moments later, the system chimes resonated, ding. Blood-eyed tiger emotional value 10, ding. Blood-eyed tiger emotional value 10, ding. Blood-eyed tiger emotional value 10, due to the limited intelligence of bronze-tier beasts, they could only yield a maximum of 10 points per encounter. However, Lin Yu was unfazed, although the increments were modest, their abundance compensated for it. Given the plethora of beasts in the Inwind Mountains, he could amass considerable emotional value each day.
Just moments ago,
he had extracted over 5,000 points from the blood-eyed tiger alone.
Are you not going to kill it? Li Ming inquired, intrigued by Lin Yu's decision to merely injure rather than slay. Why would I?
We bear no grudge against one another.
Besides, I am here for training.
Not for slaughter, Lin Yu replied. Li Ming found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter that assertion.
It was unreasonable to claim that humans and beasts were eternal adversaries destined for annihilation. What would be the difference between that and the actions of a demon? Furthermore,
there were beasts worthy of companionship, such as the three-eyed spirit-patterned rabbit, which Lin Yu had already taken under his wing.
Rest assured, I am not overly sentimental.
I merely find it uninteresting to slaughter bronze-level creatures. If I must kill, let it be silver-level ones. Lin Yu, however, refrained from disclosing his true intentions. Having discovered a method to harvest emotional value from beasts, he intended to exploit this resource judiciously. It was imperative to avoid outright slaughter, rather. He would gradually cultivate emotional value. This place functioned as a veritable factory for emotional points. If each beast could yield 5,000 emotional points daily, then by incapacitating around 20 creatures, he could amass over 100,000 points each day. In 3 months, that would amount to an astonishing 10 million points. To annihilate them all would be folly, where else would he find such lucrative beasts? Lin Yu was astute enough to recognize the dual benefits of his approach.
Upon hearing Lin Yu's reasoning, Li Ming's earlier apprehensions dissipated.
Initially, he had questioned whether Lin Yu was overly compassionate, reluctant to end the life of the beast. Now, it seemed he had misjudged him. Nevertheless, slaying silver-level creatures was no trivial feat, and he eagerly anticipated the surprises Lin Yu might unveil.
Come on, brotherly.
Let us seek out other beasts, Lin Yu suggested, turning to Li Ming. Li Ming nodded in agreement, and the two continued their journey onward. The blood-eyed tiger, left in a state of bewilderment, stood motionless, initially believing it was on the brink of death. To its surprise, however, the two humans chose to spare its life. As Lin Yu and his companions gradually receded into the distance, the tiger trembled, rising unsteadily before limping back towards its den. After their departure, a spectral-eyed mountain demon slowly descended from the trees. It regarded the retreating figures with a gaze filled with resentment, opting not to strike immediately. For close combat was not its forte. Its expertise lay in luring prey into a dreamlike trance, slowly feasting upon their very essence. Thus, it bided its time, waiting for Lin Yu and his companion to succumb to slumber before making its move. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Shadow Wind Mountains, 3 figures were desperately fleeing, pursued by a fearsome beast.
Brother, think of something quickly, urged a young girl to the boy beside her. The boy, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. I told you before. Little sister, this place is far too perilous, but you wouldn't listen. Look at the predicament we're in now. Now is not the time for your bickering, Xiaoshui. We must find a way to evade that raging giant rhinoceros. Interjected another girl, observing the siblings squabbling in their moment of crisis with exasperation. Exactly, big brother. You are the strongest among us, you must intercept that ferocious beast. Morong Shui glared at Morong Yunhai. Upon hearing his sister's demand to confront the beast, Morong Yunhai's expression darkened. Do you truly believe I can halt it? Although the raging giant rhinoceros is merely at the 9th star of the bronze realm, its strength is undoubtedly equivalent to that of a silver-tier beast. How could a mere bronze 8th star like me stand a chance? He shot a glance of disdain at Morong Shui. Beside them, Sikong Yanan watched the two argue, her forehead creasing with frustration. Enough! She exclaimed, her voice brimming with authority. Are you two done? Focus on devising a way to shake off that creature behind us. At the sound of Sikong Yanan's anger, Morong Yunhai and Morong Shui promptly fell silent, realizing the gravity of their situation. Shall we seek assistance? Morong Shui suggested after a moment of contemplation, only to be met with incredulous glances from Sikong Yanan and Morong Yunhai. Realizing the futility of her suggestion, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Reluctant to meet their eyes. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind them, causing the ground to tremble. The trio's expressions shifted dramatically. Quickly! Xiaoshui, you and Yanan run. I'll hold it off. Morong Yunhai shouted to his sister and Sikong Yanan. Brother, you are no match for it. Morong Shui exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry about me. You may go ahead. I will find a way to join you after I have dealt with this. Morong Yunhai seemed resolute, his pace gradually slowing. He had promised his parents that he would never allow his sister to come to harm. Morong Shui, witnessing her brother's determination to stay behind, could not help but let tears fall from her eyes. Brother, rest assured, I will find someone to rescue you. Morong Shui cried, her steps quickening significantly. Meanwhile, a series of water jets shot into the air, attempting to attract attention. On the other side, Lin Yu and Li Ming were aimlessly searching for the monstrous beasts. At that moment, a small white creature, the three-eyed spiritual pattern rabbit, suddenly unzipped the backpack and emerged. With a gentle leap, it landed on Lin Yu's shoulder. Just as Lin Yu was about to scoop it up for a few affectionate strokes, the little rabbit began pointing insistently in another direction. Chirp! What? You say something is approaching from that way? Chirp, chirp. The rabbit nodded vigorously. Lin Yu and Li Ming exchanged glances and promptly moved toward the direction indicated by the rabbit. Chapter 80, Encounter. As Morong Yunhai witnessed Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan fleeing a considerable distance, he promptly resolved to escape in an alternate direction. His intention was to divert the ferocious giant rhinoceros, yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps the delectable essence of the two women, the beast did not pursue him. Instead, it barreled directly toward Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan. Damn it! Having run a great distance, Morong Yunhai found the creature neglecting him in favor of his sister. And he could not help but curse vehemently. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to change direction and chase after the two women. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Li Ming spotted the two women rushing toward them from afar, momentarily taken aback by the sight. Brother Li, where did these young ladies come from in this desolate wilderness? Could they be transformed beasts? I have no idea. Logically speaking, while not many are aware of Wing Mountain, there are still some who would come. Brother Li, could they be the villagers you mentioned before? Impossible. I've seen the attire of those villagers, it is definitely not like this. Li Ming shook his head, dismissing Lin Yu's speculation. As the two conversed, Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan caught sight of them, and their faces lit up with joy. Morong Shui immediately shouted toward Lin Yu and Li Ming, "Help! Please save us!" Brother Li, should we assist them? Lin Yu hesitated, glancing at Li Ming, who had relatively more experience in such matters. Let's go and assess the situation first. All right. With that, the two men sprinted toward Morong Shui and Sikong Yanin. Upon seeing their approach, the two women exhaled in relief, grateful that these individuals were not the type to turn a blind eye to their plight. In a short while, Lin Yu and Li Ming halted, standing about 10 meters apart from Morong Shui and Sikong Yanin. "Who are you? How did you come here?" Li Ming was the first to inquire. In response, Morong Shui poured out her story, with Sikong Yanin unable to intervene. "We hail from the Demon City. My name is Morong Shui, and this is Sikong Yanin. We came here for training but encountered a ferocious giant rhinoceros of the bronze 9 stars and had to flee. Oh, and please help my brother. He went to confront the beast alone to buy us time." Upon hearing Morong Shui's words, Li Ming fell into deep thought. Noting that both of them possessed only bronze 7 stars of strength and were from the Demon City, which led him to a realization. "Are you from the Morong and Sikong families? You know the Morong family? So, you are also from the Demon City?" Morong Shui's eyes sparkled at his acknowledgement of her lineage, astonished that he was aware of the Morong family. However, Li Ming did not respond to her inquiry and continued to question, "What is your relation to Morong Tian?" At this, both women were taken aback. And Morong Shui cautiously replied, "You know my father? You are Morong Tian's daughter?" Li Ming scrutinized Morong Shui from head to toe. At that moment, Sikong Yanin abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two. "Sir, since you are acquainted with Uncle Morong, I implore you to save Morong Yunhai, he is Uncle Morong's son." Upon her interruption, Li Ming did not express anger but instead turned his gaze toward the direction from which they had come, calmly stating, "He has arrived." The two women were momentarily bewildered by his words. What had come? Could it be that ferocious giant rhinoceros? If so, that would imply danger for Morong Yunhai. Just as the two women turned around, they saw Morong Yunhai rushing towards them, breathless. "Sister, hurry and flee." Seeing the two women standing still, he mistakenly thought they were waiting for him and shouted urgently. Upon recognizing Morong Yunhai's voice, the two women exhaled in relief, having feared for his safety. "All right. You two stand behind me," Li Ming called out to the somewhat dazed women. "Ah. Oh, okay." Morong Shui was the first to regain her composure and promptly pulled Sikong Yanin behind Li Ming. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly spoke, "Li Gu, leave this to me." "All right, I will support you, you can proceed with confidence," Li Ming nodded. After all, he had come to accompany Lin Yu on this venture. So a mere bronze 9-star beast was not worth his direct intervention. Observing this, Morong Shui kindly reminded that ferocious giant rhinoceros, although only at the bronze rank, possesses the strength of a solid silver rank. Upon hearing Morong Shui's words, Li Ming immediately considered instructing Lin Yu to withdraw, but Lin Yu spoke first. "Ha! That works perfectly." Understanding that Lin Yu's decision was unlikely to change, Li Ming could only sigh in resignation, though he remained prepared to assist Lin Yu if necessary. Before long, Morong Yunhai arrived before them, looking at his sister Morong Shui and Sikong Yanin, somewhat puzzled. "Sister, what is going on? Brother, come here quickly." Morong Shui waved him over urgently. Seeing this, Morong Yunhai approached, still unaware of the identities of the two men before him. However, their imposing presence suggested they were not to be trifled with, and sensing no hostility, he bravely stepped past Li Ming to stand beside Morong Shui. "Shui? Who are these two?" "I don't know, but they seem to know Dad." Morong Yunhai was taken aback, realizing that they referred to his father by name. "So you conclude they know Dad just because of that?" He looked at Morong Shui with exasperation. His younger sister was simply too naive. Sikong Yanin, however, paid no heed to the siblings' conversation, instead observing the two men in front of her. Although she sensed that Li Ming was at the bronze 9-star level, her intuition indicated that his true strength far exceeded that rank. Similarly, she regarded Lin Yu, who, while at the same bronze 7-star rank as herself, emanated an aura of power that was unmistakable. Yet the aura emanating from him suggested that even if the might of the 9 bronze stars were to descend, they would scarcely endure 10 rounds against him. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and a colossal gray rhinoceros, towering over 4 meters, charged swiftly in their direction. Each of its thunderous strides stirred up clouds of dust from the earth. Morong Yunhai and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats as the rampaging behemoth drew nearer. They braced themselves to flee, should Lin Yu falter.
they would make a hasty retreat. As the monstrous rhinoceros approached, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He promptly retrieved the destruction gun from his system space,
standing resolutely with a weapon in hand.
This sight left Morong Shui, the infatuated girl, momentarily entranced.
Li Gu, Xiaobai, I would appreciate your assistance, Lin Yu called,
turning to remove the backpack from his back and tossing it to Li Ming. Without hesitation, Li Ming caught the bag with both hands, while Xiaobai, feeling inexplicably dizzy from within, hastily unzipped the bag and emerged.
Chapter 81, Taking Action Against the Three-Eyed Spirit Rabbit.
As soon as Xiaobai emerged, Morong Shui gasped in surprise. She instinctively moved to reach out, but was quickly halted by Morong Yunhai at her side.
Xiao Xue.
Morong Shui replied with a playful pout, Xiao Xue.
We do not yet know whether the other party is friend or foe, how can you act so recklessly?
Si Kong Yanan admonished sternly.
Feeling a bit embarrassed,
Morong Shui nevertheless remained transfixed on the three-eyed spirit rabbit cradled in Li Ming's arms.
Meanwhile, both Morong Yunhai and Si Kong Yanan watched Lin Yu intently. Could this youth, seemingly of their age, truly fend off the rampaging giant rhinoceros?
As the colossal beast drew closer, Lin Yu swiftly conjured a fireball and hurled it towards the creature.
Unsurprisingly, the fireball was easily deflected by the raging giant rhinoceros. Undeterred, Lin Yu concentrated and formed an even larger fireball,
infusing it with a trace of South Ming flame from the Li Fire Pearl. Sensing the impending threat, the rampaging giant rhinoceros halted abruptly,
its gaze fixed on the approaching fireball. With a thunderous roar, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, effectively blocking Lin Yu's attack.
Realizing his assault had been thwarted,
Lin Yu bellowed, "Falling sun!"
Instantly, flames enveloped him, coalescing into numerous small fireballs.
To the astonishment of the onlookers, these fireballs rapidly expanded, soon reaching the size of basketballs. Go!
With a commanding shout, Lin Yu sent the fireballs soaring, resembling a meteor shower as they descended upon the rampaging giant rhinoceros. The beast, unaccustomed to such an onslaught,
desperately dodged the barrage.
However, the sheer number of fireballs proved overwhelming, and it was ultimately struck by dozens of them.
Despite its thick hide, the creature could not withstand the searing heat, and soon it collapsed, gasping for breath. Just as Lin Yu prepared to deliver a final blow,
the giant rhinoceros's eyes turned blood red, plunging it into a frenzied state. This was the very nature of the rampaging giant rhinoceros. Upon sustaining fatal injuries, it would enter a state of rage, during which all sensations of pain would vanish.
Lin, run! Li Ming shouted urgently, suddenly recalling the creature's berserk condition and oversight on his part.
Hearing Li Ming's call, Lin Yu immediately activated his phantom step, evading the giant rhinoceros's lethal range. With Lin Yu's disappearance, the rampaging beast shifted its focus to Li Ming and the others. Letting out a furious roar, it charged towards them. Just as Li Ming prepared to retaliate, a voice resonated through the air, "Beast,
prepare to meet your end." The group turned to see Lin Yu,
wielding a massive cannon, more precisely, an electromagnetic cannon, the A-grade weapon he had previously constructed, the electromagnetic pulse cannon.
As Lin Yu pressed a button,
a beam of blue light shot forth from the cannon, piercing through the head of the raging giant rhinoceros before it could even react.
It was undeniably dead.
Morong Yunhai and Si Kong Yanan swallowed hard, their vigilance heightened. The fact that their adversary had access to such weaponry indicated that they were either affiliated with the military or akin to mercenaries. This realization instilled in them a sense of having narrowly escaped from one peril only to plunge into another.
Yanan, who exactly are they? How could they possess such weaponry? And where did he just produce it from? Morong Yunhai inquired quietly to Si Kong Yanan beside him.
In response, Si Kong Yanan helplessly shrugged her shoulders, admitting her own ignorance. "I don't know either, but it seems that person is acquainted with your father." As she spoke, she pointed at Li Ming,
who was engrossed in watching a three-eyed spirit rabbit. Upon hearing this, Morong Yunhai was momentarily taken aback. If he was indeed acquainted with his father,
then he must hold a status comparable to that of his father.
It was possible that he was an official.
Yet Morong Yunhai realized he didn't recognize him at all. This thought only deepened his confusion.
Meanwhile, after Lin Yu dispatched the raging giant rhinoceros with a single shot,
he immediately activated his phantom step, appearing above its head, while the electromagnetic pulse cannon was stored away in his system space. Lin Yu then retrieved the destruction gun and gently pried open the creature's skull to extract its beast core.
You dare to be ferocious before me?
I shall not let you live, he scoffed at the beast core in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen giant rhinoceros beneath him.
Subsequently, he utilized 24 bridges on a moonlit night to absorb the creature.
Having completed these tasks, Lin Yu swaggered over to Li Ming and the others.
Brother Li, I have not disgraced my duty, ha. Young brother Lin, was that also from your teacher?
Li Ming began to ask before realizing there were others present, quickly altering his words.
Lin Yu discerned the implication in his statement and nodded, yes. My teacher left behind some life-preserving items within 24 bridges on a moonlit night.
Since Lu Hongbo was not present, Lin Yu decided to attribute all unreasonable matters to him. After all, it was not surprising for someone as remarkable as Lu Hongbo to possess such peculiar items.
Li Ming, upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, soon felt reassured. Previously,
he had been puzzled about where Lin Yu had obtained these items. After conversing for a moment, they turned their attention to Morong Yunhai and the others,
who appeared tense and somewhat perplexed.
Li Ming then spoke up. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Li Ming, and this is Lin Yu.
Hello, I am Morong Yunhai.
Thank you for your assistance, Morong Yunhai said with a smile, introducing himself.
Ha ha. No need for thanks.
It was a mere trifling effort, Li Ming replied with a chuckle. Observing the friendliness of the two, Morong Yunhai gathered his courage to ask, by the way,
who are you, and what brings you here?
Oh, I accompanied Brother Lin on this excursion, and the little fellow sensed something unusual here, which led us to this place. Li Ming remarked, gesturing towards the small creature nestled in his arms.
Is this the three-eyed spirit pattern rabbit? Indeed. How did you manage to capture it? Interestingly enough,
this little one was lured by the roasted meat prepared by Brother Lin, and thereafter it simply refused to leave, Li Ming chuckled, before returning the rabbit to Lin Yu. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu hastily accepted the creature and promptly placed it upon his shoulder. At that moment, Mu Rongxue, who had been eyeing the rabbit with envy, hurried over to Lin Yu, gazing at him with a pitiful expression.
May I hold it for a moment? Absolutely not.
Lin Yu swiftly declined without hesitation.
Ding.
Mu Rongshue's emotional value 1000, ding.
Mu Rongshue's emotional value 1000.
Merely Lin Yu's refusal of her request resulted in a staggering increase in her emotional value to 50,000 points.
This left Lin Yu utterly bewildered. Was this an emotion-generating machine? Then could I at least pet it? Just for a moment. Observing Lin Yu's rejection,
Mu Rongxue immediately resorted to a display of charm. Chapter 82, something following behind. Upon hearing the sultry voice, Lin Yu and the others could hardly endure it. In an effort to silence Morong Shui, Li Ming took the initiative to step forward and persuade, Lin, why not let her hold it? I truly cannot bear it any longer. Simultaneously, Morong Yunhai and Sikong Yanan nodded in agreement, signaling Lin Yu to acquiesce to Morong Shui's request, as they too found her tone rather unbearable. Reluctantly, Lin Yu handed over the little white creature to Morong Shui. Reassured by the bond he had established through a contractual agreement, certain that no one could take it from him.
Little white,
be good and let this young lady embrace you, Lin Yu instructed, before placing the creature into Morong Shui's hands. The moment she received Little White, she immediately enveloped it in a warm embrace. Observing this, Morong Yunhai helplessly rubbed his forehead and explained to Lin Yu, I sincerely apologize, my sister simply has this nature. She adores these small magical beasts and has many at home. Unfortunately, she has yet to find a three-eyed spirit rabbit. Upon seeing Lin S, she couldn't help herself. I hope you can understand. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, it's quite alright. It's perfectly normal for a young lady to be fond of such adorable magical creatures, my sister shares her enthusiasm. As he spoke, Lin Yu couldn't help but think of Tang Xinyan, wondering if she had given him a thought. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Xinyan had merely thought of him briefly the previous night before returning to her binge-watching, hardly considering him at all. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Morong Yunhai felt an immediate connection, instinctively lowering his guard. However, Sikong Yanan remained cautious, as neither of the two had yet revealed their true identities. In contrast, Due to Morong Shue's openness, everything about her was already disclosed. Noticing her vigilance, Li Ming spoke up, "Miss Sikong, please don't be alarmed, we are not villains. I hail from the Magic City and serve as a dragon guardian, while Lin here is a high school student from Jiang City."
Really? Sikong Yanan regarded them with skepticism.
In response, Li Ming produced the dragon guardian identification that Zhang Tailin had arranged for him. Lin Yu then presented his student ID from Jiang City High School to the two of them. Upon examining the documents, Sikong Yanan and Morong Yunhai confirmed their authenticity, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the Dragon Guardians held more trust in the public eye than the police. Each Dragon Guardian undergoes a rigorous selection process, and only the most qualified individuals are admitted. You may distrust anyone, but never the Dragon Guardians. Thus, upon learning of Li Ming's identity, Sikong Yanan and Morong Yunhai instantly shed their reservations.
May I call you Li Gu? Morong Yunhai timidly inquired, glancing at Li Ming.
Of course, you may call me whatever you wish, Li Ming replied warmly.
Li Ming casually waved his hand, indifferent to how he was addressed, though he secretly hoped for the avoidance of any distasteful titles. "Hey, Li Gu, what was it you mentioned about knowing my father?
I don't believe we've met before."
"Have we?"
"You might not recognize me, but you must certainly know my elder brother."
"Your brother is?" "Li Guangliang."
"What?
"You are the brother of Captain Li."
At this moment, Morong Yunhai finally comprehended the situation. His counterpart was indeed the sibling of Li Guangliang.
It is well known that Li Guangliang is a figure recognized throughout the entire city, particularly among the elite circles. After all,
he is often the one taking the lead during arrests, and many find themselves weak-kneed in his presence.
However, you are quite daring. Bringing two girls to venture into the Yinfeng mountain range, Li Ming teased, observing Morong Yunhai's reaction.
Morong Yunhai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and explained. "Xiao Xue heard from somewhere that there are many bronze-level monsters here, so she invited me and Yanan to come and catch a few to take back. I consulted some materials and learned that only bronze-level beasts inhabit this area, so I, relying on my bronze 8-star rank, brought them along."
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that upon encountering a rampaging giant rhinoceros, which was only bronze 9-star, I would attempt to test my luck,
only to discover that its combat power had reached the silver level?
In desperation, I had no choice but to flee in a panic.
Sikong Yanan abruptly interrupted him,
casting a resentful glare his way, for ultimately, it was Morong Yunhai who had instigated this predicament. In response, Morong Yunhai awkwardly turned his head away, realizing that had it not been for his own arrogance, all three of them might have perished that day. Upon hearing their recounting of events,
Lin Yu and Li Ming could hardly suppress their amusement. Is this what it means to be from a prominent family? Lacking even the most basic common sense yet daring to venture into such a perilous area. By the way, where are your belongings? Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed that the trio appeared to be devoid of any possessions, which puzzled him. Could it be that they possessed some form of spatial storage device?
Sikong Yanan pondered for a moment before responding. To facilitate a quicker escape, we discarded all our things.
Li Ming, Lin Yu.
Faced with Lin Yu's mischievous expression, Sikong Yanan was filled with indignation.
Ding.
Sikong Yanan's emotional value 1000, ding.
Sikong Yanan's emotional value 1000. Are you planning to return directly, or will you stay with us for 3 months? Li Ming quietly observed the two, eager to discern their intentions.
In truth, he hoped they would accompany him, considering Lin Yu had ample supplies, and he and Morong Tian were acquainted. Allowing them to wander off unaccompanied weighed on his conscience. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Morong Yunhai and Sikong Yanan exchanged glances, falling into silence. At that moment, Morong Shui, who had been playfully stroking the small white creature, suddenly spoke.
Brother, Yanan, let us stay with them. I'm reluctant to part with the little white one. Sighing, Morong Yunhai acquiesced. All right, fine.
Upon hearing this, Morong Yunhai let out a resigned sigh. They were, after all, severely lacking in supplies and could not venture beyond the shadowy Feng mountain range. Moreover, with Li Ming's presence, they had a semblance of security. Most importantly, Lin Yu was a fire element awakened one, which ensured they could at least have cooked meals. Let us proceed, the day wanes. And we should find a suitable place to rest, Li Ming remarked, glancing at the dimming sky. Indeed, we shall follow your lead, brotherly. Morong Yunhai replied with a nod. Thus, Li Ming took the lead, the two women walked in the middle, while Lin Yu and Morong Yunhai trailed behind. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to sense something amiss, persistently pawing at Morong Shui, urging her to look back. Hey, Xiaobai, what troubles you? Is something following us? Morong Shui inquired. Puzzled, as she turned to glance behind her, only to find nothing unusual aside from Lin Yu and Morong Yunhai. You aren't yearning to return to your master? Are you? I assure you, your master has entrusted you to my care, so it would be best for you to remain with me. She instinctively thought that it must be longing for Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu had gleaned from Xiaobai that something indeed was following them. Chapter 83, Why are you collecting leaves? Soon, Li Ming led a few individuals to a relatively secluded spot. This will do, he declared. Alright, Xiao Shui and Yan'an. You two stay here. I will gather some leaves. Morong Yunhai nodded and then turned to Morong Shui and Sikong Yan'an. Upon hearing that he was going to collect leaves, Lin Yu looked puzzled. What do you need leaves for? To make a makeshift bed. Otherwise, sleeping on the ground would be quite uncomfortable at night, Morong Yunhai replied, blinking innocently at Lin Yu, as if he were gazing at a fool. However, in the next moment, he realized that he was the fool. With a wave of Lin Yu's hand, 3 pristine tents materialized before him. Morong Yunhai, Sikong Yan'an, Lin. Brother, how did you do that? You aren't still a space-type awakener, are you? Morong Yunhai stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Guess, Lin Yu teased, refusing to confirm anything, allowing them to speculate while he remained silent. Ding. Morong Yunhai's emotional value 1000, ding. Morong Yunhai's emotional value 1000. Goodness, another 50,000 emotional points credited. Lin Yu was overjoyed. He had never anticipated encountering others in the wild. Initially, he had only considered hunting the demon beasts daily. Now, it seemed he had opened up another avenue. By the way, each tent costs 200,000. Do you intend to pay in cash or via transfer? Lin Yu's sudden remark left the three of them utterly astonished. Sikong Yan'an immediately wanted to contest this, but Lin Yu paid her no mind. Instead, he quietly observed Morong Yunhai, eager to see what choice he would make. No problem, Lin Xiaogu. We can agree to any price you set. But we don't have that much cash on hand. Would it be possible to write an IOU? Morong Yunhai smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded and then turned to Li Ming. Alright, Li Gu, can you act as a witness? Li Ming had initially intended to persuade Lin Yu. But given the situation, he swallowed his words and prepared to serve as a notary for the two. Thus, Morong Yunhai inscribed his name on Lin Yu's IOU, biting his finger to leave a blood seal. Just as Lin Yu was about to mention he had ink, he realized that Morong Yunhai had already drawn blood. He could only silently retract the ink. By the way, do you need water? At this, the three of them suddenly felt parched. After running for so long, their mouths had grown dry, and had it not been for Lin Yu's reminder, they might not have realized it. Lin Xiaogu, do we have to pay for the water too? Morong Yunhai asked timidly. Lin Yu shook his head. Water is free, but other items will incur a charge. Lin Xiaogu, what else do you have? Beer, soft drinks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, mineral water, instant noodles, all at reasonable prices. Would you like to purchase some? Observing Lin Yu's mischievous expression, Sikong Yan'an felt an immediate surge of irritation, yet found herself powerless against him. After all, it was his possession, and he was free to do as he pleased, leaving her no authority to intervene. Thus, she chose to disregard him entirely and moved aside with her tent. Ha ha! Lin, do not take offense, Yan'an is simply impulsive by nature, Morong Yunhai interjected hastily, attempting to mediate the situation, though Lin Yu remained unfazed. By the way, do you still want this water? If not, I shall proceed to prepare a fire for cooking, Lin Yu stated. Yes, do you actually know how to cook, Lin? Morong Yunhai replied, momentarily astonished by the revelation, but soon reconciled with the notion that Lin, unlike himself, was not accustomed to a life of luxury and would indeed possess such skills. Lin Yu tossed 3 bottles of water to him and, uninterested in further conversation, began digging in a vacant area. He then retrieved some firewood from his belongings, and with a flick of his hand, a flame materialized in his palm. In an instant, the firewood ignited. Morong Yunhai was taken aback by Lin Yu's deftness, recalling his own struggles that previously took over 3 hours to ignite a flame. Amidst the ridicule of Morong Shui and Si Kong Yanan. However, these thoughts were irrelevant to Lin Yu, who now released the ferocious giant rhinoceros he had slain. In the midst of their confusion, he deftly sliced open the creature's belly, and its innards spilled forth. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yu retrieved a large basin from his supplies to collect the contents. "Li, please assist me in disposing of these entrails," Lin Yu called out to Li Ming, who was seated in meditation. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Ming opened his eyes and approached him. Witnessing this entire scene, Morong Yunhai felt a wave of nausea and struggled to accept it, while he had no qualms about slaying demonic beasts. The thought of dissecting one was quite beyond his capacity. "Lin, how can you bring yourself to do this?" he inquired. "It's nothing, one becomes accustomed to it. I felt a bit uneasy during my first dissection too, but over time, it becomes second nature," Lin Yu explained, recalling his experiences in the Silver Serpent's secret realm, where sustenance was scarce, and the only means to satiate hunger was through consuming demonic beast flesh. As Morong Yunhai absorbed Lin Yu's words, an inexplicable sense of respect began to blossom within him. After all, Lin appeared to be of a similar age, yet possessed a lower cultivation level. Yet he could dissect a demonic beast without a flicker of emotion. This signified that he had likely slain numerous beasts, so many that he had grown accustomed to such grim tasks. It was akin to a person who hesitates when killing 1 or 2 chickens. But after slaughtering dozens or even hundreds, the act becomes as fluid as flowing water, performed without a blink of an eye. As he observed the industrious Lin Yu, Morong Yunhai found himself at a loss, suddenly reminded that he had yet to set up his own tent. He picked up the remaining tent from the ground and made his way toward Morong Shui and her companion. At that moment, their tent was already set up, and they were playfully engaging with the little white creature. One cannot help but acknowledge the undeniable charm of the little one. Even the typically tempestuous Si Kong Yanan found herself captivated by its adorable appearance. Upon noticing Morong Yunhai's approach, both Morong Shui and Si Kong Yanan instinctively glanced up before resuming their playful antics with the little white creature. Morong Yunhai, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a pang of neglect as his sister embraced her newfound companion, seemingly oblivious to his presence. With no other recourse, he tossed 2 bottles of water their way and began to set up his tent, drawing upon previous experience to complete the task with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, Lin Yu divided the ferocious giant rhinoceros into several pieces, skewering each segment with branches and placing them over the fire to roast slowly. In no time, the mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, causing the 3, who had been feeling a bit peckish, to salivate. "Brother, that smells amazing. Could you please bring me a piece?" Morong Shui implored, her large eyes fixated on Morong Yunhai. Brother, I'm really hungry. Could you fetch me a piece?" When she noticed his indifference, she resorted to a charming display of affection. Unable to withstand her persistence, Morong Yunhai reluctantly stood up and made his way toward Lin Yu. Chapter 84, Why Not Say It Earlier? As night descended, several individuals gathered, relishing the delectable morsels of meat before them. At this moment, Morong Shui suddenly spoke up, extolling Lin Yu's virtues. Delicious. Brother Lin Yu, I never anticipated that you possess not only formidable strength but also exceptional culinary skills, unlike my brother, who is rather unreliable." With this remark, Morong Shui playfully kicked Morong Yunhai, inciting a chorus of laughter from the group. Morong Shui, it seems you have been indulged too much. I never thought you would dare to tease your brother. Morong Yunhai glowered at his sister, who was voraciously devouring her food. Yet, Morong Shui feigned ignorance, engrossed in her meal. Although they had consumed plenty of beast meat at home, nothing could compare to the exquisite flavors they were experiencing now. After all, Lin Yu's rudimentary culinary skills were sufficient to surpass 90% of chefs in this realm, making his roasted meat infinitely more delectable than what Morong Shui was accustomed to. "By the way, I am curious about your awakened abilities, would you mind sharing?" Lin Yu's inquiry abruptly interrupted the sibling rivalry. Morong Shui was the first to respond. I awakened a water-type ability, while my brother possesses a metal-type ability.
As for Yanan,
I have a wind-type ability, Sikom Yanan interjected before Morong Shui could finish her sentence.
Oh, I see, Lin Yu nodded. Li Ge, what about you? What is your ability? Morong Yunhai turned his attention to the silent Li Ming.
Li Ming, with a smile, replied, I awakened an ice-type ability. Thus, everyone became aware of each other's powers. Suddenly, Sikom Yanan seemed to recall something, her gaze fixated intently on Lin Yu.
Sensing her scrutiny,
Lin Yu instinctively looked up to find her staring intently at him, seemingly at a loss for words.
Miss Sikom, why do you gaze at me so? Is there something on my face?
Lin Yu asked, perplexed by her unwavering stare.
Was she perhaps captivated by his aura, unwittingly falling for him? As he indulged in such musings, Sikom Yanan finally spoke, unable to endure Lin Yu's gaze any longer.
Your name is Lin Yu, hailing from Jiang City?
Studying at Jiang City High School, and you possess both SS-level fire-type abilities and SSS-level space-type abilities?
At her words, everyone was taken aback, most notably Lin Yu himself.
After a prolonged silence, Morong Yunhai, bewildered, inquired, Yanan, what did you just say? Lin. Brother Lin has awakened a space-type ability as well?
Yes. I recalled seeing a post online about a student from Jiang City High School who awakened both fire-type and space-type abilities. Although the post has since been deliberately deleted.
I remember its content vividly. What? How can you be certain that the individual mentioned is Brother Lin, and how can you affirm the authenticity of that information?
Morong Yunhai still struggled to accept this revelation, eager to refute Sikom Yanan's claim.
However, her next statement rendered him speechless. How do you explain where that electromagnetic cannon came from? And what about this tent?
Lin Yu and Li Ming observed the two engaged in a heated debate, appearing detached from the situation. As Sikom Yanan finished speaking, Morong Yunhai turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, seeking any form of rebuttal.
Acknowledging his intent,
Lin Yu resignedly shrugged his shoulders and stated, Miss Sikom is indeed correct, I possess dual abilities.
With that declaration, Lin Yu gestured,
and a dimensional wormhole materialized before the group. He then reached inside, and upon withdrawing his hand, a chilled box of cola emerged.
Wow! Exclaimed Morong Yunhai, utterly taken aback by the spectacle.
Morong Shui and Sikom Yanan were equally astonished by his display of power.
Brother Lin Yu, you are incredible.
Morong Shui gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. Seeing his sister swoon once more, Morong Yunhai felt a wave of exasperation. Recalling how she had previously stayed up all night obsessing over a celebrity, clutching their portrait. Only when that star fell from grace did she return to her senses.
Sikom Yanan seemed to sense Morong Yunhai's concern and quickly whispered something in Morong Shui's ear. Gradually, Morong Shui calmed down,
though the contents of Sikom Yanan's whisper remained a mystery to the others.
Unbeknownst to Sikom Yanan,
Lin Yu had undergone a transformation that heightened his hearing beyond the ordinary. He overheard her mention the public confession he had made to Li Hanshuang. That day, he had merely wished to test the system's capabilities, not anticipating the overwhelming emotional value he would garner, tens of thousands of points in a single day. Lin Yu had not expected that Sikom Yanan would be privy to this incident. He contemplated defending himself, but seeing her indifference,
he decided to let them continue in their misunderstanding. Ahem.
Excuse me, you all carry on, I'm off to sleep, Lin Yu announced,
rising and heading toward the tent.
Observing this, Li Ming also prepared to depart, saying, You all continue, I will take the night watch. Morong Yunhai wanted to interject but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to silence as he watched the two leave.
Meanwhile,
in a towering building in the Magic City, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was intently focused on the computer before him.
At that moment, a beautiful woman dressed as a secretary entered the room.
Boss, the young master has taken the young lady out.
Oh, understood.
You may leave now, Secretary Wang.
The man responded lightly, returning to his tasks.
However, Secretary Wang hesitated, glancing at the man with something left unspoken. Noticing her lingering presence, the middle-aged man raised his gaze.
Is there something else?
Boss, what has happened to young Master Yunhai and Miss Schwer?
The middle-aged man immediately set down what he was holding.
Concern etched across his face as he gazed at Secretary Wang.
This man was none other than Morong Tian. They are no longer in the Magic City. What? Morong Tian was instantly taken aback, rising to his feet with an intense glare fixed on Secretary Wang. Seeing his reaction,
Secretary Wang could only brace himself and continue. 3 days ago, Miss Schwer left the Magic City with young Master Yunhai and Miss Sikong Yanan to hunt demon beasts.
As for their current whereabouts, we are unaware. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Morong Tian exclaimed,
irate and perplexed as to why his subordinates had failed to communicate this to him earlier.
Secretary Wang, sensing his fury, dared not speak, fearful of inciting Morong Tian's wrath. Why the silence? Why was this not relayed to me earlier?
Young Master Yunhai warned us not to disclose this matter to you.
Who in the Morong family has the final say? If he instructed you not to tell me, you simply obeyed? What use are you to me? Morong Tian,
already in a foul mood, could no longer contain his outrage upon hearing these words, erupting into a torrent of curses. Chapter 85. Surrounded after a prolonged period of pent-up frustration, Morong Tian finally released his anger and turned his gaze towards Secretary Wang.
Did they mention their destination?
According to the reports from his subordinates, it seemed that young Master Yunhai and his companions were preparing to head to the Wind Mountain Range. Upon hearing Secretary Wang's words, Morong Tian quickly searched his mind for any information regarding the Wind Mountain Range, and soon enough, he recalled some relevant details.
The Wind Mountain Range? Is that the place inhabited solely by bronze-tier beasts?
However, Secretary Wang was not familiar with this information.
So she chose to remain silent in response to Morong Tian's inquiry. After a brief moment, Morong Tian waved his hand at Secretary Wang. All right, I understand.
Please arrange for a few individuals to head there and provide assistance.
Understood, boss.
Upon noticing a slight improvement in his tone, Secretary Wang felt reassured that Morong Yunhai and his companions were likely not in immediate danger.
With that thought, she promptly left the office. Once she departed, Morong Tian took out his phone and dialed a number.
After receiving a response, he finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. What Morong Tian did not know was that Morong Yunhai and his companions had narrowly escaped a fatal encounter in the Wind Mountain Range. The following day at the Wind Mountain Range, Lin Yu emerged from the tent, sporting dark circles under his eyes. The previous night, he had deduced that something was following them due to Xiao Bai's unusual behavior, leading him to stay awake all night in anticipation of the creature's appearance. After waiting the entire night, he could no longer endure the fatigue and succumbed to sleep, but it was already 4 a.m. by then. As fate would have it, just as Lin Yu hoped to catch a few more moments of rest, he was awakened by the raucous chatter of Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan. Li Ming, who had also been stirred from sleep, had stayed up until midnight, rousing Morong Yunhai. Initially, he intended to wake Lin Yu as well, but reconsidering, he thought that Morong Yunhai had been living too comfortably and needed to face some challenges. So he opted to awaken the still slumbering Morong Yunhai instead. At that moment, Morong Yunhai was utterly drowsy, barely able to keep his eyes open.
Brother Yunhai,
you should take a break. We will call you when breakfast is ready, Lin Yu said as he approached the tent and made his way to Morong Yunhai's side. Upon hearing that he could rest, Morong Yunhai stumbled towards the tent and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Instant slumber, truly remarkable,
Lin Yu mused as he began to freshen up.
Meanwhile, Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan, who were playfully frolicking with Xiao Bai, hurried over to Lin Yu.
Brother Lin Yu, could you possibly lend us a set of toiletries? Morong Shui asked, her eyes sparkling with hope.
Lin Yu replied, certainly, but you must offer something in exchange. He was not in the habit of indulging them, for in this world, there are no free lunches. If they desired something, they would need to offer something in return.
How about 1 beast core for 1 set?
Morong Shui suggested, her expression filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Yu.
Do you have any?
Lin Yu had no objections to this. After all, a beast nucleus could easily fetch several tens of thousands, while his toiletries only cost a little over 10.
This transaction was certainly not a loss.
Upon hearing Lin Yu question her, Morong Shui immediately responded with conviction, although I do not possess one, my brother does. You may procure it from him. Lin Yu, oh, Sikong Yanan, alright, I can provide you with the items first, just remember to give me the beast nucleus later. With that, Lin Yu retrieved 2 sets of pristine toiletries from the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges. Morong Shui accepted them and, pulling Si Kong Yanin aside,
began to wash up.
Just as Lin Yu was about to inquire if they needed water, he witnessed Morong Shui gesturing with her hands,
conjuring a sphere of water in the air.
Realizing that she had previously mentioned being a water element awakener, Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed and turned his head away.
2 hours later, the group finally finished eating and drinking, content and ready to embark on their journey. Lin,
I sense your aura is on the brink of a breakthrough, remarked Morong Yunhai, observing the signs of impending advancement in Lin Yu's demeanor.
Curiously, Lin Yu nodded lightly, yes. It should happen before tonight.
Ha, then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Lin.
Morong Yunhai exclaimed with a hearty laugh.
Lin Yu merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement of his congratulations.
By the way, how old are you, Lin? 19. 19. What a coincidence, I'm also 19. Which month were you born? January.
Then you're older than me, I was born in September.
How about I call you Brother Yu?
Whatever, it's just a title.
Brother Yu.
Thus, the two engaged in light conversation, gradually becoming less unfamiliar with one another. Morong Yunhai sought to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Yu, especially since the latter possessed dual abilities, promising a bright future.
If Lin Yu were to apprentice under Lu Hongba,
he would undoubtedly be able to navigate the Dragon Kingdom with ease. Therefore, befriending Lin Yu was a wise choice. However, unbeknownst to Morong Yunhai, Lin Yu had already been accepted as a disciple by Lu Hongba. Suddenly, Li Ming, who was leading the group, halted.
The others followed suit, coming to a stop as well. Li, what's wrong? Is there another beast appearing?
Lin Yu inquired curiously.
Little brother Lin, the situation feels rather dire.
Li Ming furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group changed dramatically. For Li Ming to declare that the situation was grim indicated the seriousness of the matter.
Li, what exactly is happening? It seems we are surrounded by beasts.
What? The group was rendered speechless by his revelation. Being surrounded by beasts meant that trouble was imminent. At that moment, several beasts began to emerge from the underbrush behind them.
Moreover, all these demonic beasts are at the 9th rank of the bronze level. This is a disaster. Damn it, how could there be so many demonic beasts? Morong Yunhai cursed vehemently.
There must be something orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. Lin Yu immediately recalled what Xiao Bai had mentioned yesterday. He initially thought that the adversary would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while everyone was asleep.
However, it seemed that the opponent had anticipated Lin Yu's thoughts, directly manipulating other demonic beasts to ensnare them like fish in a barrel. Brother Lin, do you know something? Well, when Xiao Bai kept pointing towards the back yesterday, I took special note and discovered something following us.
So, I stayed awake all night, waiting for it to make a move, but to my surprise, it never showed itself. Instead, it lay in wait for us here. I wondered why you looked so tired this morning, Morong Shui interjected, unable to restrain herself from murmuring.
Immediately, everyone turned their gaze towards Morong Shui, causing her to feel a tad embarrassed.
Enough, given the circumstances, we can only fight, Li Ming stated, pulling everyone back to reality. Brotherly, I'll handle what's behind us, you take care of the front.
Yunhai, you protect your sister and the others, Lin Yu promptly assigned the tasks.
Morong Yunhai, seeing this, wanted to say something, but Lin Yu had already charged toward the demonic beasts with his weapon in hand.
With a resigned sigh, Morong Yunhai followed suit. Chapter 86, Morong Yunhai's Injury, The Fall of the Fiery Sun. With a thunderous roar from Lin Yu, dozens of fireballs hurtled toward the demonic beasts. Boom!
The bronze 9-star beasts were immediately pushed back several meters. Unfortunately, the assault did not inflict any severe damage, instead, it only served to enrage them further.
Roar!
The furious cries echoed as the beasts charged towards Lin Yu. In response, he took the lead, gripping the destruction spear tightly, and thrust it towards the leading beast.
Clang!
The spear tip clashed against it, producing a shower of sparks. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Lin Yu adeptly retreated,
creating distance between himself and the beasts.
Employing the phantom step, he vanished from their sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind them.
Take this, Millennium Strike.
Lin Yu flung the destruction spear through the air, piercing through the rear of one beast.
Howl.
The beast let out a mournful cry before collapsing.
Though it was not yet dead.
The three spectators watching from a distance were utterly bewildered by Lin Yu's audacious maneuver.
Why resort to such underhanded tactics?
With the fall of one beast, Li Ming's confidence surged dramatically. Imitating Lin Yu, he summoned an ice spike and shot it directly at the rear of another beast.
Soon,
the ice spike penetrated the beast's skull, emerging on the other side. Li Ming stared at the spike, now smeared with excrement, with disdain.
However,
he pushed aside his disgust and aimed the spike at yet another beast. Witnessing this crude display, Morong Shui and Sikom Yanan were momentarily at a loss for words.
Who engages in battle with such an obsession with the rear of their opponents?
Surely, only these two could stoop so low.
Yet, Morong Yunhai suddenly had an epiphany. Why hadn't he thought of this tactic earlier?
Had he considered it then, he would not have been so ruthlessly pursued by that raging giant rhinoceros. Simply striking its rear could have ended the chase. The battle raged on. Lin Yu, finding success with this strategy, retrieved the soiled destruction spear from the fallen beast.
System. Retract.
System, the destruction spear was recalled into the system space, all remnants of filth eliminated. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu procured a brand new destruction spear, pristine and unblemished.
Now in his grasp, he replicated his earlier success, knocking down the remaining beasts.
Though they did not perish immediately, their internal organs were thoroughly pulverized. Death was merely a matter of time. He intended to keep them alive to harvest emotional value.
Ding.
Unicorn lizard emotional value 20, ding.
Black-horned horse emotional value 20, ding.
Blue Lin wolf emotional value 20, ding.
Black-haired pig emotional value 20.
At that moment, the system's voice echoed incessantly in Lin Yu's mind.
Uncertain of the exact amount earned,
Lin Yu felt it should not be less than 100,000. Meanwhile, Li Ming had also concluded his skirmish, however, he was rather ruthless. Having pierced the heads of several demon beasts, Morong Shui and Sikom Yanan dared not glance in Li Ming's direction, fearing nightmares would haunt them that night.
Brother Li,
we must uncover the mastermind behind this, otherwise, they may strike at us again, Lin Yu called out to Li Ming, who was busy clearing the battlefield. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Ming set down his task and began to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a large tree swaying in the distance.
Over there.
Li Ming pointed towards the east, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. Without hesitation, he hastened towards that direction.
Observing this,
Lin Yu wished to accompany him but was halted by Li Ming. Stay here, my brother, I fear this may be a ploy to draw us away.
Reluctantly,
Lin Yu remained to protect Morong Yunhai and the others.
Brother, are you capable? Why is it always Lin Yu who comes to our aid? Can you not step in to shield us for once?
Morong Shui, in a fit of pique, began to taunt Morong Yunhai, leaving him somewhat embarrassed.
Alas!
The bronze-tier demon beasts here were not as he had imagined, their strength was all at the silver level, making it impossible for him to contend with them.
Sigh.
It's not that I lack strength, it's just that these demon beasts are exceptionally formidable. Despite being only at the bronze tier, they unleash silver-level power.
Morong Yunhai lamented, feeling disheartened.
He had once believed that being able to challenge higher tiers was a mark of genius, but after encountering Lin Yu, he felt a sense of inferiority. As the siblings exchanged banter, Lin Yu seemed to exhibit signs of a breakthrough.
He seated himself cross-legged.
And upon realizing he was on the verge of a breakthrough, the three quickly encircled him.
However, just as Lin Yu was preparing earnestly to transcend, an eerie sound suddenly reverberated through the air. Key kick.
The three immediately paled, realizing that their adversary had indeed enacted a ploy to lure Li Ming away.
Show yourself. What skill is there in hiding?
Morong Yunhai bellowed, glancing around but failing to spot their foe. As he finished speaking, a shadow swiftly darted through the trees,
soon appearing within the trio's line of sight.
When they discerned its form, their hair stood on end. The creature before them bore a striking resemblance to a human, save for its grotesquely terrifying face. Merely gazing upon it sent chills down their spines.
What manner of creature are you?
Morong Yunhai shouted bravely. Yet the creature seemed oblivious to his words.
Brother Yunhai, it appears to be a mountain demon.
Sikong Yanan mustered her courage to whisper to him.
Mountain demon?
Yes. I have seen references online. Just as the two engaged in discussion, the eerie mountain demon slowly approached them, emitting a series of chilling sounds.
Halt! If you advance any further, I shall be forced to take action. Morong Yunhai thundered in a commanding voice. Yet, the spectral eye mountain demon showed no signs of retreat.
Witnessing this, Morong Yunhai hesitated no longer and immediately launched an assault.
Silver light slash!
He bellowed, as his hands became enveloped in a silvery energy,
transforming into a gleaming blade of light.
Swiftly, he advanced towards the spectral eye mountain demon. In no time, he reached the demon's flank and swung down,
aiming directly at its head.
However, the demon merely pinched its fingers lightly, effortlessly intercepting his strike.
What? Morong Yunhai gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the ease with which his attack had been thwarted.
As he attempted to retract his blade, he realized it was utterly immovable.
At that moment, Sikong Yanan,
observing the predicament, acted without hesitation.
Blade of wind!
She called out, and a fierce gust swept through the forest, unleashing a flurry of invisible wind blades towards the spectral eye mountain demon. Yet, the wind blades struck the demon without effect.
Wind scythe! Sikong Yanan shouted again, sending forth an intangible scythe aimed at the demon.
This time, the spectral eye mountain demon finally responded, hurling Morong Yunhai towards the oncoming scythe.
Sikong Yanan, witnessing this, hastily adjusted the angle of her scythe. Yet, her reaction was still too slow. The scythe grazed Morong Yunhai's back. Brother Yunhai! Sikong Yanan exclaimed in alarm. I am fine. Continue your assault.
As long as Brother Yu breaks through, we will be safe, Morong Yunhai replied, struggling to his feet despite his injuries. Encouraged by his words, Sikong Yanan renewed her attack on the spectral eye mountain demon. Chapter 87, The Emergence of the Fire Pearl. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ming halted after pursuing a short distance, having sensed unusual sounds from Lin Yu and his companions.
Damn it, I've fallen for their trap again. However, with Brother Lin around, there should be no cause for concern. With that thought, he prepared to turn back. Just then, several bronze 9-star beasts obstructed his path. Damn it! Enough is enough!
Li Ming was instantly enraged. Once was tolerable, but a second encounter was utterly infuriating.
Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of ice spikes aimed directly at the beasts. Just as he believed he could swiftly dispatch them, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The beasts adeptly maneuvered to intercept all the incoming ice spikes. Stunned, Li Ming could hardly believe his eyes. These creatures actually possessed the capability to turn in time. Impossible. It must be mere coincidence. I shall attempt again. He conjured another set of ice spikes, this time significantly larger than the last. The spikes shot toward the beasts, unwavering in their trajectory. Yet, once more, they were thwarted, the beasts using their bodies as shields. At this point, Li Ming had to concede that these beasts were indeed troublesome. However, to think they could keep him here was naive. No longer concealing his power, he allowed his spiritual energy to surge, culminating in the formation of an enormous ice spike with a diameter of 2 meters. Super Ice Dragon Drill. With his declaration, the colossal ice spike barreled toward the beasts. In mere moments, all the beasts were encased in ice. Shatter! At the utterance of this command, the ice blocks fractured, along with the creatures trapped within, scattering into pieces. Having accomplished this, Li Ming turned and hastened towards Lin Yu and the others. At this moment, Lin Yu was on the verge of a breakthrough, just a hair's breadth away from ascending to bronze 8-star. Come on, you goo! Morong Yunhai silently prayed, having exhausted his spiritual energy and unable to continue the fight. Only Sikong Yanan remained in a desperate struggle, gazing at the approaching Mingyan mountain demon with trepidation. Their hearts were in their throats. I will not allow you to harm my brother Lin Yu, Morong Shui declared with unwavering resolve, then gracefully waved her fingers, summoning a water blue barrier that enveloped her and Lin Yu.
The Mingyan mountain demon cast a cold glance at her, a ghostly green light emanating from its eyes,
striking Morong Shui directly. Shui! Morong Yunhai exclaimed in alarm.
Just when he feared the worst for Morong Shui, she waved her fingers once more, causing the nascent water blue barrier to gradually dissipate.
As the barrier vanished, the Mingyan mountain demon approached Lin Yu, its eyes gleaming with a sinister smile as it prepared to crush Lin Yu's skull with a single blow.
In that critical moment, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and a fiery red pearl shot forth from his being, striking the ambushing Mingyan mountain demon with precision. Before the infernal eye mountain demon could react, the southern bright fire from the fire pearl instantly ignited it. Within a mere half-minute, the infernal eye mountain demon was completely consumed by the southern bright fire, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Morong Shui gradually regained her senses and, gazing at the vanished demon, found herself momentarily perplexed.
Brother, what happened to that beast? It's dead. Dead? How did it die? Was it killed by Brother Lin Yu? I suppose so. What do you mean by I suppose so? It either is or it isn't. What does suppose mean?
Morong Shui looked at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation.
Upon hearing this,
Morong Yunhai found himself at a loss for words, as just moments ago, the infernal eye mountain demon had inexplicably self-ignited. He hadn't clearly seen whether Lin Yu had intervened.
As from his perspective, Lin Yu appeared to be meditating, showing no signs of any action.
Yet, curiously, as the demon approached Lin Yu, it spontaneously caught fire. The flames spread rapidly, reducing it to nothing in less than half a minute. Morong Shui turned her gaze to Lin Yu, who was still with his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Muffled groans emanated from within him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The muffled sounds persisted for 5 minutes before finally ceasing. As Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, he noticed the three of them regarding him with peculiar expressions.
Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Brother Lin Yu, did you kill that beast? If not, how could you possibly have defeated it?
Morong Yunhai, Si Kong Yanan, Morong Shui, alright, don't be disheartened.
My successful breakthrough this time is largely thanks to your assistance.
I won tea charge you for the roasted meat afterward.
Morong Yunhai, Brother Lin, are you all alright?
Just then, Li Ming returned, and upon seeing the chaos,
he became concerned. I'm fine. Although, I think I might have a problem.
Morong Yunhai weakly raised his hand.
What's wrong? Li Ming inquired. I was accidentally injured by Yanan.
As he spoke, Morong Yunhai turned his back to Li Ming, revealing a wound the size of a palm.
Si Kong Yanan,
feeling a surge of guilt, dared not look at Morong Yunhai. Realizing that she had not anticipated that the infernal eye mountain demon would throw him in front to shield itself from her attack.
Don't act as if you're on the brink of death, here. Observing Morong Yunhai's dramatic demeanor, Lin Yu promptly tossed him a vial of medicine,
which he had just purchased from the system at a modest price. Seeing this, Morong Yunhai hurriedly caught it with both hands and began to examine it.
What is this? It's for healing.
Apply the medicine to the wound, and it will heal swiftly. Upon hearing that it could facilitate healing, Morong Yunhai wasted no time in uncorking the vial and gently dabbing the liquid onto his wound. A refreshing sensation coursed through Morong Yunhai's body from the wound, prompting him to apply the remaining potion to other afflicted areas. After a brief interval, the potion began to take effect, and the once grotesque wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Soon, Morong Yunhai's injuries were restored to their original state, leaving no trace of scars. The onlookers were struck with disbelief, particularly Li Ming, who had never before witnessed such a miraculous elixir.
If utilized on the battlefield, it could save countless lives. Lin, do you still have any of that potion? Li Ming inquired. What? Brother Li, are you injured too? That shouldn't be the case. Ding. Li Ming's emotional value 999, huh?
Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. The sudden influx of emotional value was unexpected.
I am not injured.
I am merely curious if you possess any more of that substance. I wish to take some back for research and subsequently distribute a vial to each soldier on the front line. Li Ming patiently explained his intentions to Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fell silent. Truthfully, he was reluctant to part with such a remarkable item, as it would be challenging to explain its origins. He certainly could not claim it was a gift from Lu Hongba, for that would prompt inquiries from higher authorities directly to Lu Hongba regarding the recipe. As Lin Yu hesitated over whether to acquiesce to Li Ming's request, Li Ming spoke again. "Rest assured. We can simply say that I discovered it in a certain secret realm." "Very well, I shall provide it to you upon our return." Lin Yu nodded resignedly, accepting this rationale. Since Li Ming was willing to take on the responsibility, he could not refuse any further. Chapter 88, My Brother. I perceive you as quite feeble after a brief respite. Morong Yunhai was able to move about with relative normalcy. Li, what manner of beast was that? It bore a striking resemblance to a mountain demon. Previously, when Lin and I were on the periphery, we dispatched a spectralite mountain demon. This one must be seeking vengeance, Li Ming explained. I was rather surprised by its high intelligence, it even devised a trap for us. Fortunately, Lin's strength is formidable, otherwise the three of you would have met your demise here. Morong Yunhai remarked. I pondered why it did not strike us. It seems it was primarily targeting you. Upon hearing this, Li Ming shook his head. It did not attack you because it sensed the threat emanating from Lin, compelling it to strike first. As for you, in its eyes, you posed little concern. Morong Yunhai interjected, are we truly so ineffectual? He sought to defend his honor. At this juncture, Lin Yu approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Young man, you must strive for further improvement. Very well, Morong Yunhai conceded, let us hasten our preparations. We require a place to recuperate. I observe that both Miss Shui and Miss Yanan have expended considerable energy. Li Ming interrupted their exchange just as Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan staggered into view. Sikong Yanan's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, while Morong Shui appeared somewhat dazed after her recent encounter with the spectralite mountain demon. Noticing the unsteadiness of the two women, Morong Yunhai promptly supported his sister. Meanwhile, Sikong Yanan was left in a state of confusion, and the group's gaze shifted to the relaxed and untroubled Lin Yu. Why do you all gaze at me so? I assure you, I am not one to pursue the fairer sex, he protested. Ding. Morong Yunhai's emotional value 666, ding. Morong Shui's emotional value 666, ding. Li Ming's emotional value 666, ding. Sikong Yanan's emotional value 1000, very well. I suppose I shall carry you, Lin Yu relented, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Ignoring Sikong Yanan's protests, he advanced toward her and, before the astonished eyes of the others, swiftly lifted her with a firm yet respectful grip. In that instant, Sikong Yanan felt her cheeks flush crimson. Throughout her life, no male had dared to touch her in such a manner. Initially, she intended to reprimand Lin Yu, but upon realizing that his only intention was to assist her without any ulterior motives, she chose to remain silent. After all, to voice her discomfort would have been exceedingly awkward, not just for Lin Yu but for herself as well. Resolving to dismiss the situation, she opted to imagine herself as being carried by a mere dog. Meanwhile, Lin Yu maintained a demeanor of ease and composure, seemingly unperturbed by Sikong Yanan's presence. His strength had surged dramatically after consuming a dragon elephant pill, making her light form no burden at all. It felt as though carrying Sikong Yanan was akin to carrying nothing at all. There was hardly any pressure. In stark contrast, Morong Yunhai experienced the opposite. Xiao Xue. You ought to shed a few pounds, I can barely carry you, he remarked. Humph. Older brother, it seems you are the one lacking stamina. Just look at Lin Yu. He carries Yanan without a hint of struggle, Morong Shui retorted with disdain, glancing at her elder brother before observing Lin Yu and Yanan ahead, both seemingly unaffected. Morong Yunhai scowled. Xiao Xue, don't you have any self-awareness? Just look at how slender Yanan is compared to you. I'm not overweight at all. It's you who is feeble and unwilling to admit it, she shot back defiantly. Despite being only 18, Morong Shui possessed a curvaceous figure, with ample bosom and a well-defined posterior, embodying the quintessential mature woman. In comparison, Sikong Yanan's physique, while equally well-defined, appeared less pronounced. Consequently, Morong Yunhai perceived Morong Shui as slightly heavier than Sikong Yanan, though he would never concede that his sister's figure surpassed that of Sikong Yanan.
Half an hour later,
Li Ming discovered a suitable location to halt their journey, a flat terrain accompanied by a gentle stream.
"Let's set up camp here," he suggested. "Indeed.
This spot is quite agreeable, and we have a stream nearby for a refreshing bath. I feel rather unclean after these past few days." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the delicate voice of Sikong Yanen broke through.
"You Ge, could you please set me down?" "Oh, my apologies, I nearly forgot about you," Lin Yu replied, crouching down to gently lower Sikong Yanen to the ground.
"Take your time," she murmured, before swiftly jogging over to Morong Shui.
"Hey, Yanen. Why is your face so flushed? Are you hurt?" Morong Shui asked, noticing the rosy hue on her friend's cheeks. "It's a nothing, just feeling a bit warm,"
Sikong Yanen stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Morong Shui's focus shifted.
"Now that you mention it, I too feel a bit overheated. There's a river nearby. Shall we go wash up?" "Okay."
Sikong Yanen acquiesced. With that, Morong Shui took her hand and led her toward the riverbank.
Meanwhile,
Lin Yu and the others busied themselves with erecting tents. After Morong Yunhai had set up both his and Morong Shui's tents, he intended to assist Sikong Yanen but found Lin Yu already helping her.
Resigning to the circumstance,
Morong Yunhai opted to join Li Ming in the river to catch some fish.
"Li Ge, let us catch a few fish for dinner tonight. Let us go."
At the same moment, deep within the Wind mountain range, a large group of individuals gathered around a mysterious altar, surrounded by a grim tableau of corpses, both of beasts and humans, with the remains of the former predominating. Upon observing the attire of this group, it is evident that they starkly contrast with the outside world. Were Li Ming present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for these individuals are none other than the villagers he had previously encountered in that remote hamlet.
"Village chief, a few outsiders have arrived, should we?"
At that moment, a robust man leaned in to murmur discreetly to an elder, his gaze betraying a sinister and cunning intent. "Pay them no heed, simply assign someone to monitor their movements, ensuring they do not disrupt our plans," the elder responded, gradually lifting his eyelids to reveal a pair of extraordinarily peculiar eyes. The orbs were shrouded in a gray hue, devoid of whites or pupils, emanating an eerie and chilling aura that instilled dread, rendering one reluctant to meet his gaze. Upon receiving the elder's command, the burly man swiftly turned and departed. Once he was alone, a subtle smile crept across the elder's lips, revealing a wicked grin, followed by an unsettling sound emanating from his throat. He. In just 1 month, the altar shall be awakened. Chapter 89, Sikong Yanen in Peril, Kyoto. Within a dilapidated Daoist temple, an elderly priest, exuding an ethereal aura, sat in meditation. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, he slowly opened his eyes. He then formed intricate hand gestures, seemingly calculating something. Moments later, a frown creased his brow. His fingers danced in the air, as if inscribing invisible characters. When the final stroke was made, several lines of golden text abruptly appeared in the air. "Go!" At the priest's command, the golden words transformed into a radiant beam, soaring into the distance. Completing this task, the old priest once again closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the demon city, within a thatched hut, an old man abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Kyoto. What has transpired? What could necessitate his intervention? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he vanished from his location. On another front, deep within the Wind mountain range, Lin Yu, after assisting Sikong Yanen in setting up the tent, began to dig a pit in the ground. Before long, the hole was ready, and he retrieved a bundle of dry twigs from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, which he had been gathering since entering the forest. Each time he spotted a withered branch on the ground, he would conveniently add it to the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Initially, Li Ming was puzzled, but after hearing his explanation, he understood. Thus, the two of them collected firewood while on the move, and thus far, Lin Yu remained unaware of how much firewood was in the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. However, burning it for 3 months should pose no issue. "Lin, come quickly and lend a hand." At that moment, Li Ming's voice rang out from the riverbank, prompting Lin Yu to look in that direction. He saw Li Ming and Morong Yunhai carrying a basket of fish toward the shore. Seeing this, Lin Yu set aside his task and waded into the river to help lift the basket onto the bank.
just as the three were about to sit down to rest. A cry for help pierced the air. "Brother, come quickly, I need help." Upon hearing the distress call from the two women, the trio hurriedly sprang to their feet and rushed toward the source of the voices. Just moments earlier, Morong Shui and Sikong Yanan had been frolicking in the river when a shadow darted beneath their feet, startling them greatly. In a panic, they swam swiftly toward the shore. Just as they were about to clamber onto the bank, the shadow revealed its gaping maw, swallowing Sikong Yanan whole before sinking back into the depths. In a moment of desperation, Morong Shui scrambled onto the shore, urgently calling for Morong Yunhai. The three, alerted by her cries, arrived to find a drenched Morong Shui trembling uncontrollably. "Shuer, where is Yanan?" Morong Yunhai inquired upon seeing only Morong Shui. "Brother, you must save Yanan. She was devoured by a beast." Morong Shui exclaimed tearfully, recounting the harrowing situation. Upon hearing this, the three men furrowed their brows in concern. "Li, you stay here to protect Yunhai and the others. I will dive in to rescue Yanan," Lin Yu declared resolutely, stepping forward to take charge. "Brother Lin, you need not worry." With these words, Lin Yu leaped into the river alone, swiftly consuming the water-evading pill he had previously obtained. In the next moment, two gills sprouted from his neck, enabling him to breathe the oxygen in the water. System, locate Sikong Yanan. Beep. Searching. Beep. The target is 500 meters to the right of the host. Upon receiving Sikong Yanan's location, Lin Yu began to swim vigorously towards her, using both his hands and feet with fervor. Moments later, he spotted a fish-type demon beast, nearly 5 meters in length, lying still. System. What manner of demon beast is that? Beep. Ironmouth fish, bronze 9 stars, possessing a jaw as hard as steel, capable of easily crushing a boulder. How audacious for a mere fish to act so arrogantly. Just watch as I pierce it with a single shot. Lin Yu unsheathed the destruction gun and swam directly toward the creature. As he approached, the ironmouth fish seemed to sense his presence, suddenly opening its eyes and fixing its gaze on Lin Yu, who was advancing toward it. It opened its massive mouth, ready to swallow him whole. Realizing that Sikong Yanan was still trapped within its belly, Lin Yu hesitated, choosing not to resist and allowing himself to be consumed. Once inside the ironmouth fish's belly, he discovered the unconscious form of Sikong Yanan, her body exposed and lying there in stillness. Without regard for modesty, Lin Yu hurried to her side. Retrieving a garment from the Night of the Moonlight on 24 bridges, reaching her, he placed his hand beneath her nostrils, feeling for her breath. Noting that she was still alive brought him immense relief. "I'm sorry, Yanan." With that, he closed his eyes, preparing to dress her in the garment. Shortly thereafter, he had clothed her and retrieved another water-evading pill from his system backpack, placing it in her mouth. As the pill dissolved into liquid and flowed into her stomach, gills began to form on her neck.